2 years have passed since the end of the Great War, but in the Yangzhou district of Gansu province, the training of warriors continued. In this city, there was the best martial arts academy called Dragon's Tiger. The guy fell to the ground, his whole body was bruised. John Taeho wanted to help his brother, but at that moment he was held in the grip of a bully and did not allow him to move. Dong Gukmyong, the leader of a gang of thugs who called themselves a half-ghost gang, went to the fallen guy and said that if he did not give him the money he owed, then they would talk to him differently. Kong Won-hyun was the second student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy. He was lying on the ground, all beaten up with bruises on his face. His body was all sunken. He said that he borrowed these people only 5 gold bars and returned about 20 bars to the bandits. You did not understand what they wanted from them. Dong Gukmyong is pleased that this guy talks to him without respect and said that if he wants to get rid of problems, he should have been paid on time. Kong Won-hyun at that moment was thinking about the injustice of life because these people have already taken all the money they had from them and still continue to mock him. All this happened only because they once took money from these thugs, because they needed to save their teacher. Kong Won-hyun asked the leader of the thug to give him 1 more week and he will pay off all the debts. Dong Gukmyong put on a thoughtful expression and started thinking about this proposal. He asked the guy again if a week would be enough for him to pay off all these debts. Don asked his bandit to bring his younger brother to him and put him on the ground. Jong Taeho resisted and did not want to go in a good way, but the bandit warned him that it was better for him to agree, but everything is fine because in a bad case they will be forced to beat him half to death. Kong was outraged that these thugs, while beating up his younger brother, who is not guilty of anything, he asked them to stop. But his request was not heard, and instead of letting go of his younger brother, they hit him hard with a curlic right in the face. Don said that it was a very arrogant delay and to believe that just because he would be allowed to do it. Don turned his head on the cutthroat to make sure that the younger brother had already been laid on the ground and was not letting him escape from here. Don said he would do the guy's request and give him a week off. He wouldn't do it for free. He'd take something in return for it. And the price of a week's delay was his little brother's hand. Don wanted to cut off his little brother's hand as a guarantee. Kong Won-hyun almost lost his knowledge at that moment. He was not ready for the fact that his brother's hand would now be cut off. It was incomprehensible, and he had to immediately come up with a plan to stop this disgrace. Kong grabbed Don by the trouser legs and began to ask for forgiveness. He begged him not to do this and admitted that he was wrong. He had already asked for weeks and 2 or 3 days in order to get money. Don kicked him in the chest and threw him back for him. It was disgusting behavior of this nonentity. Ken realized that it was completely pointless to resist these people and asked for his hand to be taken away, but his younger brother was left alone. Don said that he was not happy with this plan because if he cuts off Kanu's hand, he will not be able to get money. Don turned his head to the thugs. You asked for and make a clear blow so that there is one even cut and not make the guy suffer. The bandit swung his sword and asked this guy not to move so that by mistake he would cut off his head. John raised his head up and realized that now he would most likely lose his arm, and tears began to appear in his eyes. He asked these people to stop, but they did not hear him. Kan at this moment is ready to fall into the ground. So as not to see this, he felt his helplessness, and he became disgusted with himself. The bandit has already started moving his sword, and in a couple of seconds the hand should have been severed. Kan, to stop this terrible process, he tried to shout at the top of his voice to stop them. And the younger brother during this time looked at his older brother and cried. The bandit's face changed, and he looked like a crazy sociopath who enjoys killing people. The sword has already approached the guy's hand, and in a moment he will already have to lose his hand. Khan closed his eyes in order not to see this horror, was not ready to see how his brother's hand was cut off. But suddenly a kunai appeared from somewhere and flew straight towards the bandits. This kunai flew right into the sword of the bandit who was about to cut off John's hand. This kunai hit right on target and changed the trajectory of the ball. The bandit released his sword and did not have time to cut off John's hand. Dong Gukmyong immediately noticed the man who threw the shuriken here. He wanted to see the face of the brave man who interfered in the affairs of the bandits. The rest of the thugs also paid attention to this hero and asked who he was. The stranger took a couple of steps towards these bandits, and with a calm step approached him. He stopped and said that he had not been in the city for a very long time. He straightened his straw hat and said that he could not even imagine that in a small district. I was asked in a Chishoff who he was. Ken immediately recognized this voice, but he could not believe his eyes that this man was really standing in front of him right now and saving the life of him and his younger brother. This stranger took off his hat, and his long hair began to develop into a breeze. Introduced himself as the older brother of these two guys. Kong and Jung immediately started smiling. When they saw their older brother, they couldn't believe their eyes. Now they understood that someone could save them. Don asked one of the bandits who this guy was. They explained to him that they had the oldest brother and he disappeared 7 years ago during the Great Sinister War. According to the rumors that go between people, this older brother died during the battle with the Murim Alliance, but apparently these rumors were wrong because he is alive. Don was jokingly scared when he saw such a serious person in front of him. He realized that now he was in big trouble. This guy had incredible dexterity, and in a matter of seconds, he was able to disappear so quickly that no one even noticed it, although he was standing right in front of their eyes. He approached his younger brother and asked for forgiveness from him very sincerely. He apologized to his younger brother for being a little late and having to suffer here. The robbers were shocked at how quickly this guy moved. Don did not have time to turn his head to follow the stranger. He had never seen anyone move so fast. He examined his younger brother and tried to understand whether he was injured or everything was fine with him. The younger replied that he was doing well. Ken at that moment said that he was injured, but they simply ignored him. Don was at a loss. He didn't understand what to do. After all, a real martial arts master was standing in front of him now. But on the other hand, this man studied at a rural academy and is unlikely to know how to fight like a real warrior. This guy was very unhappy with the fact that these thugs made a mess in the Holy Academy. But what pissed him off even more was that they dared to hurt his younger brother, and for that he would never be able to forgive these bandits. He began to get angry. Red lightning began to appear from his body. He said that he would not allow anyone to leave here with impunity. Don understood that he would now have very big problems. After all, the stranger had an incredibly strong desire to take revenge and kill the offender in his younger brother. He ordered his thugs not to just stand still but to go and hit this guy. First he ordered them to grab him. The bandits immediately followed the order of their boss and ran to attack the stranger. They wanted to surround him from all sides. When the bandits got as close as possible to this man, they waved their weapons and began to attack him from different sides. The brother stood and waited for the perfect moment to dodge these blows. He was not afraid of street robbers because he knew that he had enemies much stronger than them. Brother Kong and Brother Zhang didn't know what their elder brother was capable of, and therefore they were very scared when they saw that they wanted to attack him with a whole crowd. But how surprised the thugs were when they saw that the guy was still at the very last moment. They couldn't hit him with a single blow because he just disappeared. He teleported behind them and they didn't even notice how he did it. They felt a strange sensation in their body, as if they were beginning to catch up with pain from a blow that they did not feel. The brother used a quick strike technique against them, which allows him to deliver the strongest blows to several opponents at once in 1 second. At some point, they felt a wild pain. Their teeth began to fly out. They heard their bones break and blood appears from the mouth. Don was horrified when he saw what this guy did to his best thugs. He could not even imagine that someone was capable of such a thing. The brothers were also insanely surprised when they saw what their older brother had just done. They could not even imagine that he had such power. In a couple of seconds, the brother was able to neutralize 4 bandits at once and did it so professionally that no one even understood what his secret was. He approached the leader of these bandits and stopped right in front of him. Don felt his hands shaking and he could not stop this process. He did not control his fear. He looked directly into the eyes of this bandit and morally destroyed him. He saw how this big man begins to shake with fear. The brother said that he could kill him right now and no one could stop him. But he will not kill him for only one reason, because he does not want to desecrate this sacred place, the corpse of such a nonentity as Dong Gukmian of his ball of stinking garbage. He that this time still spare the leader of the bandit, and the brothers at that moment were very scared because they did not understand why their brother was doing this. But doubts were dispelled when the brother said that he would spare the leader of the bandits, but he would not do it for free. He extended his hand to the side and tensed his fingers so that his hand resembled a sharp sword. He made a very quick movement and cut off the hand of the bandits with his own hand, and it flew off to the side. A very loud scream was heard near the academy. It was the scream of Don, who experienced all the pain of a severed hand on himself. A fragment of a sword stuck into the wall. It was the same sword with which they wanted to cut off the hand of Jung's younger brother. The blood of these bandits nevertheless appeared on the territory of the academy. It defiled this space, but nevertheless there was no other way out. They had to be punished. He walked up to his little brother and began to look at his face. He wanted to make sure that he was really all right. He saw a scratch on his younger brother's face and began to think about how to heal his wound. so that nothing would happen to his brother. Kong felt embarrassed because his younger brother did not test any storage and everything was fine with him, and he had just been brutally beaten by bandits. He addressed his second brother in a very serious voice, and Kong was scared because now there could be a very serious conversation. But all he said was that he felt much better when he saw that his little brother was fine and he was not injured. After he dealt with these bandits, he immediately visited his master. The master was lying in his bed, and the guy decided to touch his pulse. The old man lay in bed with his eyes closed and did not move. The guy tried to understand what was happening to him. He felt that his master had internal damage and urgently needed to do something about it so that he would not die. His master's name was John Ju-won. He was the head of the Martial Arts Academy Dragon, and Tiger the guy immediately realized that the one who inflicted internal damage to his master was a first-class warrior. He did not know who did it, but he understood that this person allowed such a terrible act to be committed and he should be punished for it. It was quiet and calm in the courtyard of the academy. Today was a warm summer day. After meeting with his master, he decided to go out into the courtyard and look around here to try to understand what happened during his absence. But as soon as he stepped outside, immediately some guy.
Uno de los pasajeros sentado a mi lado hizo una mueca cuando vio a un tipo enorme y lleno de granos mirando bellezas en internet y se rió entre dientes con disgusto.
They started to hug and greet each other. Big brother was very happy to see Yak Seekjin. But he stopped the third brother, and it seemed to him that someone was missing here. He asked where the fourth brother had disappeared and why he did not see him here. When the other brothers heard this question, they became very embarrassed and did not know what to answer him. They began to turn their heads to the side, and as they came up with these words, they could gently explain what had happened to the fourth brother. He did not understand why they had such doubts, why they could not directly tell him what happened to the fourth brother. He looked at Jung Taeho and asked him as a younger brother explain what happened to the fourth brother. Jung was forced to answer and told that the fourth brother joined the guard to earn money for his father's treatment. But 6 months ago he suddenly lost contact with the rest of the brothers, and the brothers sent people to find out what happened to him, but no one can find him. From the fourth brother, there is no news. Brother Taeyong is missing. The older brother was not ready to hear that the fourth brother was missing. He needed to think about what to do now with this loss. He thought about the fact that 7 years have passed since the last time he was at home, and during this time a lot has changed. Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy is no longer what it used to be. The academy had a lot of problems, starting with the fact that these bandits appeared who constantly terrorize the academy and do not allow students to study in peace. And the fact that they are now taught all the time lies in his bed unconscious in his body. There are internal injuries that need to be cured in order not to let him die. And to these problems was added the fact that the fourth brother was missing, and no one can find him. This news made the older brother angry. He asked his younger brothers how they could afford to allow all these problems, why they did not follow the academy during his absence, but the guys did not know what to say to him. They were very afraid of their older brother and saw him go berserk from this. They began to tell him about what happened here during his absence and told a story about the fact that 3 years ago a strange man visited the academy. Yes, they did not see him here before. This man demanded a duel with the teacher. Teach, of course, politely refused this duel. But this stranger still continued to come to the academy every day and stood near the main gate. It was in this place that he called ordinary students to a fight. He was very strong, although at first glance you can't tell from him that he had such strength, and everyone who fought with him lost to him. But the victims of the stranger were not only students of the academy. It turned out that the head of the academy 5 dragons died, and the head of Gansu was crippled and forced to close the school. This man was merciless. Because of him, the martial arts academies were closed one after another, so Yangzhou County became the center of the gathering of the scoundrel, and as expected they began to interfere in the affairs of the academy. The brothers admitted that they could not cope with these bandits. They needed to get medicine for the teacher, so they borrowed money from these bandits, but instead of where they took them, it turned out to be subordinate to a half-ghost gang. He listened carefully to everything they said and was unhappy that his brothers showed weakness and acted like weaklings. They felt embarrassed. They felt guilty towards their older brother for not being able to fight back these bandits and allowing this to happen. The older brother understood that there was no point in blaming the younger brothers for this. They are still too young and weak, and apparently the person who did all these terrible things did it for a reason. It all sounded very strange because some unknown tramp was walking around near the Academy of Traditional Martial Arts every day asking students and true masters of their craft to fight him, and after that he won. It was necessary to understand who this person was. This person collaborated with the gangs and was under their protection. He did everything so that the academies could no longer function normally. They were forced to ask for money from the bandits. The brother realized that these bandits have only one goal. They want to absorb Yangzhou County and take control of it, but for this they need to eliminate the martial arts academies. The brother immediately ordered his younger brothers to get ready because they would be moving out soon. He was very serious and said that it doesn't matter if these bastards want to expand their influence or want to make more money. It didn't make any sense because they have to beat these noobs to a pulp and show them that they will not rule here. The base of the semi-ghost gang is the very place where all the bandits in this district are hiding. Dong Gukmyong sat on his knees in front of his master, and the master was unhappy that this bastard came to him without one arm and did not complete his task. He told him that he sent him to take money from these children. Instead, he left his hand there. He got up from his throne, otherwise shouting at his subject for the fact that he disgraced the whole and their gang. Of this man was called the head of the half-ghost gang Bang Ji. Dong Gukmyeon tried to apologize to this gentleman and somehow atone for his guilt. He understood that he had dishonored the whole gang, and it was unlikely that he would be forgiven for this. Bang Ji asked him what was the name of the man who cut off his hand and how dare he contact the Great Ghost Gang. Dong Gukmyeon talked about the fact that this person is called the first student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, and he is the best warrior of this academy, but the Lord did not like what he heard because he treated the academy like an ordinary sect with losers. Suddenly Bang Ji felt a very strange feeling. He once again asked what the name of this academy was, and when he heard the name Dragon's Tiger, he realized that he had heard this name before. He had a strange feeling that he should not have forgotten this name because somewhere in his memory he had memories of this place. He thought that this was an unusual academy. It was a place that a backwoods person like him should remember. Suddenly he still had an insight, and he remembered one moment from his life that froze before his eyes. He remembered the oldest student. These are academies, and remembered what this crazy warrior is capable of. Bang Ji lifted his head up and looked at the guy who was sitting on his knees in front of him, and he said that it couldn't be that this man returned to the city. But the insight came to him very late because at that moment the older brother had already knocked out the door to the room and knocked down two guards who were standing at the entrance. He took a couple of calm steps towards the head of these bandits and was very calm. Bang Ji immediately recognized this guy, and he wanted to fall underground or hide somewhere just not to meet this man in battle. The rest of the robbers did not know who he was and had the audacity to insult him by calling him an idiot who does not understand what he was doing. He smiled when he saw a group of thugs in front of him who would now have to suffer, and said that he was interested in meeting the infamous Bang Ji. Bang Ji froze on the spot and could not even move his hand. He was very scared. All he could do was name the person who came to take revenge on him.
Después de esta observación, Guncheon simplemente atacó al torpe enemigo en una fracción de segundo con facilidad.
Hyuk reminded the leader of the bandits that 10 years ago, he made him a promise that he would like to fulfill and asked the robber if he remembers this promise. Hyuk realized that the leader of the bandits was not particularly eager to answer him for this and decided to remind himself of his promise. He once told him that if this idiot sets foot on the land of Chinzhou, then he will have to make a eunuch because of him. The bandits did not understand why this man broke into their building and behaved so impudently. They did not know who was standing in front of them, so they immediately grabbed their weapons, called him a scumbag, and said that now I would do everything to kill him. Hyuk allowed his younger brothers to stay away and just enjoy the show that is about to happen, said that in the end there is a lot to learn from the outside too. The bandits decided to attack him with a whole crowd and immediately strike us from different sides in order not to leave any chance of survival. The brothers were very scared when they saw that their older brother was attacked by such a large number of robbers at once. They did not know how he would fight them off, but he acted very calmly and delivered quick blows to them. The first blow he delivered was a kick between the legs of one of the bandits. The brothers watched this fight. They became uneasy when they saw with what force their older brother hit that guy between the legs. Hyuk chose the strategy of hitting all the bandits between the legs in order to damage them as much as possible and dishonor them after this duel. Then he still decided to use his wooden sword and strike them with his sword, scattering them in different directions. They believe that their brother knows how to fight so cool. He dealt incredibly big damage to all these bandits. They could not look at how fiercely their older brother fought with these bandits. He dealt such painful blows to his opponents that it was painful to look at. They all lay on the floor and held their hands between their legs and writhed in pain. He beat absolutely everyone who was here. He stopped being upset and remembered that no one but him was ready to take these children and realized that he needed to save so that they could not survive and live normally in the future. Don thought that he was very happy because this guy just cut off his hand and did not mock him because now he is mocking all these guys. Hyuk took a step towards and at some point stopped from his wooden sword. Drops of blood dripped. He extended his hand forward and very loudly asked who else here wants to become a eunuch because he is ready to accept everyone. The bandits were very scared when they heard that this guy wanted to deal with them. They began to retreat back because they did not want to be mocked at them just like those guys who first entered the battle. Bang Ji grabbed his hands to forget his throne and began to shake. He was very scared and could not calm his fear. He screamed loudly and ordered all his bandits to retreat because he understood that it was pointless to fight this man. He called all his thugs useless trash because they couldn't deal with him and said that in the end he still had to go out and fight alone against Hyuk Musang. Bang Ji noticed that during the time they did not see this guy as always he became stronger. The wounded bandits began to apologize to their master, but he was no longer up to them. He needed his fingers before the battle.
Guncheon golpeó al enemigo tan fuerte que hizo un agujero profundo dentro de la sólida pared de piedra.
Bang talked about how he never stopped thinking about the events that happened 10 years ago for a single day, and Hyuk just twisted his displeased face. Ban started laughing and becoming angry. He confessed that the destruction of the fear that this guy revealed to him that day and the Danish pain he experienced made him become stronger. Hyuk calmly looked at his opponent and did not feel any fear. He carefully listened to everything that was told to him. This was not a scam. Ban intimidated his opponent with a scary look and started looking down at him with his red eyes. A very strong tension appeared in the room. The younger brothers were rooting for their older brother and wanted him to win, and Bandit and waited for this stranger to kill them. Bang Ji clenched his fist very tightly, and it seemed that he would now attack first and this fierce battle would begin. But instead of attacking, he decided to do otherwise. He fell to his knees. He knelt in front of the guy and bowed to him. He apologized for everything he did and asked for mercy on him. The younger brothers obviously did not expect that the outcome of this battle would turn in such a way that the head of this gang would apologize to their older brother. The rest of the gangsters felt like worthless weak trash when they saw their boss as a weak girl apologizing to these students of the academy. Ban prayed apologize to this guy so that he would not make him a eunuch. This was his only request. Hyuk coldly reacted to the requests of this nonentity and said that his method was very original, but it was not enough. Hyuk said he was going to beat him up and make him a eunuch right before he died, and no amount of begging for mercy would save him. But he admitted that it was very touching to look at his requests for mercy, and it's not every day that someone kneels in front of him. Hyuk thought a little and decided to give the scoundrel a chance. Bang Ji was delighted when he heard that they would now give him a chance. He could not believe his ears. Hyuk offered him two options. The first one was that he could just beat the crap out of him and cripple him, and the second option was that he would make him a eunuch. Hyuk threw a document on his desk and asked him to sign it. Ban at that moment was already beaten. His eyes were swollen after the blows, and there were a lot of bruises on his face. He asked what kind of document he needed to sign. The rest of the robbers stood with their hands up. Hyuk said that this document says that the bandits must return 150 gold bars that were illegally taken from their academy. Bang Ji almost fainted when he heard the amount of 150 gold bars. He said that he took only 20 bars and did not understand where the 150 gold bars came from that need to be returned. Hyuk at that moment hit him on the head with his sword so that this idiot would not ask unnecessary questions. Then he nevertheless decided to explain to him where did you get the gold bars in such a large amount, and said that given the moment that his gang was intimidating the students of this academy, he should ask for as much as 300 bars, and he should be grateful that he was asked to give only a small part. Ban realized that he was no longer able to resist and answered this person that it would be pointless not to follow his order, so he simply thanked for such generosity. Hyuk was already about to leave here at 1 before leaving and tried to remember what he had not done yet. The boss at that moment looked at this guy like a monster and hated him with every fiber of his body. Hyuk turned his head at him and felt that this idiot didn't like something. He thought that maybe he needs to hit his head with a sword one more time so that he begins to behave with respect. Hyuk looked at him with a reproachful look from top to bottom and asked this noob what he was doing now. Ban said he didn't understand what this guy was talking about. Hyuk ordered him to immediately fetch the money from their vault. Ban was shocked that he needed to return the money immediately. He said that he did not know how much they had left in the vault, and they first needed to check the gold traces that they have there. Hyuk extended his hand forward and showed him a threatening gesture that showed that with one hand he could make this guy a eunuch if he resisted. He clenched his hand into a fist, and this gesture scared the boss, and after that the guy said that he didn't want to hear any objections. He wanted to see the money immediately. Hyuk once again loudly shouted to the whole room that he wants to see the money here and now and he wants to see it immediately. John was delighted with how his older brother can fight. He saw in him a real hero of the savior who could protect everyone. Hyuk replied that they had a numerical advantage, but they didn't even reach the third rank outside the Murim. There are people much stronger than this gang of garbage criminals. Hyuk turned his head to one of the brothers and carefully began to examine him. He asked his second brother why did he look so bad and asked about his condition. Maybe something bothered him. Ken at that moment completely ceased to understand his older brother. Then he still thought and decided to seriously answer his question. He still worried about something and he wanted to share it. He stood and looked at his opponent who was now lying on the ground writhing in pain. Kong scratched his neck and said that the famous group behind the half-ghost gang was the great power. He was afraid that after today's actions these bandits would pursue them. Hyuk reassured his brother and told him not to worry about it because he already has a plan, and all the other brothers were very happy when they realized that their brother had a plan. Hyuk stopped and told them that everything is very simple and now he will tell them what is his brilliant plan. He explained his strategy, which was that the enemy is an obstacle in the way. And he explained to them one basic truth, which is that if the enemy is stronger than you must be stronger than him. This is the law, and in the end strength decides absolutely everything.
El monstruo se acercó a él y recordó a tiempo todo lo que había aprendido gracias a los recuerdos del anterior dueño de su cuerpo y comenzó a golpear el antiguo hueso.
Hyuk was surprised and turned his head to his brother. He would be surprised by such a train of thought and said that it was not about him at all and he would not fight these bandits. He began active training with the rest of the brothers in order to strengthen their strength of body and strength of mind. He said that his strength doesn't matter because if he goes somewhere these bandits can attack the academy in his absence and he can't let that happen. And that's why he forced his brothers to train regularly under his supervision. After all, they should be able to protect the academy on their own. All this time he was sitting astride a huge stone that his brothers were holding, and at that moment he was telling them about the fact that they must be strong to protect the academy, and in order to become strong they need to continue training. He has a wooden sword at one of the brothers at the moment of sparring. Hyuk adhered to the idea that you can learn how to fight only by constantly being in battle and practicing your abilities. After all, you can quickly improve your skills if you study. In the process you can finally feel your closeness with a weapon and develop your fighting instincts. But without practice in real combat the body will freeze, they will not be able to move, and in the end they will not be able to apply the learned skills. And if they fail to use their skills in combat and constantly lose to their enemies. At that moment he paused in his story and struck with his sword right next to the head of the second brother. Hyuk ended his thought by saying that if they can't resist their enemies and don't just die, and brother Kong all this time thought that he broke through a stone wall with a wooden sword. After he had his brother in training sparring, he turned to the rest of the brothers and told the next one to come up and start training. They were already very exhausted and tired, they could not even stand on their feet, and asked to take a break between these hellish workouts. Hyuk said that the last one who enters the training pairing with him will have to fight against him again. Therefore it is in their own interest you to immediately engage in battle with him. They immediately realized that delaying training would be even worse than accepting a fight, so they decided to continue training. They began to run to meet him and overtake each other. After all, no one wanted to fight against his older brother again. I already bought the evening and the sky turned orange. It was warm summer day, the wind on the street was cool. Hyuk put his wooden sword with the rest of the swords and praised his brothers. He said that they did a good job today, and it was his first day teaching someone, so he decided that I would continue with easier training. He told them that from tomorrow he would seriously take up their training, so they should have a good rest today. They were lying on the ground and could not move their arms. Their body was so tired that it was hard for them to move. The elder brother at that moment went to the house. They could hardly move their lips to ask what an easy workout was, because if it was a preparatory workout then they were already afraid of tomorrow. Brada said that during training he noticed the incredible power that their older brother wields and admitted that they were beaten. Even when they teamed up together the three of them could not hit him even a single blow. Jung asked the rest of the brothers if their older brother was always so strong because he doesn't remember him the way he used to be. Kong began to tell the story that their older brother was always so strong and he became famous for this, but now everything is completely different. He told his brothers the story that 10 years ago there was a time when he single-handedly defeated 20 swordsmen but was severely wounded and almost died after this injury. The second brother added that this battle was not one-sided, as today there were a lot of warriors fighting, and the older brother took on a lot of fighters, and Jung said that he was surprised when he saw that Hyuk didn't even sweat today. Kong began to suspect that something suspicious was going on here. It all looked very strange. He thought about the fact that his older brother had learned some secret technique that no one knows. It was very quiet and comfortable in the academy that day. It was very calm there. Hyuk used his chi energy to heal his master's inner wounds. He felt that the wounds inside his master began to worsen. Deep internal damage without proper treatment weakened his organs. He thought that if his master were a little weaker, he would definitely not have survived such injuries, but due to the fact that his master was a real martial arts master, he is still able to function. He understood that thanks to the sincere concern of his younger brothers and his teacher, everything is still alive only because they did not take care of him. But nevertheless, everything was much worse than he thought. He understood that the master would not be able to survive for a long time. The master has reached his limit, and soon his body will refuse to fight internal wounds. He understood that his teacher needed immediate treatment and that this should not be delayed because here every second is worth its weight in gold. Hyuk picked up his clothes and began to make pinpoint touches on his back.
Quería proteger lo que tenía. Valoraba su tierra y a su gente.
Teacher started coughing up blood after foreign energy started flowing into his body. His blood fell on the carpet and stained it. Hyuk understood that everything was going according to plan, and he managed to get rid of the blood clot in the body of the master. Now he needed to do real treatment. He felt that the meridian and the teacher were damaged. It takes time to carefully introduce his chi energy into his body. Bright blue energy spheres began to appear in the room, and there, Hyuk used all his chi energy to fill his teacher's body with it and revive him again by healing his inner wounds. But he felt that everything was getting out of control. His teacher's internal chi resisted too much and he began to lose control. But the guy could not let this happen. The teacher did not want to absorb someone else's energy. His body did not allow it to be done, and the guy understood that if everything continued like this, and then he simply could not stand it and would die. But there was nothing he could do about it. The safest thing was to just finish it quickly, and for that you had to take risks. Hyuk understood that he needed to fix his teacher's energy as quickly as possible. He clears his teacher's meridians as quickly as possible in order to burn his inner chi energy. This procedure lasted for several hours, and the night had already come. There was so much chi energy that the house began to glow blue in the darkness of the night. The teacher was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and it seemed that he would never open them again. But suddenly he opened his eyes and felt alive again. In front of him he saw his oldest student, and it seemed to him that he was still sleeping. The guy was incredibly glad that he still managed to subdue the chi energy of his teacher and fill him with his energy to make the teacher wake up. The first word that the teacher said was the name of his student Musang. He could believe that this guy is now standing in front of him alive. Hyuk about how everyone thought he was killed, and the teacher must have a hard time believing that he is standing right in front of him alive. Hyuk fell to the floor and bowed to his master. He said to him, "Hello teacher, I'm a student." Hyuk Musang has finally returned home. He apologized to his master for being late and asked the teacher to scold him for it. The master extended his hand to him and asked his student to come closer to the bed. Hyuk gently, with quiet step by step, began to approach the bed. The master extended his hand to him and touched his face. He had to make sure that he was not dreaming of all this and that he actually saw his best student in front of him. He lay on his bed, looked at the guy. Everything he said to him was at words of praise, and he called him well done. The teacher thanked the guy for the fact that he returned safe and sound and did not forget about the place that he calls his home. He expressed his gratitude to him for saving his life and shared his energy in order to bring the master back to life. A man in a red kimono put a glass of alcohol on the table. This man's name is Myung Hubang. He was the third-party head of the Great Power Group, and when a man came into his room, he asked what happened to the half-ghost gang. Were they really robbed? Myung Hubang asked his servant why Dragon Tiger Academy is still open, and Oh Chisholm told him that I can't deal with them openly because they are connected with the Murim Alliance. They were able to injure the head of the academy under the pretext of a duel, but it seems that the senior student returned to the academy Hyuk Musang and created problems. Myung Hubang asked his assistant which student he was just talking about and why this guy is giving them such a big problem. Chisholm replied that everything is very difficult. People say that this man beat all the members of the translucent gang alone. He is a very strong warrior. Myung Hubang scratched his beard with his hand and said that you can't turn a blind eye to this and you can't let the person who stole money from them live. He ordered the commander of the Iron Demon to be sent to deal with this Reso Academy forever. They should not be left alone. They should be punished for their actions. He suggested using an old mint, which is to invite this guy to a duel, and when this bastard dies you will need to send a half-ghost gang to get rid of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. He asked to make sure that the Murim Alliance would not have grounds for intervening in this conflict. I will not be left out. Oh Chisholm listened to all the orders of his master. After that he bowed to him and left the room, closing the door behind him. He was unhappy that they had such big problems in organizing the bandits and wanted to deal with this non-donor named Hyuk Musang as soon as possible. Hyuk took off his kimono and there were a lot of scars on his body that remained with him after the battle. These scars were all over his body. They reminded him that he went through a lot of battles. Every time he looked at these scars he remembered the sinister war and still did not understand how he managed to survive, and he thought that he should not have returned to die in vain. A knife fell to the floor. "Bandit, where are you?" In a red kimono, he was sitting near the wall. In his shoulder there was a knife wound. Hyuk calmly and with confident steps approached this bandit and asked him who he was and made his assumption that this guy could be the leader of the local bandits. Around him lay the rest of the bandits unconscious. The bandit did not understand why this man was behaving so impudently. He asked him how he dared to behave in such a way and threatened him that their gangster group would deal with him for his act. Hyuk was not afraid of this man's word to fight. He even had a request to this bandit. He asked this bastard in front of the rest of the bandit that Yangzhou County is now under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Tiger Fighting Academy. If they don't climb into their territory again, something very unfortunate will happen. People were already starting to communicate with each other and spread rumors that bandits came to their district last night, but they were defeated, after which they had to flee. The man said that the Dragon and Tiger Martial Academy tried to drive the bandits out of here, and apparently the leader of these bandits has now become a cripple. The man in the green shirt replied that he hadn't seen people who could drive the gangs out of here for a long time. They only had 5 masters. I didn't understand how they could fight against 50 bandits.
La niña supuso que lo más probable era que esto ocurriera por culpa de su tío y que se estaba tomando todo demasiado en serio, aunque esto solo podía ser lo mejor.
But that wasn't all. Man, something about those people from the academy. He said that the academy was able to take money from these robbers. They forced them to distribute this money to people from whom they stole it. The second man immediately jumped up from his chair and asked his interlocutor why he did not tell him about this before, because these bandits took a lot of money from him and he wants to return it back. He immediately ran to Dragon Tiger Academy to ask for his money. The second man looked at him, waited until he left the restaurant, and was surprised. He asked where you got this guy from. He was extremely happy that the district was returning to its former productivity again, and finally it would be calm here. People got near the academy, began to ask for their money back to them. They told their stories. The woman said that she was from a farm that is located near the district. These bandits took 10 silver bars from her and destroyed the territory. Someone told a story about the fact that 1 gold bar was stolen from him and didn't give it away. The guys did not have time to process all the information that they were told and tried to somehow calm all these people. They did not know how to calm this angry crowd because no one listened to them. Everything was getting out of control. Someone approached Chan from behind and took him by the shoulder. He immediately drew attention to the hand that lay on his shoulder. It was his older brother, who approached him from behind and stood quietly. He stood right in the middle of the big stage that was the entrance to the academy and waited for silence. People didn't stop talking. He had to shout to the whole street that they needed to calm down if they wanted to get their money. Luda immediately fell silent after they were yelled at by their older brother. He aroused their respect. Hyuk took a short pause after everyone was quiet, so that they could focus their attention on him. The younger brothers turned to the older brother and thought that he is insanely cool. He can speak quietly, but everyone listens to him anyway, and his voice sounds very piercing. He covered his mouth with his fist and cleared his throat several times. Hyuk removed his fist from his mouth and said that he is well aware that everyone suffered at the hands of these bastards. Because they undermined their business and work, they robbed houses and jobs, they demanded protection fees. These bastards posed a threat and didn't incur large debts for people. He said that he was sure that many of these people got into a debt hole. But now they had nothing to worry about because he was back in the district, and now he will personally take care of keeping order, and then so that no one will ever suffer from these evil people again. He promised these people that from now on he will protect this district and return the old times when everyone lived in peace and tranquility and could go about their business. Hyuk took his little brother by the head and scratched him. Then he said that people should forget about the problems they had and should listen to the students of this academy. If everyone waits for their turn, will go out one at a time, then they will try to pay people everything properly. An old man came out of the crowd. His body was shaking and he moved very slowly. This old man said that people are doing very bad things. This grandfather in the settlement is called Old Man O. He said that these students helped save the houses of these bandits, and instead of gratitude people made such a fuss here. He came up to his older brother, took his hands after he held his fingers in his palms. He said that he was very sorry for such behavior of people in the square. The old man decided to thank his older brother and said that all this became possible only thanks to him. First of all, you need to start with gratitude and not ask for your money back. Hyuk said not to worry about it because it's his job, and he must defend Yangzhou County with his brothers from these bandits. People stood in the square and were very touched by these words. They saw him as a new hero, but the old man wanted to say something else to this guy. Hyuk listened to whatever this old man has to say. The old man in a joyful voice announced to the whole square that he was now the very first in line to receive his money back. The people who stood in front of the gates of the academy were shocked at how this old man masterfully deceived everyone. From the crowd of people, a stranger suddenly appeared and asked Big Brother Hyuk where is Dragon and Tiger Academy. Hyuk replied that the academy is located right here and this is its central gate, but then he decided to find out who this stranger is and what he is looking for here. The stranger smiled and looked at this guy carefully. He said to him, "It seems that you are the same Hyuk Musang that I was told so much about." Hyuk replied that everything is correct, it is him, and he asked what this person wants. This guy folded his hands, bowed, and introduced himself. He said that he was just a wanderer and came to throw a bald head at the senior student of the notorious Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy.
Al instante se dio cuenta de que ahora estaba definitivamente condenado por este hombre influyente.
That person then wounded their teacher. He was very strong and perhaps it was the same guard. Jung started to turn his head around and try to show his older brother that it's better not to mess with him. Hyuk was very surprised because he did not think that he would be thrown out so early. One had just dealt with 2 gangs and a new competitor came who wants to fight him. But Hyuk was not worried about this because he understood that this is a very obvious tactic and this guy is not in any way one of the runners of this gang. Hyuk suggested that this person enter the territory of the academy because it would be wrong if he stood here all this time. A lot of different military weapons were stored in the academy. It stood near the walls of the academy. People began to communicate with each other in order to understand who this stranger is, why he wants to fight. One of them began to rebel that this person climbs out of line. After all, today they should have received their money back. This stranger stood and looked at this academy. He could not understand why he was called here because it was the most ordinary rural academy, and there was nothing special in it for which he would have to overcome such a long way. Hyuk bowed to the man in greeting and said that he was the senior student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. This acquaintance also bowed to him and called his name Gok Chigil. He looked at his future opponent and did not understand what could be special about this guy. He turned to his younger brother Jan, who immediately jumped up and waited for his older brother to ask. Hyuk said, the stranger will fight with him and defend the honor of the Dragon Tiger Academy in battle against this opponent. Gok Chigil laughed when he heard that he would have to fight with one of the younger brothers, said that he should fight with the senior student and would not tolerate jokes like this. Hyuk replied to this traveler that as a senior student of the famous Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, he cannot immediately accept the challenge of a simple wanderer like this. Goku at that moment experienced a violent fury inside him and screamed, "Yes, how dare you make such decisions, how dare you treat me like that, you know who I am." Hyuk kept asking this man who he was with a calm expression because he had never heard of him before, and this was the first time he had seen his face. Goku was confused and did not know what to answer to this question. He felt insecure and weak in this situation. Hyuk began to think, looking at this wanderer, he suggested that this person might be of high rank or something like that. He wondered who he was. Goku was beside himself with rage and began to shout that he was an ordinary wanderer and did not understand why he was being teased now. Hyuk turned to his younger brother and said that this man is crazy, but the younger brother said that this man hears everything and cannot be called crazy at all. Hyuk decided that this wanderer would fight with his younger brother. Yang Sikjin was already in a fighting stance and took his hands on the sword. His older brother was giving him instructions before the fight. Goku did not understand why this guy allows himself to look down on him and do what he wants. Goku was filled with rage, and at some point he shouted that if they wanted it that way he would first kill his younger student and then kill him. Yang was very scared. He did not want to die, and to fight in a battle in which you can die, he became scared. Goku decided not to waste time anymore and immediately attack his opponent. He made a leap and swung his sword in order to strike. Yang Reflex managed to repel his attack by blocking with his sword. The blow was very strong, and after he blocked it, he flew back. The brothers watched the battle. They were very scared that their brother might die. Yang firmly held the sword in his hands and did not release it. His body was shaking and fierce sweat was dripping down his face. All he thought was that his enemy was much stronger than him. Goku first laughed when he felt the fear of his enemy and told him, "Luckily you managed to block the blow. Apparently that's all you can do." He morally tried to humiliate his opponent and said that he could only blame his older brother for putting him in such an unequal fight and letting him die. Yang was so much afraid that he could not control his body. He began to turn pale, on his face drops of sweat dripped even more. He was cowardly and could not stop. The brothers were very worried because of this guy. They didn't know what to do in order to support him. Hyuk at that moment stood and picked his nose with his finger and did not worry about anything. They stood opposite each other and prepared for battle. Kong ran up to his older brother and told him that the opponent looked too strong and the third brother might just not be able to handle him. Hyuk defiantly turned to the third brother and asked him, "Younger brother Yong, do you want to give up now and not fight against this opponent?" Yong firmly grasped the hilt of the sword with his hands and took a fighting stance. He replied that he was not going to give up and would fight this enemy to the end. He must win this fight. Hyuk crossed his arms over his chest and said, "If you are so confident and ready to fight, then just do the same as in our training." Yang shouted very loudly and said that he would repeat everything he did in training and would not let his older brother down. Goku was furious that these brats allow themselves to discuss such things, could not forgive them for being conceited in his presence. I thought that if they want blood, then he will give them a real hell. Goku pounced on his opponent and swung his sword. He was ready to kill this guy at any cost and throw out all his anger on him. Yang was aware that his opponent is several times stronger than him, and fighting such an enemy is the same as committing suicide, but nevertheless he had no other choice. Yang held the sword of his older brother in his hands. This sword gave him confidence in battle, and he felt in his hands a piece of the strength of his older brother. He knew that this sword is much stronger than the weapons of his enemy, and due to this he has a huge advantage in battle which must be used. They clashed in a fierce duel. The traveler inflicted many quick blows on him, but the guy managed to beat them off with his sword and block them. People were delighted with such a spectacle. They could not even imagine that they would be able to see a real battle between two experienced warriors, and they began to put their guesses on who would win this duel. Goku got angry that none of his punches could break through his opponent's defense, and he needed to come up with a plan through which he could break through his opponent's defense. He was surprised that this child was able to reflect absolutely everything of him, and did not inflict a single one, and in response, he did not understand how such an inexperienced fighter could resist him for so long. He swung his sword and wanted to stab his enemy, but Gok did not understand how this was even possible. After all, this guy is not even superior to a third-rank fighter. He firmly took his sword by the hilt with his hands and waved. He didn't think that if this guy showed all his talents, then it's time to finally teach him a lesson and strike. Goku wanted to immediately cut him with chopping blows, cut him into small pieces, cut off parts of his body. Yang began to understand that things were getting worse and worse. His opponent became angry and merciless. He did not understand how to beat this person away. Hyuk saw that his younger brother was confused during the battle and realized that he needed to urgently give a hint, thanks to which he would not receive damage and get out of this attack. Hyuk very loudly shouted, "2 steps Dragon Tiger to the left, the fourth move with the ball dragon and tiger, and do it as fast and technically as possible." Jan reflexively began to follow all the instructions of his older brother and try to do exactly as he asked. His legs began to move on their own and fear disappeared somewhere in him. There was a very strong surge of adrenaline and he began to do everything as it is done in training. Yang dodged the sword strike and slithered under it to get behind his enemy. He swung his sword and was ready to strike his opponent right in the back. Yang lunged forward and struck, but his opponent still managed to notice his attack at the last moment and repelled it. Hyuk, along with his brothers, carefully watched the course of the battle and worried about his brother, but the older brother just carefully watched how skillfully Yang fought. People froze in one position. It seemed that the whole area just froze for a moment. They did not breathe and carefully watched what was going to happen now. Goku was very surprised when he looked at his clothes. He couldn't even think what it was. Maybe this guy was stronger than he thought. Yang was able to stab him to the body and cut his clothes, leaving a scar on his body. The guy himself could not believe that this was even possible. He could not imagine that he could strike this person, but thanks to the tips of his older brother, he still managed to do it. Goku was furious that this brat could hit him there, which would tear him apart, and the boy was looking at his opponent all the time, and I don't understand how he managed to close up a fighter of the first rank. Does he really seem to be weakening at first sight, and his friends are like that? Yes, it was probably really not easy. It all happened only because he listened to the advice of his older brother and do everything as he asked. If he had not listened to him, he would probably already be lying dead on the floor. Goku was already so angry that he could not restrain himself. His body was shaking. I know how to thirst for blood. He wanted to kill his enemy as quickly as possible. His rage pissed him off. He lost control of his mind and acted very recklessly, all just because he greatly underestimated his opponent and thought that it was all just luck. Gok swung his sword and wanted to put an end to this noob once, and for all he shouted to him that now this guy can only dream of an easy death but better severe injuries from which he will die in great pain. Hyuk shouted a new clue to his younger brother. He told him to take one step of the dragon and the tiger back, then make a second blow with the sword, and after the second blow immediately strike a third in order to complete the combination. Yang jumped back and dodged the sword strike. He managed to dodge in time, so he didn't take any damage. I only used some energy to make the jump. Then he step by step began to follow the command of his older brother and said 3 steps forward the first move with the ball of the dragon and tiger. After that you need to take half a step to the right 6 the move with the ball dragon tigers. Then you need to make the fist of the dragon tiger, turn the first strike with the sword step to the right, and the enemy must be defeated. Jan at that moment realized that everything he does works due to the fact that this strategy is correct, but this is all only because his older brother tells him, and he needs to be listened to at such moments when he will definitely win the fight. Yang noticed that his sword began to touch the enemy more and more often, and inflict even minimal damage on him, but nevertheless this damage was enough to piss off his enemy even more. Hyuk again began to give new instructions to his younger brother, and then he carried them out soundlessly because he understood that it worked. He gave me a quick kick with his leg right into the body of the enemy, and he flew back unable to withstand such a set. The guy realized that he needed to trust his older brother. Everything that Hyuk shouted helped him win this battle, even though the opponent was several times superior to him in rank and in martial arts. Jan decided to apply the final fixing 7th move, thanks to which he should have completed a whole chain of combinations. A whole pool of blood drips on the floor, it stained the ground. Yang plunged his sword right into his enemy's chest and stuck it deep enough in there the blood flew in all directions. Hyuk began to take steps towards this man. He step by step came closer and closer to him. Hyuk said that he assumes that the fight is over and he hopes that this person was not very difficult to fight against his student, and played a little joke on him when he reminded that the stranger wanted to fight the first student, although he is absolutely not ready for this. Goku began to scream furiously and accuse them of using tricks because there was no other excuse for their fighting technique. No one could defeat him before, and he did not believe that this rural academy was capable of such fighting techniques. Hyuk got angry when he heard those words. He was hooked by this man's disrespect for his academy. He teleported right in front of him and stopped in front of his face, looking at him like he was a piece of garbage. Gok felt that he had angered this gentleman very much, and he himself became scared that he had done it because apparently this guy was much stronger than him. Hyuk decided not to wait for the right moment and immediately hit her with a very fast, strong blow to his chest, after which his opponent flew off to the side. He flew so fast that, in flight, he managed to break wooden doors and fly out of the territory of the academy. Hyuk got tired right in front of him and said that he would have let him go just like that if this person hadn't said a lot of unnecessary things, but unfortunately he still decided to leave here in a humiliated. Hyuk asked this person how he even has the right to disparage and insult their academy, especially after he lost a fight to one of the students of this academy. Goku looked at this guy and thought that he needed to ask for mercy. He did not want to be finally humiliated and destroyed. For the first time in his life, he saw a person who could scare him. He understood that this guy could easily kill him and go further, even this irreversible attention. His hands began to shake, he lost control of his body, and fear began to consume him. Gok understood that the only way out of this situation was to ask for forgiveness from this person. After all, only then would he be able to let him out of here alive. He began to bow to him and beg for mercy, so that they would not kill him, let him go from here alive. Hyuk looked at the crowd of people who stood behind him and tried to determine from their reaction what he needs to do now. Hyuk nevertheless made a decision and said that he is now very good-natured and will still spare this man. But he ordered him to immediately get out of here and never return to this place again, because there would be no second mercy. They would simply kill him here. The brothers began to shout joyfully when they realized that everything was over.
Todos los estudiantes sabían que cuando sonara la tercera y última campana finalmente podrían salir de la sofocante sala.
They believed that Master Hyuk is their new hero, the savior who is now able to protect this village and all the inhabitants who lived in this village. Night fell and someone very quickly ran through the forest without stopping. This man who fled turned out to be Gok. He wanted to get to his master as soon as possible and tell him everything. It is that he still hurts early, but nevertheless through the pain, he continued to run to tell about this duel and about the new owner of this territory. He wanted to get rid of this guy. The thought that he had never seen such strong opponents did not leave him. The strength of this guy reaches the highest rank or even stronger. But everything was not so simple. At some point he heard that someone was approaching him. It was Mr. Hyuk. He understood that if he let go of this not a given, he would tell everything to his master, to the bandits, and this should not be allowed. Hyuk's sword has already approached this bandit's face and touched the blade to his skin. Hyuk dealt him a very strong blow, after which this man simply flew off to the side and could not stand on his feet. Goku crashed into a tree and fell to the ground along with this tree. He broke it when he came into contact with it with his body. Hyuk walked closer to him with slow steps and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you go back and report everything that happened here." He could not let go of a person who in the future could cause even more problems in Hokatami and would bear anger at the students of this academy. Therefore, he needed to dispose of it in a parasite. Hyuk made him an offer he couldn't refuse. He said that if this man answered his question honestly, then he would kill him painlessly. He stood over him and waited for this guy to still make the right decision and decide to tell him everything he knows in order to die a painless death. A red-hot poker touched his body and caused great damage to the guy, and he felt incredibly severe pain. He started screaming very loudly in pain. At that moment, his body seemed to be burning from the inside, and he wanted to cover up this pain as quickly as possible. A red-hot poker was placed in a cauldron in which there were very hot coals, and thanks to this, the poker could remain in the same hot state all the time and not cool down. A black masked man stood opposite the chair on which the guy was tied. The man asked if this guy was ready to tell them all the information, but the guy said that he doesn't know anything. The man said that he needed to find out who the bastard was who sent this guy to spy on them. He was ready to go to any lengths to find out this information. The guy repeated once again that he didn't know anything. He said that he arrived in Yunha County as an accompanying person to earn some money, and he doesn't even have any acquaintances here, much less there are no employers here. The masked man turned his head back and looked at another man who had been watching them from the side. All this time he was waiting for his boss's reaction. The boss was clearly dissatisfied with the fact that this guy did not tell anything, and with the expression on his face, she should continue to torture and try to find out as much information as possible from this guy. The masked man began to take out his sword and said that if their interrogation does not move forward, then this is very bad news for the guy who is now being interrogated. The guy began to get angry and could not contain his emotions. He said that if these criminals now do their terrible act, they will regret it. The masked man was very surprised when he heard such a threat from this guy. He even became interested in what exactly could happen, and so he decided to listen to this guy. The guy turned out to be the 4th student of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and he is the first child of the head of Yongjiwon. His name is John Taeyong. He said that his older brother would never forgive these people for their terrible act. The man started laughing when he heard that this guy was threatening him with his older brother, but his smile could not be seen because it was hidden by a black mask. He was not afraid of the threat of this weakling and said that there was no need to worry about it, after which he immediately began to draw his sword from its sheath. He swung his sword and was about to cut off this guy's head. He said that he would send his older brother after John Taeyong. A quick blow of the sword once and for all cleared this guy's head, and he will never be able to harm anyone again. After he cut off his opponent's head, he wiped his sword and hid it in his anklet. I myself watched as the opponent's head rolled on the ground. He was very surprised when he learned that the Great Iron Blood Emperor was involved in this, but he didn't know how reliable the information was. Great Iron Blood Emperor, one of the top 10 Murim Masters, also known as one of the 4 Great Devil Emperors, the late head of the Demon Union Invincible Blood Emperor. He wanted to know if this meant that the Iron Bloody platoon that he leads had subjugated the great power to himself, and that he must be going to absorb not only Yangzhou County but the entire Gansu province. He understood that the disintegrated Demon Alliance would never anger the Murima Alliance at such a time because the Great Iron Blood Emperor is not so stupid. And he understood that moreover they left the Kongtong sect, which was forced to close after the Great War. How did the 8 emperors and the Murim Alliance lose power? This interested him most now. He made a swift leap upward and began to head back home. It was necessary to find out many answers to various questions. But one thing he knew for sure was that Yangzhou County is now in a difficult situation. An old man stood near a tree and touched the trunk of this tree with his hand. The old man raised his head up and asked the gentleman, "How is Leon doing? Well there, and how is he generally feeling?" He continued to hold on to the tree trunk with his hand and said that he thought that by this time he would have joined the master, but he could not, and asked for forgiveness for that. The old man smiled and started laughing. He said that in some amazing way Masong brought him back to life and cured him, and now he hopes that in the future the gentleman will be happy to see the old man nearby. He understood how this skinny little boy who didn't really eat anything and was weak was now able to grow up so quickly. Now that Muzang has returned home, the academy and the entire village are living again, and it seems that thanks to the morning performance they have received about 20 applications to enter the academy. He said that this guy's success makes the old man think that the academy is returning to the old days. Suddenly the old man began to scratch the tree trunk with his fingers and leave marks of his nails on this tree. His body began to shake and tremble nervously. And at that moment the old man said that one guy had recently disappeared and it scared him. He said that this was an unusual boy, and this was his eldest son who went to earn money to save his weak father. The old man began to cry and could not stop his tears. He was indignant about what was happening to this guy now and whether he was starving or lying wounded somewhere. He was worried that he couldn't contact him in any way. Ma Song stood near the wall all this time and eavesdropping on the entire conversation between the old man and the gentleman, understood all the pain and thought about how to help him. He closed his eyes and began to remember very important moments from his life. The lady felt very bad and her face was very pale. It was getting harder and harder for her to speak every day. She called Tyryong and Taeho. Near her bed were her sons, and the rest of the students were all very worried about the mistress's condition, but the girl told her sons that they were still very young. She told her children that she was very sorry that their mom was leaving them so early, but that they should know this and be prepared. She turned her head towards the older student and called his name Muzang. At that time he was still a teenager. But even at this age he was already the oldest student, and he understood that the lady would now give him some kind of assignment before her death. She took his hand with her cold fingers and asked him to listen to her last request and fulfill it. He understood that this was a very important moment for him because now the lady would give him her last dying request and he was preparing to hear anything.
Los chicos inmediatamente comenzaron a discutir e Il-seok casi se pelea primero pero su amigo lo detuvo.
So the lady asked Muzang to take care of her children after she died because she is afraid for them and wants to know that they will be okay, but for this Muzang must treat them as his brothers.
De hecho, los cazadores de dragones tienen muchos aliados y enemigos, y uno de ellos eran los sirvientes dragones, los apóstoles del dios maligno. El líder pensó que si alguien de Nek penetraba en la academia,
Muzang tried to be strong and not show his weakness to his younger brothers, but at that moment he could not hold back his tears and began to cry. He promised the lady that he would fulfill her request. She smiled at him and also started crying. After that she said that thanks to Muzang she can now safely close her eyes. He was sitting at the table and in front of him was a white sheet of paper. To his right was a paintbrush. He took the brush in his right hand and said that after the Great Evil War, he promised himself countless times that he would never contact them again. At that moment he dipped his brush into black ink and began to soak it so that it was saturated with this ink. Muzang began to draw characters on a white sheet using his brush. He drew out each hieroglyph and tried to draw it as clearly and beautifully as possible. When he finished writing he said that the scammers targeting Yangzhou County and the missing fourth brother are now the main problems, and now is not the time to worry about accidents. Muzang put his brush on the table and finished the painting process. On a white sheet of paper he wrote a request and asked to keep it secret and signed this letter with the pseudonym White Tiger. When the morning came the weather was wonderful outside. It was very warm and the bright sun was shining. It was very pleasant to be outside. A stinking beggar ran along the main street of the city and sang different songs with bad words. He ran and waved the spoon that was in his hand. People looked at this crazy man and covered their nose with their hands because he stank incredibly strongly. He continued running down the street and waving his spoon. He behaved disgustingly and scared away the people who were next to him. When this stinking beggar ran up to a retail store that sold alcohol, they immediately splashed him with water from a bucket and asked him to shut up. The girl poured all the water and her bucket on the stinking beggar and said that if he walked near her shop, he would scare away all the visitors and destroy her business. The husband began to scold his wife for the fact that she just poured water on this guy and he might turn out to be from a gang of beggars, and the wife began to scold her husband for the fact that such stinking people cannot be forgiven for their stupid actions. The beggar reacted very positively to the fact that this woman poured water on him. He said that thanks to her he now has a clean face and smiled. He opened his mouth and began to breathe on the woman and her husband. They at that moment almost died from the terrible smell. The beggar said that it would be nice if the woman poured a cup of rice wine into his mouth. Muzang at that moment passed by this beggar hooligan and calmed him down a little and pushed this beggar with his hand. The beggar fell to the ground and hit his head. He did not expect that one of the people who were present on the street could push him. He lay on the ground and thought that he was very angry at such an unexpected act towards the bully who had just pushed him. He pushed himself off the ground with his hands and jumped up to get to his feet. The beggar was good at martial arts and was able to spin around his axis several times in the air and land on the ground with his feet. He began to turn his head in different directions to look for the person who had just dared to push him, but he did not see anyone who could do this. He tried to find at least some person who looked like a warrior or hooligans, but there was no one here. There were only merchants and women. He could not find anyone suspicious in this crowd. It was very strange for him because he is a beggar of the fifth group and could not feel the presence of this man until he touched his back. Suddenly he saw a white sheet in his hand and realized that it was a letter, but he didn't even notice how this letter was handed to him, and he realized that the person who pushed him was a great martial artist. He began to look at this white leaf and try to understand where it came from here. But as soon as he looked closely, he saw a very important hieroglyph in the upper left corner of this letter. The beggar immediately hid this letter in the inner pocket of his shirt and began to run. He realized that the mysterious code was written on this letter. He began to make quick and swift jumps, pushing off from wall to wall and jumping on the roofs of houses. The beggar at that moment thought that he urgently had to tell everything to the elder. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She was shocked when she saw that this beggar is actually a very strong master. She said that her husband was right when he tried to stop her. After all, this beggar actually turned out to be a master from a gang of beggars. The gentleman was very angry and squeezed the glass with his fist and broke it when he learned the bad news about his subordinate. He was furious because one of his best warriors could not cope with this academy student, and the servant said that this is exactly what happened. The servant said that this news had already captured the whole of Yangzhou, and the whole city was talking about the fights, and the popularity of the martial arts academy was just beginning to grow more. "Mr. Ask your servant what is heard about Gokchigel now." The servant answered his master that after the fight, he suddenly disappeared and perhaps he ran away fearing punishment from his master. The gentleman was very angry but still behaved quite calmly. He began to wipe his hand with a white towel from the glass that had stuck to his palm and said that he needed to catch Gokchegel and bring him back. The servant lowered his head down and agreed with the master's decision, after which he asked what they should do now with the Dragon and Tiger Combat Academy. The master called one of his very important servant, whose name was Yang Sot, and after this name was pronounced out loud, the servant immediately appeared out of nowhere in this room. Yang Sot was the most famous killer called the Phantom Killer from Guangdong City. When someone called his name, people immediately began to panic because his stealth and assassination techniques scared people. The gentleman asked Yang Sot what could he do with this guy. Yang Sot said that Gokchegel was most likely defeated in the battle because he is a second-rank fighter and they are now dealing with a serious martial artist. But he still called a backup plan and knew how to solve this problem. People usually paid him a lot of money for his unexpected solutions to problems. He smiled and said that everything would change if they ambushed and unexpectedly attacked this martial artist. The gentleman slowly began to scratch his beard and think that this guy is right to some extent. Then it sounds very interesting. The gentleman proposed to take advantage of Hyuk Muzang's absence and at this time destroy the academy, leaving nothing of it. Yang asked the gentleman how they will force him to leave Hyuk Muzang Academy. He said that first you need to scare him so much that this guy leaves to solve some problem and then he has to come back and shed tears of blood. The gentleman suggested that Yang Sot strike this martial artist from behind and end his life once and for all. An adult man was walking past the academy in the morning and suddenly saw Hyuk Muzang. The man was happy and started running towards this guy, and Muzang at that moment was just under the metal street. The man said that the guy as usual together with his students cleaned the street and it would be better for them to entrust this task to someone else. Muzang reassured the man and said that he had been doing this business since a young age and there was nothing shameful in it. The man said that the young master was very hardworking. The man continued to praise this guy and said that in his youth he was exactly the same. But at that moment a girl was looking at them from the window of the building from the second floor and she carefully watched. She looked at this guy and couldn't take her eyes off him and didn't understand why she wanted to look at him. The woman turned to the young lady and said that the lady had already been sitting here for 2 days, and the woman did not understand what she was waiting for. She looked out the window and asked the woman her opinion on whether people can change. The woman was a little stupid and didn't quite understand what exactly her mistress was asking. The young lady explained that people's character changes over time. This guy was so quiet, cold as ice. But now she looks at him and can't look away because now he smiles widely, greets everyone and talks nicely as if he were a different person. Woman, what usually happens when a person is on the verge of death? The lady looked at her interlocutor and she absolutely did not like this answer because she wanted to hear something more important. The woman immediately began to make excuses and said that many people say that people change before death and she does not know other reasons why character may change. Hyuk Muzang heard some strange female screams on the second floor of the building and turned his attention to this window which was located on the second floor. The young mistress got angry at the woman who said various nonsense instead of helping, and hit her head on the table with all her might. Muzang and the man with whom he was talking suddenly raised their heads up and saw that a kite tied to a long rope had now flown into the sky. This kite was flying very high, and I wondered who decided to fly this kite into the air. But suddenly Muzang realized that this was a sign, and now it was time to move forward. He smiled and bowed to the man with whom he had just spoken and said that he needed to leave because he had business to do, and asked for a sign when the man had any problems. A woman was trying to raise her head after she had just been hit, and she was rubbing her hand on a lump that had appeared on her head. Muzang gave the broom to his student and said that he needed to leave and would return soon. The young lady asked this woman not to look at this master openly and to hide before he noticed them.
El comentario de Lee Gibon solo enfureció a Han Manu. Entrecerró los ojos preparándose para atacar verbalmente.
The women didn't understand. Why would the precious treasure of Murong, the young mistress from the greatest Murim family, keep an eye on such an ordinary guy? The lady blushed at this moment and felt embarrassed about what was happening here. She said that she wasn't keeping an eye on him and just didn't have time to prepare yet. Suddenly I heard some strange noise on the street and saw something unusual and immediately turned my attention. The young lady immediately jumped up from her chair and began to look out the window to understand what was happening below. She said that now there is some very strange man downstairs, and she has never seen him here before, and does not understand what he is doing here. The man slowly shifted from foot to foot and walked towards the academy. He was dressed in black clothes. The student was sweeping the street at that moment and was very surprised when he saw this strange man here. Yang Sot was dressed all in black. He put his hand into the inner pocket of his clothes and said that it was very surprising to look at how worthless this combat academy looked. The student looked at the stranger and asked him who he was. He immediately thought that this man looked dangerous and appeared immediately after his older brother left. Yang Soti said that it was immediately clear that this guy was barely above the third rank. For him it was strange that this boy defeated Gokchegel. The student began to threaten this man with his broom and tried to find out his name. He lowered his broom and said that if this stranger is looking for a fight, then he better leave immediately because their academy does not accept any challenges. Yang Sot began to laugh and devalue the words of this student because it was the young idiot who now made him laugh a lot.
Distraído por el movimiento, el hombre notó un trapeador volando justo encima de su cabeza y perdió la concentración.
Yang Sot made a quick dash towards this student and began to accumulate energy in his fist. His right fist was charged with purple energy, and he punched the student straight in the stomach with all his strength and broke his wooden broom. The student could not believe that the stranger would be so strong and would want to hit him with his fist without warning. The students heard a loud strange noise on the street and immediately left the house to understand what the problem was. They saw that the second brother who had just received a blow was sitting on the floor in the yard, and the gate that was closed was now broken, and there was a lot of smoke near the gate. The second student felt a very strong pain in his stomach, and his mouth immediately filled with blood. He spat out this blood on the floor and started coughing. It was very difficult for him to hold back such pain. Yang Sot said that he will not do a duel with such a weak opponent because for the duel they must be at least the same level. He entered the territory of this combat academy and called all the students here crawling weak insects that he would now crush with one blow. The students immediately took a fighting stance and began to defend themselves. They did not understand where you came from, this arrogant idiot who decided to attack them. The old man ordered to immediately stop all this chaos and shut up absolutely everyone. He shouted that the power level of Dragon and Tiger Academy may be very low, but they are still part of the Murim Alliance. If this person does not want to create problems for himself, he should leave here immediately. Yang Sot hit himself in the face with his palm and started laughing using sarcasm. He said that he was very scared and he was afraid of the Murim Alliance. But then he removed his hand from his face and showed his smile and said that he had no other choice and he must start the battle. The students saw that their opponent had just disappeared very quickly, as if he had not been in front of them. Yang Sot teleported behind the old man and swung his sword, but before he struck he said that he had to kill. He laughed very loudly and said that he should kill everyone who is here in this academy. Not far from the city there was a mountainous area that was invisible due to the forest that surrounded it. A man in dirty torn clothes was lying on a tree branch and was sleeping. He felt great when he was lying on this branch. This man slept so soundly that every time he exhaled air from his nose, he blew a big bubble from his snot. When this bubble reached its maximum size, it burst and made a small explosion. Suddenly this man heard a noise not far from his tree, and said that the man who had just arrived was late. Muzang said that he came on time and was late. The beggar who is now lying on the tree. He said that 10 days had already passed since he sent the letter, and this person should have responded much earlier. The tramp jumped down from the tree branch and said that judging by the bad manners of this young guy, he is the white tiger who sent the letter. This tramp was actually the leader of a gang of beggars, and he was a divine beggar nicknamed the Phantom Mask. Phantom Mask asked the guy where he had been for the last 2 years after the war because he could not find any traces of this boy. Muzang asked the man if he had any special reason for looking for him and said that they no longer had common business. But the tramp did not agree and thought differently, so he now looked at his interlocutor in disbelief. Hyuk Muzang said that it is very suspicious that the Phantom Mask came to meet no one and brought people with him. The tramp began to straighten his mustache and scratch his beard. He said that he wanted to keep it a secret, but this man who came here received the letter before him. Suddenly another very strong man jumped off the tree and landed loudly on the ground. This man was also a member of a gang of beggars. He was from a special forces unit, and when he landed on the ground he said that the white tiger's feelings were still sharp. Hyuk Muzang immediately recognized this man and said that he did not expect to see number 8 here. But number 8 didn't want to waste time. He immediately clenched his fist to strike and said that he wouldn't waste time chatting then. He began to accumulate energy in his fist and said that it was time to see if White Tiger had improved his skills during the time they had not seen each other. He pushed off from the ground and made a rapid jump upward, after which it was hard to see him. He very quickly began to fly towards this guy, putting his fist forward and wanting to strike him as soon as possible. Hyuk stood calmly in place and did not move. He waited for his opponent to get as close as possible in order to fight back. He saw that his enemy's fist was already very close to his face, but still did nothing and just stood motionless. A very strong explosion occurred in the forest, and this explosion was visible even from afar. Hyuk grabbed this guy's fist with his palm and prevented him from striking. Hyuk grabbed this guy's fist with his hand and blocked his blow, but the force of the blow still missed him and holes appeared on the ground. Number 8 was very surprised when he saw how strong this boy had become during the time they had not seen each other. Hyuk looked at this thug incredulously and waited for what else this big guy would want to do. Number 8 suddenly smiled and slowly began to laugh. He was very pleased to see this guy in battle. He smiled and immediately began to hug the boy as if he were the most beloved person in his life, and he said that he was very glad that the boy grew up and became a real white tiger, and he was glad that Hyuk was alive. Muzang removed his hand from his shoulder and said that men don't hug. If someone sees this, they will think that they are very close friends. Number 8 stepped back and said that Hyuk upset him because he used to be the closest person to him out of all 4 guards. Muzang had already forgotten the passing of time, and just now number 8 actually reminded him of those times when there were still 4 guards. He does not remember those times very positively and clearly remembers that he could not call anyone his friend then. Suddenly I saw something very strange and immediately drew my attention to it. Hyuk raised his head up and saw that the Phantom Mask was now flying straight at head number 8 and wanted to kick. He struck number 8 with his foot and blood immediately started flowing from the thug's nose. The Phantom Mask said that no one should create a gust of wind in front of his teacher, and at that age he should be covered in dust. Number 8 took his head with his hand, turned his head towards the master, and said that he was so glad when he found out that his old friend had returned whom he thought was dead, and did not understand why the greatest master of a gang of beggars should be so stingy. The Ghost Mask said that because of number 8 the new clothes that he had not worn for 2 years were covered with dust, and number 8 still dares to call his master stingy. Hyuk said that he was very surprised because he didn't expect that number 8 was a student of the Ghost Mask. The tramp smiled and threw back the rag. He said that he was embarrassed to talk about it, but number 8 is his only student, and he used to think that this guy would become a little more reasonable after completing a few tasks. Number 8 spat bloody saliva from his mouth and said that he had been working as a beggar for a long time and understood that for many this could be surprising. He started scratching himself outside the city and said that he looks good and no one will say about him that he is a beggar because he takes care of his appearance regularly. Hyuk and the tramp thought that number 8 was just making a very stupid joke and therefore decided not to react to his words. Muzang turned to the tramp again and said that he had one question, and the tramp replied that he was ready to answer this question. Number 8 started to get angry that they were both ignoring him. Hyuk Musana said that 6 years ago the tramp promised to come to his aid 3 times and asked if he was finally ready to fulfill his promise. The tramp at that moment began to feel awkward because he was surprised that the boy still remembered this promise. Hyuk said that if the tramp refuses now he can forget about this promise forever. The tramp said that he never takes back his words and keeps his promises. Therefore, whatever it is, he wants to know what the help is and he will completely take care of it. Hyuk asked this man if he was sure of his abilities and would be ready to complete the task that he would now be asked to do. Musang smiled and said that the tramp had just promised that he would take care of it completely, that is, no matter what he would complete this task. The tramp began to look at this guy in fear because he understood that the task that we would now be given would most likely be very difficult, but he could no longer refuse his words. The weather was beautiful and the sun was shining very bright, completing the day. Yang Sot swung his sword in different directions and launched very fast attacks at the young students, trying to kill them. The students watched this guy and were shocked because they didn't understand where he came from here and why he wanted to kill them. After all, they didn't do anything bad to him. The old man understood that now only he can protect his students from this vile killer who came to their house with a ball. Yang Sot said that he was very surprised to see how the old man blocked his blows and suggested that this grandfather fights better than his students. He told his grandfather that now he would have to go into an accelerated form of battle in order to defeat this old man. He didn't understand where this guy was constantly disappearing and saw that this technique was inferior only to warriors of the highest rank, and he couldn't keep track of his opponent. Yang Sot laughed very loudly and gloated over the fact that the old man could not notice him. He said that grandfather now has a very funny expression on his face because he was confused because of such an easy trick. He stopped next to his ear. Being behind him, he said that this old man is a real disappointment for any warrior. He no longer wanted to endure the ridicule of this scoundrel and decided to strike him, but when he turned around, this enemy was no longer there. Yang Sot appeared behind him again and said that the old man was moving very slowly. It would be nice for him to concentrate a little so that the fight would become at least a little more interesting. One of the students could not stand it and raised his sword up. He said that no one should insult the teacher.
El héroe indignado golpeó al maestro en la cabeza y le preguntó por qué sería su alumno.
The next student decided to help his brother and immediately jumped behind the enemy and decided to stab him with his sword directly in the back in order to pierce him. But Yang Sot was a very experienced warrior and masterfully mastered martial arts, so he was easily able to dodge 2 blows at once and continue the battle. Yang Sot began to laugh louder and louder because this battle looked very touching to him, and he treated this fight as a performance that entertained him. He said that even if all these weaklings united in yours, they would not be able to stop such a wild dog. After he shouted this phrase, he began to make many very fast attacks. The student understood that he was not able to see this enemy due to the fact that he was moving very quickly, but he felt the damage that had just been dealt to him. The elder brother always told them that it doesn't matter how strong he is, and because if enemies attack in his absence, it will be the end for the academy, and in other words, the students must become stronger in order to learn to defend themselves.
Después de escuchar la explicación, el asesino fantasma simplemente permaneció en silencio durante este tenso momento pensando en la situación.
It started to infuriate him that he couldn't do anything in this situation and felt like a weakling, but suddenly a girl appeared in one day. She touched his back with her palm and magical energy began to be released from her palm. He felt that some strange sensations appeared in his body. His chest began to glow with a bright light, but he did not know what it was. The second student turned sharply to see who was behind him now. He was very scared because he didn't know what kind of person touched his back. The girl asked this guy not to be surprised because she didn't do anything wrong and only improved his circulation of internal energy chi. He asked her who she was and where she came from. Not every person would want to participate in such a bloody battle. Yang Sot continued to move very quickly in space and strike his opponents from different sides so that they could not understand where exactly he was. The 3 of them fought off many more blows and heard only the voice of this killer who said that he could not understand who to kill first. Yang Sot initially proposed to kill the old man forever so it would be easiest. The historian at that moment began to look around in fear. Then Ian suggested killing the younger student because it would be very easy because he was the most inexperienced and he would stop getting in the way. But in the end he said that it would be best if he first killed the older student because then there would be the least amount of problems and suggested that they discuss this themselves. one of the students began to scream very loudly because he could no longer withstand such psychological stress. Taeho shouted that he didn't want them to play such terrible games and said that they couldn't be scared by these words, and if he really was over there then let him attack, and decided in battle. Night fell on this day. There was a full moon and there were few clouds in the sky, but the stars were shining very brightly. He swung his blade and said that he was very glad that the lucky one who was about to die chose his fate. Yang Sot decided to attack this child from the back because it would be the easiest way to kill him, and he definitely doesn't suspect that someone might attack him from behind. The old man ordered this vile man to stop and not commit murder. But unexpectedly for everyone, that same girl appeared between them and was able to stop the sword of this killer just using 2 of her fingers. The young mistress was the only one who saw this guy all this time and understood that he needed to be stopped immediately before he actually killed one of these cute students. Yang Sot was very surprised when he saw a girl in front of him who was able to stop his attack. He did not expect that someone as strong as him could appear here. She said that the Howl is very brave but unfortunately incredibly stupid, and this is the most important problem that will destroy him. She began to rotate his sword, and thanks to this rotation the blade began to bend. Yang Sot understood that his hand was now rotating along with this blade, and he was experiencing incredibly severe pain. She spun his hand so many times that suddenly his sword simply burst and shattered into many small pieces, and a bloody circle appeared in the air. The young lady said that this guy has no right to attack the academy associated with the Murim Alliance, and right in front of her eyes. Yang Sot began to scream very loudly in pain because he had just lost his arm, and he could not even imagine that the course of the battle would unfold in such a way that he would receive damage. Yang fell to the ground and was bleeding. His hand exploded and nothing was left of it except bloody traces, and the students at that moment looked in fear at the wounded warrior. The young mistress approached this vile man and stepped on his chest with her foot in order to show him her dominance over him and cause him even more pain. She said in a quiet, calm voice that she wanted to hear something from him. The lady asked this man to give at least one reason why she should not cut off his head right now, and said that she knew that he was the phantom killer Yang Sot. Despite the fact that he was now at a disadvantage, he would have been better off being polite. He still continued to remain vile and began to call this girl names. She said that he chose the worst answer that could be said, and he just made his choice. The young lady took out her sword and waved her hand to strike. She said that Yang Sot deserves to die. The blade of her sword was already approaching his neck, and he understood that he did not have long to live, and now he would lose his head. The old man shouted very loudly and ordered this lady to stop immediately and not commit murder. The blade of her ball stopped near the neck of this bastard. This meant that she listened to the old man's words and did not cut off his head, but she was able to leave a small cut on his neck. Taeho, who was standing behind everyone at that moment, did not understand why his father decided to stop this valiant lady. The old man very politely in a quiet voice asked this lady to spare this man and asked if she could do it. The girl didn't understand why this old man decided to stop her, and what was the reason for his request to spare this vile bastard who just wanted to kill his students' sons. Taeho went up to his father and asked why he asked this lady not to kill the stranger. After all, if it weren't for her, they would all be dead already. The old man said that he remembers this and asked his son to listen to him. At that moment, the old man continued to hold the sword in his right hand, and his hand was shaking very much. He tried to explain that he was asking not to kill this person, and they were doing it because he was sorry and she was another reason. The lady immediately understood what the motive of this old man was and why he asked not to kill him. She said the old man was just afraid of the consequences. She understood that the haircut was already an experienced adult. He understood perfectly well that this stranger who came here with a sword might not be alone, and if he was killed, new problems would arise. The old man lowered his head down and closed his eyes. It was very difficult for him to admit that the lady was right, so he said that he had nothing more to say. The lady kept the blade of her sword near the neck of this scumbag all this time and tried to restrain herself not to cut off his head. Yang Sot started laughing loudly and acting like crazy. In the evening, he couldn't believe his ears, and it seemed to him that this was the funniest reason not to kill him. She sheathed the sword and replied that if the old man asks her not to kill this bastard, then it would be wise to leave him alive. She lifted her leg from his chest, and at that very second he thought that everything was over and again began to behave on needles. He asked this girl not to make any more noise and not to disturb him. The The lady said that she wouldn't leave this bastard behind so quickly, and now she needs to interrogate him to find out who sent him here. Yang Sot only now realized that she raised her foot not to remove it but to strike him in the chest with her boots. She began to break his chest and inflict heavy blows on him so that he would understand that no one would play with him here anymore. Yang Sot could not even think that this mistress would be so cruel, and after she hit him in the chest with her boots, he immediately began coughing up blood. The lady turned to the old man and the young guys who had been standing behind her all this time. She apologized to them for the fact that she forgot to introduce herself. The lady smiled and said that she was Murong Gamwa, and she is the senior patrol officer of the Northern Command of the Murim Alliance. She was often called the Heavenly Sword Goddess. They were all incredibly shocked when they found out that the real Heavenly Sword Goddess was now standing in front of them. The elder brother was still in the forest and talking with the tramp about his task. The tramp tried to clarify all the rules of the task that he needed to do, and he said that if his task was to find the child of Zhang Taryong, then it would not be difficult for him. Hyuk Muzang said that even a small hint will be enough. If the tramp manages to find him, there will be real happiness, and he will fulfill his promise. Number 8 suddenly intervened in their dialogue and said that finding some boy for the teacher would not be difficult, and the guy would still have 2 more requests that the teacher must fulfill. And he asked to give these 2 requests for himself. Hyuk said that this is not just any ordinary person, this is an extremely important task, and this guy must be found as soon as possible. The tramp hit his student in the face with his fist and said that the person he needed to find was most likely very important. He said that equating 1 request with 3 is wrong, and he will consider this task as 1 task. Hyuk Muzang said that he doesn't mind, but the most important thing for him now is to find this guy, and he said that he will wait for news from the tramp. But before the guy left, the tramp stopped him and wanted to ask 1 more question before they parted. The tramp asked the white tiger does he really believe that the war is over. The tramp felt that his student was now standing behind him and ordered him to lower his fists until he was beaten. Hyuk Muzang stopped and stood silently for a few seconds because he needed to think about his answer. He turned his head towards the tramp and said that this did not concern him, and he asked no longer to involve him in the affairs of the Murim Alliance. Suddenly Hyuk Muzang made a very fast leap upward and disappeared. He moved so fast that the tramp, his student, didn't even have time to notice how this guy disappeared. The tramp said that he could not even think that the white tiger was so strong. He wondered if this guy was so strong forever. He patted his student on the hand and said that in general number 8 will be responsible for this task, and he must find the child that Hyuk Muzang just talked about. Number 8 was finally able to calm down because the teacher entrusted him with some important task for the first time. But at such an important moment he began to act like a fool, and instead of agreeing to this task, he began to imitate the white tiger and said that he did not want them to involve him in their affairs.
La maestra preguntó irritada si el niño lo estaba escuchando con atención o si estaba pensando en otra cosa.
Hyuk Muzang returned back to the academy only when evening came, and he slowly walked up to the doors and began to open them. When he went inside and into the courtyard of the academy, he saw something very strange and did not understand what happened here during his absence. A guy was sitting on the floor and wiping away the blood that remained after today's battle with a rag. Hyuk Muzang ran up to the younger student and immediately began asking him about what happened here. The student tried to explain the whole situation that happened this afternoon, but he did it very poorly, and Hyuk Muzang understood practically nothing from the younger student's story. He cupped his cheeks and started asking if anything on his body hurt after the fight or what happened to the other students or the lady who came here today. He clenched his fists tightly and said that he was too careless and thought that there would be no problems if he left for a while, but he was wrong. The student said that the second brother was slightly wounded, but the rest were also in danger, and until the older patrolman showed up and everything was very bad, but then the lady called herself the main patrol of the Murim Alliance and she defeated the enemy. Hyuk was very surprised when hear that there was a senior patrolman of the Murim Alliance here, and did not understand why a high-ranking official would enter the Rural Combat Academy. The boy said she was just passing by. Hyuk Muzang began to scratch his beard and said that he did not think that the authorized person from the Murim Alliance was noble enough to do such an act out of concern for Gansu. Hyuk said that no matter what, first he should thank her and asked where this girl is now, and the student replied that she is now drinking tea with her father. Hyuk said that he would go to the house and ask the younger student to finish as soon as possible and go rest. At that moment the lamps were burning in the house. It was very cozy. The father and the guests were having a very nice conversation. The old man immediately recognized the woman who was sitting opposite him He said that she was the same Papa Somamai, the warrior of the dragon staff and one of the 100 best masters of Murim. He started laughing when he found out who was sitting at his table now and said that he couldn't even think that members of the highest Murim circle would help them and the academy would be blessed. Papak Somamai said that this old man was right and her mistress personally offered them help and they should be forever grateful for this. But suddenly this woman felt very strong pain and started screaming. Her face immediately turned red. Morong Gamwa kicked her assistant to shut her up. Morong, she said that her friend sometimes says all sorts of stupid things. And in fact the girl came here to simply do her job as a senior patrolman. Morong decided to change the topic and said that the tea was simply great. The old man stood up from the table and said that Papak Somamai was right and he was obliged to pay something for the mercy of the lady who saved their lives. He bowed and said that he again thanks this beautiful girl for being next to them at this difficult moment and saving them. They were very surprised when they saw that the old man actually decided to thank them again and began to feel awkward. Suddenly they all heard the voice of an older student who had just entered the house and was looking for the old man. The old man shouted to his senior student that he was in this room and invited him to the table. Hyuk Muzang entered the room with a joyful smile on his face and said that he heard that their savior was here today. But when he saw this girl in front of him, he immediately turned pale and felt uneasy. The old man said that he was very glad that Muzang came and asked him to introduce himself to the girls. After all, they are patrolmen of the Murim Alliance, which works in the north. Muzang suddenly began to turn pale and clench his fists, and for some reason he suddenly became very angry and his body was shaking. Moruin got up from the table as soon as she saw this guy's reaction and realized that it would be better for her to approach him. She walked slowly towards him. The old man was watching this girl and didn't understand what was happening now, and why there was such a tense atmosphere between her and the senior student. She stood directly opposite him and looked into his eyes, and at that moment he clenched his fists and did not pay attention to her. Morong called this guy a white tiger in a quiet, gentle female voice and looked into his eyes. She took his face with her palms and began to gently touch his cheeks with her fingers. The girl could not hold back her tears and started crying. She said that she finally saw him. Morong behaved very strangely and could not restrain her emotions. Usually she had never been seen to behave like this, but now she hugged Hyuk Muzang in front of everyone. The girl said that she was incredibly happy because she was able to meet him, and tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Suddenly memories from the past began to pop up in his head. The wind that day was very strong, but it was warm, and blew leaves from the trees and bent the green grass. Her hair flew in the wind and floated in the air in beautiful curls. She held his hand with her palm, and there was a chemistry of love between them at that moment. Morong was crazy happy at that moment and was constantly smiling. She straightened her hair behind her ear with her hand and called him a white tiger. The lady continued to hug this guy, and her reaction was unexpected for absolutely everyone who was in this room, and they did not understand what was happening here now. Hyuk Muzang took her shoulders with his hands. He very sharply pushed this girl away from him and looked into her wet eyes. He wanted to tell her something very important. Hyuk Muzang told the lady in a cold, quiet voice that his next words might sound very rude, but she clearly confused him with someone. She was absolutely not ready for such an answer and did not understand how she now needed to react to the words of this guy. Hyuk didn't want the lady to be offended by him, but he tried to explain the situation and said that he didn't know important people like the senior patrolman from the Murim Alliance. Merjin tried to touch him again and said that she did not understand this guy's behavior, and she didn't understand why the white tiger was acting so distant now. He folded his hands and bowed to this lady, so that she would understand that he was not joking. Hyuk said that he was told information that the lady saved their academy from a great threat, and he is grateful to her for her kindness. She again took his hand with her hand and asked why he was acting so strangely now and continued to make his unfunny jokes. She tried to explain to him that they knew each other not before and he should remember her because she is number 5 and he cannot pretend to be a stranger after 5 years of being in hell. Hyuk closed his eyes and didn't want to listen to anything anymore from this mistress. She was already starting to irritate him with her constant questions and touches. He threw her hand aside and freed his hand. The guy pointedly showed that he did not want her to touch him. Hyuk confidently stood on his feet and did not move. He asked this girl to immediately stop these inquiries. Hyuk Muzang said that he had already made it clear that he did not know her and that she had confused him with someone else. He asked her, do all important people always impose their opinions so vehemently? At that moment Moruin wanted to cry again, but this time she wanted to cry not because she was happy and glad to see him, because he was so cold towards her and did not recognize her. Hyuk Musang said that he did not know her and had never seen her before and therefore asked him to never bring up this issue again.
Minsu miró a todos con sospecha tratando de sentir un poco la atmósfera reinante y anticipar el desarrollo de los acontecimientos.
The woman at that moment also could not stand still calmly because she was very worried about the young mistress who was now offended by this guy. The old man could not observe this whole situation with indifference and began to shout at the senior student for behaving disrespectfully towards this cute girl who saved their academy today. He clenched his fist very tightly and said that even the animals recognized the help they received from their saviors, but his senior disciple is now acting very rude and ungrateful. The old man said that the guy was behaving very disrespectfully, and he didn't like it because he had never taught his students such disgusting behavior and asked him to quickly apologize to the girl and get out of here. For a moment the room became very quiet, there was a very tense atmosphere, and everyone froze in anticipation of what Hyuk Musang would do now. He did not want to admit his guilt for his action, but he had no other choice and therefore he had to apologize to the girl for losing control of his emotions and losing his temper. He bowed to her and said that he deeply regretted his disrespectful attitude towards the senior patrolman and humbly asked her to forget the inconvenience caused. She said that this would be the best way out of the situation and agreed that now they would simply forget this moment. Hyuk thanked the girl for her understanding. But at that moment she said that he wanted to hear this. But in fact she does not agree to just let go of this situation. He raised his head up and looked at her in surprise because it seemed to him that solving this problem would not be so difficult. She waved her fist and said that she would not forgive him for this moment, and he must now feel the pain that she had just experienced. She hit him with her fist with all her might and he flew out of the room and broke the wall with his back. He began to slide along the ground and lost control over his body and control over the situation that had just happened. When he finally stopped lying on the ground, he wiped his mouth with his hand and saw that blood was flowing from his mouth. Morong came out of the house and said that she was very angry with him because he suddenly disappeared and she was worried to death about him, and after 2 years when she was finally able to find him and came to visit him he was acting like a creep. She was incredibly angry with him for meeting her so badly and trying to prove to her that they didn't know each other. She said that if he hoped that she would do that she was mistaken and confused him with someone then he was mistaken. Merjin was incredibly angry with him for such an act and said that she would not forgive this bastard for such a terrible attitude towards her. Papak at that moment felt incredible shame for the young mistress and asked her to calm down and think about her honor. The old man at that moment tried to calm his student. Hyuk once again tried to explain to her that he is not the white tiger and has never met her before and he does not understand what she is talking about. Morong could no longer listen to his lies and began to shout at him and claim that he would not be able to deceive her even if he really wanted to. She said that she knows him in all states and knows what he is like in anger, in joy, or in sadness. His speech habits are familiar to her and she has not forgotten him. But she still doesn't understand why he continues to insist that he doesn't know her and pretends that he is not the white tiger. He lowered his head down and just continued to sit silently saying nothing. Answering her questions, he continued to treat her like a stranger. Morong wiped her tears with her right hand and said that if he likes to ignore her and play that they don't know each other then so be it. She turned her head to the old man and said that she had one very important question for the teacher and would like to clarify it right now. He said that the lady can ask any question. Morong asked the teacher if she could stay overnight at their academy for a few more days. When Hyuk heard this, he immediately turned pale and wanted to fall into the ground. The old man was very surprised when he heard that the lady wanted to stay with them at the academy after such a loud conflict. Papak was also incredibly surprised by the unexpected choice of the young mistress. After all, they had already paid for an expensive tavern to spend the night. Hyuk Musang at that moment asked in a trembling voice what exactly the young lady was up to and why she decided to stay at the academy.
Este sonido fue tan devastador. Inmediatamente me dolió la mente y me nubló la conciencia.
She said that she was not going to give up until she fully appreciated the whole situation and found out why the white tiger was ignoring her. The old man began to slowly scratch his beard with his hand and said that the young mistress leaves him no choice and he is forced to leave her to live at the academy. He smiled and said that Dragon Tiger Academy is part of the Murim Alliance and according to their vow any high-ranking representative can find shelter within their walls, and if this place does not bother her then she can stay here as long as she wants. Morong was delighted when she heard such a decision from the teacher and felt that victory was on her side, but at that moment Hyuk on the contrary began to get angry with the teacher or understood why the old man allowed her to live here. Morong thanked the teacher for his kindness and for agreeing to accommodate her at the academy, and the old man invited the girl to come with him so that he would personally show her her room. He watched the mistress and the teacher slowly go to the academy and couldn't believe that all this had actually just happened. Hyuk hit himself in the face with his hand and sighed very heavily because he understood that today was a very difficult day for him. Hyuk felt that now number 8 was sitting behind him on the roof and asked this thug, and was it necessary to tell this girl that the white tiger was again in the city. He scratched his head and apologized to the white tiger because he didn't think that everything would turn out exactly like this. It seemed to him that not 3 of them could go and drink alcohol after this meeting. He jumped down and said that he could not hide this information from her because she had been traveling the world for 2 years in search of a white tiger, and everyone thought that the guy was dead and tried to dissuade her from searching. Number 8 said that he had never seen number 5 so unhappy before, and he wanted to help her somehow. The thug saw the dissatisfied reaction of the white tiger and realized that the situation could not be corrected so easily now, so he took out a bottle of alcohol and opened it. He poured rice wine into his mouth and asked the white tiger why did he behave so strangely towards her. Number 8 asked the white tiger was his reaction to the lady related to his meeting with that guy. Hyuk tensed at this moment. He immediately ran up to number 8 and covered his chatty mouth with his hand so that he would no longer say anything unnecessary. Hyuk said that number 8, you need to watch your words and beware of the consequences that may happen, and at that moment his eyes began to glow red. Hyuk Musang grabbed the wine bottle with his hand and said that number 8 is the only one in the whole world who knows that Hyuk met him. Hyuk kept this guy's mouth closed for so long that he gradually began to choke, and finally the guy said that if number 5 finds out about this meeting, then number 8 will be to blame. He removed his hand from his mouth, apologized for squeezing his face very tightly, and said that he got a little excited after that. The guy thought that he needed to rest. Number 8 asked the guy did he really get such an incredible chance and just decide to ignore it. Hyuk thanked the big man for the bottle of rice wine and said that he could not ignore his friend's generosity, and then left. Number 8 saw how the guy had just made a jump and disappeared again very quickly. He shouted after him that this bottle of wine was a very important jewel for him because he was having a hard time. Beautiful teachers. Number 8 started screaming very loudly that Hyuk is a scumbag because he just stole his bottle of wine that the thug had been trying to steal for so long. It was very dark and cold in one of the rooms of the academy, and strange sounds were heard from this room. Yang Sot was sitting on the floor and his body was tied to a wooden post so that he could not escape. He lowered his head down and thought that today was the most terrible day of his life, and at that moment blood was dripping from his mouth. Suddenly he heard steps approaching him and thought that it was the lady who cut off his hand, and most likely she came again to torture him. Ian was very frightened and immediately asked who was approaching him. He knew that the door had been closed all the time and did not understand how this person came here. Suddenly the person who got into this room waved his hand to which a sharp dagger was attached and was about to strike. Ian told this stranger that if he came here to threaten or find out some new information, then he would have to be upset because Ian knew nothing more. Yang said that this man could save himself the trouble and just cut off his head. After all, he had already lost his right arm and the center of chi energy and was already with 1 foot in the grave. The stranger stood silently for several seconds and did not answer anything. He just listened to Yang Sot's speech. Suddenly he swung his arm and struck very quickly. Yang Sot closed his eyes at that moment and was preparing for the fact that now they would finally kill him and end his torment. But in fact everything turned out to be not so simple, and the man who had just come here cut the ropes that bound Yang Sot with his blade. He didn't understand why the stranger had just decided to free him and why he needed it. He decided to ask this stranger personally why did he do this. But the man in the mask did not answer anything and only showed there that now he had to be quiet. He just stood silently and looked at the wounded prisoner whom he had just had to save. Yang Sot couldn't believe that this killer had just come to save him, and if he was a killer, then why did he decide to free him? The black masked man raised his hand up and pointed with his index finger at the door that was in front of him. Ian realized that this guy was now ordering him to leave here, and still it seemed very strange to him that this killer decided to save him. He turned his head towards this man to ask who sent him here, but when he turned his head there was no one behind him. He turned his head in different directions trying to figure out where this man had disappeared, but still couldn't find him. At that moment he realized that he managed to survive despite the fact that he was already ready to say goodbye to his life and thought that he would be tortured here until he died. Morong lay on the table and continued to sob. She accused the white tiger of being a scumbag and cursed him for pretending not to know her. She raised her head up and hit the table with her fists, after which she said that she didn't understand how he could pretend that he didn't know her and didn't even blink when he looked at her. Papak said that this guy clearly trembled when he looked at her, and the young mistress turned her head at Papak and asked her not to tell such lies in order to calm her down. She realized that all the children crying in their room would not help her in any way, and she needed to calm down and look at this situation soberly. Papak admitted that she really doesn't like this young gentleman for whom the mistress has been chasing for so long, and he is not the best choice of a man for the young mistress. She asked why the lady is so worried about this gentleman, and why she continues to suffer because of him, because crowds of officials do not hesitate to pretend to be dead if Morong wishes. Papak, she said that she was very angry that this guy dared to talk so rudely to the lady. Morwen listened to Papa continue to devalue the guy she likes and talk about how he is just an ordinary fool from a rural martial arts academy. Morong didn't want to listen to anything anymore and therefore started shouting very loudly at her assistant so that she would stop calling this guy names. Morong asked her to watch her language next time and not dare to underestimate this gentleman. After all, if she insults him again, they will never see each other again. Papak said that the lady herself had just insulted this guy with different words. Morong started to feel awkward and angry at this moment. She said that only she can call him names because it's completely different. Papak said that earlier the young mistress often repeated that she loved the old woman more than anyone in the world. But of course, compared to some guy, she is just a worthless old woman. She didn't understand what was happening to the young mistress. Morong suddenly heard a strange sound and felt a trembling all over her body and realized that this was a bad sign. She turned her head and said that she did not feel the presence of the phantom killer, who should now be in the basement. They both immediately went downstairs to check what was happening with the ghostly killer, and when they went downstairs and saw that the doors were open and a student was lying near the doors, Morong drew her attention to the fact that the doors were open and most likely he escaped. The student who was lying near the wall was unconscious, but he was not injured and there was no visible blood on his body. Morong was afraid for the boy who was lying near the wall and could have been injured or killed. She came up to him and took him by the shoulders. She tried to wake up this guy and said that he could not die and should put up because his older brother values them very much. She heard that he was making some sounds, and this meant that he was still alive. Papak was also very scared because of the current situation. She didn't know what to do now to wake him up. Morong was scared because of this whole situation and wanted to hit the guy on the cheek with her palm so that he would wake up. He slowly began to open his eyes because he felt that someone was shaking his body and screaming very loudly. But when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a flying palm that would now hit him in the face. He didn't have time to react to this blow and didn't dodge, so the girl hit him on the cheek with all her might. Papak saw that the guy had already woken up, but the lady was so scared of this situation that she didn't even pay attention to the fact that she had already been hitting this guy on the cheek for several seconds. Papak shouted very loudly so that the young mistress would calm down and stop beating this innocent boy. Papak said that they didn't do anything to him or activated his deep sleep point, and the young lady asked why he doesn't wake up. Papak saw this boy just fall to the floor and said that most likely he was sleeping very soundly. Morong was finally able to calm down and exhale. She was very glad that this boy was not injured and said that if her prisoner had injured one of the students, she would not have forgiven herself for this. She took her chin with her hand and said that she was sure that the phantom killer had broken chi energy centers and did not understand how he got out and activated the student's sleep point. She assumed that someone helped this prisoner because he had no other choice to get out of the basement, but suddenly the old woman called the young mistress and said that she had found something. Papa ran her finger along the tree trunk and showed a scratch on the bottom of this post. It was a blade mark. Morong immediately realized that a very thin cut was left on the pillar. This means that this cut was left by a heavenly sword. She noticed that the angle of the impact was a unique sharpness clearly made by the hands of a real master wielding a heavenly sword, and there could be no mistake. At this moment, the building called the Great Power Group was very quiet and calm. The gentleman poured tea from the teapots into his cup and waited until the tea was ready. The gentleman was calmly drinking tea while sitting at his table, and at that moment Yongsot, who was missing one arm, was brought into his room. The gentleman heard this guy's story about how the goddess of the heavenly sword suddenly prevented this task from being carried out and cut off his hand. Yang said that he was sure that she introduced herself as Northern Senior Patrolman Morong Gamwa. The gentleman looked incredulously at his loser subordinate and asked him only one question why, but Ian did not understand the whole essence of this question. The gentleman at that moment already began to get very angry. His eyes began to glow red and he asked again why. The gentleman threw a cup of hot tea at this guy's forehead, and it broke on his head, after which he asked why the senior patrolman of the North came to the Southern Rural Combat Academy. He said that if the Murim Alliance discovers that they are involved in this, then everything will get out of control. If the invincible Bloody Emperor knows about their deal with them, then they will all die. The servant said that if they got rid of the senior patrolman before the situation escalated, it could save them. The master began to shout at the servant because he was proposing such stupid ideas and didn't think at all about what he was saying. He said that this girl is very young, but she is a martial artist and can surpass any of them, and moreover she is accompanied by one of the 100 best masters who were called the Dragon Staff Warrior. But the most important reason why this girl cannot be killed is that she is connected with the sword god Morong Songjue, and if he finds out that she was killed, then everyone who was involved in her murder will be executed. Yang Sot suddenly decided to intervene in this dialogue and calm the gentleman down by saying that everything would be fine and no problems would arise. He said that few people know that he works for the Great Power, and the lady found out who he is, but she has no evidence that Yang Sot is connected with this group. Yen said that thanks to the man whom the master sent, he was able to get out of yours. Stay alive. The master at that moment was shocked because he didn't understand what this guy was talking about. The gentleman said that he has no idea which person saved Yang Sot because he did not send anyone. Yang at that moment asked who the ninja was who freed her, and his head was pierced by a sharp needle. He felt a very strong pain, but despite the fact that his head had just turned out to be asleep, he could still control his eyes and looked at the person who did it. In the dark corner of the room all this time there was the same ninja who allowed this guy to escape from the basement. The gentleman did not understand who this stranger was because most likely he had been here all this time. He heard their dialogue, but why did you gentlemen not feel the presence? Yang Sot felt like a needle had just been pulled out of his head and immediately began to fall to the ground. The ninja called the needle back and it returned to his hand and began to wrap around his finger. Yang Sot fell to the ground. Blood slowly began to flow out of his mouth and the master and servant were shocked. Ian died very quickly and there was only a small hole in his head. Here are the needles. The gentleman understood that if this needle had been aimed at him, he would have been dead long ago, and decided to ask this assassin for what purpose did he come here. The assassin touched his mask with his hand and slowly began to remove it to show his face. This assassin was Hyuk Muzang, but he knew that these people did not know his face, so he introduced himself as an ordinary wanderer who came here to challenge the Great Power Clan. But unexpectedly the servant was able to recognize this man, and he said that this was the same Hyuk Muzang. The gentleman could not believe that the academy student they were talking about was now standing in front of them. Hyuk started to yawn and pretended that he was getting bored from all this talk between these idiots. The gentleman said that he was not surprised to see a simple student of the combat academy here. He asked this guy why exactly he came here and suggested that maybe he wanted to return something. The gentleman said that he did not expect to see a student here completely alone without support. And at that moment he diverted his attention in order to get his whip. The master swung his whip and wanted to strike this mischievous student so that he would never look down on them again. Hyuk Muzang was very dismissive and calm about the fact that this gentleman was now about to attack him. He did not even show any interest in this blow. Hyuk grabbed the red whip with his hand at the moment when the whip was about to hit. The gentleman could not believe his eyes. After all, this guy was just able to grab the bend with his bare hands and not receive any damage, and now he cannot escape. Hyuk said that he was tired of this meaningless chatter and therefore wants to finally start doing important things. Hyuk said that today he was in an extremely terrible mood and therefore he asked not to be offended if he suddenly hurts or kills someone here. The servant was outraged by such impudent behavior of Hyuk Muzang and decided to also make his own blow so that Hyuk would retreat. The servant used his inner black energy to deliver a strong slashing blow, but Hyuk was not afraid and calmly stood and looked at this servant. Hyuk said that he is not afraid of such weak attacks and therefore will not even use his internal energy to block this blow. He just threw a red whip at the servant. The servant saw that the red whip was flying towards him at a very fast speed and understood that he would no longer have time to evade this whip. The servant received very heavy damage when the whip hit him. He was unable to dodge or block this blow because at that moment he was in flight, but after receiving damage he flew back. The gentleman did not understand how Hyuk Muzang so easily dodges all attacks and controls other people's weapons without putting any effort into it. The servant was very angry that this pathetic student was using his tricks here to deceive them. Hyuk Muzang did not intend to listen to these boring accusations addressed to him and therefore decided to immediately strike with his foot in order to shut the mouth of this talkative servant. He kicked him on the head with all his might, and after the blow it was clear that a large amount of blood splashed out of the servant's body. The master did not understand what was happening here because his servant Chisholm was famous for being a very experienced fighter and always defeating high-ranking fighters, but for some reason this student was able to deal with such an experienced fighter with just one blow. Hyuk Muzang stood next to the bloody body lying on the floor and said that this guy had already dropped out of the game and he wanted to rest a little. Hyuk asked the gentleman what should he do next. He explained that at the moment he had not thrown out even half of his anger and had just begun to warm up, but almost all opponents of unconsciousness were either dead. The gentleman did not understand how he needed to act further in order to stay alive and move away this enemy because the strength of this guy was actually incredibly great. The gentleman began to radiate red energy from his body and said that he was ready to admit that he considered this boy a weakling and looked down on him, but he did not know that in the Rural Combat Academy there would be such a master. The gentleman said that he was tired of playing these games and now he would show this guy what real strength is. At that moment a red whip began to wrap around his hand and lightning bolts flew out of his eyes. Hyuk Muzang rolled his eyes upward and said in an indifferent voice that he was waiting and couldn't wait for this old man to finally show what he was capable of. The gentleman began to get angry because this guy was acting very arrogantly, and arrogantly veins began to appear on his head and his face became red. He raised his hand up, red lightning began to fly out of his eyes. He shouted very loudly that he would now remove this arrogant smile from Hyuk Muzang's face. The master made a blow with his whip, and this is what he called the secret dragon blood technique, thunder strike of the demonic crimson whip. At this moment he was thinking that even a high-ranking experienced warrior could not block the dragon's thunderbolt, and this guy would definitely not escape unscathed from this attack. The gentleman looked at the calm face of this guy and thought only that the boy had already lost in absentia, and he had no chance of winning. But Hyuk thought differently, and so he raised his hand up to use the dagger that was attached to his hand. He made several very quick blows from different directions in order to cut his enemy's whip and deprive him of his weapon. His attack lasted only 1 second, but during that second, he managed to cut his opponent's whip into a bunch of small pieces and landed behind him. The gentleman looked, but only part of the whip slowly fell down and realized that now he was fighting a very strong opponent and he had never seen warriors who had such strength before. He asked this guy who the hell is he and where did he even come from. But by this time Hyuk was already very tired of the constant stupid conversations and decided to cut off the master's head in order to finally end this once and for all. Hyuk said that he was a senior student at the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and these words were the last thing the gentleman heard before his death. The head fell to the ground and began to bleed. The body stood on its feet for some time, but soon it also fell following the head. The city at that moment was dark and quiet. It was night, and all the people were sleeping, but a light suddenly appeared in one of the buildings. The light in this building turned out to be fire, and the building gradually began to burn. When the fire became very large and the entire building was burning, one of the soldiers who had been on guard all night shouted very loudly that there was a fire in the city. People immediately began to wake each other up and report that the outer hall was now on fire, and it was necessary to warn the head. Everyone tried to accumulate their strength in order to put out this fire. Kwok Juyin, the head of a clan of great power and the devilish lord of the Iron Leg, was shocked when he saw the fire and did not understand where the fire came from in this building. The head of the inner hall, Wang Chisan, tried to explain to this gentleman that he was sure that Myung Hubang was in his chambers at that moment. The fire was very strong and they could not get inside. Kwok ordered all the guards to restrain Guan and then report the damage. If after extinguishing the fires they cannot find Myung, then immediately send him to the master. He sat down on his red bed and was finally able to exhale because he had given instructions to all his subordinates, and now all he could do was wait. But he was still bothered by the thought that a fire suddenly appeared in the middle of the night, and he did not understand how this could happen. Suddenly a severed head appeared in his room and slowly rolled towards him. The severed head stopped right next to Mr. Kwok's feet, and it so happened that the eyes of this head were looking straight at Mr. It was the head of Myung, who was in the palace where there was now a fire. Mr. Kwok was very frightened when he saw a severed head in his room, and he did not understand what was happening here. At that moment his face turned pale very quickly, and he began to look like a living dead. Mr. Kwok immediately began to look around and try to understand who had just thrown this head to him, but when he looked at his room he could not see anyone and therefore began to scream and ask who was there. The assassin at that moment was sitting on the corner of the bed. His clothes were stained with blood, and he decided to answer this gentleman's question and said that he was the one who would save Kwok today. Mr. Kwok turned his head towards this son and saw that he had been sitting there all the time, but he did not understand how this guy got in because he did not feel his presence. The gentleman immediately realized that this man was a professional assassin. He asked this guy, is he really one of the 4 commanders? Hyuk replied that he was very surprised that the gentleman knew about the 4 commanders. Hyuk said that he also knows what kind of person is standing in front of him. Kwok Jian said that one of the 4 commanders remembers his name from the time of the war. This is a great honor for him. He asked this assassin what brought the secret sword of the Murim Alliance to this humble place. Kwok understood that he needed to increase time in order to give a signal to the rest of the warriors and gather them all here. After all, he himself was unlikely to cope with this assassin. Hyuk, I will explain to this gentleman that he has nothing to do with the 4 commanders of the Murim Alliance, and moreover he hates the Murim Alliance. Kwok pulled out a weapon from his sleeve that could help him resist for some time against this opponent. Hyuk used his vision to see what this gentleman was planning now, and he immediately realized that they would not be able to have a peaceful dialogue. Hyuk looked into the eyes of this gentleman and struck a very fast blow with his blade on his neck in order to cut off his head. Kwok dropped his weapon to the ground and it flew off to the side of this weapon, only the handle remained. He immediately grabbed his neck with his hands, but suddenly he realized that his head was still on his shoulders and this guy created an illusion to scare him, but in fact he did not cut off his head. Hyuk warned this gentleman that there was no point in defending himself or undertaking any tricks because this would only make the situation worse for Mr. Kwok. Hyuk said that he is not going to exterminate the gang of these nonentities today, but he came here to give a warning. Kwok understood that there was no point in resisting this assassin because he would win anyway, so the gentleman decided to ask for forgiveness. Hyuk said that if the gentleman wants to scream loudly and call for help, but you won't help because the assassin has installed a barrier here and no one will hear them from outside. Kwok asked this assassin what he wanted. Hyuk raised his hand up, and in his hand at that moment he was holding a red scroll tied with a brown rope. He said that he received this scroll from the head of the outer hall of Myeong. He said that these scrolls are written with very important information. If the great Iron Bloody Emperor finds out about the dirty deal with them, then they will all die. Kwok at that moment shouted very loudly in a frightened voice that this could not be, and he did not understand how the assassin could find out about this. Hyuk said that he took this scroll and brought it from the outer hall. At this moment Hyuk was thinking that he didn't read what was inside these scrolls and just took everything that was there, but he doesn't even know what exactly is written inside the scroll. Kwok fell for this provocation and began to blush with anger because of Myeong's carelessness. Now their entire clan is in danger. This assassin can decide the fate of their clan. Hyuk said that now the master is aware of the situation in which he finds himself together with his clan, and therefore assassin wants to get down to business. Hyuk said that he is primarily interested in Yangzhou County, and this is the place he wants to talk about. Kwok raised his eyes up and looked at this assassin in surprise. He tried to understand what exactly this guy wants to ask now. Hyuk ordered this gentleman to now swear once and for all that he will never touch this Yangzhou County again, and his people will never appear there. Kwok said that if their clan retreats, then this place will be taken over by a gang of bloody unicorns. Hyuk replied that it is unlikely that the master would want to be overthrown by a battalion of iron blood, and it would be better if he controlled his territories remotely. He slowly began to approach the master, and at that moment he said that the master of his clan should keep in mind that if they try to do something again they will have big problems. Kwok at that moment began to bleed. His eyes could burst at any moment. There was incredible pain in his head. He fell to the ground and asked to stop torturing him because he was no longer able to resist. Hyuk used his secret technique to control this old man's body and said that the old man would have to avoid not only the great Iron Blood Emperor but also him. Kwok said that everything was clear to him and he would fulfill the terms of their agreement. At that moment drops of blood and sweat were running down his face because his body was burning from the inside. Hyuk looked at this weak old man and thought that the old man was actually right, and if Hyuk got rid of one gang then problems would immediately begin with another gang that would take their place. Hyuk said that it would be much more unpleasant if the Iron Blood Battalion got involved, and then the problems would become several times greater. Hyuk decided to leave the stupid old man in power so that everything would remain in its place, but now the situation was under control of Hyuk Musang. He finally removed his control over this old man's body and said that he would let Kwok Jian live. The gentleman thought that he could have just died and does not understand where this monster came from because the four commanders were not as strong as him. This guy is really not from the Murim Alliance. Hyuk said that there is one more thing he wants to ask before he leaves this place. Hyuk began to tell the old man that everything that was said here should remain exclusively between them, but he did not have time to finish this phrase because they heard strange sounds in the corridor. At that moment they were approached by servants who were somehow able to hear suspicious sounds here. Hyuk heard one of the guards shout that he had managed to find an intruder who had sneaked into the palace and needed to catch him immediately, but the assassin did not understand how they managed to find him. Morong landed on the roof of one of the houses and saw a fire in the distance. She heard the voices of people who were trying to put out this fire. Morong stood on the edge of the roof and said that he had already been here and made noise in this place. She said that she spent too much time trying to hide from Papa's and come here, and apparently she was late. She stood on the highest tower that was located in this palace and thought that the fire undoubtedly reminded of the old days when the White Tiger often used this tactic on single missions. She immediately realized that the White Tiger was now hunting their leader, and he set fire to this house just to distract attention. She assumed that he was now in that far building. Morong said that 2 years ago White Tiger was a first-rank fighter. But even then he could kill a top-rank master with a detailed plan and critical thinking. He could easily deal with the head of the clan alone. She sat on the edge of the roof and calmly watched the chaos that was happening below. She decided to sit on the sidelines and watch the building burn. But suddenly a trembling went through her whole body, and she felt something very strange and her hands began to shake. She didn't understand what had just happened to her and what was causing this strange feeling. At this moment, Hyuk slowly approached the master to explain his demands to him. He threatened this gentleman that he would beat him and destroy all of him if they invaded Yangzhou County again. Morong saw that a large purple energy was emanating from the building that was near the wall. She thought that, because of the barrier, it was hardly possible to see this energy that came from there. She knew that this is an unusual energy. Such a purple color appears only when a person has a very strong thirst for blood, and the devilish lord of the Iron Leg is not capable of emitting such strong energy. Morong could no longer sit still and remain on the sidelines. She understood that the White Tiger was now in danger. He needed help. Suddenly, an energetic purple hand with sharp claws appeared behind her and tried to touch Morong's head. She managed to feel the strong energy in time that was trying to attack her and immediately turned around to block this blow. Morong thought that she was only distracted for one moment by the strong energy of bloodlust and forgot that she needed to be in cover and be invisible. A man would attack her and Chil Jim's shadow hall. He called the girl a rat because she was able to dodge and jump away in time. Morong was a very experienced warrior and martial artist despite the fact that she was a girl and was able to easily dodge such an extraordinary blow. Chil looked down on her and said that she was a rat because she was running away from a fight. He assumed that it was she who started the fire in the outer hall. Morong understood that she did not have time to deal with this idiot and she would have to find some way to quickly get rid of him. She said he probably wouldn't believe her, but she didn't set that building on fire. Chil ordered her to shut her mouth because he only listens to people and she doesn't look like a person, she looks like a cowardly rat. Merjin was angry with him because he constantly calls her a rat and insults her because she didn't do anything to him, and she thought that it might be simpler and more correct to just kill him. The guard took out a whistle and whistled very loudly to inform the other guards that he had found a stranger who had invaded their territory. Morong turned her head back to me and saw that they had just found a white tiger and now most likely they would hunt for it. Chil pushed off from the edge of the roof and made a swift jump down. He was flying very fast and wanted to attack this girl in order to train her. Morwen easily dodged his attack, and at that moment she thought later that she needed to quickly get out of here. Chil continued to inflict his attacks with sharp claws and tried to inflict damage on her, but the girl very quickly and deftly dodged all the attacks. She tried to simply dodge and not cause damage to this guy because she needed to leave here as soon as possible to help the white tiger, but this vine still didn't want to give up. Chil saw that this girl absolutely did not strike back and thought that she did not know how to fight, so he activated his internal energy to finish her off. Morong was tired of watching you idiot constantly try to call her names, and she didn't want to endure it anymore. She said that she would hit him just once. Chil was so confident in his strength that he relaxed and even forgot that this girl could strike back. She punched him in the face with all her might and broke his skull with one blow. He received so much damage that he could not stand on his feet and began to fly backwards. He crashed into the wall and left many cracks on the wall.
El héroe defensor preguntó en voz alta si el hombre era un ladrón que había entrado en la casa con malas intenciones.
Guards ran out from around the corner of the house, and one of them saw that a stranger was now on the roof of the house and ordered to immediately catch her. But before they even got close to this building, they saw that the girl was very quickly jumping over the roofs and running away into the distance. Chil began to throw stones that covered him, and suddenly stood up. He began shouting that he wanted to kill this rat at any cost. The guards saw that Mr. Chil now looked very bad. His face was all covered in blood. They did not understand what happened to him. Yes, the gentleman ordered the guard to stand still and catch up with this girl. Morong ran away very quickly and thought that the gay should have killed this idiot right away with his sword instead of hitting him with his fist, because he caused a lot of problems. The guards approached one of the buildings that was located on the territory of their clan. The head of the security ordered Squad 1 and Squad 3 to head to the women's quarters and the rest of the squad to follow him. Morwen realized that the guards had just strengthened their guard, and if she is now a member of the Murim Alliance and kills everyone on the way, this could cause a lot of political problems in the future. But now she understood that the most important task was to ensure the safety of the White Tiger, and she needed to get into the main hall as quickly and quietly as possible and protect him. She was about to jump up, but at that moment she heard the voice of that idiot whom she did not kill and realized that he had found her. Chil said that now she will not run away from him, and he understood her plan, but he will not allow her to get into the main hall. Morong looked back and saw that there was also a whole detachment of guards behind her, and she understood that she was surrounded and driven into a trap. Chil Jima said that now she had nowhere to run and promised her that he would kill her very quickly.
De repente, justo frente al héroe mentiroso, apareció inesperadamente una misteriosa ventana del sistema con información importante para él.
But suddenly she heard someone's voice in her head and realized that now someone was using telepathy to communicate with her. She turned her head back and saw that the White Tiger was standing behind her. She was very happy about his appearance at that moment. Hyuk, using telepathy, tried to explain to her that she was acting very carelessly. Someone might recognize her here, and the chief patrolman might receive a very serious punishment for making such a noise here. At that moment, Morong completely forgot that there were a lot of enemies around her, and she looked at him with loving eyes and said that she was very glad to see him alive. Hyuk looked at her stupid expression at that moment and did not understand what was motivating this girl now and why she was behaving so strangely. Chil was beside himself with rage. He didn't understand where you came from here, a man in a mask, and he began to blame the guards for not looking after the territory well, because everyone who wants to hang around here. Hyuk was very surprised when they heard such loud indignation from this man. He couldn't even think that someone could be so self-confident as to shout at him. Hyuk was tired of the constant chatter of the people who are in this clan and therefore made a quick movement of his blade up and down.
Alguien del grupo expresó su desconcierto ante una reunión tan seria y de tan gran escala de todos los agentes a la vez.
Morong was shocked when she saw the blow that the White Tiger had just made, because this movement was so fast that it could not be seen by the human eye, but the damage from this movement was incredibly strong. Hyuk said that he wanted to end this evening on a more good night, but apparently his plan will have to change. He said that these guards had seen too much and now they would have to kill them all so that they would forever forget the face of the lady and the presence of the assassin here. The guards began to feel some strange sensations in their bodies. Veins began to appear on their necks. It became very difficult for them to breathe. The rest of the guards also began to feel this terrible sensation in their bodies, and they slowly began to cough up blood, and their airway was closed and they were suffocating. Morong realized at this moment that the murderous desire that she felt from the main hall all this time came from the White Tiger, and she does not understand what happened in the 2 years until she saw him. Mr. Kwok came out of the building and ordered everyone to immediately stop and calm down. He shouted so loudly that he could be heard throughout the entire territory of this clan. The gentleman understood that he would now have to have a very difficult conversation with this assassin, but he had no other choice because now his people could die in huge numbers. He said that he does not understand why the assassin continues to kill his people. After all, they agreed on all the conditions, and now he takes responsibility for his guards and asks not to kill them. Merjin didn't understand what was happening here. Yushi wanted to understand this situation because the White Tiger came to the master for something and wanted to agree on something with him. But the guy raised his hand up and asked her to shut up. There was a tense pause between the assassin and the master. They had to wait for a response from the assassin. The people who stood behind the master did not understand what was happening here. Hyuk said that he already spared the master today and thinks that it will not be difficult for him to do such a good service again. But he had a very important request for the master to make sure that these guards would forget that they saw someone here today, and the master must keep his request. Only in this case he will spare everyone present today. Hyuk took the mistress by the waist with his hand and began to lead her out of here in order to disappear as quickly as possible from the eyes of these people. They made a rapid jump upward and immediately disappeared, but because it was so fast no one present had time to notice what had just happened. Hyuk used a telepathy technique in which sound spreads in all directions and conveyed to absolutely everyone who was here tonight that they did not see anything and should forget about what just happened. Kwok could only now calmly exhale and understand that this hell was finally over. Hyuk and the lady were able to run far enough from this camp and stop in the depths of the forest. Morong was delighted when she saw the white tiger's abilities, and she wanted to know what happened to him in the 2 years they didn't see each other. She asked him a lot of different questions and wanted to know where he got such power and how he learned to communicate using telepathy. Hyuk took off the mask from his face and once again told her that he didn't know what white tiger she was talking about, and explained that he was just doing his job. Morong was shocked when she saw that this guy was again pretending as if he didn't know her. She didn't understand how she needed to communicate with him so that he would finally start behaving normally. She was furious that he didn't recognize her again and said that he was making a fool out of her again, and she didn't understand why he was still pretending. Hyuk removed her hands in his clothes and said that no matter what, it's time for her to return because they are still on the territory of this clan, and she needs to not forget about her status. She began to smile sweetly and said that the white tiger was worried about her, and she was very pleased to know this. Morong asked him did he really cut that guy just because he called her a rat. She said that she saw the anger in his eyes at that moment. He pushed her aside and started walking forward because he didn't want to play these love games with her. Hyuk asked her to stop calling him white tiger and forget about those days once and for all. She started to get angry again because he was acting very cold and selfish. Suddenly he realized that he needed to introduce himself with more restraint and control himself because sometimes he says unnecessary things and gives himself away. Once upon a time there was an order of demon slaying. It was an elite group of killers created by the Murim Alliance in response to the unification of the killers of the Demon Union. This group consisted of 99 people divided into 4 levels, and each was assigned a number from 1 to 100. Hyuk was number 100 and he was the weakest member of the demon-slaying order. This order was divided into 2 castes of people. The first caste included high-ranking members. They had the right to command the group during missions. These were masters whose number was above 30. They learned from her special martial arts techniques. The remaining members of the medium and small martial arts clans and academies fell into the second caste of people, and in truth members of the lower caste were only small pawns in the hands of privileged warriors. Number 97 was one of the members of this group, and he was one of the last to join the order, but he died the very first. Number 19 had to take on an impossible mission, and number 97 took the brunt of it in order to save him and ended up escaping despite number 97's sacrifice. That night number 19 made fun of number 97 for not completing the mission because of that idiot. Hyuk was incredibly indignant when he listened to number 19's excuses, who talked about how number 97 was an idiot and interfered with him, but in fact he saved his life at the cost of his life. Hyuk grabbed this guy by his clothes and started shaking him. He said that the problem was that number 19 had a bad plan and number 97 actually saved his life. Hyuk acted very recklessly that day. He shouldn't have shouted at number 19 because this guy was stronger, and he immediately hit Muzang. Number 19 said that this guy was talking some nonsense and slander, and number 97 was a weakling, that's why he died. They fought in the room in front of the rest of the group, and number 100 was then unable to resist this guy. Suddenly Morong appeared behind him and ordered number 19 to calm down and not become arrogant, because he felt stronger. In this group Morong was number 5, and she was one of the strongest members of this team. Number 19 began to make excuses to the girl for beating him for a reason, but do it only because this country guy doesn't watch his language at all. Suddenly another man appeared behind him. It was a thug who said that calling people country boys is very wrong. This big guy was number 8, and he also didn't want to watch him go to number 19 and bully a guy who is a little weaker than him. Hyuk understood that these two could easily shut up this idiot, but they only did it because they were stronger, and he understood that he needed to work hard to become as strong. Since then he was often sent on deadly missions that were almost impossible to complete or escape alive, and he would always be in the very first line and risk his life. He found himself in the most terrible situations and was on the verge of death countless times. Morong came to see him in the hospital and constantly scolded him for the fact that he always goes into battle first, but he only has one life and he manages it very stupidly. She and number 8 came to visit him every time and persuaded him to stop because he was going too far and was no longer in control of the situation around him. Hyuk answered them every time that if he did not complete this task then they would send another low-ranking warrior and he would be 100% killed there, but he could not allow this and therefore tried to become stronger in order to protect the weak. Morong got angry at him every time he risked his life and number 8 admired how tough this guy was. Merjin no longer wanted to listen to anything and simply decided that it would be better to turn around and leave and he could manage his life as he wanted. But before she left she said that she would be with him on every mission. Hyuk asked her why is she doing this and why does she want to accompany him on every mission. Morong touched her hand to the wall to support her body and not fall. She said that it would sound strange but she didn't want Hyuk to die. Number 8 continued to stand near his friend's bed, and he did not understand what was happening between them now. He was a very kind man but he didn't have enough brains and that's why he was incredibly stupid. And at that moment he asked if the guys would like to take care of him the same way they take care of each other. From that moment on several years have passed and none of the warriors below level 70 was able to survive such deadly dangerous tasks. Only Hyuk remained alive and she scolded him most of all because he saw his friends and acquaintances die and blamed himself for not being able to go in their place. At a certain point he decided that he completed more missions than anyone else in this organization and the moment came when people stopped calling him the weakest number 100 and he became the last number 100. Morong was always there for them trying to protect him and number 8 was always trying to be their third friend. But they never paid attention to him. He began to remember that wonderful day again. The wind was very strong but warm and this wind blew leaves behind the trees. They held hands between them. At that moment there was a chemistry of love. Morong confessed to number 100 that she really likes him and is in love with him. Hyuk remembered that that day he answered her that he also liked her very much. Their lips touched each other for the first time and it was their first kiss on the riverbank. Number 8 always tried to be close to them and called them his friends. He witnessed their love. He admired how these guys fell in love with each other before his eyes, but he still didn't understand why they were ignoring him. Hyuk felt incredibly happy at that moment in his life and he enjoyed this love because it was the only bright feeling in the year he was in. But suddenly a man appeared who interrupted their love and Dao Hyuk Muzangu Certificate of Transfer of Service. This person was Morong Songjue. He said that Hyuk can leave the war and return to his hometown, and this is a reward for successful missions and contribution to public affairs. Hyuk understood that this gentleman actually made this decision for a completely different reason, and the guy decided to ask what exactly the problem was. The gentleman replied that he knew that number 100 was a very impudent guy and therefore decided to get straight to the point. He hit the table very hard with his palm. Strong purple energy began to be released from his hand. The gentleman said that the whole problem lies with number 5 and ordered number 100 to end all relations with his daughter. At that moment Hyuk did not know that number 5 was the daughter of such a high-ranking person. The gentleman said that a simple country boy from a rural academy can easily get close to his daughter, but number 100 I don't know it there that number 5 is engaged to Tae Young-hoon, to the grandchildren of the head of the Murim Alliance. But since number 100 has done a lot for the alliance, he offers him good conditions. Hyuk understood that this gentleman was now ordering him to break up with his beloved girl once and for all and never get close to her again and never see her again. Hyuk said that if the main reason is that he needs to part with number 5 then he is forced to refuse. The gentleman was not prepared for the fact that this guy would be so impudent and would not listen to him. Hyuk said that he understands the father's anxiety but the father cannot control the feelings of his adult daughters. Hyuk promised that he would talk to her and if number 5 choose your fiancée then he will listen to her and quietly leave, but otherwise he will stay with her. Suddenly a sword was presented to his neck and he realized that the gentleman was very serious and it was unlikely that this conflict could be resolved through ordinary dialogue. The gentleman said that he does not ask this boy's opinion, he gives him a clear order without the right to choose. Hyuk was surprised when he saw that this gentleman could control the sword using internal energy. Hyuk asked Mr. Isn't he ashamed to threaten a newcomer using his power like a thug? The gentleman was surprised by the courage and fortitude of this guy. It was the first time he had seen someone so confident in himself. He raised 2 of his fingers and ordered the ball to come back. The gentleman understood that this guy could not be intimidated with ordinary threats, but he still tried to explain to the boy that he was still too naive. He said that the guy is trying to take her opinion into account, but he doesn't even think about her happiness and how she will live in the future. The gentleman said that since childhood his daughter grew up in abundance, and an orphan like Hyuk is unlikely to be able to provide good living conditions because he can offer her nothing. The gentleman said that naturally at first she would be happy that they were together and felt in love. But over time she would gradually begin to remember her past life and in which there were delicacies that she liked, dresses and jewelry that she enjoyed. The gentleman got up from the table and said that in the future the guy will think about whether his wife is happy and does she need anything, and in the end he just won't be able to keep her. Hyuk at that moment looked at the gentleman with alarm and realized that his words were beginning to raise doubts in his head. The gentleman said that his daughter returned from 3 missions with serious injuries. Hyuk tried to explain this situation to the gentleman what really happened. But the gentleman did not want to listen to Hyuk. He put his hand forward and pointed his finger at him. He said that all 3 times she was injured because she was trying to save him. The gentleman said that he wants to ask one more question to this guy, and this is your question: can he make her happy? Hyuk at that moment was in a state of rage. He was very angry with this gentleman and with all the words that this gentleman said, but he could not answer him. There was always an immense gap between number 5 and number 100, and they couldn't have been close from the start. The gentleman said that he would leave the certificate of resignation on the table and advised the guy to think carefully before making his decision. Hyuk saw the gentleman leave the room and slam the door. He sat at the table and looked at this document and could not make his decision. A month later he was given his final mission and agreed to complete it. It was night outside and everyone was sleeping, but some sounds were heard in the forest. Hyuk did very quickly and struck with his sword, swinging it in different directions. He attacked without stopping despite the fact that he was very tired. That night he decided to do a very intense night training in order to work hard on his punches and throw out his anger. He stuck his sword into the ground and stopped. Around him at that moment there was a large cloud of dust and many marks of cuts on the ground. Hyuk had to make a decision, but he tried to avoid the answer as much as possible and not make a decision. Hyuk remembered that wonderful day when she said that she was incredibly glad that he was alive. Hyuk was angry at the situation that happened to him and couldn't believe that he had to give it up just because this old man forbade him to do so. A bright blue light and loud sounds suddenly appeared in the forest, and the birds got scared and began to fly away from the forest. Mount Xiaoyao, which is located near Yangzhou County. A group of warriors dressed in yellow clothes stood with their backs to each other, holding swords in their hands. They did not understand where their opponents had disappeared.
Mientras reflexionaba sobre este enigma, su sabio mentor y maestro entró de repente en la habitación.
The soldier suggested to his commander to stop the chase before it was too late, but the commander did not understand why his subordinate soldier was suggesting such an idea. The soldier said that if they go further they will end up in the Yangzhou district and they may start having problems because the Iron Blood Battalion may find out about this. The commander said that the soldier's words make sense because there is a non-aggression treaty, and they are not allowed to enter this territory. Suddenly a man dressed in green clothes appeared near them. In his hand there was a sharp blade which in its shape resembled a sickle, and he told these warriors that they should not worry. He said that he came here personally to send all these soldiers to another world and kill them. Therefore they should not worry about breaking the treaty. The commander ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle and will not allow these warriors to get too close to them. He smiled and said that if these warriors do not resist then he will kill them quickly and painlessly, but for this they just need to stand still and not move. After all, they will die anyway. The commander ordered all the soldiers to take a fighting stance and not listen to the words of this idiot, because he alone will not be able to cope with the 5 best fighters of the Limitless Mansion. The warrior began to laugh very loudly and said that he had a lot of fun watching these naive soldiers try to defend themselves. He said that he has very good news for them which they are unlikely to be happy about, and that is that he did not come here alone. The commander understood that he now had very big problems, and it was unlikely that he would be able to cope with such a small detachment against several incredibly strong warriors. Suddenly a noise was heard in the bushes, and a man jumped out of the bushes. At the same second another person jumped from a tree branch. Warriors in green clothes set up an ambush and drove the enemy into a trap. Now the soldiers could not just get out of here alive. In the forest, the screams of dying soldiers could be heard and splashes of blood could be seen. Their dead bodies were found in the forest, and they began to examine them. They immediately realized that these were people from the Limitless Mansion. The guy opened the eyes of one of the soldiers with his fingers and said that their necks began to stiffen and their pupils were still clear, and apparently they were killed about 2 hours ago. The guy told the leader of the bandits that there were no signs of battle here, and apparently these soldiers were killed very quickly. The tramp scratched his beard and said that judging by the dead bodies these were the same warriors again. The guy said that the wounds are the same as on the corpses in Yunhe County. The tramp said that they rushed on the road and the two received a letter from them and were still late in the evening and were one step ahead. The tramp ordered to gather all the beggars in the area and look through everything within a 2-mile radius. He asked them to bring him anything that seemed suspicious to them, even if it was dog shit. This group is engaged in illegal trade and a gang of bandits has been pursuing them for 6 months, but they cannot find anything. The tramp said that this time he should be on their tail. When he drank alcohol from a bottle, he immediately spat it out. The tramp started shouting at number 8 for touching his alcohol again, and then threw the bottle away and broke it. The Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy had been training since the morning. Hyuk watched as his students trained hard and followed all the commands that the older students showed. He smiled and was happy every time he saw the desire to train and become better in the eyes of his students. Suddenly Morong appeared behind him and said that the academy was thriving and that was wonderful. She was incredibly beautiful that day and it felt as if the whole world was revolving around her. The sun was specially highlighting her with its rays. At such moments it is incredibly difficult for him to restrain himself and be cold towards her. Hyuk felt his cheeks turning red and immediately turned away. He said that before there were more students and he is sure that soon everything will return to its place. She noticed his reaction and said she was impressed by his love and pride for the academy. Hyuk said that he has very good memories associated with this place. She said in a quiet voice that she also had good memories associated with him. She asked him if he treasures these memories as much as she does. Hyuk turned his head towards her and looked at her silently for a few seconds and looked into her eyes. He turned around and slowly began to walk away. He said that the memories associated with her are just ordinary memories. He remembered how happy they were at that moment in their lives and said that he had better forget about it and never remember it again. Morong started to get angry again and said that it was a lie. She didn't believe a single word he said. She explained to him once again so that he would finally remember that his lies do not work for her and she knows that he does not really think so. Merjin started running after him and said that she didn't understand why he was behaving this way and she wanted to find out what the problem was in order to understand and find a solution. Hyuk said that it was better for her not to ask such questions and leave everything as it is. He turned his head towards her and asked, does she really want to know the truth, because this truth will turn the world upside down. She said that she was ready to hear any answer, but she wanted to know the reasons and asked him to tell him what really happened. They stood for a long time and looked at each other. At that moment, the young students were practicing new techniques on the training grounds and did not notice them at all. Hyuk couldn't decide for a long time to tell her this, but in the end he pulled himself together despite the fact that it was very difficult and told her that he was suffering. She was shocked by this answer and did not understand what exactly he wanted to say by this. Hyuk stood opposite her and clenched his fists in order to correctly formulate his thought, and he said that when he sees her the memories of those days capture him and it torments him. He said that these memories often come back to his mind and the pain that he never wants to experience appears again. He said he never wanted to see her suffer because of him again. Hyuk tried to be dishonest and frank, and he explained to her that unbearable memories filled with more torment his soul, and he does not want her to suffer because of him. He remembers the worst moments of his life when he looks at her and is afraid that he might make her unhappy again. Hyuk put his hand on his chest and felt his heart beating very fast now and said that he was afraid. He admitted to her that he was very afraid that this hell would resume, and he did not want this to happen because of him and was afraid that he could become hell in her life. Hyuk Muzang came closer to her and looked into her eyes. He asked, do his words still seem like a lie? Morong at that moment could not answer him anything and she just tried to hold back her tears and bit her lip. Hyuk saw her reaction and realized that if their dialogue continued further he would also become very weak and sensual. Hyuk said that it would be better for her to go back to where she was supposed to be and it would be better for everyone. Morong stretched out her hand forward to stop him. With a trembling voice she tried to somehow stop him and not let him go, but her hand stopped obeying her. She clenched her fingers into a fist and realized that he simply couldn't be stopped. It was very painful for her at that moment to realize that he was driving her away and was so easily ready to let her go. Hyuk started crying at that moment but covered his face with his hand so that she wouldn't see it. He tried to go as far as possible so that she wouldn't see him. Hyuk exhaled and told himself that he did everything right and acted as he should have done. He had to put an end to it once and for all and forget about the bad memory. But he understood that he would always love her anyway, and only by letting her go could number 5 live his life, and soon she would forget about him and be happy. Hyuk felt his heart starting to beat even faster and he couldn't stop the pain. Suddenly a sword began to fly towards him very quickly. Hyuk caught this sword with his right hand and immediately drew attention to the person who threw this sword at him. He does not understand what is happening now. Hyuk saw a woman in a long dress slowly approaching him holding a staff in her hand. The elder dragon warrior Papa stood in front of him and looked at him with a dissatisfied look. Hyuk asked this woman what she was doing here and why she threw the sword at him because he didn't do anything bad to her. She said that he would understand everything but for this he needed to follow her. Papak made a quick forward move then pushed off the ground and she quickly jumped between the houses. Hyuk started running after her in order to catch up with this woman. He ran very fast but still she was ahead of him and he didn't understand how the old woman could still run so fast. Hyuk saw that she led him to a deserted field and thought that it all looked very strange and did not understand why they replaced him here. Papak told him to raise his sword up. Hyuk looked at her arrogantly and indifferently and asked why she brought him here and why she asked him to raise his sword up. The old woman hit the ground with her staff and after that the ground began to tremble. Her staff released very strong energy and a yellow explosion began to occur around her. Hyuk watched her radiate a huge amount of energy and tried to cover his face with his hand. He covered his face with his hand, but I still don't understand why the old woman brought him here and what she's trying to show him now. Papak once again ordered him to raise his sword up. She told him to do it immediately and not make her wait long. Hyuk realized that the old woman was very serious about being angry with him. He assumed that she was angry with him from the Murim Alliance Patrol Unit number 5 and because of their conflict. Papak said that it is better for him not to resist and prepare for battle because she is not ready to forgive him. She raised her staff up and flames appeared around her emanating from her body and her staff. She made a swift leap forward and began to fly towards Hyuk Musang. He saw that the old woman's staff was already as close as possible to his face, but he had a very good reaction and was able to dodge the blow of this staff at the very last moment and not receive damage. She was very surprised when she saw that he was able to dodge, but she had heard a lot about his abilities, so she knew who she was dealing with. Hyuk didn't expect that the old woman would be so strong her staff began to burn. He felt the flame near his face. Hyuk was able to duck down and at the very last moment dodge the blow. He understood that if he had not dodged now he would no longer have a head on his shoulders. She turned her staff over so that the tip of the staff was now hanging on her hand and she began to rotate her staff. Papa hit the wooden cane of the staff with her palm and delivered her blow. Hyuk immediately understood what she was going to do, so he was not very surprised when he saw that her staff was returning to him in a circular motion. He was ready for this attack and was able to block the blow of this staff. Now was the moment when he finally raised his sword up as she asked and blocked her blow. Papa said that she had been taking care of the young lady since before she could walk, and that is why this girl is very important to her. She said that she dedicated her whole life to this girl, and she is responsible for the safety of this young mistress and for her to be happy. She was very angry with him and said that he was arrogant and imagined himself to be the arbiter of destinies. Papak dealt another blow and said that she could not forgive this guy for his actions because he hurt the heart of the young mistress. Her strength was incredibly strong and he tried to resist her, but his legs slowly stuck into the ground. Papak continued to talk about how the young mistresses are the strongest and bravest girls she knows, and every time Savora's father punished her or scolded her, she never blinked an eye and certainly didn't cry. Papak remembered the moment when the lady began to cry for the first time in her entire life. She said that she had never noticed such behavior in her before and had never seen her in such a state. Papak said that this guy is a terrible person since he was able to bring her to tears and therefore asked not to blame her for such cruelty and used her most powerful attack. Hyuk was surprised when he saw that this old woman now wanted to use an enhanced attack against him. She simply raised it up and began to accumulate a huge amount of energy in her staff. She called this blow a special dragon technique number 3 called the dragon dance, and a huge flame flew towards the guy.
Fue en este momento crítico cuando todos los demás participantes de este complejo y peligroso juego aparecieron en escena.
He stood motionless on his feet and was able to withstand this attack. The fog slowly began to fly away in different directions and dissipate. She could only now see that everything was fine with him after such a strong blow, and he was also standing on his own 2 feet. She raised her head up and was very surprised that nothing happened to him.
Entonces el atento Guncheon dirigió su atención a su pierna ensangrentada y gravemente herida por el golpe.
Hyuk was like an indestructible wall. It seemed that no attack could penetrate him or injure him, he was like a rock that could not be moved. Papa, just now I realized that this guy studied the Shaolin Vajrabhati technique, which gives the owner incredible durability and protection. Hyuk asked this old woman if she had calmed down her anger and was ready to finally stop doing this nonsense. He said that this should be enough for the old woman to release her anger and finally calm down. He removed her staff from his chest and said that it was time for him to go now. She couldn't believe that there was such a strong warrior in front of her now, but she was still infuriated by his arrogant character. Papak said that if he thinks that he is the most outstanding warrior in the whole world, then he is mistaken and there is a better military man than him. Papak turned her head and saw that he was not listening to her at all and forbade him to go out and said that this was an order, but he still continued to move on. She said that she would not leave it just like that and would take revenge on him for making the young mistress cry. Hyuk Muzang suddenly stopped when he heard these words from the old woman. He said that her tears are the main reason why he would be forced to do this. Papak was listening to him attentively at that moment, but she didn't understand what exactly he wanted to say. Hyuk tried to explain to her that all the problems that connect him and the lady happen only because who he is and can't do anything about it. She saw him make a swift jump up, but she didn't even notice how quickly he did it. Papak suddenly realized that she was left here completely alone, and there was no one around her. She saw that there were many pits of dents around her after the battle, and she asked herself who this monster was because he didn't even draw his sword when he fought with her. He returned home to his room to change his clothes. Hyuk threw the torn shirt away and went to the closet to get new clothes. He took out a white shirt from the closet and began to put it on so that no one would suspect that something had happened to him. Suddenly he noticed that drops of blood from his body began to slowly drip onto the floor. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said that he would be unlucky if the old woman actually wanted to kill him. Hyuk Muzang Lyoka on his bed and finally decided to relax. He thought that now it's all over and he can rest. He understood that despite the pain that we now have to experience, there is no longer a reason to see her, and said goodbye to her in his head. Suddenly he heard a knock on his door and the voice of junior student Kang Won-hyun. Hyuk allowed the student to enter. The guy said that someone came from the Limitless Mansion and wants to see the senior student. Hyuk immediately jumped out of bed and looked at the guy in surprise. He was not prepared for the fact that someone would now decide to come to them from the Boundless Mansion. The Boundless Mansion clan is a martial faction founded 80 years ago by Union Jachel, a disciple of the Kongtong sect in the eastern region. This clan once had a high position and status comparable to the 9 great sects, and they had allies and active support of the Murim Alliance. It was they who faced the Iron Blood Battalion, one of the 4 troops of the Demon Union that dominated the western regions. I took my chin with my hand and thought that however he heard that now it does not exist in reduced sizes and the sect is closed, so they have hard times on the table. Song Chan-woo, the chief manager of the Boundless Mansion, was very worried and asked the elders if the Heavenly Sword Goddess was actually here now. The old man slowly poured tea for his guest and did not understand how he knew that the young ladies were now at the academy. The dream said that he could not believe his ears and his happiness because in fact the lady was here now and the rumors he heard were true. Song bowed and asked the head of the academy to help the Limitless Mansion. He said that he needed to meet with the senior patrol of the Murim Alliance, and if the elder did this he would never forget his mercy. Hyuk couldn't believe that this man needed to meet her. After all, he had just driven me away. He barely managed to do it. Chan answered the guest that there was little he could do to help in this situation, and he could hardly be of any help. The dream said that if the elders talk to the lady, it will be very useful because their clan is now in despair. After all, this woman is the only one who can help them. Hyuk said that he wants to intervene in this dialogue and say something from himself. Dream was very surprised when he saw the senior student here. He didn't even have time to notice how this guy came here. Hyuk said that the senior patrolman in charge of the Northern Territories, if someone of her status were involved in Western affairs, it would look like an abuse of power and could cause a number of problems. He said that the Western region has its own senior patrolman. This patrolman and the Middle Clan are known for their success and justice. Suddenly the voice of a girl was heard in the room. It was Murong, and she said that she didn't know that Master Hyuk was worried about her. She stood in the doorway with her old assistant and said that only she could judge where she was exceeding her authority and where she was not. They were very surprised when they saw the young lady here and could not believe their eyes. Dream said that he is the general manager of the Limitless Mansion. She also greeted this guest and said that she was the senior patrol. Morong turned her head and suggested that we sit down and calmly talk in detail about this problem. Chan brought tea to the young lady so that she could warm up a little and have a calm conversation. Morong took a cup of hot tea and said that the tea is always very tasty in this academy, but rather thanked the lady for her compliment. All this time she looked only at him and tried to prove something to him. Hyuk looked at her in surprise and thought that he couldn't even imagine what number 5 was up to and what she wanted to do now. Morong sat calmly at the table and drank delicious tea. An hour ago a dialogue took place between Old Man Chan and Morong at the academy. Chan asked Mrs. is she really going to leave? Morong replied that she had already caused a lot of harm and she had something to take care of in the north, so she was forced to leave. The old man looked at her with a surprised look and thought that the problem was completely different, and he wanted to find out the true reason for her departure. She remembered the moment when Hyuk told her that it was better for them to never see each other again and forget about past memories. Morong found it very difficult to talk about such things to old people, and she pursed her lips. Merjin looked away and repeated Hyuk Musang's words that it was time for her to return to where she belonged. The old man looked at the girl in surprise and realized that her eyes were filled with pain and melancholy, and in fact she would not want to leave. Chan said that he had a request to the senior patrolman. The girl looked at the elder in surprise and asked what exactly was his request. He looked at her with a very kind look and asked if the girl could follow him. They went outside and went into the forest, but it was a special place. Chan girl is in this place to show her something very important. When they didn't come here, she immediately noticed that someone had been together recently. Morong saw cuts and holes on the ground and realized that they were left here by a person who was very angry. She asked what it was. Chan answered the lady that they found this place 5 days ago, on the very day the young lady arrived. Chan said that someone destroyed their place for walking. He squatted down and began to touch the pits with his hand. He said that these marks from the sword speak of the enormous strength of the person who left them, but most likely this man is from the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and most likely it was Musang. Chan said that he is sure that because of this guy the young lady is suffering, and for this reason she wants to leave. Morong replied that the matter is completely different. Chan said that this guy has always been like this since childhood. He was stubborn and hid his intentions and never showed his feelings. Often Hyuk acts crazy and does not take into account the feelings of others. Chan took the stick, smiled, and said that it's hard to argue with this guy's logic, and that's why he is taught by him can say that this guy is hard to cope with. Morong, you said that sometimes Hyuk behaves in such a way that you want to hit him. Chan is now probably convinced that the main reason why the lady wants to leave is Hyuk Musang. Morong felt very awkward and realized that she had just said a lot of unnecessary things. Chan said that he had an unusual request that he was embarrassed to voice, but he would still do it. He asked the young lady to look at his sword skills. Chan picked up a stick, put his hands in front of his body, and took a fighting position. He accumulated energy in the stick and used it as if he had a real sword in his hand. She saw from his fighting stance that he was a very experienced warrior, because his stance was firm and pure. She noticed that he skillfully wielded a sword and understood the nuances of martial arts. Chan raised his weapon up, and a blue energy tail constantly remained behind his weapon. Chan made his first blow. His stick turned into an incredibly strong weapon filled with a large amount of blue energy. He quickly turned around his body and delivered different blows. Morong observed and noticed that his movements were simple and restrained, and no fluctuations or changes in his chi energy were noticed. His dignity as an academy teacher was obvious. His movements were natural. Suddenly the old man said that Musang is the strongest and bravest student he has ever met. She was very surprised when she heard that the teacher decided to talk about this guy again, and she did not understand what exactly the teacher wanted to say. Chan used a very large amount of energy, and thanks to this, after every step he took he left a large footprint on earth. The energy of history that was at his feet scattered the earth in different directions. Chan said that Musang has one difference from all the other students, and this is his weak trait. He is more cowardly than all the other students. Morong watched the teacher's movements and couldn't believe that he was capable of doing such unique techniques. Zhang emitted a large amount of blue energy, and his stick turned into a sword that could cut the ground. Chan immediately struck the ground with another stick and left another crack on the ground. He said that Hyuk is always afraid of losing someone and is always afraid that someone important to him will get hurt, so he will repeat the marks of the sword number 100. Chan said that this guy is very afraid of losing a loved one. so he behaves distantly and coldly towards the lady. Chan said that these marks on the ground were left by Hyuk when he was doing the sword dance technique, and at that moment he was gripped by fear like no one else. Chan said that this technique is very rarely used in battle and it exists to throw out one's emotions, and he is sure that Hyuk at that moment was thinking about someone important to him. Chan put his stick on the ground and stopped. He began to breathe heavily because this technique was already too difficult for him at that age, and he said that as he thought it was impossible for such an old man to repeat this sword dance. He asked the lady's forgiveness for a performance unworthy of the standards of a senior patrolman. She asked the teacher not to apologize to her for this performance and to consider herself worthy. Tears were running down her cheeks, and she said that the sword dance she had just seen was the best she had ever seen, and she was very moved. Chan once again decided to ask the young lady, does she really want to go to where she is supposed to be now? Morwen looked away and said that this was all very strange, but it would be better for her. Chan started laughing because he said that the situation was very strange because he couldn't even imagine where the senior patrolman should be. Chan tried to calm the girl down and said that he hopes that this place she is going to coincides with her desires and it will be good there. She put a cup of tea on the table and everyone immediately reacted to the sound. Morong listened to the old man's words and thought that she herself chooses where she should be. She turned to Manager Song and asked what exactly does this gentleman want. The dream did not know where to start and tried to explain to the young mistress that their boundless mansion was in such a difficult situation that he was forced to come and kneel before the mistress. She said that as Master Hyuk said earlier, she is a patrolman of the North Murim and her capabilities here are limited. And yet she wants to know what happened. Sun explained that he had already submitted dozens of petitions to the Murim Alliance and the senior Western patrolman refused to meet with him in person and ignored all his requests. Sleep said in a trembling voice that he and his clan have been waiting for an answer for a year, but unfortunately there is still no news. Morong thought that it was very strange if they didn't give their answer because this is already a cause for concern and the usual answer comes after 3 months or a maximum of 6. But if it has come to this, it means they are either being ignored or there is a snag in the process. He handed over a letter from the Boundless Mansion and said that he was asking the lady to help them so that this letter would be considered by the management of the Murim Alliance. Song said that after the war the Kongtong sect closed and the support they received from the Murim Alliance ceased, their Boundless Mansion was abandoned to the mercy of fate, and at the same time the Iron Blood Battalion became stronger and expanded its sphere of influence, and at this rate they will take over the entire region.
Rodrigo curiosamente le pidió a Lorenzo que mostrara su arma personal a su Alteza para que la inspeccionara y evaluara su calidad.
He said that recently a strange force has appeared that is causing concern. This is a secret powerful group and they have already killed many of his masters. He said that Boundless Mansion could not deal with this alone and hoped that the Alliance would conduct a thorough investigation in Gansu province. Morong sat at her desk and looked at this letter carefully. She needed to make a decision and think carefully. The dream understood that the fate of his clan now depended on the decision of this lady, and therefore she simply sat obediently and waited. Hyuk thought that things are now very bad for this clan after all this problem is only part of Gansu, and in particular the problem of the western region. He watched this gentleman and thought that the request of the Limitless Mansion is important, but the senior of the North cannot help him with anything, and moreover the senior patrol of the West is suspiciously avoiding this problem. Which is also what number 5 doesn't like, and she most likely refuses. Morong thought well and smiled and said that she would take on this matter. Hyuk at that moment was ready to fall into the ground because he did not understand what was motivating the mistress at that moment. Morong said that Mr. Song made his request on time because Madame was now going to visit all her colleagues and would be able to deliver this letter. Mr. Song was incredibly happy when he heard a positive response from Madame, and he didn't know how to thank her, but she demanded due compensation for the hardship of missing due procedures. The dream said that if the lady is simpler than compensation, then they will try to prepare a proper reward. She said that she has no right to receive anything from the Boundless Mansion, but since he is a Murim martial artist, then they will do things differently and ask for favor or request for request. Morong looked at Master Hyuk and said that she had one suitable candidate. She said that if Master Hyuk promises to listen to her request whenever and whatever she asks, then she will gladly accept Manager Song's request. Morong smiled and asked Master Hyuk if he was ready to make such an offer in order to save the Limitless Mansion. Papak looked at the young mistress with contempt and did not understand what exactly this girl wanted and what she was up to. Papa suddenly realized that thanks to the young mistress she had just been able to see this guy's stupid face. The old woman began to understand what the young mistress's plan was. She even liked this idea because watching this narcissist walk looks like a real fool is a special kind of pleasure. Hyuk asked the lady to stop, and he said that the limitless mansion should be paid for by the senior patrolman himself, but Hyuk definitely had nothing to do with it. Mr. Song began to beg the guy to fulfill the young lady's request and agree to her demands. He said that if Master Hyuk helps them with this matter, then the Boundless Mansion will help establish a Chamber of Commerce, which the Dragon and Tiger Martial Academy also wants. Hyuk Muzang at that moment thought about the gentleman's offer because it sounded very tempting. He said that the Chamber of Commerce is an ancient dream of a teacher. The presence of a chamber guarantees the income of the academy and will give them an impetus for development in the future. Old Man Chan put his hand on this guy's shoulder and asked him not to burden himself too much. Chan said that the request came to him and the boy must decide for himself what he will do, and no one is forcing him to agree, but opening a chamber of commerce would be a very good idea. Hyuk looked at his teacher at that moment and thought that he didn't know what to do right. Chan began to convince the boy that he does not have to feel guilty if he refuses, but if he makes the right decision it will have a good effect on the academy. Chan began to lead the guy aside in order to talk with him face to face. He hid his hand back and showed with his thumb that everything would be fine and he could convince this guy. Morong laughed and realized that Old Man Chan would do everything possible to make the young mistress feel comfortable. Chan bowed to the young lady and said that it was part of his academy to welcome Ms. Morong and Ms. Papa as guests. Morong said that it was me who was researching to thank the master for such a warm welcome, and she said that she hopes that the next time they meet everything will be fine at the academy. Master Chan and his students saw off these ladies and watched them drive off into the distance. Papak said that this idiot who is called the head student did not even dare to come to see them off. Morong asked her assistant not to worry about it and to leave him alone. Papak was very surprised when she saw that the lady was not at all angry with this idiot. Morong said that she had no need to be angry with him and she was calm about this situation. Hyuk sat alone in the room and waited for the young mistress to leave the city. He felt that number 5 had just left Yangzhou County and he realized that it was finally over and now he could calm down. He remembered her smile and thought that he promised her to listen to her request. And this promise worried him, but they no longer had any reason to meet other than this request. He understood that the young mistress was up to something, but he could not fully understand her cunning plan. Papak still couldn't calm down and wanted to find out from the young mistress what the meaning of her plan was. Papak asked why the young lady accepted the letter from the Boundless Mansion because in her position she does not allow interference in the affairs of the West. Morong replied that everything is fine. She has one very interesting idea. Morong said that her idea is that she will ask the Murim Alliance to transfer her to the Western region. When Papak heard the young mistress's idea, she almost fell off her horse. After all, this answer was shocking to her. A man ran to the main entrance of the academy shouting the name Hyuk Muzang very loudly. Hyuk went outside and asked this man why he was shouting. After all, he had already warned more than once that you should not make noise in the sacred academy. This man was Cha Myung-jun. He was Hyuk Muzang's best friend and worked as a senior inspector of the Yangzhou County Bureau. Cha asked his friend to save him. Cha Myung-jun said that he is now in a very difficult situation. It is difficult for him to remain quiet. Hyuk said that this guy could have praised his joke. Cha suddenly started laughing at his friend's joke so that he could see that he cared. But after a few seconds he stopped laughing and after that he said that he needed to get down to business quickly. Hyuk began to pick his nose with his finger and said that he would first listen to what the problem was and then decide whether he would help or not. Cha said that 2 days ago 3 courtesans disappeared nearby. This happened in the small house of incense. Best brothel in Yangzhou County. In this place there was a courtesan named Erin. She was exceptionally good at playing the zither and was especially loved by all the officials of the district. Cha said that he was ordered to return this girl within 3 days, and today the deadline expires, and he didn't even find her from the traces and asked Hyuk to find this girl at any cost because he was always good at finding clues. Hyuk asked how she disappeared. Cha said that 3 days ago from 900 to 1100 in the evening they entertained 3 merchants apparently very noisy, and then the room suddenly became quiet and even after 2 hours no one came out. The manager came in to check. By that time they had disappeared without a trace. The manager and the guard said that they had never seen these merchants before because they were dressed like merchants, but there was no evidence of their activities. Cha said that he was sure that these merchants were guilty of this and most likely they were martial artists in disguise. Most likely they used some kind of technique to escape through the window. Hyuk looked at his friend with a very contemptuous look and thought that his friend was very strange. Hyuk said that he was surprised by how Cha talks about obvious things as if they were something very surprising. Hyuk said that it is obvious that this courtesan was stolen by martial artists. Hyuk went to the window on the top floor of the academy and said that he was in the form of footprints on the roof of the opposite building. Hyuk said that these people are not familiar with the yellow sand here. They most likely did not know that they were making marks on the roof because it was already dark and they must be outstanding masters if they were able to go so far. Cha was surprised when he heard that he was dealing with real martial artists, and now he realized that it was only because of this that he could not find them. Hyuk climbed onto the window and said that he needed to find the girl as soon as possible and he would do it as quickly as he could. Cha ran up to his friend and hugged him and started screaming that he had to stop. Hyuk didn't understand what exactly this guy wanted right now because now he was simply fulfilling his request. Cha said that Muzang cannot fulfill this request even if it is an order from county officials. Cha said that he couldn't let the senior student fight alone against real martial artists. Cha said that despite the fact that he is the eldest student here and the most important one in the academy for the Murim Alliance, he is just a small worm and therefore he cannot let his friend go to this death. Muzang at that moment began to get very angry. Hyuk said that Cha doesn't know anything but what Hyuk can do now and asked him not to worry about such stupidity. Hyuk saw that people at the bottom of the street began to gather in a crowd and laugh at the fact that two guys on the top floor were hugging. Hyuk was tired of this guy's stupid screams and decided to hit him on the head so that he would finally calm down. Hyuk Muzang made a swift leap upward and went in search of the missing courtesan. Limitless Mansion Crime Scene Mount Xiao Yao. The tramp sat on a stone and watched as other beggars and homeless people gathered around him. He straightened his mustache with his fingers and said that he had a conversation for these guys. The tramp said that he was very upset because none of his gang could find anything that could help them find these killer warriors. The guy said that he and all the other tramps were very sorry, but even their dogs could not pick up the trail of these people because they were very well prepared. The tramp said that every time he barely thinks that they are about to capture these bandits, he immediately escapes him. The tramp suddenly heard the voice of a woman who was slowly approaching him and could not believe his cars. After all, this voice was familiar to him. Morong bowed to the tramp and said that she had not seen him for a long time, and the grandfather divine beggar, nicknamed Phantom Mask, always pleases her with his smile. The tramp smiled at the lady and said that if she came here to see Gu Muriak, then she wasted her time because he is now in Yunha County requesting number 100. Morong said that she was not here for that, but she just wanted to see her grandfather. The Phantom Mask was nearby. The tramp said that he always feels when she is lying and said that if she has already come here to meet him, then she has some kind of request for him. Morong said that the beggar grandfather was always difficult to deceive, and he is right because she wants to ask him as one of the elders of the beggar gang to write her a letter of recommendation, and she said that she can offer him her help in return well within reason. The tramp looked at her in surprise. His eyes lit up. I didn't expect such a lady to offer her help in return. Morong asked if the tramp's grandfather knew about the bloodhound of Myriad Verst. Hawkshaw Myriad Miles, the greatest bloodhound in the Central Plains, will not miss the trace of even the ghost. The tramp asked why the lady mentions the old man who does not leave his quarter in the Murim Alliance. Morong said that the tramp must know about his secret student whom he trained personally, and in the end he surpassed even his teacher. The tramp looked at the lady in surprise and said that he was surprised that this arrogant idiot left an heir who surpassed him. Morong said that she cannot tell where this grandfather's disciple is now until the whole of Jianghu is in danger. But she can tell the tramp's grandfather that this heir taught her tracking techniques. The tramp was shocked when he heard that the young lady knew this great tracking technique and could help him find these scoundrels. Papa was very surprised when she heard that the young lady had just started lying to these people. Papak said that she had been watching the young mistress since childhood and did not remember the mistress learning similar tracking techniques. The tramp was disappointed when he heard that the lady didn't know how to do anything, and then turned around and ordered the rest of the beggars to hit the road. The tramp suddenly heard the old woman say that she and the young mistress had not seen each other for 5 years when she served the Murimii Alliance, during which time she learned these techniques. The tramp ordered his subordinate beggars to stop because he wanted to talk more with the young mistress. Grandfather Phantom Mask said that if the lady had trained in these techniques for 5 years, then she would use them to carry out the order to destroy the demons. The tramp remembered that it was during those 5 years that this arrogant ranger was a teacher. He remembered that at that moment in this bloodhound's life there was one guy whom he highly appreciated, and this guy had never made a mistake in tracking the enemy in all 5 years. The tramp asked the young lady whether the guy nicknamed Number 100 could be a student of this great detective. Morong didn't know what to answer to the tramp's grandfather now and therefore began to get nervous. Morong said that everything was completely wrong, but the tramp and the old woman did not understand why the girl answered like that because it was obvious. Hyuk picked his finger in his ear and walked carefree through the forest in search of a courtesan. He said that he was absolutely sure that these martial artists went in that direction, and he could not even think that they had the courage to hide so close to Mount Xiaoyao. Hyuk said that these guys thought everything through very carefully and tried very well to hide their tracks. Hyuk said that usually in the mountains or in a deep forest it is much easier to track someone than in the city because no one really walks here, but these guys managed to disappear without a trace in this place. He closed his eyes and thought that he should try to listen to his surroundings. As soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately heard some kind of scream in the depths of the forest and turned his attention to it. Hyuk ran towards the scream in order to find out who was making such sounds and what happened. An old man was lying on the ground. It was Forester Cha. He was a man with a very strong physique, but nevertheless he moved very slowly, and for some reason it was very painful for him to become. Hyuk saw Grandpa Cha lying on the ground and asked if everything was okay with the old man. The forester said that he stumbled and fell, but it was okay. Then he said that nowadays he constantly falls, and maybe this is due to the fact that he did not train his legs enough. Hyuk began to help grandfather the forester collect logs and said that grandfather looked very good and did not look like old age had come to him. The forester replied that no one can defeat time, and at some point everyone grows old and becomes weak. Hyuk said that he will never believe that Grandpa Cha we are a weak person because he is the strongest forester in the world. Cha said that it's all about his age and his vision is getting worse and he constantly crashes into something and falls. He said that recently he even got lost in the forest. Hyuk asked the forester if he had noticed anything suspicious in the forest lately. The forester said that apart from the haunted house, he noticed practically nothing strange in the forest. He said that there was a place in the forest where Hyuk used to take his students and friends to catch ghosts, and it was an abandoned house that was located in a clearing. The forester said that it had recently disappeared for unexplained reasons a few days ago, and he said that he walks past this house every day, but for some reason he disappeared 2 days ago. Hyuk thought that this all sounded very strange, and maybe there really were ghosts or some other creatures there. Hyuk took the old man by the hand and said that he needed to go home to rest and that tomorrow Grandpa would feel better. And he asked him to throw a bunch of firewood to the academy along the way and gave him money for this firewood. The forester was surprised when he saw that this guy had just given him a silver coin and said that it was too much money for his service. Hyuk said that he paid a little more as a token of gratitude for the help and useful information. The forester suddenly saw how this guy very suddenly began to run away towards an abandoned house and thought that this was all very strange. He shouted to the guy that it was Hyuk who helped his grandfather with firewood and that he should thank the boy, but for some reason everything happened quite the opposite. Hyuk stood on a tree branch and watched what was happening below. He drew his attention to the fact that the house had actually disappeared, and now there were even bushes growing there, as if this house had never been here. Hyuk understood that this was all for a reason, and most likely they made a shelter here. It distorts all feelings, and the guy is sure that his grandfather was lost here and fell apart somewhat. It was because of this shelter. Hyuk Muzang concluded that this is an unusual kidnapping and he cannot allow such suspicious people to be in Yangzhou County. In an invisible house near the steps stood 2 children in red clothes.
Ella explicó con dolor que esto se debía a que en opinión del banco un salón no era lugar para un noble.
The guy who was sitting on the steps said that some ordinary student of the combat academy was approaching them, and he was unlikely to be able to see anything from behind the cover. Hyuk touched the invisible force field with his hand and felt that there was actually a magical barrier here that did not allow him to pass. He suddenly raised his head and looked straight at the 2 guys who were near the entrance to the house. These guys were surprised when they saw the look of this combat academy student, and he seemed to be looking right at them. Hyuk smiled and realized that his guesses were true. Hyuk put his hand forward and touched the force field with his finger, after which the force field suddenly disappeared. The guards could believe their eyes. After all, this student had just been able to somehow magically overcome their barrier. He grabbed his sword with his hand and said that they are now in trouble because of this student. After 1 second, Hyuk was already behind this guard and wanted to twist his head. He quickly broke the neck of this guard and dealt with them in a few seconds. The 2 guards fell to the ground and could no longer resist. Hyuk said that these guys have very weak skills, but their sword is quite decent and is very expensive. Hyuk heard another man dressed in green clothes approaching him, and this man slowly walked down the steps. This man said that he was very surprised by such an unexpected visit from an unfamiliar guest. Hyuk saw this man's clothes and immediately realized that this was the last demon of the Phantom 3 of Annam. Hyuk asked why Annam people are hiding in Gansu. The man was very surprised and amazed at the knowledge of this guy because he said that the student's very unusual mood. He knows this about the 3 brothers. He said that if this guy knows who they are, then there is no need to waste your time getting to know each other. One of the brothers asked how the guy could find this and could he be from the Limitless Mansion. The 3rd brother said that the rumors about the Boundless Mansion were true, and he couldn't even think that these guys would send such a weakling here. Hyuk listened to their dialogue and immediately realized that these were the people who were attacking the Boundless Mystery Mansion and hindering the clan's progress. He said that now he is not surprised to see them because after all, in the south of Murim, the Phantom 3 are notorious for their first-class murders and cunning coordination techniques, and even an expert from the Limitless Mansion would have a hard time dealing with them. He said that this has nothing to do with him. Hyuk asked these 3 brothers, are they connected with the kidnapping of the courtesan? The 1st brother looked at this guy in surprise and asked him to ask this question again. They suddenly started laughing very loudly when they heard that it was the weakling who had come here looking for a courtesan. The 1st brother was finally able to calm down and he apologized for his laughter. He said that he did not expect such a question and could not even think that this young guy would go such a long way to save the girl. The 3rd brother asked the guy if he was a pimp because there was no other reason to look for this girl. He said that the idiots they shot down were very well dressed like village idiots. Hyuk said that now it is clear to him that it was they who locked 12 people in the basement. The 2nd brother was very surprised when he heard these words. Here is a boy. He could not even think that this boy could sense other people within a radius. Hyuk said that besides these 3 brothers, there are 18 more people in the house. 13 are on the 1st floor and 5 on the 2nd. All of them seem to be novice first-rank masters. Hyuk asked them what a large number of guys capable of destroying serious combat groups were doing on the edge of the mountain apart from these cheap kidnappings. The 1st brother said that this guy has a rather acute sense of chi, but they have been talking for too long and it's time for the boy to understand what place he has now ended up in. Hyuk took the sword in his hand and said that in total there are now 21 martial artists in this house. Hyuk Musang said that 1 blow will be enough to deal with all these opponents. The 3rd brother at that moment was in a state of rage. He was annoyed and the arrogance of this guy. Hyuk stood calmly and waited for all 3 of these brothers to approach him at a sufficient distance to counterattack them. The 1st brother thought that even a top-ranking martial artist could easily destroy their technique. The 3 of them wield extremely fast weapons which most masters of the Central Plains are not used to, and it is unlikely that anyone will be able to cope alone against 3 brothers. Hyuk easily dodged the 1st blow that was dealt to him and barely even moved from his spot. 2 brothers decided to attack the guy from behind from both sides so that he definitely had no opportunity to evade. The 1st brother made wide blows to block the opportunity for this guy to escape. But suddenly he felt that blood was slowly starting to appear on his face, and his face and arm were very painful. Hyuk performed an incredibly fast attack with which he was able to defeat 3 brothers at once with 1 blow. He cut the bodies of these guys using only 1 blow and then put his sword back in its sheath. Hyuk realized that the sword he stole from the dead guard was much more convenient than his last sword. Hyuk began to walk towards the house and said that despite the fact that these guys are very bad, they are very careful about the choice of their weapons.
Rodríguez y Asa estaban sentados cerca de la ventana. Asa no ocultaba lo aburrido que estaba y Rodríguez no tenía respuesta.
After a few seconds, terrible screams of pain from these warriors began to be heard from the house. On the walls of this building there was blood inside that slowly flowed down. The whole house was now stained with blood from the inside. The walls, the doors were broken, and there were corpses on the floor. Hyuk took his hand by the neck of one of the warriors who was still alive. Hyuk killed absolutely everyone who was in the building, and he left the last war to interrogate him. Hyuk said that it is better for this guy to answer the questions that will be asked of him now. Hyuk said that if this guy is honest and obediently answers questions, then he will kill him very quickly quickly and painlessly. Murong, she sat on one knee and felt the ground with her hand, trying to find traces of her. All the other beggars were there and were waiting. She carefully looked at the footprints on the ground and tried to find some trace. The tramp didn't understand why Murong was trying to find something in this grass for so long, and the old woman suggested that maybe the young lady was pretending to have mastered the Pathfinder technique. But in fact she was acting at random. Murong turned to these two chatty old men and said that if they don't trust her she can stop right now. The tramp felt awkward and said that he never doubted the young mistress. The beggars were surprised that it was the young lady who could just scare the ghostly mask. The tramp said that he had been waiting for a very long time, so he was interested in the young mistress if she could find out anything. Murong said that unfortunately she could not find any traces because the last traces that these people left ended in this place. She said that she was absolutely sure that these people were here, but their traces end in this place. If they cleared the traces it would be visible, but there are not even traces of clearing here. The tramp and the old woman did not understand how this was even possible, and the tramp asked the lady, "Is she really ready to retreat and give up this business?"
Hans miró a los chicos y les explicó que era una puerta de disformidad, pero no se dieron cuenta inmediatamente de que era la realidad.
The tramp looked at the young lady in surprise and asked what exactly she found. Murong said that if they want to see otherwise they need to follow her. The tramp saw very fresh tracks on the ground, thought that they had been chasing those guys for 2 days and it was unlikely that these were their tracks. Murong said that these tracks stretch all the way and end here where the tracks of these guys disappeared. She said that this man's tracks lead to the same place and most likely he is pursuing these people for the same reason as them. The tramp and the old woman were very surprised when they found out this, and they asked who this person could be who was also looking for these warriors. Murong said that his leg size was 21.6 centimeters long and 7.6 centimeters wide, and his weight was about 97 kilograms. This guy stood straight and his weight was distributed evenly on these footprints. She said that the shoe print is the same as the people from the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy. Murong said that these footprints belong to number 100 and he recently passed here. Hyuk held this guy with his hand against the wall and said that he had better answer all the questions and then he would be killed quickly and painlessly. This guy said that Hyuk is a real monster but he can't kill him because it's impossible to kill someone who is already dead. Hyuk was very surprised when he heard these words from the guy and did not understand what exactly he meant. Suddenly it was Yours who started coughing and clenched his teeth tightly. His body slowly began to turn purple and he began coughing up blood. Hyuk saw this guy just commit suicide, so he threw him on the floor. Hyuk Muzang immediately realized that this man had just taken poison, but he was not ready for this guy to go that far. Hyuk turned around and thought that he first needed to find the missing courtesans and save them. Hyuk saw some strange boxes near the wall that were covered with black cloth and thought that he definitely needed to see what these boxes were. He came closer to these boxes and removed the black cloth, after which he slowly began to open the lids of the boxes. Hyuk saw that inside the boxes there were purple tablets and they emitted some very strong energy. Hyuk took one tablet and began to sniff it in order to understand what exactly this tablet does and why it was created. Thanks to his heightened senses, he himself felt the properties of this pill. He burned it in his hands and watched as the tablet slowly disappeared, turning into ashes. Suddenly Hyuk felt a very strange sound and realized that it was an unusual sound and these were the voices of people communicating with each other, but he could not understand what they were talking about. Hyuk saw the entrance to the basement and thought that people are now downstairs and they are locked in the basement. He opened the door and asked if there was anyone downstairs and said that everything was clear now so they could safely go out. At that moment an angry girl attacked him holding a sharp iron needle in her hands. She thought it was the bandit who sent them here. Hyuk stopped her with his hand. He took her hands in his palm and she dropped the needle. The needle fell to the floor and flew off to the side. Hyuk asked this girl to calm down. He smiled at her and said that everything is fine now, she doesn't have to worry. Hyuk looked into her eyes and said that he came here to save her. She looked at this guy and realized that he had very kind, beautiful eyes and his facial features actually looked like a kind person. Tears began to appear in her eyes at that moment and it seemed that she was now paying. But suddenly she decided to spit right in his face and accumulated a large amount of saliva in her mouth. She said that she didn't believe him and asked what he was up to this time. If he wanted to mock her, she asked it's better to kill her right away. Suddenly another girl came out from the basement and immediately recognized this guy. She said that she was glad to see Muzang. This girl was very touched that he came here to save her. Hyuk didn't understand how this girl knew him because he was seeing her for the first time in his life. She pounced on him and immediately started hugging him. She said that she was very pleased to know that brother Muzang came here to save her from these monsters. Hyuk felt very awkward at that moment and did not understand what to do. After all, he had never seen this girl before. Morong made a very surprised expression on her face because what she saw shocked her. In front of them was a stone that they had recently passed, and people did not understand how they ended up here again. After all, they were following in the footsteps of number 100, and this is the third time they have come across this stone. Papak asked the lady to stop and admit that she had lied. Morwen replied that it was she who found the traces of number 100. Papak said that no one is sure that these are his traces. The tramp scratched his mustache and said that the young mistress was leading them in the right direction. At that moment, absolutely everyone was surprised because they didn't understand why the tramp had just said that the young mistress was leading them correctly. The tramp asked everyone to look up carefully, and they saw that there was an array of distortion above them, and only now they did not understand that because of this they could not find their traces. Murong looked at her maid with a very reproachful look and showed her all her anger. The tramp said that a gang of beggars should take care of this matter. After all, no one can cope with this task better than them. He came closer to the invisible force field and said that technology is not always required to destroy such an energy array. He made a very quick movement with his left hand to accumulate energy for me. After that, he made exactly the same movement with his right hand and also accumulated energy in it. The tramp said that in the West there is an old expression that goes like this: knock and the door will open, and if the barrier breaks in front of you, so says the wisdom. Murong thought that the tramp was now trying to break the barrier with brute force. She had never heard of such a method. Murong looked at the tramp grandfather and thought that he had a very strong internal energy strength, and this is the strength of the greatest master of the beggar gang, one of the 10 experts in Murim. The tramp saw something very strange and stopped. He noticed that there were already cracks in the barrier that protects this place. Murong said that the tramp grandfather had not yet struck, but cracks had already appeared in the barrier, and suggested that his strength was so great that he could break this barrier without touching him. The tramp said that he didn't do it, but someone did it before him. He saw that there was already a hole in the force field from which there were a large number of cracks, and assumed that the guy had already taken care of everything before them. The tramp hit this crack, and suddenly they saw a very bright light that began to blind them. They tried to cover their faces with their hands so as not to see this bright light. After all, if you look at it for a long time, you can lose your sight.
Hans llamó a Rakija, quien no tenía idea de qué tipo de petición le podrían hacer.
Hyuk held the courtesan in his arms, who recognized him and carried him slowly out of the house so that she would feel calm. Hyuk said that he remembered her and she used to be a little geisha student who studied the art of geisha. Hyuk said that I haven't seen him for a long time. He now feels as if just yesterday she was waiting for him behind the academy and bringing him rice cakes. Hyuk said that he was very glad to see his old friend, such an adult and beautiful girl, and he said that he had heard a lot about what a famous singer she had become. She replied that she was not a singer. The other geisha were shocked that this guy actually saved them. Hyuk suddenly stopped and froze in place as if his body had frozen and turned into ice. His face suddenly turned blue. The geisha who was hanging on his back couldn't understand why his brother was acting so strangely now. Geisha asked Brother Hyuk, who is this woman who is standing in front of them now and emitting demonic fire from her body. Morong pretended that everything was fine with her now, and said that she was very glad to meet Master Hyuk again. Hyuk was scared when he saw his ex-girlfriend in this place and didn't understand what to do. He was so scared that he dropped the geisha who was sitting on his back. Hyuk understood that he was now in a very convenient situation and tried to explain that he was only carrying this girl because she sprained her ankle. Merjin pretended that everything was fine and that she was absolutely adequate to this situation because there were no feelings between them anymore. Hyuk asked, "What is she doing here?" She replied that she just wanted to walk here. The tramp said that they have been pursuing one group for a long time and Murongamwa is helping them track them down. He asked if there was anyone inside the building besides these girls. Hyuk said that he met thugs inside the house who stole these girls and killed them all. The tramp was very surprised when the guy said that he single-handedly killed all these strong warriors. He asked, was there anything else strange in the building? Hyuk tried to remember if he noticed anything else suspicious in this house, and at that moment the courtesans were carefully watching him. Morong noticed that suddenly a red barrier of energy appeared between them. Hyuk said that he saw something very strange in the house. It was a mountain of boxes containing aphrodisiac pills. The tramp said that he knew that there would be boxes of aphrodisiac pills there. Morong and the old woman were shocked when they heard this. They didn't understand. Why would you need erection pills to become a monster? The geisha suddenly realized that they couldn't hear these people talking at all, but they were standing very close to them. It was strange. The tramp ordered General Jiang to take 10 guys with him and find out what poison the suicide used and remove all the aphrodisiac from the house. Hyuk said that there are no more aphrodisiac pills because he burned absolutely all the pills. The tramp was upset and asked why the guy did this because these pills could be a very important clue. Hyuk said that he took one pill with him just in case, and the tramp began to laugh. He said that he can always count on this guy and asked him to give this pill to him because he wants to use it to track down the bandits. Hyuk took the pill in his hands and said that he would give it to the tramp, but he had one condition. The tramp was scared because he didn't understand what exactly this guy would want to ask for now. Hyuk said that his conditions are very simple. He wants the tramp to open a beggar gang department here in Yangzhou. Hyuk said that after the visit of the manager of the Boundless Mansion, he realized something, and apparently the Murim Alliance left Yangzhou and most likely forgot about the whole of Gansu. Hyuk said that he has great power in his hands, but can the Iron Blood Battalion, the Bloody Curse gang of the Poles, take over this place? If the Iron Blood Battalion interferes with him, it will not be easy for him to cope alone, especially now that they are strong enough to change the ghostly Anam 3. Hyuk said that now he has no other reliable protection other than a gang of beggars. The tramp was shocked by such a proposal, and he didn't even know what to answer right away. Hyuk said that if the tramp now agrees to this offer, he will give him the aphrodisiac. The tramp said that he is the head of this gang, but his power has a limit, and besides, the Iron Blood Battalion Limitless Mansion signed a non-aggression agreement in Yangzhou County. Hyuk asked the tramp, is he really scared and afraid that the great gang of beggars will have problems with the Iron Blood Battalion? The tramp at that moment became very angry because the guy hurt his feelings and his pride. The tramp began to emit very strong fire energy from his body, and said that no one dares to provoke a gang of beggars. Morong said that things are very bad now because the tramp grandfather is very angry. Morong noticed that now the pressure in the air has become even stronger than before, and this means that the tramp grandfather is emitting very strong energy. Hyuk asked the tramp to calm down and give him a chance to explain. Hyuk Muzang said that the food in Yangzhou County is incredibly delicious, and there is no place that can compare with this county for its delicious food. Merjin was beside herself with rage. She didn't understand what this guy was talking about now and why he was saying such nonsense. Hyuk said that many traders pass through their district and they have mastered various ingredients of cooking techniques, and he is sure the students of the beggar gang will be happy when they try this food. The tramp suddenly calmed down and listened to everything this guy said to him. He stopped and decided to think about it carefully. Suddenly the tramp began to laugh very loudly. He laughed so loudly that he could be heard at the other end of the forest, and said that I have never met such a cunning guy as Hyuk Muzang. The tramp said that he agreed with this proposal but explained that no beggar would refuse a place with good food. Merjin doesn't understand how this idiot manages to constantly get out of such difficult dialogues. The tramp put 2 fingers forward and said that he wanted to equalize the terms of this agreement, and said that everything would be fair if Hyuk paid him 2 debts that he had to fulfill. Muzang smiled and said that he would easily forget about these 2 requests, and the tramp can consider that he has already fulfilled them. Hyuk said that he had already written off these 2 debts at the moment when the tramp promised to find Chan's brother. The tramp said that Hyuk is a crafty man, he must have the last word. Hyuk replied that the tramp flatters him. The tramp said that he wanted to ask number 100 something else. Hyuk said that he would be happy to answer his question. A tramp asked a guy whether people from Yangzhou County often give money to beggars. Hyuk said that all the people who live here are very kind and he is sure that they will give money to beggars. The general of the beggar gang at that moment realized that Hyuk was lying, and there was not a drop of truth in his words. The tramp used his magical powers to pull the capsule towards him. Hyuk let the tramp take the aphrodisiac pill. The tramp threw an aphrodisiac capsule to the general who was standing behind him, and said that they would be looking forward to food from the district. The tramp turned his head to Morong and said that she managed to help find these criminals, and therefore he would write her a letter of recommendation for the western region. Morong understood that at that moment everything did not go according to plan, and Muzang should not have heard this. Muzang asked what the tramp was just talking about and why would he write a letter of recommendation for the western region. Merjin began to feel very awkward and thought how best she could justify herself and explain this whole situation to Muzang. But suddenly she noticed this large group of geishas who stood behind him and for whom he was a real hero. Suddenly Murong realized that she didn't have to explain anything to him or make excuses and said that it was none of his business. The young lady very quickly jumped on her horse and began to ride. She ordered her old woman to follow her as quickly as possible. Muzang looked in surprise at the mistress leaving into the distance and did not understand what had just happened. He clenched his fist tightly and began to get angry that she was actually going to transfer to the western region. The general of a gang of beggars came to the tramps and said that they had finished the investigation. He reported that during the investigation they found 23 corpses all killed with one blow, and there were also traces of fire after burning the aphrodisiac. The tramp drank alcohol from a bottle, then scratched his mustache and said that 23 corpses is a large number of people. The general asked the tramp, does he really want to establish a beggar gang department in Yangzhou County? The tramp said that he is the kind of person who will never lie to junior subordinates. The general said that he could understand the tramp, but it was too much of a favor for the sake of one aphrodisiac. The tramp suddenly began to laugh when he heard this joke from his general. He asked the guy, does he really think that this is too much price for one aphrodisiac pill? The guy replied that yes, he thinks so. The tramp raised his finger up and said that he would try to explain why he made such a decision. He said that firstly 300 beggars were looking for an enemy 2 days ago. This guy took half a day to find them, and that means Gamwa's story about the bloodhounds of Myriad Verse is true. The tramp said that moreover he easily dealt with 23 martial arts masters who were guarding a mountain of aphrodisiac, and simply put Hyuk is stronger than they say about him. The tramp said that the most important thing is that he did not recoil after experiencing the homicidal pressure of the tramp and continued to chat. At that moment, the general began to understand what the tramp wanted to tell him. The tramp at that moment drank alcohol from his bottle and said that he was not going to kill this guy, but he was very angry and someone else in his place would have wet his pants from fear in this situation. But this guy kept talking about the food of Yangzhou County, and he was absolutely not scared when he saw this incredible power. The tramp is that thanks to this service they only win because they receive talented reinforcements in the form of number 100. In the small house there was reverence. That night the lanterns were lit again and work was in full swing. When Hyuk returned to the city of all geishas in the house of the Annunciation, his friend immediately ran up to him and began to hug him. Cha asked what happened to the kidnappers of these girls. Hyuk said that he sent them back to where they came from. Cha started asking a lot of different stupid questions and wanted to find out what exactly happened to them. Muzang suddenly felt a very strange pain in his chest and thought that he had never felt such pain before. Cha didn't understand what was happening to his friend now and why he suddenly began to behave so strangely. Muzang realized that this feeling in his chest was more related to the tramp power that he used in the forest, and he didn't even think that his killing pressure was so strong. Cha asked his friend how badly he was beaten when he tried to save these girls. Hyuk began to get angry because this idiot constantly said that he knew that Muzang would not succeed and could be beaten very badly, but he was surprised that the guy was still able to complete the task. Hyuk could no longer contain this anger in himself, and so he punched this guy in the face with all his might. Hyuk slowly began to walk away and said that it would be nice for this idiot to learn to shut his mouth in time. The tramp began to tell a story about what happened 7 years ago. He said that the new gatekeeper of the Alliance had a very capable body, and the tramp advised him to join the Order of Demon Slaying. Hyuk thought about this proposal and replied that he wanted to ask the tramp not to use his students if he suddenly died or he needed a master. Hyuk said that they have a small academy with only a couple of students. If one more of them disappears, the teacher will not stand it. The tramp said that he admired this guy's loyalty to his teacher, and he really touched the tramp, so he agreed and promised 3 more favors if he completed the task. The tramp said that at that moment he also had his own student. This student always had no problem stealing and drinking his teacher's precious drink. Number 8 told the teacher that the tramp at that moment was sure that number 100 would not stand this test and would die. Number 8 said that at that time the teacher passed the number tired impossible test. The tramp added extra weight to his student so that he would not talk nonsense. Sometimes he learned to keep his mouth shut. The tramp jumped away from his student and said that in any case number 100 is now alive, and he listened to his request and with his keen eye to the expert saw a promising guy. The tramp turned his head back and said that he had already said that number 8 was very close to number 100 in those days. The tramp offered number 8 to be the leader of the tramp department in Yangzhou County, and now he will have to convince not only number 100 but also the rest of the academy members. The tramp said that in some way number 100 you will become an ideal friend for a gang of beggars. Young students of the beggar gang have been trying since the morning to build a building that will house the department of the beggar gang in Yangzhou County. Number 8 was responsible for the construction of this building, and he constantly made sure that the beggars did everything efficiently and correctly, but they did it very poorly. Academy students approached the picture from behind and wanted to talk to number 8. The disciples felt very awkward, but they had to ask this man a question: who is he and why is he building this building here? Number 8 started laughing when he saw these guys. He asked them, "Is this really the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy student uniform?" He said he was Muzang's friend. He thought that this was an ideal opportunity approaching them and said that he was glad to meet you and said his name Jie Muriak from the gang of beggars. He said that their older brother asked him to set up a new base here and apparently forgot to tell his younger students about it. They began to bow to him and say that they were terribly embarrassed because they did not recognize such a great man who was capable of tearing apart a bear with his bare hands. Guy Muriak said that they are all part of the traditional faction of the same province and therefore asked the students not to be afraid of him. He said that he was completely harmless and was just one poor beggar from a gang. Hyuk Muzang asked the students what they were doing here and said that he only went out to patrol the area for a short time and was surprised when everyone left. The younger student said that the older student had better watch his words because in front of them is now the famous warrior Guy Muriak from the beggar gang. Muzang asked number 8, "Why is he bullying the younger students now?" They were very scared when they saw that the senior student was communicating so calmly and brazenly with this big guy. Guy Muriak said that he was just trying to get to know them, but the older student explained that the big guy needed to act calmer because his face scared the young students. The students carefully watched the dialogue between the senior student and this great warrior. They did not understand what was happening now. Hyuk turned to his students and asked them what they were staring at. He said that they need to return quickly because the morning training is almost over and he will come to them soon. Guy Muriak waved his hand at these guys as they ran away. He said that they could come at any time to chat with him and ask them to bring food next time. The students began to discuss among themselves, how can you elder brother know this person? After all, looking at them, you can say that they are very close friends. The guy smiled and said that now I have nothing to worry about because with a gang of beggars in the yard, they no longer need to worry about the great power. They were delighted because this great warrior allowed them to come every day to communicate with him and did not say that they would spend all their free time in this place. Guy Muriak asked Hyuk Muzang if he was pleased that the students were happy to meet him. Guy Muriak said that now these students feel better and are happy. Probably the eldest student has done what all these guys dream of. Hyuk Muzang said that he will be satisfied and happy when the beggars take a shower and do something about their stench because it can be heard all the way to the academy. Guy Muriak said that Hyuk himself wanted to build a base near the academy. Number 8 said that beggars have virtues and no one has ever seen a clean stray without smell because a beggar must love and accept his stinky smell. Hyuk said that even the dignity of beggars is very poor and he put a plug in his nose so as not to smell the smell. Guy Muriak said that be that as it may, the missing student that Muzang asked about earlier has not yet been found. Muzang understood that this was very bad news and he hoped that somehow by this time they would be able to sort out this problem. Muzang said that he hopes that nothing bad happened to this guy. Guy Muriak said that they don't know what exactly happened to him, but he seemed to have disappeared and there is no news of him. He said that they managed to find out that for some time he worked as a gatekeeper in Yunhe County, but one day he suddenly disappeared and even his employers did not know where he was. Guy Muriak said that 3 people who shared the room with him were injured during work and it was unpleasant to walk around asking about such things. He said that this is not a simple matter. If you look carefully at the disappearance of this student, then some real master worked here. Hyuk stood motionless in place and thought about how best to solve this problem. He said he was very upset that they still couldn't find this guy. Hyuk turned around and said that they had better keep working hard because the students would be arriving soon. He had to go. Go put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop because he still wanted to say something. But when he saw this guy's face, he immediately stopped wanting to say anything. Hyuk said that if number 8 wants to tell him that brother Jung is dead and Hyuk should give up, then number 8 better keep his mouth shut. He said that the bodies of other mercenaries were found, but Chan's brother was not there, which means he is still alive, and Hyuk is sure that we need to continue the search. Yi Muriok said that he was always amazed at how this guy can stay calm while being impatient, and he said that I was going to say something completely different. Yi Muriok said that he managed to find one person who can help them in this matter. Yi Muriok explained that this man can help, but he has one problem: he is a mentally retarded person and they can't talk to him. Number 8 said that this person has been repeating the same thing ever since they showed him Jung Taeyong's picture. This mentally retarded person repeats the same phrase every day that an older student will definitely come and help.
Asa no podía apartar la vista de esta hermosa espada.
He said that he would need to leave for a while and would like to go to Yunha County. The teacher began to ask the older student in a trembling voice, was he really able to find out something? He asked if Muzang really knew Taeyong's location at that moment. He tried to get up from the chair, but his body was still shaking. Chan asked the older student if he could go to this boy and bring him back home. Hyuk said that he cannot answer this question and does not know what this journey will bring him, but he will do his best. Muzang said that as long as he is brother Taeyong, he will definitely return home, no matter what the cost to him. The guy cut off the head of one of the opponents and splashed out his blood. He brutally and mercilessly killed his opponents by cutting off their heads with his sword. He threw back enemies who prevented him from moving forward. A very fierce battle took place in this place where all the wars were without outer clothing and fought to the death. The gentleman in the red mask stood with his assistant on the top of the rock and watched this battle. The guy was bleeding, then he was breathing very heavily and tried to regain his breath. He held a blade in his hand from which blood was dripping, and in front of him lay the dead bodies of his opponents. He heard a strange sound behind him, as if someone was trying to get out of here and was still alive. The guy put his hand forward and tried to crawl forward while lying on his stomach. This guy cried and asked not to kill him. He just wanted to stay alive. He turned his head towards this guy crawling on the ground and saw that he didn't have 2 legs. He pursed his lips and realized that he had no choice to spare this enemy. He slowly began to walk towards him, stepping from foot to foot. He continued to crawl forward, trying to save him, shouting loudly that he wanted to live and asked not to kill him. But it was too late to ask for mercy because the blade was already preparing to strike. He plunged his blade into the body of this enemy and splashed out the blood from him. He ended the torment of this guy. He made the last movement with his hand began to tremble. Then his hand just fell to the ground and didn't move anymore. The gentleman said that this warrior is impeccable because he once again wins the duel. The gentleman said that this guy is a good product, and when they sold him they called his name John Taeyong. Hyuk Muzang came to Gansu province in Yunha district. In this city there were a lot of people walking around the bazaar and traders. Hyuk walked along the main street of this city and saw that this ruin was definitely prosperous compared to Yangzhou County. He suddenly stopped because he saw something very strange and decided to take a closer look. He stood and looked at the luxurious carriage that was in front of him. He saw that even the cab drivers were dressed in first-class silk and could not understand who these people were and why they looked so good. The driver who was on the cart suddenly saw a guy who was standing not far from him and was watching their cart. Hyuk realized that he had been noticed and decided to immediately leave this place so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. He decided to hide in the crowd. The woman who was inside the cart at that moment asked the driver named Yenji what happened and why did he look so worried. Yenji answered the lady that nothing special happened, but it seemed to him that someone was watching them, and it was a simple guy from a rural martial arts academy. He said the lady shouldn't worry about it. The lady smiled, but her smile was hard to see because of the headlights, and said that this man interested her and she was interested in watching him. Yenji asked the lady if they should catch this guy and bring him to her. She replied that you shouldn't do that and you should just leave the boys alone. The lady was in a very playful mood and said that she had a feeling as if she would meet this young man again. Hyuk calmly walked along the street and looked at everything that was around him because he had never been to this area before.
El Khan siguió cada palabra del emperador y notó algunas contradicciones con sus ideas en su comportamiento.
The beggar said that he knew that Master Hyuk Muzang from Yangzhou was standing in front of him now and asked if the master had some change. Hyuk looked at this beggar and smiled. He understood that talking with beggars always brought him pleasure. He took out a wooden sign from the inner pocket of his clothes on which the sign of beggars was drawn and showed it to this guy. The beggar was surprised that the master had a sign from the ghostly mask. Hyuk asked this beggar to take him around the city and show him everything here. The beggar said that he could not refuse such a gentleman and would be happy to show him everything that is in this city. They talked about light topics, but Hyuk used his telepathy ability and asked the beggar to tell him about the local troops. The beggar said that the district is considered a neutral zone between the Iron Blood Battalion and the Limitless Mansion. The beggar using telepathy said that in fact this place is under the control of the Blood Curse Gang, so it is safer to assume that this is the land of the Iron Blood Battalions. The beggar spoke loudly about local attractions, but with the help of telepathy, he said that there used to be a couple of traditional sections of clans here, but they were attacked by vagabonds and they had to close. Hyuk Muzang suggested that Brother Chan was forced to work with bandits. The beggar said that everything could be because this gang is paid tribute and the bandits pay their workers. Hyuk asked this beggar to take him to a man who claimed to know Chan. Farewell said that Master Hyuk needs to follow him. On the streets of this small town, a loud conflict suddenly occurred and a gentleman called an ordinary person bad names. He kicked this guy and told him that he had no right to move on after crashing into Mr. The boy began to cry and said that it hurt him a lot when the gentleman beat him. He said that he had not done anything wrong and did not understand why this gentleman was hurting him. The gentleman started shouting at this guy and said that this boy is crazy. Chiriong was mentally retarded, but despite this he was very kind and did not understand why this villain was yelling at him now. The gentleman began to beat this boy. A crowd had already gathered around them with his fists and was watching this lawlessness. The beggar went up to his friend Chong and asked what was happening here. Jonggu replied to Jilsum that they had a little problem. Hyuk said that he was Master Hyuk and asked what was happening in the square now and why was this guy beating the guy. Chonggu said that this guy is exactly the one they need, but he just tripped while walking and it so happened that he fell on the master from the Blood Curse Gang. Hyuk said that now everything is clear to him and he must deal with this problem himself. He allowed the beggars to leave and not worry about it. The beggars wanted to stop this gentleman, but they didn't even have time to say anything because he disappeared very quickly. They couldn't even notice how he did it. Hyuk landed next to this gentleman who was now beating the weak guy. He blocked his opponent's fist with his hand. Hyuk said that beating up this innocent guy is enough and the master can finally calm down his rage. The beggars were very surprised when they saw such a fast technique of this master, and they did not understand where he got such courage from because he was not afraid of this gentleman from the gang. The bandit saw that some unfamiliar guy appeared in front of him and said that no one dares to touch the bandits from the Bloody Curse Gang with their hands. But at this moment he could not even pull his hand out of this grip. Hyuk let go of this bandit's hand and said that if someone accidentally bumped into this gentleman, this is not a reason to interfere with the Blood Curse Gang or start a fight in the city center. Hyuk Muzang said that this conflict can end well if it ends right now and just go in different directions. The bandit did not agree with this decision and he said that this arrogant bastard should be punished for his words and actions. Hyuk blocked the enemy's sword with his hand and did not allow him to pull the sword out of its sheath. He came closer to this bandit and then said that if this gentleman is now unable to stop his anger and make the right decisions, then it would be better for him to explain right now. Hyuk said that if the bandit takes out the sword he will die immediately and Hyuk does not want to create even more problems, so he ordered this bandit to get out of here. The bandit understood that a real martial arts master was now standing in front of him and he was very scared because fighting such a master was stupid and he had no chance of winning. The bandit pulled his hand out of the grip and pushed this guy aside. The bandit began to leave and said that this time he was letting this guy go, but if he appeared here again the bandit would be forced to kill him. Hyuk said that he appreciates this man's kindness. Chiriong sat on his haunches and covered his head with his hands. He was afraid that the bad person would scare and beat him again because he didn't like being hurt. Hyuk went up to this frightened guy, took him by the shoulder and said that this bad man left and now guys I need to be afraid. Chiriong couldn't stop his tears. But when he saw this gentleman he decided to ask him who he was. Hyuk told this guy his name. He said that he was a senior student from the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy from Yongjo Okuga, and he heard that his friend Jong Taeyong was here. The guy was very scared when he saw that a senior student from the Dragon's Tiger Combat Academy was now standing in front of him. His face immediately turned pale, and he was incredibly scared. The boy said that Taeyong's older brother scares him because he hits him very hard. He said that Taeyong's dad is also very scary and Chiriong will be punished for what he says. Chiriong said that he needs to apologize because he is very scared when he looks at his older brother from Dragon Tiger Academy. Hyuk didn't even understand what was happening now. Why was this guy acting so strangely? Hyuk Muzang closed his eyes and tried to understand what was happening here and why this boy thought that he would be punished. Hyuk raised his head up and saw his brother's face. He asked his brother, what rumors did he spread to Hyuk Musana? A strong man pushed the boy to the side and he fell to the ground and hit his head on the table. The man who pushed him is very angry because the boy ate a large portion of dumplings and he has absolutely no money to pay for these dumplings. He raised his hand up and wanted to hit this guy to teach him a lesson, but suddenly he heard someone's voice asking him to stop. Chan approached this man and asked him not to hit the boy because he himself would pay for his dumplings. Chiryong was very pleased because they brought him another portion of dumplings and he began to eat them with pleasure. Chan asked this boy not to eat so quickly because he might have indigestion. He said that if the boy eats quickly his stomach will hurt. Chan didn't understand why this boy was looking at him with that look. He asked if there was something on his face, maybe some kind of dirt. Chiryong pointed to his cheek and said that Jung has a wound on his face that hurts a lot. Chan, I finally understood, but why did this boy look for so long? He touched this wound with his hand and said that this was nonsense and you don't have to worry about this small scratch. Chan tried to wipe the blood on his face so that the boy would not be so scared when he looked at him. He said that he wants to tell Chiryong something, but if the boy promises that he won't tell anyone about it and will keep it secret. Hyuk listened to this boy's story and realized that his younger brother was fighting in the underground arena. Chiryong said that brother John Taryong fights in the underground arena and earn money. He carries boxes and makes money, and with this money he buys dumplings for Chiryong. Chiryong said that he could only tell the senior student about this. Hyuk asked how the boy knew that Hyuk was a senior student. Chiryong replied that at the Dragon Tiger Academy there is a white and blue uniform and the senior student is 182 centimeters tall. Chiryong gave the senior student a red hairband. Hyuk looked at this boy and realized that he was a fool, but this boy has an excellent memory and most likely he can remember what he heard once. Hyuk asked where this underground arena is located. Chiryong replied that whenever there is a full moon in the sky and a new moon appears, if you come to the mountains, then someone will lead him to this arena. Hyuk immediately realized that the full moon would be tonight and he needed to immediately go in search of this arena. Suddenly bandits entered the building and knocked down the door so that everyone present would pay attention to them. The waiter approached these bandits to greet them. The bandit shouted that he had found these guys and they were sitting at the far table. He took the waiter's face with his hand and began to push him aside. The bandit pushed this waiter to the side and he fell. The bandit said that you should not stand in his way because he is very angry. This time he was no longer alone and a whole gang of people who were also from his clan walked along him during the day. The people who were in the establishment quietly having breakfast were shocked when they saw such a large number of bandits here. People began to communicate with each other, but they spoke only in whispers so that the bandits would not hear them, and they agreed that they would not look at these bandits so that they would not be beaten either. Chiryong saw that a large number of bandits were approaching them and began to eat dumplings even faster in order to fill his stomach before he was beaten again. The main bandit walked up to their table and asked Hyuk, is it he who looks down on the Blood Curse gang and allows himself to threaten the members of this gang? Hyuk looked at this bandit but didn't answer him right away. He had to think about how best to get out of this situation in order to have as few problems as possible. Chiryong raised his hand up and said that he knows this bad man and began to call this bandit leader bad words. When the leader of the bandits heard these terrible words addressed to him from this boy, he and all his subjects were shocked by such impudence. The bandits were furious that this guy allowed himself to treat them so disrespectfully and insult members of their gang. The bandit was very angry because this guy doesn't watch his language at all, and it was just you idiot who dared to insult the gang members. He understood that he couldn't allow such disrespect for himself and wanted to hit the guy. Hyuk made the most correct decision in this situation and shouted very loudly that Chiryong was bad, and that he had just done the wrong thing and said a lot of stupid things. The bandit was very surprised when he heard these words from a stranger, and he decided to stop and understand what was happening here now. Hyuk began to scold the boy for behaving very badly and swearing at these people. After all, they didn't do anything to him and just came to talk. Chiryong pointed his finger at this person and said that this is a bad person and Chiryong always tells the truth. Hyuk said that maybe this person is really bad, but if you say it to his face, he will feel bad, and therefore you shouldn't call other people fools. Chiryong said that he is not offended when they call him a fool because he knows that he is a real fool and is okay with it when he is called names. Hyuk looked at the boy carefully and thought about what he needed to do next to resolve this situation. Hyuk connected his fingers and said in a quiet voice that Chiryong's words sounded logical, and that's why he now allows the boy to call this man names. Chiryong was happy when the senior student allowed him to scold this man, and so he immediately began calling this red-robed bandit an idiot and a fool. The bandit and his assistants immediately grabbed the balls and said that they would now skin this little parasite. Hyuk understood that the situation was heating up and he could not inflate this problem even more. Therefore, he urgently needed to do something in order not to create even more problems. He picked up the chopsticks and thought that he had no other choice, and now he still had to fight them. Suddenly they heard the laughter of some girl on the second floor. She was very cheerful and had been watching them from the second floor all this time. She laughed so loudly that she began to cry, and she said that she was sorry for her laughter because this situation made her laugh and she didn't eavesdrop on purpose. The lady said that these guys downstairs were very funny and they made her laugh. When Hyuk saw this girl, he became even more wary because he understood that this was hardly any ordinary girl. He immediately saw that she was a mistress and understood that the problems could only get worse because of her. The bandits saw this girl on the second floor and said that she was a stupid fool and ordered her not to interfere in her own affairs. Yenji was sitting next to her and heard this dialogue all this time, but when the bandit on the first floor called the lady a fool, he realized that he needed to react to this. The lady allowed Yenji to deal with these bandits as he wanted. She said that it was unpleasant for her to hear such insults to her address, and therefore she would not restrain him. The lady asked Yenji not to be too cruel because there are ordinary people sitting on the first floor and they are having breakfast now, and she would not want to spoil their appetite. Hyuk, I watched this girl. I don't understand what's happening now and who she is. All he understood was that the situation was now completely out of his control. Hyuk looked at this guy who was now going down the steps towards them from the second floor and realized that this was the same cab driver he had seen on Central Street. Yenji slowly walked down the steps and prepared to fight this group of stupid bandits. But the bandits ordered this man to retreat before it was too late and while he was still alive. The bandit tried to explain that their gang controlled this territory and ordered this man to stop before it was too late. Suddenly the main bandit realized that he had already seen this man somewhere, and his face seemed very familiar to him, but he could not remember where exactly he saw. Yenji took the talkative bandit's face with his hand to cover his dirty mouth and slowly began to lift him up. Yenji said that no one has the right to insult the young lady and call her such terrible words, and everyone who dares to do this will be punished. When the bandits saw this man in rage, they immediately began to remember who he was. Yenji said that usually he rips out the tongues of such talkative and vile people, and after that he shoves their tongue down their throats. Probably the lady asked them to behave carefully. He said that thanks to the young lady, he will leave the corpses of this bandit clean. Yenji began to squeeze this guy's face and saw some kind of bloodshot eyes, and it seemed like they would burst at any second. Yenji used his internal chi energy to make this bandit suffer and make him understand the mistake he just made when he insulted the lady. He listened to the cries of pain of this bandit and watched how he suffered. Hyuk carefully watched this driver and noticed that he concentrated the technique of splitting bone tendons only on the upper part of the enemy's body and realized that this was a very cruel way of killing. He thought that the bandit would have thanked this man if his tongue had simply been torn out. Yenji threw this guy to the ground and looked at the reaction of the other bandits. Yenji said that it was very wise for the bandits not to attack him because it would be their biggest mistake in their entire lives. The main bandit bowed to this gentleman because he remembered his face and said that they respectfully greet the owner of the Rakshasa sword Ma Yenji. When the steel bandits realized who was standing in front of them, they also bowed to this gentleman. The main bandit said that he saw this gentleman from afar 2 years ago when he was on behalf of the Iron Blood Battalion. He apologized for not recognizing this gentleman right away. Hyuk was very surprised when I realized that this man was from the Iron Blood Battalion. Yenji said that he can really see people who know who he is and dare to do such terrible things. Yenji said that these bandits should know what could happen to them if they cause inconvenience to the one he is accompanying. The bandits said that they committed serious crimes, but they did not know that such an important person was next to them, and they admit their mistake. The young lady began to laugh when she saw the frightened faces of these bandits and asked her guide to stop and stop torturing them. She said that thanks to these bandits, she was able to have a good laugh. If he had punished them for such a trifle, she would have been angry. The lady said that he had already killed the man who insulted me, so we can stop. Yenji bowed to the lady and said that he apologized for playing with them a little. She replied that there is no need to apologize for this. The mistress ordered this gang of bloody curse to listen to her carefully, and they all immediately leveled up and said that they had listened to absolutely everything that the mistress said. She said that she spared all these bandits only because these two guys sitting at the table were able to entertain her. The young lady ordered the bandits to never bother these two cute guys again, and only then will she spare these bandits. The bandits leaned over to this lady and said that from now on until the end of their lives they will never bother these two gentlemen again. The young lady said that she was very glad that they were able to come to an agreement and asked to remove the corpse from her eyes as soon as possible while she was still in a good mood. Hyuk Muzang stood up at the table and bowed to this lady. He said that thanks to her they were able to escape the problems and told her that they too would now leave. The young lady slowly touched her hair with her fingers and said that she was very sorry because these guys were already leaving. Her eyes suddenly began to glow purple and she used the 1000 bewitching eyes technique and said that she wanted to have tea with these guys together. Hyuk bowed to this mistress and felt that her magic was slowly starting to work for him. He stopped, lowered his head down and smiled. After that, he stood there silently for several seconds and did not move.
Mucha gente de ambos bandos murió en los primeros minutos de la feroz batalla manchando de sangre el suelo bajo los muros.
She was shocked when she saw that her charm technique didn't work on this guy even though she was looking straight into his eyes. Yenji blocked the passage for this guy and said that they would not leave here anywhere. He told this guy that if the young lady wants to have tea with them then they should stay and have tea together. Hyuk was not afraid of this guy, so he looked into his eyes with his confident look and said that he had already refused the young mistress and she should have understood it the first time. There was very strong tension between them and Yenji did not understand where this guy got such self-confidence and such strong chi energy. The Murim alliance was very empty at that moment, but the lanterns were burning on the street and illuminating the building. A man was sitting at a table and holding a brush in his hand with which he was going to draw something on a blank sheet of paper.
Isaac notó que todos tenían demasiado miedo del francotirador Lorenzo y no se atrevían a escalar las paredes para una defensa activa.
Tae Hyung-moon put the brush on the table and finished the painting process. He heard a man's voice behind the door who said that this was Sol-do and he wanted to go into the young master's room. Tae Hyung-moon allowed this guy to come into the room. Sol-do landed near the young master's table and then greeted him. Tae Hyung-moon told the commander that he had said more than once that he was just a slacker who didn't even have responsibilities in the alliance and didn't understand why the general was communicating with him so politely. He said that the general often inconveniences the gentleman. General Sol asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience he caused but tried to explain that it was difficult for him to complete the young master's task and let go of all formalities. Tae Hyung-moon said that it's easier to argue with a statue than with a general and that's all why Sol came. The general informed the young master about the news that senior patrolman Morong had arrived in the alliance. Tae Hyung-moon was very happy when he heard this news and couldn't believe that this moment had finally come. The general said that the young lady immediately went to the patrol hall. As soon as the general said this, the young gentleman immediately disappeared somewhere. He evaporated so quickly that it was even impossible to control this moment.
Sugirió abandonar la fortaleza y derrotar el ataque enemigo con un ataque de flanco decisivo mientras todavía existía esa oportunidad.
Loud screams were heard in the building that was called Peace and Patrol. Morong received a response to her request for a transfer, and in this statement it was written that her request was denied. Merjin was very angry when she saw that her request was denied, and at that moment it seemed that she was about to burn out and burn everything that was next to her. The secretary was very scared and did not understand what to do now. After all, the lady was very angry, and he understood that she could do anything in this state. Morong tried to restrain her emotions, but she was not doing well. She asked the secretary to explain why this statement says that she was denied a transfer to another place.
El príncipe Enrique gritó en voz alta a sus guerreros que había llegado el momento en que avanzaría al ataque decisivo contra el enemigo.
Morwen abruptly stood up from the table and hid her hands, so it became she said that she could read well and saw that it was written there that she was refused, but she wants to know why they wrote her exactly such an answer. Morong said that she brought a letter of recommendation from the Limitless Mansion and a recommendation from a gang of beggars. And despite this, she brought a good investigation. She wants to free up the place that everyone is fighting for. The secretary said that Elder One Bija reported that he did not have time to change employees. Morong started yelling at the secretary and said that the Murim Alliance never had time for this. She turned around and started to walk towards the exit. She said that there was no point in arguing with the secretary because another person was responsible for this. The secretary heard that the lady now wants to personally visit grandfather Bija and sort out this matter. The secretary tried to stop the lady, but it was too late. She ignored him, but he understood that things were very bad because the elder told the secretary to take care of this matter. The secretary saw how the girl closed the doors and realized that he had no chance of restoring her. Tae Hyung-woon stood near the entrance to this building and waited for Mrs. Merjin Gamwa to come out. She was in a hurry to meet with her grandfather as soon as possible and discuss this matter, but suddenly she saw Tae Hyun-woon's brother. He saw how the young lady very quickly began to run towards him and thought that she really missed him. He opened his arms to hug the young lady and said that he really missed her and was glad to meet her. But Merjin was very busy with her own affairs and had no time to communicate with him. She said that when she was free she would definitely come to him and they wouldn't talk about everything. Tae Hyung-woon didn't want to just let the young lady go and started running after her. He asked where she was in such a hurry and asked if he could help her with anything. Morong told him that if grandfather asked him to stop her, then it was better for him not to do this and calmly step aside. Tae Hyung-woon asked the young lady why she was quickly heading to her grandfather and whether her business was somehow related to polishing. Morong said that she didn't have time for these conversations now and therefore asked her brother not to follow her and not to disturb her. Tae Hyung-woon stopped and asked the lady when she would have time to visit him. After all, he really wants to spend time with her. He said they could have a nice chat while enjoying her favorite Sahara fruit or candy, but she said she didn't have time for that right now. He was very upset when he saw that I was a mistress and did not intend to talk to him now. He felt offended because he had been waiting so long for her to return. Tae Hyung-woon remembered moments from the past when they were still just children and the young lady was constantly eating fruits in the Sahara and sweets. Tae Hyung-woon was very surprised and asked her has she never heard of fruits in the Sahara, and is this her first time trying them. Morong said that she felt this taste for the first time and was shocked that the young master eats delicacies every day. By the way, she said that she also wants to eat these fruits every day, and when she grows up she will definitely marry him. His face turned red because he began to feel awkward and said that he did not expect such a reaction from the young mistress. Morong said loudly that if she lived with the young master she could eat these fruits in the Sahara every day and not go through her father's harsh training. But he told her that they wouldn't get married because of this. Two gentlemen watched their children and discussed what, when, and where you will grow up. They will definitely get married. After all, they are perfect for each other. Tae Hyung-woon thought that when he was not with the young mistress when he was little it was much easier for him to spend time with her. He looked at her and I don't understand at what point in their lives they weren't so far apart. At that moment Morong was only thinking about the fact that she needed to teach a lesson to the old people who refused her request. Yangji said that this guy will not go anywhere until I have tea with the young mistress, but Hyuk answered again that he had already refused the mistress. Yinji said that he was very surprised to see such courage from an ordinary guy from the village. Hyuk said that he would be extremely grateful if this guy actually thought that about him. Yenji took his sword with his hand and slowly began to take it out of its sheath in order to teach this guy a lesson. But suddenly he heard the voice of the lady who ordered him to stop. The lady said that if they continue to persuade this guy to stay then she will look stupid. If this guy has to, then let him go about his business. Hyuk once again bowed to this young lady and thanked her for helping them, saying that someday there will be a chance and they will certainly drink tea together. She asked this guy before he left to tell him his name and where he was from. Hyuk said that his name is not worth such an important person wasting time to remember it. The lady said that it would be nice if they got to know each other. You see, next time they will need to drink tea together and she would like to do it first. Madam said that her name is Cheol Jinhwa. Hyuk immediately realized that this was an unusual lady. After all, if her last name was Cheol, then she was from an important family. Yenji looked at this guy with a reproachful look and asked him to hurry up. Yenji said that if this guy now forces the lady to repeat her request again, then he will kill this guy despite her order. Hyuk smiled when he heard the threat of this warrior. He felt funny because this warrior doesn't understand who he's talking to. Yenji was already starting to get angry because this boy was acting very arrogant. Hyuk said that he cannot die at this age and therefore it would be better for him to give his name. He told her that his name was Hyuk Musang and that he was a member of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou. Jinhwa said that she was very glad to meet Master Hyuk. Mrs. I said that she hopes that things are going well at their academy if she looks forward to the next meeting. Hyuk looked into the eyes of this lady again and smiled. He said that it was time for him to go. He called his new friend and said that they need to leave here because they are late. Yenji was very angry with this guy and wanted to tear him apart, but suddenly he heard the voice of the mistress in his head. She communicated with him using telepathy. The lady asked her guide if he was sure that he could kill this boy. Yenji asked the lady should he go and kill him now. She replied that it's definitely not worth doing this now. Jinhua said that she is not yet ready to see her best guy die. Yenji at that moment was ready to explode from the anger that overwhelmed him. He was offended by the fact that the mistress considered him weaker than this stranger. The lady was born with the legendary white eyes, a distortion that can see through everything. If she says that, then Hyuk Muzang is much stronger than Yongji. He was angry because some village guy from the combat academy turned out to be stronger than him, and for him it was paradoxical. Hyuk looked at this establishment again and thought that Cheol Jinhwa is a girl with a special surname who is accompanied by the owner of the Rakshasa sword from the Iron Cow Battalion. Great Iron Blood Emperor Cheol Ganseong was known for loving only one woman, but usually they say his woman is screaming she died of illness, and his only son died during the Great Righteous War. This means that she is the granddaughter of the Great Iron Blood Emperor. Even the Murim Alliance does not know about the existence of this lady. Does this mean that he was hiding his granddaughter all this time, and it must be because of her amazing skills? 1,000 Bewitching Eyes, one of the many skills of the legendary White Eyes of Distortion. Shin Gija, the teacher of the Order of Demon Slaying, said that according to legends, when a person with the legendary White Eyes of Distortion is born, the world will fall into suffering, and they say that long ago the sorceress of the kingdom had white eyes of distortion. Hyuk remembered that the old man once told a story about such people and thought that it would be nice to kill her, but he didn't know whether he should do it. Hyuk began to hit himself on the cheeks with his palms and drive away unnecessary thoughts from himself because he swore that he would no longer interfere in the affairs of the alliance. Hyuk thought that now it would be much better for him to take this to the boy's home so that he doesn't get into any trouble again and focus on finding Turin. Morong made her way through the corridors with guards in order to get into the chamber of the elder of the Murim Alliance. She wanted to talk to her personally, and for this she had to throw aside many guards. At some point she managed to do this because no one could stop her in this state. She sharply opened the door and said that she had finally found Elder 1 Bija. The elder at that moment opened the window and tried to get out of the room so that the evil girl would not find him. Morong said that if the elder tries to escape through the window in order not to meet with her, then he is making a very big mistake. The elder began to feel very awkward and began to make excuses for the current situation. He said that he heard that the young lady wanted to visit him and decided to quickly climb into the room through the window. Morong said that she would pretend to believe his lies. The elder said that he was not lying and simply did not expect such a sudden visit from the young lady. Morong asked the elder why her request for transfer was rejected. She said that the excuse that they didn't have time to transfer employees sounds very implausible. The elders understood that the young lady came with firm intentions and she would not retreat one step from her decision. He asked her why she wants to do the translation. After all, the northern region is a key post for the alliance and an excellent place for quiet work. He said that the western region had become a staunch center of non-traditional strength, the Iron Blood battalions, while the Kantong school, one of the 4 traditional schools, was forced to close its doors. Even the Sizran Tang clan closed due to the location of the borders of the Empire's army strength being much larger than the alliance. He couldn't understand what exactly she was looking for, which absolutely all the patrol officers were avoiding. Morong said that she doesn't understand the elder's logic because she is the only one who wants to go to such a place, and the alliance should welcome such a proposal with open arms instead of refusing. She asked him the same question again and asked what was the reason for the refusal. She said that she had only one guess: why I was refused. And this is because someone insisted that she not be transferred to another region. The elder said that for now say what you cannot say. After all, no one can put pressure on the Council of Elders in order to change their decisions. Morong said that she doesn't believe a single word that the elder says now because she knows that there is one person who could influence their decision. The elder understood that she had already understood everything herself, but he still didn't want to tell her the truth because then he would have a lot of problems. Morong suddenly heard a very familiar voice with a man standing behind her. This man said that it was he who asked to refuse her request for a transfer. Morwen understood that now her father was standing behind her, explaining to her that it was he who put pressure on the Council of Elders so that they would make such a decision. She clenched her fists tightly because she understood that now there would be serious conversations. She said that she did not expect to see him here. They looked at each other for a long time and there was a very tense atmosphere between them. The gentleman said that he had not seen his daughter's face for a very long time, and was glad that she had finally returned. The father said that his daughter is still as impudent, and as before she continues to be rude to officials from the alliance. Morong began to get angry because her father appeared here. She understood that this was the only person with whom it would be difficult for her to come to an agreement. The elder bowed to this gentleman and said that he was very surprised that the patriarch would come out here because he thought that the patriarch had already left the alliance. The gentleman apologized for his sudden appearance and said that when he found out that his daughter was now here he was forced to stay. Grishina replied that he is always glad to welcome the patriarch here. He said that he would be happy to offer the patriarch tea, but they think that he should leave and not interfere with the father's conversation with his daughter. Morong ordered the elder to stay here because she had not yet agreed with him about her transfer. The elder immediately jumped through the window and said that he would be happy to talk to the young lady later, but now he urgently needed to go out. Her father told her that she was being disrespectful to an important person from the alliance. She needed to remember that she was the daughter and face of the Morong clan. She replied that honor and respect forced her father to ignore the oath and put pressure on the elder. She said that a member of the Murim alliance cannot interfere with the duties of affiliated schools or clans, and to ensure fairness among the schools, a senior patrolman or senior person is prohibited from using connections for their own purposes. She told him that if her actions were disrespectful then his actions were illegal. It was an abuse of power. He said that she is his daughter and he has no obligations to the alliance. And yet she says that his opinion about the stupid decision of his child is illegal pressure. She replied that he had no right to interfere in her affairs. He answered her that he makes all his decisions and interventions in her life only for her good. She started yelling at him and said that he was doing this only for himself and that it had always been like this. He controls her life and uses her good as an excuse. Gamwa said that Uncle Sunjiu and Brother Y lived quietly, but he was afraid that I would not fight for her inheritance, which she didn't even want, and because of this they were out of town. She said that she forced her friend's father to beg for forgiveness on his knees, arguing that the difference in position was too big. Gamwa remembered how he forced Papa to be beaten and locked up for 10 days because she bought her one piece of candy that Gamwa didn't like. The father said that she does not understand his actions because she is still young, and their clan is the descendants of King Yen. They are those in whom royal blood flows, and they should not be among ordinary people. They should strive for the highest. Gamwa said that she never wanted this exactly how to understand this, but since you are the wife here she wants to say this for the last time. Gamwa said that to this day she does not give up the name of this clan out of respect for her father because he brought her into this world and raised her. She was very serious and said that if he didn't want to see her give up everything and disappear then it was better for him not to interfere in her affairs. Residents of the main patrol alliance Murim. The young lady approached her assistant and said that they were leaving here immediately. Papak asked the lady why she was crying and what happened to her while she was in the elder's room. Morong said that she was crying because of the patriarch and her father because they were just having a difficult conversation. Gamwa told her assistants to pack her things immediately because she couldn't stand to be here anymore and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Gamwa said that she deserves the right to ask the head of the alliance as a reward for her time in the demon-slaying order. She said that she didn't want to do this because from the outside it would seem that she was using the person's influence, but if her father was cheating she couldn't do anything about it. Papak thought that she accidentally let slip about the transfer to the young mistress, but she doesn't think that it was she who was to blame. Papak did not know how to act in this situation and asked the lady to stop and not do this. Gamwa said that if Papa is on her side then she should leave now with her. Papak replied that she had been with the young mistress all her life since childhood and would always be on her side. Gamwa said that besides Papa she has no one else to answer. Everyone else turned away from her, and she is very glad that she has at least one person who cares about her. Papak looked at the young lady and understood that the patriarch was heartless for making his daughter so angry. She was very sorry for the girl. She didn't know how to help her. Yunha County, deep in the Yanchun Valley, was a place where large numbers of people gathered at night. This place was called the battle arena, where the strongest warriors in the area fought, and people came every full moon to watch this fight. The warrior punched his opponent and dealt him a strong blow with his fist. The next blow this warrior delivered was an uppercut. He hit his opponent in the jaw and blood flew out of the enemy's mouth. He was very scared when he saw the strength of his enemy but understood that he had no choice to lose and decided that he needed to change the course of the battle in his favor. He immediately launched a counterattack to his enemy. Two strong opponents fought in the arena and beat each other until one of them fell. Hyuk watched this battle where they fight without weapons in close combat without using inner strength and did not understand why this battle is so popular. He noticed that among the spectators there were both local people and officials, and this means that the government is turning a blind eye to these fights. The man who stood next to him said that he had never seen this guy before. Hyuk replied that he decided to come here for the first time to watch these fights. The man said that he often comes here. Hyuk asked this man, does it ever happen that some fighter dies during a fight? The man said that this happens extremely rarely, but sometimes the battle becomes brutal and leads to death. Hyuk showed a drawing in which Jung Taeryong was drawn and asked this man if he knows the person who is depicted in this drawing. The man got scared when he saw this guy in the drawing. He said that most likely it could be a flower ghost. Hyuk realized that this man definitely knows Taeryong and most likely Taeryong often fights here. On the very top platforms, a man was sitting on a chair being above everyone watching the fight. He Shelkovo with his fingers said that he was getting bored, so he called his servants. This man was the owner of the Yanchun Valley. The owner asked his subjects nicknamed White Yam and Black Yam whether people armed with a sword could come to the arena, and the master was told that such people are usually not allowed in. The owner pointed his finger at one guy who was on the podium. This guy had a sword with him. The owner ordered his henchmen to get rid of this guy with a sword. The owner said that he doesn't like this guy because he doesn't show any interest in fighting and he just walks around asking people about something, and now the owner is wondering what exactly this man wants to know. He said that if this guy is very suspicious and causes doubts in the owner, then he will have to be killed. The man said that the flower ghost is one of the fighters who goes into battle in the arena every day, and the man placed his bet on him today. He said that the flower ghost has a beautiful face like a flower, his durability in battles. Few people bet on him because of his appearance. Thanks to him, the man was able to hit his first jackpot, but now that he has become more popular, everyone began to place their bets on him. The man told this guy that if he came here specifically for the sake of the flower ghost, then he did it in vain. He explained that for the last 6 months the flower ghost has not been coming out to fight, and he was sorry because everyone was happy to see the birth of a new champion. The duel between two strong fighters continued in the arena. The man saw that the Crimson Ghost had just lost in battle and fell to the floor. He hadn't gotten up for several seconds. Most likely he wouldn't get up anymore. He was very disappointed because he bet a lot of money on the Crimson Ghost, but apparently he lost the money. Hyuk understood that Jung Taeryong was a good fighter and most likely he did not die in battle, but now he had to find out where this guy had gone. Hyuk noticed that some people had been following him for several seconds and were constantly moving closer and closer to him. Black Yom slowly began to approach the guy and asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, but he said that he needed to tell Hyuk something. Yom asked this guy to follow him and not ask any questions. Hyuk asked what exactly this man's problems were and why he wanted Hyuk to follow him. Black Yum was very surprised when he saw this guy's reaction because usually when he asked some person to follow him, people immediately got scared of this guy. They don't care at all, and this guy's aura resembles the aura of a martial artist. Yom said that the owner of the valley wants to meet this gentleman, and that's why he came here to see him off. Muzang said that this is a great opportunity because he himself wanted to meet the owner of this place and ask him some questions, but he said that he would go there himself without help. Yom said that this guy is talking some nonsense and now he should follow him, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence. Something very surprising happened. This guy who had just stood in front of him made a quick jump and suddenly disappeared somewhere, but no one even had time to understand where exactly I am now this guy. They started looking around and looking for him, but no one could understand how it was. The guy disappeared. After all, no one even felt his movement. The owner carefully watched this whole situation and was extremely surprised when he saw that his guards had lost this guy. He couldn't believe that he was coming and the guards had just let such a suspicious guy go. The owner ordered his white subject Yom to go down and find out what happened to these guards. The owner did not wait for an answer from his servant and did not understand what happened. He turned his head back, looked at the servant, and once again repeated his request. White Yom Beck stood motionless in place. He was very pale and looked somehow strange. The owner was extremely surprised when he saw that his best guard was now standing still and not moving. He realized that someone had caused paralysis in his body. Hyuk poured the drink into a cup and praised the owner of this place for the fact that the drinks here are actually good. The owner started screaming very loudly and jumped back in fear when he saw that some stranger was sitting there. Hyuk said that the owner himself invited him here, and that's why he doesn't understand such a strange reaction from the owner. Muzang said that the owner of Yanchun Valley clearly did not expect that the guest he invited would be so rude. The owner didn't understand at what moment this guy got caught, but he didn't even notice that this guy paralyzed his guard who was standing next to him. He understood that he could not do anything against such a martial artist and therefore said that he was unlikely to show hospitality to the person who paralyzed his guard. Hyuk said that he was used to having guests treated like a king. Muzang said that in any case he wanted to ask the owner something. Therefore he did not need a special invitation, he just wanted to talk calmly, so he invited the owner to sit down. The owner came up to the chair and said that he had seen a lot of different people in his life, but this was the first time he had seen such impudent people. The owner used telepathy and ordered his second guard to immediately approach him because the stranger was here now. He ordered his guard to grab some alcohol and snacks along the way because this guy might be a great martial artist and best be polite to him. The owner asked what is the purpose of this guy's visit. Hyuk put a portrait on the table and said that he was looking for one person. He knew that this guy worked here as a fighter. The owner saw the image in the drawing and immediately understood who you were looking for. The man led the flower ghost into the owner's room and threw it on the floor. His hands were tied. The owner asked the man who got in trouble with this guy what happened and why they didn't invade without warning. The man said that he was disappointed with the owner's recommendations. This guy is not suitable for him. The owner said that this guy is a fighter in their arena and is gaining fame but does not understand what the problem is. If the case is not serious, the owner will compensate for the damage within reason. The man said that this guy was rummaging through his cargo and they suspect that he might be a spy. Chan made excuses and said that he had nothing to do with this. Chong Taeryong asked the owner of the valley to take his side and explain that he did not want to steal anything. The owner said that things seemed to be very bad. This guy was clearly unlucky. He thought that great people such as Jan Sambong surpassed the 108 Arhats shamans or the first heavenly demon who cultivated Gunryunpa in the last years of his life. He began to wave his hand, said that this matter did not concern him, and he said that he needed money. Therefore he was given to this group, and if they torture or kill this guy then it is their business because he is already their employee. Chan heard the owner say that he could easily replace this fighter with some other one and he wouldn't worry if something happened to him. The owner thought that from that day they cut off all business with this guy and even lost the trust of the Iron Blood Battalion and their reputation was greatly shaken. And now a strong master appears and asks about him, and he did not understand what to do. The owner said that this guy in the portrait has a very familiar face, and for a while this guy was very popular in the arena, but about 6 months ago, he suddenly disappeared. It was right before a serious fight, so they suffered huge losses. Hyuk said that he was not interested in the affairs of the arena, and ordered only the truth if the owner does not want to die. Hyuk understood that his interlocutor was lying now, but there was some truth in his words, and this means that they were going to share true information. He took his sword in his hand and thought that violence was the only solution to extract information. Yom entered the room and said that he brought drinks and snacks at the request of the owner. The gentleman ordered to put the food on the table and fill the glasses. He said that it was imperative to take care of the guest. Yam set the table, placed plates of food, and began pouring alcohol into a glass. When he poured alcohol into a glass of guests, he deliberately quietly poured poison into his cup. Yam, using telepathy, told the owner that this poison of the highest level dissipates chi energy, and moreover it is odorless and tasteless, and after drinking it the guest will be no stronger than an ordinary person. He drank alcohol from his cup and told the guest that whatever it was he told everything he knows and even he doesn't know where this guy is now. Yom looked at the portrait of this guy and said that he remembers him but has no idea where he is now. He picked up a cup of alcohol and said that he had a suspicion. Hyuk decided to smell this alcohol to make sure whether I was in it or not. The owner at that moment looked carefully at the guests. After all, if he now finds out that poison was added to him, then he is a Superman. Hyuk said that this drink is very unusual. They tried to understand what exactly the guy means when he says that this drink is unusual. Did he really feel the poison? Hyuk said that it was very surprising to him that this drink smelled so unusual. The owner said that this is a top-quality wine straight from Shaanxi. This wine has a very refined aroma with a slight hint of sweetness. Hyuk said that he would be very grateful if the owner would pack him several bottles of this drink with him. Suddenly, in front of their eyes, he drank all the alcohol from the cup to the bottom. and they didn't see that he didn't suspect anything. Hyuk put the cup of alcohol on the table. He said that this is a very tasty alcohol. He really liked the taste of this incredible wine. The owner asked his services for how long it would take for the poison to take effect. Yom replied that I act on chi energy and not on the body, and the effect will be noticed when he tries to apply chi energy. Hyuk asked in a dissatisfied voice, what are these two idiots talking about now? Suddenly he felt some very strange energy in his body. He realized that something had changed in him. The gentleman asked what was happening to this guy and why did his facial expression change. He informed the guests that his chi energy had now dissipated in the air. The owner ordered his service to wake up the second guy and get in with this guest. Yom hit his brother in the back and hit the point that would unlock him from paralysis. White Yom sat on his knee and apologized to the master for not being able to protect him, but the master said that there was nothing wrong with that because the guests were deceived in this way. Muzang got angry with his owner and his guards for giving him dispersive poison. The owner said that he rarely meets such arrogant and immature guests. He hit this guy on the cheek with his palm and said that now he couldn't resist and now they would punish him for his arrogance. Hyuk grabbed his ball and tried to fight back these vile people, but suddenly he felt a sword near his neck and realized that he had better stop. Yom presented the guy's KSH sword and said that he became much slower after I drank, and now he needs to put his hands down if he doesn't want to lose his head. The gentleman told his guards to get this guy out of here as quickly as possible, and we cut off his arms and legs. After that, they should lock him in the closet. Hyuk said that he doesn't understand why they are doing this and doesn't understand what benefit he has from this. White Yom punched this guy in the stomach so that he would not stop behaving so brazenly. He said that he would like to cut off his head right now, but the boy should be grateful that the owner asked to leave him alive. The owner said that the benefit for him is very simple. He has nothing to hide. Master, that he will hand this guy over to them and perhaps they will be able to resume the cooperation broken off because of Jung Taeyong. He said it would be revenge on this guy for sending a spy here. Hyuk said that he was sure that the owner was lying to him and lied about the disappearance of this guy. The owner shook his head and said that he was tired of this stupid talk and ordered his guards to take this guy away from here. At this moment, one of the guards received very strong blows and very quickly began to fly to the side. The audience saw that a very loud sound had just been heard from the top floor and a man began to fall from there. Black Yam fell straight into the battle arena and bounced off the ground several times. When he stopped, people saw that he had hit his head very hard and was bleeding while lying in the battle arena. The owner was shocked when he saw that this guy could still fight. Hyuk held the head of one of the brothers in his hand and emitted an incredibly large amount of chi energy. Yom was very badly injured and could not even utter a single word. The owner, this can't happen. After all, he himself saw with his own eyes how this guy just won poison wine. Hyuk said that he easily digested this wine and therefore the poison did not affect him. He couldn't believe that it was all true and this guy had just announced that he had reached the point of invulnerability. Hyuk threw this guard on the floor and said that he tried to talk calmly, and that's all I would have done with her, but since the owner doesn't want to do this, then he himself made his choice. Hyuk said that he hasn't remembered anyone making him as angry as he did today for a long time now. Muzang jumped up and swung his fist. He said that now he wants to beat the owner very badly. He threw a very strong blow and stomped his head into the wooden floor. People raised their heads up and heard a loud noise on the upper floors. They did not understand what happened and why it was so loud in the VIP area. People turned their heads back and saw a large crowd approaching them. Wars appeared in the large hall and suddenly ran in a huge crowd towards the VIP area. The commander of these warriors shouted to them to run up and protect the owner of this valley. When they went upstairs and they saw the main guard, who said that the owner was no longer here and ordered the rest of the guards to move out in search of him. The guard shouted that there was no one here except Yom Baek and ordered his soldiers to split up and block all exits from the valley. Hyuk Muzang told the owner of the valley, whom he held with one hand, that his subordinates were now looking for him. Hyuk stood on the top of the mountain and held the owner of the valley upside down. Hyuk said that if he lets the owner go now this way, the owner will return to his subjects faster. Hyuk asked the owner of the valley whether he was satisfied with this option and whether he wanted to return to his subordinates as quickly as possible. The owner shouted loudly and asked the man to stop. He begged not to let him go and said that there was no point in them going so far in this torture. Hyuk said that it was the owner of the mountain who poisoned him when he came just to talk, and now this vile man is asking for mercy and saying that there is no point in them going so far. Hyuk said that he starts to get angry when he thinks that the owner of the mountain tried to poison him and he has a desire to let the owner go right now so that he falls down. The owner began to ask for forgiveness and said that he was wrong, such an act would not happen again and he would answer all questions. Hyuk said that he doesn't like the dismissive tone in which the owner is now communicating with him and it's starting to irritate him. The man shouted very loudly that he deeply regrets and was a fool, but he needs to be given a second chance and he will definitely improve. Hyuk did not trust this man and said that usually people who deceived and tried to poison once do it a second time, and he called the owner of the valley an ordinary coward. The owner began to shout very loudly and angrily that he cursed this guy and regretted that they did not kill him right away. Hyuk got angry when he heard these words and let go of the owner's leg so that he fell down. The man understood that he no longer had a chance to survive and began to shout very loudly that he did not want to die. Hyuk watched as this man fell down and tried in flight to convince him not to commit this act. He was very scared. He didn't think that at that moment he wouldn't be able to survive, and these were the last seconds of his existence. Hyuk put his hand forward and used magical chakra, thanks to which he could control matter. The owner of the valley screamed very loudly and called this person all possible bad words. At the moment of my flight, I remembered all the offensive words and decided to use them towards this guy. The owner of the valley shouted and cursed Hyuk Musang very loudly, but all this time he had his eyes closed and did not notice that he was rehearsing in one place. Hyuk brought this man's face closer to him and looked at him with red angry eyes, and he said that he doesn't like being insulted. The owner of the valley began to scream loudly when he saw that he was still alive and the face of this monster was in front of him. He didn't understand what was happening and why he was still levitating in the air. Hyuk replied that he only let this idiot go for a while because his shoulder hurt, but the owner of the valley started calling him bad names, and now he is thinking about letting the owner of the valley go down for real. The owner of the valley tried to explain that this was all a misunderstanding and in fact he did not want to insult this guy with such bad words. He didn't understand how this guy could use telekinesis because the owner of the valley weighs 77 kilograms. Hyuk Musang said that the owner of the valley poisoned him and wanted him to die, and this offended him more than all these bad words. Hyuk turned his head back and once again asked the owner of the valley, where is Tyryong now? The owner of the valley said that if they spare his life and don't let him go down, he promises that he will tell about Tyryong's whereabouts. Hyuk sat on a stone and said that he was just going to get all the information about a man named Tyryong, and in order to get this information he was ready to torment the owner of the valley for a very long time. Hyuk said that he promises that if the master tells him everything in this case, he will allow him to survive, but this information must be complete and no facts should be missed. He smiled and said that if he caught the gentleman in a lie, then he would immediately return to the original plan and let him go down. The owner of the valley at that moment realized that it was better not to joke with this person and that he needed to behave as honestly as possible and tell only the truth. The gentleman turned the pages of the book and read everything that was written in this book. A servant came to his room and told the master that they had problems. The service said that the Murim Alliance discovered an aphrodisiac warehouse in Gansu, and it is reported that a gang of beggars has now occupied it and taken all the aphrodisiac. The gentleman got angry at that moment and tore out a page of the book. The master asked his servant what damage they had to suffer due to this situation. The servant replied that there was a cart filled with a new drug. All 23 masters who guarded that place were killed. The gentleman said that they must return the drugs immediately. He said a gang of beggars was following them and he doubts they got rid of potential evidence. The servant said that this could lead to a global conflict with the Murim Alliance, and taking such risks is very dangerous for their organization. The master became angry with his servant for his disobedience and pointedly slammed his book shut. The gentleman said that they will all die anyway if they start having problems with money, and if not now they don't take risks, then they are condemning themselves to death. The head of the mysterious school, Lee Pinsong, ordered his services to infiltrate there and organize a surprise attack or even sacrifice a fight in any way to return these drugs. Hyuk Musang asked the owner of the valley what he means when he talks about a mysterious school. The owner of the valley said that moreover these people are smuggling something illegal from the west, and it is most likely some kind of drugs. But they are unusual smugglers. Each of them has high martial arts skills, and they appear suddenly and disappear without a trace, and these are people who have a lot of secrets. Song Yu remembered the people he saw in the abandoned house and thought that these three brothers might be connected to this case. Hyuk said that the owner of the valley provided these people with a man named Tyryong as a porter, and they took him away because he caused some problems. The owner of the valley replied that everything was exactly like that. Hyuk was angry because the owner of the valley simply looked at this whole situation from the outside and did not intervene in any way. The owner of the valley replied that they could not do anything and they were much stronger than their organization and therefore they were not able to somehow save him. Song Yu asked about the owner of the valley. These people are now located. The owner of the Long One turned his head to the side and said that explaining this would not be as easy as it seems. The owner of the valley said that he does not know how to find these people because he does not know where they are. The owner of the valley began to shout that he was telling the truth and the Iron Blood Battalion from the very beginning would not be interested in these things, and they had an agreement that they would find them if they needed something and they gave them a lot of money just for recommending a few people. Galina's owner screamed that this was all he knew and begged this man not to be killed. Hyuk Muzang was very angry and he said that he still needed a little time to check whether this information was true or whether the owner of the valley was taking it to him. The owner of the valley asked why this guy is swinging his sword now. Hyuk Muzang said that he wanted to know some more information and asked the man if there was anything he needed to know before he hit the gentleman a couple of times before he died. The owner of the valley said that he knew nothing more. External Bros of the Murim Alliance. Near the entrance there were two guards who were approaching Muruin and Papak. Suddenly the girls heard the voice of a man who shouted at them very loudly and tried to stop them. The gentleman quickly flew towards them and asked Mrs. Morongwa to stop and wait for him. He stopped not far from these girls and slipped on the stones with his boots and sparks flew from under his feet. The gentleman asked in a loving voice where Mrs. Wa was going. He said that she had just arrived and was already about to leave, and he hoped that they could at least talk a little and be alone. Morong said that she needs to leave, they can chat next time when they get a chance, but now she doesn't have time for that. He said that the lady said that last time and she said the same thing, but now he doesn't believe these words and asked her what happened and maybe he offended her in some way. She tried to explain to him that this is not the case at all and it is not his fault that she needs to leave. The gentleman said that he wants to find out what the problem is and try to help the lady if he can do it. Morong said that she was unlikely to be able to help her with anything in this situation, and at that moment she raised her eyes up and saw something very strange. One noticed that her father was on top of the large stone wall. All this time I stood on top of the wall and watched it like an all-seeing eye. Morong turned around, took her horse, and said that the gentleman had nothing to worry about, and these problems did not concern him, and she had a long journey ahead, so she should leave immediately. Morong asked her assistant Papa to saddle her horse and set off immediately. They began to run forward very quickly on their horses. The gentleman stood on top of the wall and watched his daughter leave the palace. He said that everything is going exactly according to his plan and everything is now happening exactly as he wanted. But he doesn't know why it's always so difficult to communicate with his daughter. The clan's strategic advisor Morong Sa Majin said that the master should call the clan's disciples to catch the young lady, otherwise she might complicate things. The gentleman said that he really appreciates the advice of the strategic advisor, but at the moment he is very surprised by this advice. He said that if he did this then he and his daughter would become sworn enemies. Sa Majin replied that he would never have thought about it and the bond between parents and child is always sacred. Sir, he hopes that he can trust everyone except his child, but he forbids anyone to touch his daughter without his permission. The gentleman said that for now they just need to send a couple of people to watch her. He said that Papa and Murong Gamwa have very keen senses. The master ordered that the scouts keep their distance and not approach them too quickly, and it was necessary to find out what Gamwa was doing after 6 months. He must find out why she insists on going west. He said he was sure there was a special reason why she wanted to go there so badly. The owner of the valley lay on the ground and his body shook with fear. Hyuk was wiping his hands of blood and dirt with a white towel. Hyuk Muzang said that this person actually didn't know any more information and therefore he was no longer useful. In the central building of the Bloody Curse, all the windows were burning in the evening. The soldiers lay on the floor and their bodies shook in pain. Some of them were killed and most of them were simply mortally wounded. Near them stood a man in black and yellow clothes holding a sword in his hand. Yeo Gilsung said that he served the great emperor faithfully in many battles while the princess was still very young, and even the beloved child of the great emperor cannot treat the head of the great curse gang like that. The lady sat on the throne and said that she would do as she pleased. Yeo Gilsung said that the great emperor will not sit idly by when he finds out about all this. The lady looked at this man and said that she agreed with his words. She said that if the great emperor found out about this deal that he and the 3 elders made with the mysterious faction, the emperor would personally come and break their necks. Yeo Gilsung was very surprised when he heard these words from the lady. He could not believe that she was able to find out about this secret deal. She said that she managed to find a whole mountain to prove or that this deal and threw on 2 scrolls. Yo Gil-sung didn't understand how she could find out, and he wondered why she decided to come here and bring him to his knees instead of informing the emperor about it. He asked her what she wanted from him. The lady laughed and said that it was all very funny. She said that she was very pleased that Yeo Gil-sung understood that the lady came here for a reason and would want to demand something from him. Yeo Gil-sung asked what exactly does the lady want. She stood up and said that everything was very simple, and she needed only one thing from this gentleman. She took his chin with her finger and said that she needed this gentleman's devotion. She said that she needed Yo Gil-sung to be loyal and serve her but not the emperor or the 3 great elders. He looked at her in surprise because he did not expect that the mistress would demand exactly such a request. Hyuk Muzang stood in the forest on top of a hill and watched the moon and clouds float across the sky. Suddenly the tramp appeared from the forest and asked the guy why he looked so unhappy and what happened to him. Hyuk Muzang was not afraid of the tramp's sudden appearance because he sensed his presence several kilometers away. Hyuk Muzang said that if a tramp had jumped out with such a face at night in front of an ordinary person, he would have died of a heart attack. The tramp said that Muzang is an unusual person. Hyuk replied that he also froze for 1 second. Tramp, I said his face is an amazing weapon. Hyuk replied that he thought the tramp made that face on purpose. The tramp replied that he doesn't like it when people joke about his face. Hyuk said that he was very surprised that the tramp found free time and came here today. The tramp asked Muzang if he had any clues about Jung Taeryong's whereabouts. Hyuk said that the Great Power was pursuing the organization. It is a drug smuggling organization and he thinks that their name is Mysterious Faction. Hyuk asked the tramp to tell him all the information he knows about this mysterious organization. The tramp asked why Muzang cares about Murima and this mysterious organization. He said that Hyuk had never gotten involved in these matters before. Hyuk replied that this matter has nothing to do with the Murim Alliance and that is why he is interested in this organization. Hyuk said that his brother Taeryong fell into the hands of these people because they mistakenly mistook him for a spy and took him while he was working for them. The tramp said that they are doing very badly. If everything is exactly as Hyuk says, he said that if his brother was mistaken for a spy, it will cause big problems. The tramp asked for number 100. Does he understand the scale of the tragedy that could happen because he was mistaken for a spy? The tramp said that most likely his brother was tortured for a long time and in the end he could definitely be killed. Hyuk said that if this really happened, he would lock him forever and there would be no more rumors about him. He said that he doesn't want to deny this fact because it's possible that he should continue searching anyway. He said that as long as he has at least 1 chance in 1,000 that his brother is alive, he will not give up and he will believe that his brother is alive until he sees his corpse with his own eyes. He said that this is how he and number 5 continued to save each other for 5 years. He said that if by chance he chooses to suffer from something, it will be on the conscience of the people who did it to him and will not have to suffer. He said that he would do everything possible to ensure that these people went to hell and suffered. The tramp looked at the anger of this guy and thought that even he shudders when he sees this negative energy. The tramp said that if his friend Hyuk Muzang is so serious, then he will order his beggars to collect all the information on the people they found and send this information to him. To be honest with their gang, it would be better if Hyuk chases them. He said that he couldn't promise anything and say that Hyuk would help them a lot, but they hadn't been sitting out their pants for the last 6 months, and that's why his guys were very organized and worthy. Hyuk bowed to the tramp and said that it would be enough if he could find out at least something about his brother, even if there was this little insignificant information that would lead to his trail. Hyuk smiled at that moment. His eyes began to glow. He said that there is already one place that he wants to go to and get information about the whereabouts of his brother. Murim Alliance Western Refuge. Murim Alliance Western Region Senior Patrolman Moon Cha-hyun bowed to the lady and greeted her. Gamwa bowed back to this gentleman and said that it was an honor for her to be received by the famous Master Moon, and she said her name. The gentleman pointed his hand to the chair and asked the lady to sit down. He said that his words could not compare with the heavenly sword goddess. He said that he now has documents on his desk regarding personnel changes, and he asked that they be sure to burn them after the lady reads them. She thanked the gentleman for his help. I said that she was sure that he was taken by surprise by such a sudden transfer. She said she hoped she didn't take the man's job away. Okay, he asked her not to worry about it and said that thanks to this he was promoted. He said that to be honest he was even pleased with such a sudden change in his position. Master Moon comes from a small martial academy. He defeated the students of a very famous combat school in a no-weapons competition held by the Murim Alliance. As a result, he became the target of other envious talents of small schools and clans, and assessed the seriousness of the situation. The Alliance appointed him to monitor the western region of the most problematic area. Gamwa thought about what she heard, that his character is also very strong like bamboo. But she sees how hard it was for him to bounce between the Alliance and the great combat academies without proper support. She said that she heard that the Limitless Mansion requested a meeting several times but never received a response, and asked the gentleman perhaps he had never received a letter from them. He looked at her in surprise, and after that he felt very ashamed and embarrassed. He replied that he was simply following orders that were given to him from above. Gamwa thought that this gentleman was very awkward, and the subtle contradiction on his face meant that he wanted to answer differently but refrained. She smiled and realized that she needed to defuse the atmosphere, so she said that she congratulated the gentleman on his promotion, and if there was anything else he wanted to say he could do it right now. She said that if he had any advice for her she would be happy to listen to him. He scratched his beard and sat thoughtfully for a few seconds. He said that he knew that the young lady was a very righteous person, and did not hesitate to follow the indicated path. He said that while she was doing her duty here in the western region, she would encounter questionable cases. If possible, he would recommend where not to dig too deep. She asked the gentleman what he meant when he said not to dig too deep. He bowed to her and said that this is all he can do to help her and all he can tell her, and he prays that she will follow his advice. Gamwa stood still in surprise and tried to think about this guy's words, but for her it was all very surprising and incomprehensible. Abandoned house on Mount Xiaoyao. The beggar left the house and constantly yawned. He walked along the yard, but the rest of the beggars and the guards stopped him and asked where he was going. He replied that he wanted to go to the toilet and did not understand why they were detaining him. He pointed his finger at the bushes in which he was going to go to the toilet and said that the guards should stop any person who goes in that direction, and from now on he will be in those bushes. He walked to the forest and along the path and looked at the bushes around him. Suddenly he noticed the most suitable place and decided to stop here. He sat down in the bushes near a tree and said that this place was ideal for him. Suddenly he heard a man approaching him and stepping on the ground with his heavy boots. He heard him approaching and reacted negatively to the fact that some person appeared here. He shouted loudly that he forbade everyone to approach this place, and because of this stranger he now cannot concentrate. But this man disobeyed the request of the beggar sitting near the tree and began to run towards him. The beggar said that this guy is completely crazy because he decided to go too far as a joke. He saw a ninja approaching him holding his stream in his hand and about to hit him. He dodged this ninja's blow and was shocked that he could have taken catastrophic damage. The beggar put his hand on the ground and jumped back. The beggar managed to dodge the blow and hit the enemy with your foot so that he would fly to the side. The beggar did not understand why this man suddenly came to attack him at such an inopportune moment. He knew that this man needed to be caught immediately and not allowed to escape from here. The ninja saw that the beggar decided to counterattack him, and now he was very surprised and did not understand how he should act. The ninja struck with his sword and tried to fight off the beggar. The beggar saw the blade of a sword that was rapidly flying towards him and understood that it would be very difficult to dodge such a blow. He touched the ground with his hands and tried to throw out a large amount of energy. The ninja saw a large strong explosion near him and did not understand what was happening. He didn't understand where this beggar had disappeared and what happened to him. At this moment the beggar was flying in the air and spinning around his body in order to accelerate and deliver a strong kick. The beggar landed and kicked this ninja in the head with all his might. The beggar said that the same fate awaits anyone who tries to stab him while going to the toilet. He wiped his hands and said that even after winning he can't look cool because of this ninja, because now he is completely naked. He saw a rocket take off and rapidly fly towards the clouds. The rocket exploded into the air and fireworks appeared in the sky. The beggar understood that it was a signal flare and most likely they would be attacked, and he knew that this missile was fired from the abandoned house in which they now lived. The beggar understood that the guy who attacked him did not come here alone. He made a swift dash forward and using jumps tried to get to the abandoned house as quickly as possible in order to help his team of beggars. He disappeared between the trees and bushes and was not visible. After only seconds he returned and shouted that he needed to first put on his pants and then go to the aid of his team. In an abandoned house at that moment there was a battle between beggars and ninjas who invaded their territory. The beggars fought against the attacking ninjas and recaptured their territory. The beggar looked at the gentleman and thought that these people call themselves the best group in the area, but they decided to attack very stupidly, and he wondered why I did it wrong. The beggar looked at their leader and realized that while they were distracting their attention by fighting at the main entrance, the second group of these ninjas was looking for drugs that were hidden in the house. He realized that the best way would be to attack their leader. He kicked their leaders and decided to take advantage of the moment of surprise so that their leader did not have time to defend himself. The beggar immediately decided to make another blow in order to finish off the ninja leader, but he missed with his second strike because the ninja leader was able to dodge in time. The beggar said that the bandit leader is very good at dodging his blows, and this infuriates him. Suddenly there was a very strong explosion that threw everything in different directions, and the beggar began to run away so that this explosion would not catch him. He turned his head back to see what happened to the bandit leader after the explosion. He was very surprised when he saw that the bandit leader was able to block this explosive blow. He said that he already thought that among these ninjas all the crazy ones dared to attack a gang of beggars in the open in broad daylight, but it seems that they are not really experienced warriors. The ninja leader thought that this beggar had a very strong blow and had good control over his legs. He thought that this beggar is definitely stronger than most of the other tramps, and there is a feeling as if he is the general of these beggars. The beggar was very surprised when he looked at this opponent. He could not believe that these ninjas were actually so strong. The beggar jumped and shouted that he intended to fight for a long time and wanted to finish it as quickly as possible. The ninja leader said that he also does not want to remain on the sidelines and therefore now fight this beggar. He pulled out his worn-out sword and made a very strong blow to the enemy's body. He managed to cut the beggar's body, but at that moment she realized that in front of him was the most ordinary illusion. The beggar was behind the ninja leader at that moment and said that he was able to deceive this guy to the child with the help of his illusion. He slid along the ground and made a sweep and kick with his foot in order to knock down the dreams of the ninja leader, but the leader managed to jump and did not receive damage. The ninja leader understood that there was no time to fight this guy for a long time. He needed to finish him off as quickly as possible, so he made a lock with his sword in order to strike. The beggar saw that the enemy's sword was rapidly flying towards him, and at that moment he began to laugh because he had confidence in his actions. He kicked the enemy's sword and knocked it aside. His blow was very strong and had explosive power. The ninja leader understood that he had come across a very difficult enemy, and he needed to fight with him very carefully and concentrated. The beggar stood up on his hands, and I was about to do my next explosive move. He used the kick of the horse's hind hooves and with his legs hit the leaders of the ninja who was in the air at that moment. The beggar threw the enemy aside and was able to splash out explosive damage and attack him. He looked at his chest and saw that he had bloody cuts all over his chest and realized that it was the ninja leader who was able to strike back at him. The ninja leader smiled at that moment if there was a drop of blood in his mouth. The ninja leader laughed and said that he always knew that he would be able to defeat any opponent, and this time it would be no exception. His smaller sounded very strong red energy. The beggar understood that the enemy was aiming specifically at his face, and he hit his sword in a swing, and therefore the enemy missed. He understood that the ninja leader was the same as him, and if his other ninjas were as strong, this meant that the gang of beggars would lose this battle. The beggar commander remembered that the flare had already been fired, and he saw Gumuryeok traveling east during the Yangzhou uprising. The ninja leader said that victory is only a matter of time, and he sees in the beggar's eyes that they are now thinking about the same thing. The beggar looked at his opponent in surprise and didn't understand who they were and where you came from here. The ninja leader said that they took care of Gumuryeok in advance, and he sent 5 of his people to this man to distract him, and most likely now they are playing hide and seek. He began to laugh and said that he could see his confusion and shock in the face of this beggar, and after that he asked what I would not do next because he was already tired of playing staring contest. The commander of the beggars said that this damn idiot thought it all out carefully before attacking their abandoned house. He used his inner energy and began to get very angry and said that he didn't like it when people played against him not according to the rules. The ninja leader was very surprised when he saw that the aura of this beggar had changed and it had become more powerful, and he was planning to reveal his true power. He understood that now he would have to put more effort into the battle. The ninja leader used his inner red energy and said that his blood was starting to boil from the upcoming battle. But suddenly he realized a very important problem, and this problem was that they could not find an aphrodisiac anywhere. He understood that nothing would be hidden from a magical search, and they wasted their time and found nothing. He ordered his soldiers to once again search the attic and basement using telepathy. The beggar commander asked his enemy why she was distracted during the battle, and if this continued then he would be forced to kill him very quickly. The ninja leader said that he was very upset and he hoped that he would meet a worthy opponent, but now he is very disappointed. He hid his sword in his anklet and said that unfortunately their wallpaper would have to be postponed until better times. Suddenly the ninja leader began to whistle very loudly, and in this way gave a sound signal to the rest of his ninjas. The ninja heard the sound of a whistle and at that moment stopped the battle. The commander said that he will not allow these idiots to leave here. You will just leave without a fight and everyone here will play only by their rules. The ninja leader raised his sword up and was about to strike. He swung his sword and at that moment it emitted very strong energy. The ninja leader tricked everyone and hit the ground with his sword. The beggar commander didn't get close enough to the ninja leader to hit him and saw the ground begin to crack after he slammed his sword into the ground. A very strong explosion occurred, and this explosion was visible to all neighboring cities because the smoke from this explosion reached the sky. The commander of the side saw this explosion after that. When the smoke and now he saw that the ninja leaders were no longer here, and during this time he managed to escape. He looked back and saw that all his ninja soldiers had also disappeared after that explosion. The beggar commander ordered his subjects not to stand still and to run to look for the fleeing ninja. He was thinking that at this rate the name of General Jian will be stained, but he also needs to grab at least one of these ninjas. At this moment the entire gang of ninjas moved through the forest and ran away from here as far as possible. The ninja leader ordered Jiaichiol to go to Gimuryak and informed their other soldiers to go back because now the mission is pointless. He understood that the commander of the beggars Makdu would now also pursue them. They needed to move as quickly as possible. He looked forward and thought that he would never have thought that aphrodisiacs could disappear. He understood that now he would have to provide a report that they could not find anything. Suddenly he saw an explosion occur behind him. His soldier flew past him very quickly with a serious wound in the chest. He saw this ninja crash into a tree with his back. Jiaichiol rolled down a tree trunk and was seriously injured by the blow. He didn't understand what happened and why his best soldiers had just been defeated. A very strong, large beggar Gimuryak walked towards him with slow steps. Gimuryak asked these ninjas why don't they run away so quickly. He said that he really likes to play with the guests and asked them to stay a little longer and promised that they would definitely have fun here. He didn't understand how it happened that Gimuryak ended up here and found out that they were now in this exact place. In the Great Power Organization, loud cries of the head were heard. This is the organization that said that it was tired of giving support to these people. The servants said that they again had an unsuccessful open attack and now they have huge losses and do not have enough people. The gentleman said that now they cannot help them. He said that I didn't lose many people after the last raid, but the deal was made public and they need to focus on their safety. The servants said that the main problem is that they threatened to attack the third elder. The elder hit the table with his fist and said that these vile idiots have no right to threaten them. Suddenly another gentleman came into the room and said that he sees these people in a very difficult situation and sees that they do not know how to get out of this situation. The elder was shocked when he saw this man here. The guy in the mask said that he has one tempting offer for them that they are unlikely to be able to refuse. But out of politeness he will ask them if they are interested in this offer. The servant shouted that this guy was crazy if he decided to get here alone. The elder ordered his servant Wang Qisan to stop and stop shouting. Wang Qisan, what about Mr. Elder? There is no need to interfere in this and he himself will deal with the unexpected guest. The elder hit his servant with his fist and said that if he asked him to be silent then he must immediately shut up. The elder said that his servant has no idea who is standing in front of him now. Hyuk said that Elder Rong just hit this servant and he could calm him down with words. The elder thought that last time this masked man was going to destroy his clan to the ground and now he says that brute force is very cruel. Hyuk took the chair that was next to him and told Mr. Elder not to worry because the guy in the mask wanted to ask something and thanks to a lucky coincidence it turned out that Mr. Elder was talking exactly on this topic. The elder in a satisfied voice asked the masked man what exactly did he want to know. Hyuk said that Mr. Elder had just spoken with his servant on the topic of mysterious schools. The elder asked what exactly does this guy want to know. Hyuk said that he wants to find out all the information about this mysterious school elder. The elder understood that this man was the most mongrel guy he had ever met. Hyuk said that many of his questions disappeared by themselves because by looking at the elder's face, he was immediately able to give answers to many questions. He looked at this guy in a mask who was sitting opposite him and asked why he was interested in the mysterious school and what exactly does he want to offer for cooperation. Hyuk said that he has business with this mysterious school. He said that you want the elder to tell him where this school is and he has a plan on how to destroy the head of the mysterious school. Go Muriok asked the enemy why do they want to leave so quickly and why don't they stay to play with him. The ninja leader slowly began to draw his sword from its sheath and said that they were just passing by. Go Muriok at that moment was picking his flies with his finger and clearing it of sulfur and said that he would never believe in this nonsense. The ninja leader understood that it would be very difficult for this beggar to slip past and ordered his fighters to prepare for battle. The ninja soldiers used their red energy to accumulate as much of it as possible before the start of the battle. Gi Muriok said that he hates wagging his tongue for a long time and always prefers fighting instead. The ninja leader ordered his soldiers to attack this enemy. Go Muriok saw that a large number of ninjas made jumps and began to disappear in different directions. The ninja leader understood that the fight was pointless and they did not get the aphrodisiac and just wasted time and therefore they need to get out of here quickly. Go Muriok said that he hasn't seen such comedians for a long time to the leader of these ninjas, and if they don't want to play catch-up then they won't play this game. He made a jump and very quickly began to catch up with his opponents. Gi Muriok said that they are not very stupid if they think that he will not be able to catch up with them and in this game he has no equal. The ninja leader understood that because of the enemy it would not be possible to escape from him very quickly and easily. Suddenly one behind appeared from the other side and he was holding a month in his hand. With the help of this sword she wanted to attack the thug in the back. Go Muriok caught the blade of this blade with his fingers and realized that the ninjas were moving very slowly. He immediately retaliated and broke his opponent's head by hitting him with his elbow. He saw that there were more enemies and they now decided to attack all together. He turned his head back and saw that the ninja leader was running away. He was using his soldiers to provide himself with an escape route. He clenched his fists tightly and said that now he would have to teach these idiots a lesson. With one blow from sumac, he attacked several opponents at once and threw them in different directions. The ninja leader continued to run away at this moment. He thought that this big guy appeared unexpectedly, and he did not understand what happened to those ninjas whom he sent to this thug. He was afraid that this big guy could extract all the information from them. But this was a squad of first-class killers. He heard Gi Muriok's voice saying that people are always mistaken about him and underestimate him. He said that it is for this reason and not for some reason that they think that if Gi Muriok is very strong it means that he is stupid. The ninja leader was shocked when he saw this goon near him and thought that he needed to move even faster. Gi Muriok started laughing and said that you are an idiot and didn't understand anything and his pathetic attempts to escape are just a funny joke for him. Go Muriok at the same time using his internal energy caught up with Ito at the enemy and told him in his ear that he was incredibly fast and it was impossible to escape from him. The ninja leader grabbed his sword and said that he would defend himself if this thug did not come at him. He swung his sword and tried to attack the enemy, but when he turned around and struck there was no one near him. Gi Muriok asked his opponent if he liked fighting against the air. He got angry and made a kick in the turn in order to attack this thug, but for some reason Go Muriok stood calmly at that moment and picked his nose. Gi Muriok managed to dodge the blow at the very last second without taking damage. Go Muriok said that he had never met such stupid opponents and repeated once again that the ninja leader would not be able to escape no matter how hard he tried. The ninja leader shouted that if he fails to escape, he will kill this thug with his own hands using his sword. And at that moment she activated a combat technique called Blood Rain. He used thousands of blades to strike and his sword moved at incredibly fast speeds. Gi Muriok understood that his opponent fought a little better than ran away, and with the help of his blow, he wanted to drive him into a trap. The ninja leader struck very quickly with his sword, and a very strong red explosion occurred in the place where the big man was standing. White smoke appeared in the air, and he waited for the day to clear to see what was happening to his enemy. When he began to disappear, he saw that this thug was still standing in the same place, and he had received absolutely no injuries. He was shocked because he didn't understand how this man could dodge such a strong blow. Gi Muriok said that with the help of his strong blow, he was able to scratch his face, but he hates when someone touches his face, so together we will be cruel. He clenched his fist and decided to hit this idiot with all his might. The blow is incredibly strong, and thanks to this blow, he was able to break several ribs of the enemy at once, and the ninja leader began to cough up blood. After an explosive blow, he flew back and could not resist or block such attacks. The ninja leader stopped, but after he was able to stop, he began to pour blood. He understood that, if he delivered his punches again, the ninja leader would be destroyed and his defense would be useless against such strong blows. Gi Muryak emitted very strong magical energy, and slowly approached his opponent. Go Muryak said that he has one very good advice for a ninja leader, and this color is that it is useless to resist and it is better to give up. The leader somewhere understood that Go Muryak had stepped over his 100th level, and this battle was a complete failure for him because he did not get the aphrodisiac and also lost the battle, and he would not be able to appear before the master with such news. He understood that he had no other choice and all that was left for him was suicide. Gi Muryak said that he wouldn't let this idiot die just like that, and at that moment grabbed him by the face with his hand. Gi Muryak said that he knew that their clan was committing suicide so that information would not be extracted from them through torture. He said that the ninja leader is a very important person and you need to ask him questions first before he dies. He squeezed his face really hard and told this guy to relax his jaw and say the letter A. He wanted to get out of his mouth so that he would not kill himself. But at that moment a sharp kunai flew towards him. Go Muryak sensed the approaching danger and was able to deflect the enemy's kunai. He was very surprised when he saw enemy kunai near his face and did not understand where this weapon came from. Suddenly a ninja appeared who flew very quickly towards them holding a sharp dagger in his hands. The ninja pierced the head of the ninja leader with his dagger and killed him. He shouted that this was a terrible act and one couldn't just kill his prisoners. Go Muryak threw the ninja leader out of his hands because he was already useless to him and began to run towards this killer. He struck very quickly and tried to pierce the enemy's body. He said that you need to grab at least this idiot and break his face. Gi Muryak made a very strong blow to the chest of this enemy but did not feel his body. The ninja was able to dodge this attack and flew into the air. Go Muryak said that this cunning ninja turned out to be very smart and he used his attack to escape. He looked at the corpse of the dead ninja leader and said that these guys are much smarter than he thought. Go Muryak understood that these were unusual soldiers and most likely they were special forces triots. The tramp saw that Manhwa had come to visit him and asked what she was doing here and for whom did she come to the lair of the tramps. The tramp said that after patrolling it should be read to higher-ups. She replied that she came to say hello and thank the tramp for the letter of recommendation. He replied that it was in return for her favor and did not require her gratitude. She sat down on her knees in the center of the room and said that in fact she had come to discuss her patrol. Manhwa said that she wanted to know which group decided to openly attack them. The tramp asked her why she was interested in these criminals. She replied that she was a senior patrolman and she was supposed to be interested in everything that was happening in these lands. He began to laugh and said that I shouldn't have anything to do with this and that she hadn't been particularly diligent in interfering in the missions of the Murim Alliance before. Did the tramp say that she got this position to get information and find the white tiger, or was she looking for an excuse to stay here and be closer to the white type? Manhwa said that of course the tramp is right and she is so stupid that you are doing all this for the sake of a white tiger. And she said that she was ready to close her eyes to her oath and give her life just for him. The tramp heard the sarcasm in her voice but nevertheless said that the white tiger had gotten it from a very virtuous woman. She thanked the tramp with sarcasm in her voice. Manhwa said that this does not mean that she will neglect her duties, and she got this place for her own interests and should work hard. She said that she was interested in this group of criminals for a long time during her patrols. She said that after losing the war, the Iron Demon faction rose up with terrifying strength. Their supporters decided to lie low. She said that at that moment an unknown organization began to distribute an aphrodisiac and asked the tramp if this all seemed very suspicious to him. The tramp said that this information has been known to everyone for a long time and if she interferes in this matter she can only get a threat to her life. Manhwa said that dangerous aphrodisiacs are involved in this matter and they should know that gunpowder and aphrodisiacs are under the special control of the imperial family. She explained that nothing was mentioned about this in that letter and no matter how hard they tried to cover up their tracks she found clues and has been investigating for 6 months in another region and she is sure that they did this on purpose. Manhwa asked the tramp to respect her and take part in this investigation and help her. He said that in this case he wants her to call him elder. She said to no one in a rude voice that Murong Manhwa, the senior patrolman of the Northern Command, would like to make a formal request to the elder of the beggar gang. She asked to share with her all the information about this organization. The tramp said that he had not met such stubborn girls for a very long time. He looked at her for a few seconds and said that she would find out about everything and her world could turn upside down after this. He asked if she still wanted to know about it. She smiled and looked at him with her sly gaze. The tramp said that it would be better if she listened to his advice, but she made her choice, and so now he will start telling. The tramp said that they believe that there is an independent third force supporting this group and the organization involved in smuggling is the source of their funds. Gamwa looked at the tramp in surprise and did not expect that everything would be so connected. She said that all this time she thought that the war started because of the conflict between the Murong clan and the Jagal family. The tramp replied that this is the position of the foreign policy faction. He said that there are also other opinions regarding this and there is a connection in this war with the death of the Sato clan. He said that some believe that this was the original reason for the war. Gamwa replied that the Sato clan led the Mujuan family and they were often compared to the Jagal clan. She said that she heard that this clan suddenly disappeared but did not think that they were killed. The tramp said that everything was exactly like that and they were destroyed to the ground in just one day and all the great ones pointed to the Jagal clan and soon after that the Jagal clan was attacked. Gamwa said that in that case the Mujuan family hit the Jagal clan for revenge and she could guess about it. The tramp said that after the war he decided to conduct an investigation and discovered that the family did not take any action on his husband, and at that time it was more profitable for them to demand compensation applying moderate pressure and not get involved in wine with an uncertain outcome. Gamwa said that she needed to find out who attacked the Jagal clan. The tramp replied that not only the Jagal and Sato clan were involved in this matter. He said that there is resentment and envy between families. He explained to her that this led to the height of the conflict and at that moment a terrible bloody war began. He said that having noticed the oddities he delved into the study of what was happening and came to the conclusion that conflicts arose even between friendly clans under the influence of outside forces. The tramp knew that naturally the network of spies infiltrating the clan required huge amounts of money, and he managed to immediately know where the money went. He realized that a smuggling organization was involved in the incident. She was shocked when she heard all this information. She couldn't even imagine that everything was so confusing. Gamwa said that this whole situation is very terrible, and she doesn't understand why no one knows about this. She said that it makes sense to raise the issue in the Mujuan clan about conducting a large-scale investigation. The tramp replied that the Mujuan clan and everyone involved in this war are well aware of this. But after discussing it among themselves they decided to keep everything a secret, and they also know that a gang of beggars decided to investigate. She asked why are they really afraid of someone and the alliance is stronger against them on the continent. The tramp said that they were afraid of Cole Gunsung. He explained that this person occupies high positions and can compete with them in limitless power. She said that this cannot be and the tramp must understand what dangerous words he is saying now. The tramp said that he warned her that her world would turn upside down after she found out this information. She said that the tramp must be sure of all this information and he must have evidence for her to trust him. He said he couldn't tell everything he knew but he found irrefutable evidence. He doesn't know who's behind this but he's almost sure of his theory. Gamwa asked why the tramp told her about all this. He told her that he told her everything. It was only because she asked. Gamwa said that she heard that the Mujuan clan is smart and the rest know the truth and the tramp should not keep it a secret or hide behind lies. The tramp straightened his mustache with his fingers and straightened it out and said that she could think what she wanted but he just needed a reliable assistant and she was the perfect option. Her head is loaded with only thoughts in the white tiger and her relationship with her family is not the best and she does not care about power and fame. She melted when she remembered the white tiger and said that in fact her eyes were focused only on him. The tramp thought that she was really crazy and obsessed with the white tiger. He thought that the white tiger had a good relationship with no matter how they denied it. The tramp thought that no one knew about the existence of the sharpest sword that he owned and he was not interested in anything except his family. He needs to deal with unfinished business and does not intend to interfere in the affairs of the alliance. He looked at the girl who was sitting in front of him and thought that if the fate of these two were intertwined again, I don't know what would happen next. He was eager to make sure they were together again, and then he wouldn't think about anything other than her. Suddenly a tramp came into his room and said that he had urgent messages for the elder. The servant said that today some people attacked an old abandoned house in which there were beggars. The master of his subject palmed his face and his subject's blood flew out. The guy continued to stand still motionless despite the fact that the gentleman hit him in the face with his hand. The master hit his subject. He was very angry and continued to beat this guy. Drops of blood fell on the floor. The gentleman said that 45 people died on this mission. This is incomprehensible to his mind because it would take real idiots to lose to the beggars. The gentleman said that they lost 5 of the best fighters and 7 from the special detachment and many important people, and the operation initially would not have been without losses. So he will not focus much attention on this. But the master was still furious that they couldn't find the aphrodisiac and lost so many people. He started shouting very loudly and said that only one thing was required from these idiots, and in the end they wasted 100 people and could not complete their task. The soldier said that he has no excuses about this. The gentleman said that it was necessary to find this aphrodisiac at all costs, and their spies confirmed that the drug did not fall into the hands of the main Rome, and this means that someone hid it in a safe place away from prying eyes. The gentleman said that they should not lose their vigilance and establish surveillance of them, and this time they should not miss a single slightest movement. He stopped and said that he finally wanted to say something very important. He ordered surveillance of one of the important people later. He will tell the name of this person, and for this they must choose a top-class master who will not make mistakes. The building was very quiet and calm that day. Hyuk said that he needs to find out where these people are and the location of their clans, and then he will go to this place and kill the head of the mysterious school. The elder, by virtue of his guest, is he really interested in the location of this school? Hyuk replied that he was very interested in this information. There was a silent pause between them, and they looked at each other for a long time. The elder said that he doesn't even know how to answer this request. The old man clenched his fist and said that they have one problem that he must talk about. Hyuk slowly began to rise from his chair and said that he didn't want to hear about any problems. Hyuk told the elder that it was very stupid of him to risk his life to protect these people. The elder said that's not what he meant. Hyuk said that everything is fine. He really respects that the elder shows his loyalty to the mysterious clan and is ready to sacrifice his life for the common goal. Hyuk said that he doesn't particularly like torturing people to find out information, but he has several torture techniques and wants to start with a technique called the Polar Night. The elder began to scream very loudly when he felt the power of the polar at night near his face and shouted that he did not know where this clan was and therefore could not answer this question. Hyuk looked at the elder in surprise and asked, "What does this mean?" He said he didn't like the elder's answer. Hyuk took him by the shirt and lifted him up. He said that it cannot be that the elder does not know where this clan is. Hyuk reminded the elder that there was a deal between them and he must have some information or contacts of this clan. The elder said that this time the letter would have been sent unilaterally, and now there is no way to contact them. The elder extended his trembling hand forward and pointed his finger at the mask. The elder said that the guy in the mask is the man who killed their messenger and the guy who could contact the mysterious clan. Hyuk remembered that he actually killed the one he could from this clan and cut off his head. Hyuk said that this explains a lot, and now he understands what the main problem is. A drop fell from the sky. After a few seconds, there were already several times more such drops. The man went out into the street and stretched his hand forward. He caught the drops with the help of his palm and did not understand why it suddenly began to rain. He saw Muzang walking in front of him and asked the young master where he was going under such heavy rain. The man said that the senior student should not walk in such rain because he might get sick and invited him to his canopy. Hyuk did not respond to the requests and screams of this man and continued to walk further. The man thought that the older student did not hear him because of this rain, and most likely that is why he did not react to his words. Hyuk stepped into a puddle with his foot and said that there was no result from constant searches and he found more than one clue. He hoped that growing old would be the key to finding his brother, but everything turned out to be completely different from what he thought. Hyuk Muzang didn't understand what to do now and was afraid that something might happen to his brother Taeyong because he's been looking for him for a long time. Hyuk understood that he would not be able to return back to the academy and calmly look into the eyes of his teacher after he failed to find anything. Suddenly a beggar appeared on the street shouting very loudly, looking for Mr. Muzang. The beggar came here to inform the master about the riot that recently occurred, and he said that the instigator of this riot is looking for Hyuk Muzang. The beggar said that the abandoned house on the mountain was attacked today, and people say that they need the help of the senior student in fighting the enemy. Muzang was surprised when he heard all this information. Hyuk ran to the building where all the beggars were and asked the tramp did these people really attack their lair in an abandoned house. When he entered the room he saw that besides the tramp there was Gu Muriok and Gamwa. When she saw him she immediately began to smile and said that she had not seen him for a long time and was glad that he visited them. Muzang immediately closed the door and left the building. She tried to stop him and ask him to stay. Gamwa got angry that he reacted so unexpectedly to her appearance, and said that she would not let him just leave here without greeting her. He stood on the street near the door and I don't understand why she came here again and what she forgot here. Muzang remembered that the tramp said that she was writing her a letter of recommendation for the western region, but at that moment it turned out to him that this was all just ordinary chatter. He smiled and thought that she was just as uncontrollable and didn't see obstacles in her way. He opened the door and slowly began to enter the room. Muzang said that he didn't expect to see everyone here, and asked why the lady is here now. The tramp replied that he arrived as soon as he heard about the attack in the abandoned house. Gamwa said that she also came to help them. Hyuk Muzang said that he should find out when this attack happened. The tramp replied that the attack took place this morning. The tramp said he said that it was people from the mysterious school. There are traces of a search and most likely they were looking for an aphrodisiac that they burned. Gamwa was constantly in his face and tried to attract his attention. He sat on the floor and thought about how to solve this problem. She constantly circled around him and did not understand why he did not pay attention to her. The tramp looked at them and did not know which of the two was worse. Hyuk took her hand by the face and asked the tramp if he wanted to spy on these people. The tramp said that doing surveillance was a very good idea. And he thought about it, but the rain could already wash away all traces and the matter in itself is not easy, and they skillfully clean up their traces. And after such a downpour there might be nothing left at all. Muzang said that if necessary he will follow their trail at all costs and find them. The tramp shouted very loudly and ordered the lady to stop hugging Muzang and get busy instead of suffering from this nonsense. Muzang said that it is she who constantly pesters him and is tired of her harassment. Gamwa said that a very good idea came to her mind and asked if the tramps would be interested in listening to this idea. Gamwa said that no one doubts the abilities of senior student Muzang, but under such conditions even he will not be able to find traces of these criminals. She said that her brilliant idea was to simply lure these people out and they would be in front of their noses and fall into a trap. Gi Muriok raised his hand and told the teacher that he had one very important question. He asked how they would lure these people out. Gamwa said that she just confirmed her feelings about Gi Muriok being a bit stupid. He got angry when he heard this and thought that the mistress's behavior and her words were very offensive. She said that if they had already attacked them once then they would attack them a second time, but for this you need to understand what was the reason for their attack, and the reason was very simple. They did not know that they burned all the aphrodisiac. Gi Muriok and the tramp were shocked by this logic. But in fact the lady was right. Muzang said that her plan is actually brilliant if not outright, and with the help of information about the aphrodisiac they will most likely fall into this trap. She answered him that she was very flattered because he noticed her charm and asked, and did he really fall in love with her again? Gi Muriok watched her and thought that she made that stupid expression again, and it made him laugh. Gamwa kneed him in the face for daring to think such a thing. Gamwa screamed loudly and white him for thinking too loudly and insulting her with his thoughts. The spy stood near a tree several hundred meters from this building and watched the building. San heard loud screams coming from this building and thought that they were discussing something very heatedly, but he was too far away to hear what we were not talking about. This man was the Murong family's bodyguard. San thought that it made sense to move closer to the house, but then he remembered that the head of the family ordered to simply watch the lady from afar, and if he came closer to eavesdrop on the conversation he would put himself at risk. Suddenly Papa appeared and shouted that she hates spies and people who watch her all the time because of her mistress. She said that this brat was shamelessly watching the lady. And most importantly, he was on top of the cliff and forced the old lady to climb up in the rain. San looked at this old woman and said that they might have seen each other before. Her face is very familiar to him. Papak said that she had never seen him before and did not know who he was. Her eyes started glowing red and she said that this guy obviously knows who she is. She asked him who he was and why he kept following her. San said that there was a misunderstanding and he was an ordinary traveler lost in unknown lands. He asked the old lady for forgiveness if he had caused inconvenience to her and her friend. Papak asked him how he knew that she was here with her comrades. She said this guy looks very strange. San understood that he had very big problems now and he had just said a lot of unnecessary things. She waved her staff and wanted to strike. She said that he was a common liar and would be punished for this. When she hit the ground with her staff, a very strong big explosion occurred. San made a jump and dodged her blow at the moment when she hit the ground with her staff. He was already in the air. She shouted that she would not allow him to just leave here, and he would have to explain to her why he had been watching them all this time. She grabbed him by the leg with her staff and began to drag him towards her. He was not prepared for the fact that this old woman could catch him and pull him to her. Papa waved her staff and wanted to hit it on the ground. When I touched the ground with the staff, there was a very strong explosion and everything scattered in different directions. She was very surprised when she saw that he was still not dead. She said that he was not like an ordinary soldier because not every warrior could dodge such strong blows. He said that he would not pay attention to his age and would attack him very cruelly if she continued to attack him. Papak said that she does not want to see any concessions because of her age. Because of these words, he will be punished twice as much. She raised her staff to the mountain and began to turn with it. She said that she wanted to see the battle with him at full strength. He pulled his sword out of its sheath and said that there was no other choice, he would have to fight. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at the old woman. Lightning flew out of the sword. He said that he warned her of the consequences. Papak was very angry and said that he did not have enough strength to fight her, and then waved her staff to strike. He blocked her blow with his sword and felt that the power in this old woman was incredibly great. He flew to the side after blocking the blow. San understood that this woman was very serious and determined, and fighting her would not be as easy as it might seem at first glance. He understood that he had no other choice and he had to attack her with all his might. Papa was very surprised when she saw that he used all his strength to attack her. San made his thrust, but at that moment the old woman was already behind him and she moved very quickly. Blood started dripping onto the ground. She said that she knew perfectly well where he had such good blade skills and that she knew this military technique. She said that it was your spy who was sent by Mr. Sung Jae. She said that if they have never met before and he is a member of the clan, it means that he is the bodyguard of the Morong family. He saw that his sword was broken and realized that hers was incredibly strong. She said that she used the killing blow against him, but in the end she decided to spare him and not kill him. Papak approached him and ordered him to return to his master. She asked me to tell you that Papak, the warrior of the dragon staff, can take care of her mistress and protect her. Gamwa said that now she will explain her plan to the rest of the participants and they will be able to understand the genius of her idea. She said that tomorrow morning when the rain stops they will throw bait and there will be more than one bait. They use all the beggars, they have to place boxes of bait in different places at once. Go Muriak ordered General Jiang to take one group of beggars with him and immediately go to point B. Jiang ordered Team 3 to follow him south and said that they needed to hurry because there was not much time left. The commander of the 4th group ordered his beggars to immediately go east to the city of Sichuan. Go Muriak ordered the rest of the 1st and 2nd group to go north and take the bait boxes there. The servant came to the master and reported that the groups had moved forward. The master asked his servant to continue to talk about it. The servant reported that half an hour ago 100 beggars left Yangzhou, and each of these beggars carried a large load on their back, and he assumes that the beggar knows that they are trying to return the aphrodisiac and are trying to transfer it to another place. The gentleman said that we need to send surveillance on these beggars. The servant replied that they had already sent surveillance, but there were problems. The servant reported that the beggars had divided into 3 groups and were heading in different directions. The gentleman was very surprised at that moment. The tramp straightened his mustache with his fingers and said that he wanted to ask one question. He said that he didn't understand why he should send the cargo in 3 different directions because it would be harder for them to track down their opponents. Hyuk Muzang said that everything is exactly as the tramp says, but it makes sense. He said that the enemies will follow the bait even if they have to split up, and if there are 3 baits they will believe that one of them is real. Gamwa smiled when she heard these words from Muzang, and she realized that he understood her plan better than others. Gamwa smiled and said that with the help of such a plan they would be able to convince their opponents of the veracity of this bait and would be able to weaken their troops by dividing them into 3 parts. The gentleman clenched his fist and his hand began to shake from nerves and anxiety. He said that the opponents are trying to deceive them and fool them with this technique of dividing the cargo into 3 parts. But if they don't check it they won't know. The gentleman asked where is the leader of the beggar's phantom mask or the tramp and General Gumuriak now. The servant said that the phantom mask remained in the city. Gumuriak took half of the beggars with him and went north with them. The rest split into 2 groups and headed south and east. The gentleman thought that the general of the beggars Gumuriok took 50 people with him, and this looks very suspicious, and they would not just split into 3 groups for the sake of a sabotage operation. He thought there that small groups were too weak to entrust them with such an important cargo, and he did not understand what these beggars were trying to achieve. He assumed that they would exchange cargo among themselves. Gamwa smiled and said that with the help of such an ingenious plan, the enemy would be dizzy with different guesses, and in fact it would not matter who they would attack from the 3 groups. Gamwa said that she and her units of beggars would wait for them to appear, which would be enough to then track down the others using Master Hyuk's technique. After the rain, the earth is soft and it will be much easier to find tracks. She said that just in case she would need to do something else. The tramp asked the lady what exactly did she want to do. She said that it is necessary to create another bait, and this bait is for his opponents to catch him, and then they will definitely believe that this is all actually true. Suddenly another person burst into the room and informed the gentleman that he had urgent news. The gentleman allowed this man to enter the room. The servant said that he has information about the drug and the master needs to hear this information. The servant approached the master and in a quiet whisper told him in his ear very important information that they managed to find out. The servant said that the enemy delivered the cargo without any cover. There is no doubt that this is exactly the cargo that they are looking for. The gentleman began to laugh very loudly and was amused by the fact that he saw through the opponent's plan. He laughed and said that they didn't figure out their stupid plans. The gentleman ordered his servant to stop the persecution of beggars. The servant asked why the master made such a decision. There was their aphrodisiac there. The gentleman answered his subject that the beggars wanted to deceive them and all the groups that moved out this morning were false and they did not have an aphrodisiac. The gentleman said that these beggars tried to lure them out of their lair and drive them into a trap. The tramp said that this box contained absolutely the entire aphrodisiac. But in fact it was just a cart with an elixir. Guhaha, a famous person in the city of Baisandaju, said that now he understands why the tramp asked him to dress up as a merchant. He said that it is definitely better to disguise the top so that he goes unnoticed. The tramp said that he would take on this matter himself, but there are reasons why he cannot do this. Guhaha replied that there was no need for this. And after that he began to smile. He said that he didn't know how to bother the elder with such trifles, but he decided to ask why cosmetics bothered him so much. The elder doesn't seem like a tramp's face is easy to disguise. The tramp told his interlocutor that it was better for him to simply deliver the cargo safe and sound while the students ran with all their might after him. Guhaha replied that I had not loaded all the boxes and were sent immediately, and wished the elder to take care of himself. Tramp asked your interlocutor can he be trusted. Gu replied that he was the most reliable person the tramp had ever seen. The sun's rays fell from the sky and illuminated the forest. The guards put their weapons forward and prepared to defend their master from this girl. Guhaha didn't understand how events should develop further and what should happen, but he hoped that everything was going exactly according to plan. He thought that first he should take medicine. At that moment, a small wooden grenade fell near the horse and no one paid attention to it. This item turned out to be a smoke grenade that began to emit smoke. People didn't understand where the smoke came from and what was happening now. When they began to breathe this smoke at that moment, they immediately began to lose consciousness and feel very tired, and many of them fell to the ground, and the horses also could not resist this smoke and fell. A man came out of the forest and said that he didn't even think that everything would be so simple. Guhaha saw a man named Ho Jang approaching him and smiled. Ho Jang said that he thought that if he stunned his subordinates with a poisonous smoke grenade it would look epic. He asked his partner in what condition the goods were and whether these boxes contained all the aphrodisiacs they needed. Guhaha said that he himself checked each box. He can be trusted because inside these boxes there are all the aphrodisiacs, and he would appreciate it if his partner was to talk to the Lord about this service. Ho Jang took out a large bag of money from his bag and threw it into the air so that this merchant could see his reward. Ho Jang said that this money is a reward from the Lord and he is in a hurry, and for now his task ends here. But soon he will repay him in full. Guhaha said that this is better than nothing. The enemy soldiers took the cart and slowly began to walk away into the distance. He looked at the bag of money and thought that this was a good gift, but it was not the entire amount that had not been agreed upon. Suddenly Guhaha heard the tramp's voice behind him and heard his steps. The tramp said that he doesn't like being deceived, and when people promise that they can be trusted and then behave towards a traitor. The tramp said that because of this traitor they had suffered for the last 6 months, and now they were finally able to find the rat. Gu said that the elder misunderstood everything and first he wants to explain the whole situation. Gu began to approach the tramp and said that he wanted to explain everything that happened here. Gi Muriok suddenly appeared behind this guy and said that he had not seen Gu for a long time. Gi Muriok said that from the face of this traitor, he can confidently say that they understood everything correctly. Gamwa jumped out from behind the bushes with the young master and said that the tramp grandfather was right about this traitor and they could not prove his guilt. Gu started laughing and said that he was in a very big mess and now he will hardly be able to get out of here. He asked these people didn't they know this whole clan from the very beginning. The tramp said that it was Mrs. Gamwa's brilliant idea and she suggested using bait and said that if there was a traitor among them, he would immediately give himself away. The tramp said that Gu was the first person who volunteered to accompany this cargo and the tramp to the last did not want to believe in betrayal until he himself was convinced of it personally. Gu understood that he was now in a hopeless situation he would most likely end now because he would not be able to cope with all the opponents who surrounded him. The tramp asked all the leaders of his group to listen carefully to what he was about to say. The tramp ordered this group to follow the henchmen of the mysterious school and follow their tracks to find where their lair is located. The tramp said that he would want to return to the mysterious school as soon as possible and they should not miss them. The tramp looked at this man and said that he himself brought this traitor to the family of beggars. The tramp said what to do with this traitor and punish him for his actions. Hyuk Musang said that he appreciates the tramp's concern and wishes him to deal with the traitor as soon as possible. Hyuk Musang immediately made a quick move upward and began to follow the departing caravan. Hyuk shouted that he doesn't have time to wait for everyone, I shouldn't catch up with him because he will move very quickly. Gi Muriok looked at the tramp and didn't understand what he needed to do now. Gi Muriok said that he wanted to kill this traitor right away in your face. The tramp see that you can't do this right away. He took with him a large detachment of beggars and otherwise caught up with the rest of the group. The tramp asked this guy why he was watching them run away. The tramp said that finally they were alone and he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The vagabond emits very strong explosive energy from his body. He said that he did not want to kill this traitor in front of his children and therefore waited for them to leave so that they would not see such cruelty. The border between Yangzhou and Yunhe counties. The security guard stood near the entrance and yawned very loudly and demonstratively. This sleepy guard said that he doesn't understand why they have to guard this place and be here with 4 of them every day. He wiped his eyes and said that this place was securely hidden and there were guard posts along the entire perimeter. But the most important reason is that no one will want to go to this place and in case of any danger the criminal will be able to get here unnoticed even though there are 4 guards standing here. He said that he had never seen a single suspicious person here. The second guard replied that you need to watch your expressions and the situation in the territory is now turbulent. The second guard said that if the gentleman heard negative comments from the guards, they would have problems. At this moment, the third guard fell to the ground. They looked at this guard. I didn't understand what was happening to him. The guard ran up to the warrior who had fallen to the ground and asked what was happening to him. He wanted to examine his wounds. Suddenly he heard some strange sounds coming from inside himself and froze for a moment. The guard turned his head back and saw that all his friends were now lying on the ground unconscious, and he did not understand what happened. He felt someone's finger touching his head and was afraid to move because he didn't know what was going to happen. Hyuk Musang said that if this guard doesn't move then he will be fine and won't get hurt. The servant came to his master and reported that the transfer of the cargo had occurred as planned, and that the goods were with them, and that the drug was currently being checked and transferred to the warehouse. The gentleman shouted in a joyful voice that they had finally managed to take back their property. The gentleman said that now he will not be ashamed to appear before the head and report that they managed to complete the task, and the most important thing is that he did not allow the plan to be sabotaged and did not fall for the opponent's trap. The master told his servants that he had done a good job and asked to make sure that all subordinates had a proper rest and that later they would give out awards to everyone. The servant bowed and said that he would carry out all the master's orders. Suddenly another servant ran into the room and informed the master that they had problems. The servant asked this low-ranking man for services how dare he burst in here without the master's permission. The gentleman asked what the problem is. The servant said that the head pharmacist checked the aphrodisiac and found out that in fact this aphrodisiac is not real and it is a common fake. The gentleman was shocked when he heard this information and could not believe his ears. The servant got angry and put his hand on the lower servant's neck and began to choke him. He said that he wanted to find out in detail how this happened and what the phrase suspicious aphrodisiac means. The servant explained that the pharmacy says that these are just food pills with a fake color and smell. The gentleman began to get angry again and said that he was tired of watching his subjects constantly fail to cope with the task. He was emitting very strong red negative energy, and at that moment he was ready to explode. He said that he wanted to hear an explanation of how it happened. Ho Jiang said that this cannot be because he personally took the goods from Guhaha and this guy has been in their ranks since the war, most likely he was also framed. Suddenly they did not hear a loud whistle in the building and one of the guards shouted that their building was being attacked by gangs of beggars. A few seconds later the door to this room was knocked down and the guards who were guarding this door were very seriously injured and fell on the floor of the room. Guy Muriak entered the room and apologized for his sudden appearance. He said that he had one question. Guy Muriak asked how these vile idiots dared to attack their abandoned house. Ho Jiang said that they fell into the trap of beggars and now it will be very hot here. Ho Jiang, with the help of telepathy, gave the master a message that he would take over these beggars and during this time the master would be able to escape from here. He said that you need to leave here as quickly as possible because this is where you can come in. Ho Jiang said that he doesn't feel the old man's energy yet, but if he comes then it will be very difficult to get out of here. Guy Muriak said that he doesn't like it when his opponents communicate during a fight and therefore he wants to shut their mouths as quickly as possible. He began to hit them but the opponents immediately made a dash and began to dodge. Guy Muriak radiated very strong energy and tried to deliver the strongest possible blows but his opponents dodged. Ho Jiang punched his opponent in the stomach after he managed to make a quality dodge. But at that moment a wall exploded behind him and he didn't understand what happened and where the enemies came from here. He saw that his hand was very sore and did not move after he hit this big guy. Ho Jiang ordered the Ilwal twins to immediately bring the master in and out of here right now. He said that he will delay the enemy and then you will follow them. Guy Muriak stood up after hitting the wall and said it was a strong blow. Guy Muriak smiled and said that he likes strong opponents because a fight always becomes more interesting when there is someone to fight with. The gentleman and the twins got out of the building and very quickly began to fly up and leave from here. The gentleman flew in the air and watched the battle that took place in the central courtyard. He did not understand how the beggars were able to track down their clan and how they passed the guard posts. Gamwa said that this spectacle impressed her, and she had not seen such serious battles for a long time. She bowed to the enemy lord and said that they did not know each other, and said her name Morong Gamwa, and after that she said that she was an observer transferred to the western region who monitors law and order in these lands. The gentleman said that this is all starting to piss him off. He doesn't understand where the goddess of the heavenly sword came from here because they already have a lot of problems with beggars, but besides this the senior patrolman of the Murim Alliance appeared. She told the gentleman that he knows anyone he wants to know how they found their lair, but she will not tell this and she would not contact them, but she needs to know something from the master of the mysterious clan. Hyuk Muzang said that he immediately wants to ask something from the mysterious gentleman. His question was that he wanted to know where a man named Jung Tiryong was now. The gentleman asked a counter question and asked what this unknown gentleman was up to. Hyuk said that the answer was wrong and now the gentleman will understand why it's better not to joke with them. He used his inner blue energy and made a swift dash forward. He very quickly approached the gentleman and said that they would now correct the arrogant attitude of this gentleman and explain that it was better to deal with them seriously. The gentleman put his hands forward and blocked the enemy's blow. He hoped that his strength would be enough to block this attack. Hyuk Muzang hit the gentleman with all his strength and it had explosive power there, and not a single block could protect the gentleman from this attack. The twins jumped towards this guy and shouted that he was a sick psycho who needed to be stopped immediately. Gamwa unsheathed his sword and blocked their attacks with his sword. She prevented the two twins from attacking the young master and blocked their blows with one movement. Gamwa smiled and said that these two guys are her opponents and she wants to deal with them personally. She told the young master not to stand still and to catch up with the gentleman who flew away. Hyuk Muzang smiled and said that he was leaving these two twins to her and would come do the main work himself. Muzang made a swift dash and very quickly began to fly into the air in order to catch up with the gentleman flying into the distance. Gamwa said that the young master would rather die than thank her for anything. The gentleman sat on the ground and did not understand where did you get such great speed and strength from this young master. The gentleman remembered the face of this guy, and this man was not even 30 years old but clearly had incredible strength. He understood that if the phantom mask came he would not be able to survive and escape. Therefore he needed to offend while there was time. Hyuk Musang landed in front of his face and said that they had just met, and he didn't want the gentleman to leave so quickly. Hyuk said that he would not allow the gentleman to leave until he knew the answer to his question. The tramp was very angry and therefore hit the traitor with such force that an incredibly large explosion occurred in the forest. Gu Haha felt a very strong pain in his body, and at that moment he felt all the anger of the tramp. The tramp said that he didn't even put half his strength into this blow, and the traitor will suffer for a very long time before the tramp kills him. The traitor said that he would not be able to fight the elder, and he hoped that he could escape. He smiled and said that before you die you want to tell the tramp something. He said that the tramp should forget about him and go to the mysterious school as soon as possible if he wants to save the senior patrolman from death. The tramp asked this traitor what exactly did he mean. Gu Haha replied that in the mysterious clan there is the support of one person who can cause a lot of problems for them, and this person is a master who has overcome the peak. The unknown gentleman slowly approached the young master and scratched his beard. This unknown old man said that he was rushing to help at a decent speed and he had not run so fast for a long time. Iron Blood Battalion 3rd Elder, the strength of the army Gungtang, said that even though he ran very fast he could still be late. The tramp learned from a traitor that the secret school is collaborating with Gungtan. He was very surprised when he learned this and asked the traitor, is this man really there now? Gu Haha answered that everything is exactly like this and this great warrior can destroy the entire clan of beggars. Gungtan is not comparable in strength to the elder vagabond, but he has been considered a recognized martial artist for 20 years and has overcome the peak. No matter how talented the young beggars and martial arts geniuses who went there are, they don't stand a chance against this warrior. Gu Haha said that they should have already realized that the mysterious school is not just an ordinary organization involved in illegal trade. The head of the mysterious school is himself a supreme warrior, and his sweater is also made up of first-class assassins. He smiled and said that the most interesting thing is that these killers are actually unusual people and they belong to the Black Blood group. The tramp was very surprised when he heard all this information and did not understand whether this person could be trusted or not. Gu Haha said that the usual stamped puppets of the Union and Rome and the Union of Demons are no match for the real Dark Blood group. He said that the tramp should immediately go there and not waste his time in saving the young warriors. Gi Muriak had accumulated a huge amount of energy in his palm and was about to strike. Ho Jang managed to dodge this blow in time and did not receive damage. Go Muriak hit the enemy with all his strength and the explosive power scattered in different directions. Ho Jang, after dodging the blow, immediately launched a counterattack and cut the enemy's shoulder. Gi Muriak said that he hates cowardly opponents who constantly evade and attack from behind. Go Muriak understood that the battle was not going according to plan, and that the enemy was constantly attacking him with his blades, but he himself was not receiving any damage. Ho Jang said that he had not seen opponents with such strong muscles for a long time, and his blades literally bounced off the muscles of this big guy. Ho Jang is convinced of the most important thing, and that is that the big guy is very slow and is not able to move fast enough to dodge the blows. Ho Jang said that sooner or later the big guy will die anyway, despite the fact that he has a very strong body. Gi Muriak replied that if you are confident in yourself, the idiot thinks that a mosquito can drink a couple of drops of blood and kill a person with it, he is mistaken. He put his hand forward and ordered this opponent to immediately attack him, and in this case they would not be able to be sure who would defeat whom in this confrontation. Gamwa fought alone against two opponents with her sword. She didn't understand why some people were very strong and didn't get tired after constant attacks and blocking, and she noticed that they worked perfectly as a team and covered each other. She thought that these two twins are becoming stronger every second and they just endure minor scratches and in response purposefully hit the vital organs, and these guys clearly know how to hunt masters who are stronger than them. She smiled and said that she had forgotten about one very important feeling that she had not experienced for a very long time. She understood that she had not felt like a victim for many years, and this nasty feeling bothered her throughout the entire battle. The tramp said that there was no point in him abandoning all his plans and running to save these guys. Gu Haha said that he couldn't believe that killing a traitor was more important than in the lives of young martial artists, and even a second's delay could be a death sentence for them. The tramp said that he had not heard such nonsense for a very long time. He accumulated a large amount of energy in his palm and said that this guy had better worry about himself. He hit his opponent in the face with all his might. His green energy was incredibly powerful, and he put all that energy into his opponent's face to make them feel pain. The tramp said that he is not a stupid person, and for the second time he will not believe a traitor, and even if this guy is telling the truth, this does not mean that he should worry about the lives of the young masters. The tramp said that this traitor saw the level of martial arts of the young masters, and after that he is trying to say that they cannot cope with one opponent. He said that young masters have long since surpassed the level of this old man. Guhaha coughed up blood and looked at the tramp. I don't understand where you tramps come from so much confidence. The tramp said that these guys are not just genius, they would rather be called true monsters. Gumuryak received the enemy's blows and blocked them. He knew that everyone thought that his only gift was his physique, but he had another real talent. Ho Jiang said that he gets angry when his opponents laugh, and he will now remove the smile from the face of this thug. Gumuryak advised this guy to hide in a corner and die. The tramp said that this big guy is a very smart guy, and he quickly assesses the situation during a fight and easily reads the enemy's style. Gumuryak began to laugh and said that he was finally able to understand the speed habits of the enemy's equipment. Tramp said that this is possible primarily due to his physique. And even if it looks stupid from the outside, he can withstand a huge number of blows and then fight back. Ho Jiang saw that this thug was able to get up after such injuries and caught him by the neck and began to choke him. The tramp said that Gumuryak has incredible instincts and strength bestowed by nature itself and animal instincts. He has everything that an ideal warrior needs. Gamwa said that she would die soon. Take these mice, and I am tired of playing with them like toys. She raised her sword up and emitted very strong purple energy. She said that she wanted to deal with them with one blow. The tramp said that Mrs. Morongamwa is a real weapon. Since childhood she was fed various kinds of elixirs and subjected to harsh training, and now she is literally the personification of inflexibility. The tramp said that if you compare the two of them in her internal energy, she is no different from him, and they are absolutely equal opponents. Bina was shocked when she saw that this guy had just taken the girl and jumped down with her. Gamwa very quickly delivered incredibly strong blows that cut her opponents and caused them severe injuries. The twins understood that they had very big problems because they could not dodge her blows and they could not block her attacks either. She used a very strong blow due to which a very bright light appeared around them, and they could not dodge this blow and slowly began to burn. The tramp looked at the wounded body of the traitor and said that now he would tell the most important information for this traitor. The tramp straightened his mustache with his fingers and said that these two are very strong warriors, but they are not the most important weapon and are unlikely to be able to compare with the young master. Guhaha asked which young master is the tramp talking about now. He answered the traitor that there is one guy who impressed even a tramp, and this guy is a real psycho and he is beyond any classification. Hyuk Muzang stood silently in place and looked at the enemy who suddenly appeared near him. He looked at this old man without much delight and said that he was not surprised that he saw the strength of the army here. The old man said that he was very surprised because this young master knows who he is. Hyuk Muzang said that he felt that small fry like the Great Power and the Blood Curse Gang could not go against the will of the Great Iron Blood Emperor without anyone's orders. Hyuk Muzang said that now the Steel Insolence makes sense, and he now understands that they are supported by the Third Elder himself from the Iron Blood Battalion. The strength of the army said that this young man is very knowledgeable about the affairs that take place between the clans. He pulled out his sword and said that this is still not the most important thing. He said that the more a person knows, the more likely he is to leave this world early in the prime of his life. At that moment he put his hand forward and made a fiery release of the energy of his blade. Hyuk Muzang stood still and watched as both the enemy and the fiery flames approached him. He looked forward and reacted to this fiery flame without much interest. He pulled the blade out of his hand and filled the blade with blue explosive energy. He raised his hand up and thus created a cutting blow. Hyuk Muzang cut the wave of fire that flew towards him with the help of his hand blade and without putting much effort into blocking it. The strength of the army was shocked when he saw the incredible power of his enemy. The gentleman was also shocked when he saw this incredible power. Hyuk Muzang said that the strength of the army could not surprise him with its abilities, but it managed to anger him, and now he will have to fight back. Hyuk Muzang used a long-range attack and sent a wave of blue energy at the enemy. The strength of the army saw this attack and did not understand how to act in this situation. He managed to notice this attack in time and tried to dodge. A blue wave touched his hand and he saw that a blue flame was burning on his hand. The strength of the army began to laugh very loudly and was amazed at the power of his opponent. He said that he had never met such strong and young martial artists before. Hyuk Muzang said that he doesn't care about all the compliments of this vile man, and he knows that the strength of the army is openly disobeying the great Iron Bloody Emperor. Hyuk said that he doesn't care about the fact that they don't make secret plans behind the Emperor's back. The old man was angry because this young martial artist knew too much. He saw that this guy suddenly made a jump and disappeared somewhere. Hyuk said that he absolutely doesn't care about all the martial artists and opponents who are here, and he came here for only one purpose. Hyuk Muzang wants to find out from the gentleman where the man named Jung Taeyong is. Army Power said this guy is acting like an ignorant youth. The old man said that he would not tolerate such disrespect and would not allow the enemy to turn his back on him. He tried to hit the young master with his sudden blow, but the young master turned around in time and parried this blow. Hyuk jumped back and got into a fighting stance. The strength of the army said that he was very impressed with the speed of movement of his opponent, and he had not met such fast enemies for a long time. He put his sword forward and yellow energy snakes began to appear around his sword. He made a swift dash forward and began to approach the young master in order to attack him. Hyuk Muzang saw a large number of golden energy snakes flying towards him. Hyuk was very angry at this moment and told his opponent that he was angry about this whole battle. Hyuk made several very fast strikes with his sword. He used his sword to cut all the golden energy snakes and very quickly began to fly towards his enemy. The old man saw that the enemy was approaching him, and the enemy's sword was already near his face. The strength of the army dodged this attack, but he understood that the enemy was becoming stronger with each blow, and at this rate he would be forced to lose to the young master. He jumped back and stopped near the stones far from the enemy. At that moment a blade appeared in his hat and cut it. He saw how his hat broke into two halves and fell from his head. At that moment he got angry. He said that no one has the right to touch his expensive clothes, much less cut them and spoil them. He said that he would tear this bastard to shreds and destroy him. The head of the clan told the third elder that this young martial artist is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. If they combine their forces, they can defeat him together. He said that the Phantom Mask could come here at any moment, and then their problems would be several times greater, and they would definitely not be able to defeat these opponents. He remembered the face of the ghostly mask and realized that this enemy is very cruel and strong. It's better not to mess with him. He said that he doesn't like all this and he doesn't want to use such heavy measures, but nevertheless they have no other choice and therefore they must finish off this young master very quickly. Elsewhere there was a very large purple explosion. Gamwa said she said that she hates it when insignificant weak opponents try to confront her and prove their strength. She got very angry because of this. She had to use up her power and she thinks that she did it in vain. Gi Muriak said that he had a lot of fun with this idiot and sees that the lady didn't waste her time either. He asked where Hyuk Muzang is now. She replied that he was now somewhere there and chased the mysterious gentleman in order to take him hostage. Suddenly she heard a very loud big explosion that happened behind her. They turned towards this explosion and looked at what was happening in that place. Gamwa said that number 100 is located exactly in the place where this strong explosion now occurred and most likely he is now in very big problems. Hyuk fought off the opponent's blows and tried to hold the line and not lose to them. He constantly blocked their blows and dodged and tried to launch his counterattacks in moments free from blocking. Bina watched this whole situation from the side and she understood that it was complete absurdity, and she had never seen anything worse than his attempts to stop the running guy. Hyuk Muzang continued to parry and block all the blows with a straight face. They saw in him a real monster who could not be defeated. He was for them like an impregnable fortress that could not be taken by storm. Hyuk said that he often doubted and could not come up with the right solution, but now it all became clear. He doubted and did not know whether it was possible to kill the battalion elder with iron blood. This did not give him peace. But now he has made a decision and is ready to kill the elders, and they believe that this will be the most correct decision. The strength of the army was shocked. When he heard this, he understood that the young martial artist was just playing with him all this time. Hyuk Muzang used his super strong attack to destroy his opponent. His attack was incredibly strong and he used a large amount of energy, and after he hit there was a large explosion. In this place there was a lot of smoke and lightning that scattered in different directions, and it was not clear what happened and who was able to survive after the strike. The gentleman was very scared and he understood that all this time the young martial artist was holding back his strength and was simply playing with them like puppets. Hyuk Muzang said that he killed the strength of the army without much effort. Now he can finally hear the answer from this gentleman. Hyuk said that he wanted to hear an immediate answer to a question that he had already asked twice, and asked this gentleman not to force him to ask this question a third time, because in this case it would only make things worse for him. He took this gentleman by the neck and lifted the air. He choked him with his fingers. Hyuk said that he wants to hear the answer to his question immediately, and he is tired of playing with them and dealing with this nonsense. The gentleman continued to resist and did not want to answer this question. He called the young martial artist a monster, and said that he did not know what to answer. Hyuk Muzang said that he knew that a man named Jung Taeyong worked in their mysterious organization as a loader. Sir, please, he doesn't remember all the movers who worked for him and therefore don't know what to answer. Hyuk Muzang said that he assumed that the gentleman would give exactly this answer, but he has a good remedy that will refresh this gentleman's memory. Hyuk Muzang hit this gentleman in the face with his fist with all his might and said that these are good ways to refresh his memory and put his brain in place. Hyuk very quickly punched the master in the face and in his body. The gentleman felt this hellish pain. He did not understand why it hurt him so much from ordinary punches. He understood that the only way to stop this violence. Remember the guy this man wants to know about. The gentleman remembered one guy who constantly talked about his senior student. The gentleman said that he remembered something and asked the young master to stop, and at that moment Hyuk stopped and froze in place. The gentleman said that once a guy with that name worked for him and he was a guard from Yunha County. Hyuk Muzang did not understand what this gentleman was saying because he could not pronounce half the letters and ordered the gentleman to immediately explain to a normal person pronounce the letters what he meant. Hyuk understood that the gentleman still couldn't convey his thoughts properly. Hyuk Muzang said that this gentleman is starting to irritate him, and when he is irritated and angry it can have a very bad effect on the gentleman. Hyuk Muzang said that ordinary torture does not work on this gentleman, and therefore a special torture instrument must be used. Hyuk said that now the master will be in great pain, but he himself chose this with his disobedience. The gentleman saw that some kind of moving iron rope appeared near his face. The gentleman felt very strong pain and shouted that this guy named Jung Taeyong is in the dark blood group, he should be there. He saw that this iron thread appeared before his eyes, and if he had been silent for a few seconds this iron wire could have pierced his eye. Hyuk Muzang ordered to immediately explain why his brother was in this place. The gentleman said that it coincided that the person responsible for training in the dark blood group came to visit them when they caught this guy. He came in handy for them. The dark blood curator said he liked this guy's physique. Jung Taeyong was breathing very heavily after a long and bloody battle. The curator of the dark blood said that this guy was suitable for him and took him to his place to make him a killer and a human shield. When this boy was still small he was very happy and constantly came to the older student and said that when he grows up he will definitely become the same as the older student. He covered his mouth with his finger and said that the senior student should not tell anyone about this, but he thinks that the senior student is better than dad. Jung Taeyong dropped a pot with a flower and broke it, after which he said that he had big problems because his father really valued this flower. Throughout his childhood Jung Taeyong looked up to his older student and turned to him for any problem, and when he grew up he realized that he was missing an older student. Hyuk Muzang started laughing after hearing all this. Hyuk laughed very loudly, and the gentleman did not understand what was happening to this guy. The young gentleman said that his brother was alive. This is the most important thing that he had to hear. Hyuk said that he is very happy because his brother is still alive. This means that he can be saved. Hyuk Muzang began to get very angry because this gentleman allowed his brother to be given into the hands of these cruel people and made of him a human shield. The gentleman said that he did not understand the full value of this guy and that's why he did this, but he could not resist the dark blood type then. The strength of the army at this moment stood up from the ground and sounded very strong red energy. He said that he is now doing everything possible to kill this vile young master. The head of the clan understood that if now the third elder was able to get up, it means that they have hope for salvation. The third elder said that he does not allow anyone to touch his body, and for this he will take revenge on the young master by destroying him. The head of the clan looked at the third elder and saw his colossal strength, and he realized that the elder had decided to use all his hidden power, and after the release of this power Hyuk Muzang would not be able to remain intact no matter how strong he was. Mr. Elder made a dash and jumped towards the young martial artist. He emitted incredibly strong energy and his eyes glowed red. Hyuk Muzang felt the enemy approaching and knew that now he would have to fight back. Crack understood that against such a monster as the young martial artist it is necessary to use the great technique of the demon dragon who wants to destroy everything around him. The head of the clan understood that he would die along with the young master because it was impossible to escape from this force. In this place everything was shrouded in red energy, and from this energy a giant demonic dragon appeared. Hyuk Muzang said that he is annoyed by people who do not understand the first time and who need to constantly repeat the same thing. Hyuk said that he can kill the elder at any time if he just wants to do it, and he is tired of constantly resisting these attacks. He made a strike with his blue blade, cutting the fiery flames and the body of the energy dragon demon. He took the elder and threw him aside with his second hand, he held the head of the clan in the air. The third elder coughed up blood and couldn't believe that his strongest attack had just been blocked. Hyuk stepped on this gentleman's chest with his foot and said that he had 3 chances and 1 warning. Hyuk said that right now he is not in his best mood and is tired of repeating the same thing. Hyuk said that he wants to hear at least one reason to leave the third elder alive and not kill him right now. The strength of the army said that he is the third elder of the Iron Blood, and if he is killed then the guy will have very big problems later. Hyuk said that such an answer did not suit him, and at that moment he raised his fist to deliver the final blow. The elder saw the enemy Lennox approaching him and thought that at that moment he would already die. Hyuk wanted to pierce the face of this elder with his blade, but suddenly, he heard a woman's voice and stopped. The lady suddenly appeared next to him and said that she wants to give a reason why it is better not to kill the third elder, but before that she wants to report that she did not expect to meet this young martial artist here. She said that she was very pleased to see young Master Hyuk here. The lady said that the young master did not fit the description of this beautiful warrior and called him the senior master. At that moment a large number of experienced warriors stood near her. She said that the young master is too petty for a person who suppressed the third elder of such a powerful organization. Hyuk said that he also did not expect to see the lady in such a place, and he said that the great emperor is not allowed into this place, and this means that the strength of the army is under her control. Hyuk said that if the third elder is under her control, it means that he can be killed and not worry about the consequences. Hyuk Muzang said that he now has a good reason to kill everyone here. The bodyguard told this guy to watch his words or he would personally deal with him and destroy him. The lady said that there was a misunderstanding and she wanted to talk to Master Hyuk. She said that she came here only to catch the third elder who betrayed her battalion and wants to get information from him about the other traitors. She said that she needed the third elder alive in order to interrogate him. The lady said that the senior master is smart enough to understand all this. She said that if they kill her now, it will start a new war between political places and a lot of people will suffer from this. She said that senior master Hyuk would be able to protect himself, but he would not be able to guarantee the protection of his martial academy and ensure the safety of every home and every student. She slowly began to go down the mountain and said that she was very glad that she met the senior master today. The lady jumped down and approached Master Hyuk in order to talk to him more closely. She ran to meet him and wanted to get closer to this wonderful man as quickly as possible. The lady touched her neck with her fingers and said that if Master Hyuk wants to kill her, he can do it right now and cut her throat. He looked at her in surprise and realized that this lady was a very smart woman. She looked at him and with her eyes showed complete trust in Master Hyuk. He said that her words convinced him and he heard enough. Hyuk said that the lady gave a convincing reason why he cannot kill this man and why he cannot kill the lady. However, he still wants to say something. He said he still hasn't heard the reason why he can't kill him. She answered him that he is a very smart man. The lady asked what he wanted and said that I wouldn't always be able to agree. Hyuk Muzang said that if the lady gives him a guarantee that in the future they will not harm him or his Dragon Tiger Academy in Yangzhou County, then he may not kill him. Hyuk said that he needed a guarantee that the third elder would not harm him and his academy either. He said that the lady and all her people are here and he needs a direct promise that they will not create any problems for them, and only in this case can he give up the third elder. The lady asked, and doesn't he really want to ask for anything else? He said that's all he was interested in. The lady came closer to him and said very loudly that she swears on the name of the great Iron Bloody Emperor. She said that today's incident will not bring trouble to Master Hyuk, and in addition from now on neither the Iron Blood Battalion nor their forces will harm the Dragon Tiger Academy in Yangzhou County first. She asked if such a promise from the Iron Mistress would suit him, and at that moment she wanted to kiss him. She said that if this promise was not enough, she could offer Master Hyuk another way to agree on this method they would have to discuss in private. Hyuk said that he has no need for this and therefore, he will be satisfied with the original agreement. Hyuk said that as long as the Iron Lady keeps her word, this will be enough for him. She said that Master Hyuk is a very boring person. She put her hand on her chest and said that she wanted to give something to Master Hyuk. The bodyguard is shocked. He couldn't believe that the Iron Mistress wants to give this guy an important item. Hyuk asked what this sign means. She replied that these are symbols of their promise, and while he is with him, no one from the battalion with iron blood will touch the master's fingers. Hyuk said that now he can trust the Iron Lady, and after that he removed his new one from the chest of the third elder. Hyuk Muzang said that if she does not keep her word and the Iron Blood Battalion attacks his people, it will mean that he will kill them all and first of all come for the Iron Lady. Hyuk Muzang said that he always keeps his words and she can rest assured that his revenge will be cruel. He took the head of the clan by the collar of his shirt and lifted it up. Hyuk Muzang made a quick dash and jumped very high into the air. She touched her lips with her thumb and said that she was even interested in seeing how he would come to her. She said that she wanted to break this agreement only so that he would come to her and they would meet again. The bodyguard said that he wanted to ask the young lady a question. She allowed him to ask a question. He asked why the lady allowed this martial artist to leave and handed him a golden blood mark. She said that she was very amused that the bodyguard was interested in this question. She said that she just wanted to live and so she did everything possible to stay alive. The bodyguard asked the lady, "Is this martial artist's level really that high?" He said that he was very impressed with how this guy suppressed the third elder in battle. Surely he used up a lot of internal energy and regardless of his strength the bodyguard together with the elite Iron Blood battalions could protect the lady. She said that perhaps her bodyguard is right to White Eye's distortions constantly warn her. She said that it is extremely dangerous to be at enmity with this person. She turned to him and said that Yenji should no longer plot adventures that could threaten her life. Yenji asked for forgiveness from the Iron Ladies. The watchtower was burning with a violet flame. Gi Muriok said that most likely it was all over and they were victorious. Gi Muriok said that he heard a very loud noise and asked what was happening there. Hyuk replied that this man hid a trump card in his sleeve and did not want to talk about it until the last moment. The owner walked forward and ordered the guy to follow him. They said that this gentleman now looks very bad and it is very difficult to call him alive. Gamwa asked if he was able to find out any information about the student. Hyuk turned his head to the side and looked down. He said that the student is still alive but there are still problems. Gamwa was overjoyed when she heard the news that the student was still alive and she said that they were very lucky. She could not restrain her emotions and ran up to him and hugged him very tightly because she was overwhelmed with joy. Gamwa said that she saw what Hyuk went through and was very happy to hear the news that the student was still alive. Hyuk said that he was also very aware that the student was still alive and could be saved. Gi Muriok said that he would pretend as if he didn't see anything. Gamwa felt a very strange smell when she hugged him and immediately noticed this smell. She said that she smelled a smell on him that was reminiscent of flowers and tangerines, and said that women very often use this smell in their perfumes. Hyuk Muzang was very scared and tense at that moment because he understood that this smell could cause a lot of problems. He remembered how the Iron Mistress hugged him, and at that moment most likely she left her scent on him. At that moment Gamwa realized that there was a strange feminine smell on his body. Hyuk made a swift dash forward and tried to run away from her as far as possible so that she would no longer feel that smell. He said that he really wanted to hug his friend Gi Muriok. The bully was very surprised at how fast the senior student was approaching him. Hyuk hugged his friend and at that moment tried to squeeze him as tightly as possible and lose him with his body in order to remove the smell from his body. Gamwa asked what's going on here and why is he acting so strange. Hyuk said that he really loves all the members of his team because thanks to them he was able to find out where the student is and therefore is very grateful to them. He took a breath and realized that there was no longer any smell on his body. The problem with the feminine odor on his body was solved, but now he smelled like a dirty beggar. Hyuk said that the problem unfortunately has not yet been solved and a lot of things still need to be done. He informed his friends that his student was taken away in order to turn him into a killer and make him a living shield in the Dark Blood group. They were shocked when they heard this and did not understand how to react to this information. Gamwa asked why the Dark Blood group continues to be found in this region. She said that the Demon Union had driven them out a long time ago. Suddenly the tramp appeared and said that he had the answer to this question and would now try to explain everything to them. The tramp said that they had a lot of fun here without him and he was upset that I missed such a party. Gi Muriok asked what was happening to that traitor. The tramp replied that he beat him as soon as he could, destroyed the center of his inner strength and locked him in the base. The big man told the teacher that he thought that the traitors would kill him given the rude character of the tramp. Hyuk said that now they need to get down to business and the tramp wanted to talk about the Dark Blood type. The tramp said that there is now a big mess here and they should quickly clean up here and continue the conversation at the base. Papa sat on the roof of the building and watched the sun set below the horizon. She said that all this was starting to irritate her and at their request she guarded the academy all day and in the meantime they started a fight. When they returned they immediately went to the lair of beggars. She wanted to know what they were talking about and why they didn't take her on their assignments. The tramp said that the Dark Blood Group was not created by the Demon Union. This information shocked them, and they did not understand how to react to all this. The tramp said that these guys first appeared more than 200 years ago, and then due to mysterious circumstances many adherents from influential associations died. And not only members of the faction but also authoritative representatives of the whole world, and he does not know how their paths crossed with the Union of Demons. The Dark Blood Group existed a long time ago, for a long time. He said that it is possible that even the name of the Dark Blood Group is not real or simply represents part of them. Hyuk said that if they are so strong they have existed for centuries, why haven't they been heard of before? He wanted to know why the Murim Alliance didn't deal with them well enough. The tramp said that this was all because they were members of the Murim, but they were not in the Murim Alliance. The tramp said that their center is in an area called the Limit. Gamwa said that all her life she thought that the Limit is an ordinary legend and it does not exist. She said that Papak often told her about this place in childhood, and she said that there is such an underground world where all the evil people gather. And also that nothing can be bought there for money. I thought that this is nothing more than a legend. Hyuk said that Old Man Fanwan mentioned a couple of times that he himself came from the Limit. The big guy said that he's also a fan of exaggerating and he can't understand exactly what of his words is true and what's an empty phrase. The tramp said that he really liked the guy if this eccentric Fanwan told him about such things. The tramp said that this old man did not lie and in fact his words were true. Fanwan is a man who has a very nasty nature, but he is deservedly considered the first central region, and he founded a forge outside. He could have raked in money, but for some reason he buried himself in a hole from the Murim Alliance and is sitting there locked up. Gamwa said that this is all incredible. The greatest Mother Murim is a person from the Limit. Hyuk said that now he is interested in only one question and he wants to know how to get to the Limit. The tramp said that this is a very dangerous place. Number 100 does not even imagine the horror of this damned place. The tramp said that first of all there was the great emperor, the founder of Qin, who imprisoned and tortured Jingku, a man who was a hired killer, made an unsuccessful attempt on the emperor's life, and after the death of the emperor the prison ceased to fulfill its function. The criminals who escaped from there, the enemies of the Murim, left to increase their own influence. The tramp said that after this, more than 200 years ago, the renegades organized a rebellion. But they were driven away by the combined forces of the political parties of the Murim. And after that the remnants fled to the border, continuing to pose a problem. And in order to capture the apostates, the imperial army together with the first 1,000 Murim fighters attacked the border. He said that the conversations of the official joint forces were very serious. The tramp said that since then no one had climbed the Limit and they hid, destroying all exits except the secret paths. Guy Muriak asked the tramp, are dark blood types really that strong? The tramp said that they are not the ones who rule in the Limits and that the Hellish Fortress clan is there, and these people are the true masters of the Limits. Loud voices were heard from the Murim Alliance building. The old man wiped the leaves of the plant with a white rag and said that the sun as always rose in the east, and answered his interlocutor that he himself declared that he did not intend to delve into the affairs of the world, and even refused any position using the right to request received as a reward for the mission. He said that now this man has again come to a place for himself. This old man is the head of the Murim Alliance, Tae Hwanmu. Tae Hwanmu said that he does not understand what is happening to his grandson now. He wanted to know what was bothering him and what was the reason for these changes. The young master told his grandfather that his grandson suddenly realized something. He said that a huge desire arose in his heart that could not be controlled. He said that if he just did nothing then he would never achieve his goal. Tae Hwanmu smiled when he heard his grandson's words. He said that his grandson had already proven his skill and importance in the war, and however the only lacking point was his spirit. Grandfather said that only a fool in the harsh world of Murim would refuse to honor the 10 rules of Confucius. He answered his grandfather that he respectfully wanted to act freely. He said that the supervisor of the senior patrol of all 4 directions, the senior patrol of the central region, is what he wants to be. The Hellish Fortress building, which is located in a place called the Limit, a terrifying group that scares the world with just its name. Its strength can be compared to apostates and a demonic cult, but however, unlike those who caused enormous damage in the central region, it never revealed itself. The tramp said that despite everything, the place called the Limit is ruled by the Hellish Fortress. Guy Muriak raised his hand and said that he had a very important question for the teacher. He asked who is more attractive, him or number 100. He urgently needed to find out this information. The tramp replied that number 100 is 1,000,000 times better. Why was it necessary to ask something so obvious? Gi Muriok said that the tramp is already old and due to his age, he cannot distinguish true attractiveness. At that moment the tramp hit him in the face with all his might. Gi Muriok flew into the wall after being hit by tramp. The old man said that most likely he was actually getting old because he forgot to beat that idiot today. Gi Muriok said that the tramp misunderstood everything and he wants to say that if the story about the valley called the Limit and the Hellish Fortress is true, it means that Gi Muriok is more beautiful than number 100. Hyuk said that the big guy, in other words, wants to say that the Hell Fortress rules the underworld. Hyuk said that now all the puzzles fit together. If the limit actually exists, it is connected with the underworld. This gives answers to many questions that bothered him. The tramp said that it is important to understand the most important thing, that the limit is a very dangerous place and it is better not to go there again. Hyuk Musang said that now the reason to go there has become several times greater, and it turns out that his student ended up with very dangerous people. The tramp said that this place is very dangerous and even number 100 risks dying in this place, and moreover there is no guarantee that his student is being kept there. Hyuk said that he was told about this place for a reason, and most likely the tramp initially wanted Hyuk to go to this place. The tramp said that the guy understood everything right away and he would send a man as soon as everything was ready, but until then you only need to do ordinary things. Dragon and Tiger Academy. The teacher met unexpected guests at his academy and said that he could not convey all his joy from seeing these two lovely young ladies again. Gamwa smiled and bowed along with her nanny. She said that these emotions are mutual and she hopes that the teachers are doing well. Gamwa said that in those few days she became very attached to this place and missed it very much. The teacher said that the lady was exaggerating as if she were saying these words, but he was very pleased to hear this from the senior patrolman. Hyuk saw a young lady at his academy and didn't understand what was happening. I wanted to know why she came here again. He remembered how she said that of course she should say hello to the teacher and he was not a stranger to her. Hyuk understood why she came here, but he still felt anxious and knew that this girl was just not doing anything. Gamwa said that she wanted to talk to the teacher about her idea and get his opinion on it. She said that she wanted to move the headquarters of the senior patrol of the western region to this region and asked the teacher if he had a suitable place in mind for this headquarters. Hyuk, at that moment I was very surprised and understood that she had come up with some kind of plan again and was not telling anyone about it. He felt there was something wrong with her idea. The teacher asked the senior student, is there any unused land in the beggar's base? Musang said that there is unused land, but there are also problems. The teacher said that we need to find someone to start building a new headquarters tomorrow. Papa asked the lady to stop and said that if she needed the headquarters of the senior patrol of the western region, then there was already one on the border of Sichuan and Gansu. She asked why do they need another division in the village. Hyuk Musang shouted loudly that the elder dragon warrior Papa was right, and why should I move my headquarters, and there is no point in spending the alliance's money so crazy. Gamwa said that there is no need to worry about money because she can pay for everything with personal funds and she has plenty. She explained that she has enough reasons to transfer staff and now there are issues on which she is secretly working with beggars. Gamwa smiled and said that the beggar's base is located opposite the Dragon Tiger Academy, and this location was created thanks to Musang, and she said that everything worked out very well. Hyuk loudly shouted that this is all pointless. But even if she wants to build her headquarters here, it will take at least a month to build this building. Gamwa said that she was quite happy with a month and didn't mind waiting a little. She looked at him and said that anyway they would soon have to go on a hidden mission and they would explore the underground world, and when they return after this mission everything will already be built. Hyuk Musang looked at her in surprise and didn't understand how she came up with everything so cleverly. Hyuk asked the young mistress to go outside with him to discuss everything in private. He said that he didn't understand what she took, that they would explore the underworld together. Mrs. Gamwa said that she won't let him go there alone. Hyuk said that she didn't listen to the old man's words at all, and in this place you can die, so she will risk her life. Gamwa said that death does not scare Musang, and she also does not want to be afraid of death. He replied that he had to go to his student, but she had nothing to do there. She replied that she herself would decide what she needed to do and what not, and she did not depend on his opinion. Gamwa said that when he disappeared she searched like crazy for him for 2 years, and now she just has to wait for him to go alone to an unknown place and maybe die. She said she wouldn't allow this. Hyuk said that it would be easier for her if she just forgot him. She said that if it was all so simple, why is he so anxious all day? She said that she made her choice to follow him and would not go back on her decision. Hyuk Musang said that this is all wrong and he doesn't understand why she made such a choice. She asked him to remember the promise that they did not make to each other one day. Gamwa said that she wants him to remember this promise. He said that he remembers the incident with the Limitless and the mansion and he has not forgotten about it. Gamwa said that in this case everything is decided and they are going to the limit together and this is her request. She turned around and started to leave. She said that now the question is settled and she will go with him and this is not discussed. She tried to be strong in front of his eyes and did not show her feminine weakness. But as soon as she turned away from him and he did not see her face, she began to cry. Hyuk Musang lowered his head down and began to remember the moments from that day when they made a promise to each other. Gamwa said that you want number 100 to promise her that if they don't get out of here alive, he will finish the mission of the 4 commanders. They will travel the world together. Hyuk said that he likes this idea and he promises her that they won't necessarily travel around the world and see many different places, and it doesn't matter whether it's the sea or a dawn in the far cold north or even hell, they will always be together. He went to the dual wall of the academy and thought about all these events. A torch was burning in the buildings. In a large dark palace there was a room in the center of which there was a round table, and at this table sat high-ranking members of society. On a hill sat a man on a throne, Mr. Head of Dark Blood, and said that he wants to say something. His eyes at that moment glowed red and he emitted very strong energy. He constantly hit the wooden sides of the chair with his fingers and said that the assassins of the Dark Blood type in Gansu suffered serious losses. He said that all 20 warriors located in the mysterious school were killed or arrested and most of them were just expendable pawns of the 3rd rank. However, the protection of the mysterious head in the person of Ho Jiang and the Ilwal twins were an extremely valuable resource. The head of the clan said that they had not had such damage since the war against the united factions. The head said that discontent is growing in the Sato clan and they are even demanding a deposit. Mr. Black Mask said that they could get rid of the Ghost Mask and the senior patrolman and thereby make their task easier. The head of the clan said that this is not necessary and their people are able to settle everything, but they have to put up with certain losses. Without commission processes they will stagnate. And besides, the request received is a security task. First of all, they need double the escort strength. The gentleman listened to the head of the clan and said that he understood what task he needed to complete. The head of the clan said that this issue has now been resolved, he needs to resolve the remaining issues. The head of the clan said that they need to talk about the client of the head of the hellish fortress. He said that they need to track down the killer of the invincible bloody emperor. All Lena of this meeting were shocked when they heard these words from the master, and the master ordered them to eliminate this person if possible. The student came to the senior student Hyuk Musang to inform him that everyone he asked to be brought here is now assembled. He pointed to the blue books and said that each of them should take 1 book of each type. They asked what kind of books these were and what their meaning was. One of the students read that this is a new meditation technique of the dragon and tigers and a new fencing technique of the dragon and tiger, and in the last book it was written that this is the teaching of the thunder dragon. Hyuk said that with the permission of the teacher, the existing teachings of the Dragon Tiger Academy have been revised and from now on practice from these books. He said that he had drawn up a training schedule and the students could take a look at this schedule for themselves. They were furious when they found out that they had to get up every day at 5 o'clock a.m. in order to do internal energy practice and memorize all the techniques and fencing of their elder brother in 2 days and repeat them 150 times a day. Hyuk said that if this seems like too much to them, he has an alternative option. They said they wanted to know what this alternative was. Hyuk said that if they don't like the schedule he created, they could alternatively train muscle memory first thing in the morning and do push-ups from 8 o'clock a.m. to evening. He smiled when he saw that their reaction immediately changed. Hyuk said that the existing dragon and tiger meditation technique is very systematic, but the speed of energy accumulation is too slow, meaning that it can be practiced for a lifetime. And the most important thing is that you can get results using this technique 10 years faster than conventional techniques. The dragon and tiger fencing technique also provides the basis for a fast sword, but nevertheless it is too simple and is not able to fully maintain strength since it does not develop the technique of steps. He said that their revised versions are devoid of those shortcomings and increase the advantages, and moreover the newly created teachings of the Thunder Dragon ideally complement. Hyuk said that if they completely master all this, each of them will quickly reach the top corresponding to the first rank, and at that moment the students were extremely surprised and shocked. One student asked a senior student, can they really reach rank 1? Hyuk replied that everything is exactly like that, but that's not all. And even those who do not master the new teachings will still not be an easy opponent for a person of their level, and maybe if they are lucky and reach enlightenment they will someday see the absolute peak. He said that if his students were so afraid of it, then he would take the books back and they would train using the old technique. They did not allow him to take his books and said that these books were necessary. They began to swear at the older student because he was going to take away the books he had just given them. He smiled and looked at them with a sly look. Hyuk Muzang understood that these idiots don't even understand what will happen to them next because he can drive them to death. At that moment, a man knocked on the gate of the academy with his fist. The man kept banging on their door and asking if there was anyone inside the building. The gentleman knocked on the door and wanted to wait for an answer. Hyuk Muzang opened the doors and asked who brought them to the academy at such an early time. The head of the outer hall of the Boundless Mansion, Han Chisung, said that he had not seen Hyuk Muzang for a long time, and the guy had matured recently. Hyuk asked the head of the clan for what purposes did he come here, and with whom did he come. Han replied that he came here with very important people and therefore asked to call Teacher Chan. Hyuk said that his teacher is now resting in his bedchamber, and first he asked to tie up the head of the clan of his horses and go to the meeting room. And at that moment the senior student will bring the teacher as soon as he wakes up. The guy who was sitting on a horse at that moment said that this young student was behaving like an insolent. The second young master of the Boundless Mansion on Changsik said that he did not intend to sit around waiting for his teacher to wake up and ordered the teacher to be brought right now. Hyuk was angry with this guy and was ready to explode at that very second and throw out his anger on him. Hyuk asked the young master to choose an expression. Even though he is a teacher of a small academy, he is still the owner of this house, and the young master must understand that he arrived here without warning. Khan said that Muzang had completely forgotten his position, did not understand who he was communicating with now, and ordered him not to be insolent to the young master anymore. Hyuk replied that he didn't know this man. If he started giving orders, he should first introduce himself. Chansuk said that this guy should think about what he says, otherwise he will have serious problems. Mr. Jinpyo in black clothes jumped off his horse and said that this young man was right and they themselves complained here without warning. Member of the Murim alliance called the Jinpyo funeral sword. He asked the young man what is his name. Hyuk said that he is the senior student of this Dragon Tiger Academy and then said his name. Jinpyo came to this guy, put your hand on his shoulder. He said that his teacher raised him well, and after that I also said my name. Hyuk replied that he had heard a lot about the glory of the senior master of the buried ball. Jinpyo asked the senior student to lead them to the meeting room and thanked them for their hospitality. The young master, using telepathy, conveyed a message to the senior student that she stood there for such ignorance. Hyuk smiled when he heard such a threat from this weakling and showed his smile to him so that he would understand that Hyuk was not scared. Changsik was very angry when he saw this guy smiling after being threatened. The teacher came out to his guests and said that the second young master of the Boundless Mansion, the senior master of the funeral sword, very unexpectedly came to visit him, and it was a great honor for him, and he was glad to welcome them to this humble place. He said his name is Teacher Jong Ji-won. Khan said that his student behaves very boldly, and he still has the same self-confident character. Chan thought that the senior student had set him up again and hoped that if he left the honorable guests here, he would in any case say something that these people would not like. Chan told his student to go and mind his own business and he should not hesitate with what they discussed yesterday. The senior student bowed and then left the room. Chan said that before they start negotiations, he wants to treat the guests to delicious tea. He prepared delicious aromatic tea for his guests. Jinpyo said that the alliance accepted the request of the Boundless Mansion and decided to establish a Murim department in one of the neutral zones of Gansu. He said that it was a coincidence that the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts Academy was located in the neutral zone of Yangzhou County. Chan replied that he would be glad to be neighbors with such a serious organization. The old man thought that the problem might be with the senior patrolman. Han said that Teacher Chan should help establish this department. The old man replied that they need to get a clear team and his academy will be happy to help because they also belong to the Murim client. The young master said that he was very happy that the teacher understood this. He said that he wanted to get 10 gold bars, and after that he said that he knew that the number of officials has now increased significantly in this area. Chan asked what exactly the young master means when he talks about 10 gold bars. Jinpyo was also very surprised when he heard about 10 gold bars. The young master said that Senior Master Jinpyo should not give up the golden leaders. And this is all done for the sake of peace in Gansu and their desire to help. There is nothing wrong. Gamwa suddenly came into the room and said that in this case why not give the Dragon and Tiger Academy the money that their alliance is so boasting about. She said that if you listen to their stories in this case, anyone will think that the Academy borrowed all the bars from the Limitless Mansion, but this is not at all true. Second Master, at that moment you felt a very strong explosion of endorphins and serotonin in your body, and he blushed when he saw Ms. Gamwa. Gamwa said that she apologizes to the teacher for suddenly bursting in and talking to these guests. What he replied was that there was nothing wrong with it. Chansak looked at her and couldn't believe his eyes. She refused him, a fantastic woman. Chan said that the guests themselves know this lady, however, he would like to introduce her again. Chansak said that he never thought that he would meet such a lovely girl at Dragon and Tiger Academy. He straightened his hair and said that he was the second young master of the Boundless Mansion. And he said his name after that and asked her forgiveness for the fact that his words could offend her, and in honor of meeting her, he decided to donate 15 gold bars to the Academy and hoped that he would succeed. Soften your rudeness a little. Jinpyo tried to stop the second gentleman and explained to him that this was a stupid act, but with the help of telepathy Han asked not to interfere in this matter. Gamwa looked at this young master and was not very pleased with his behavior. She asked him what he would do now and why he was behaving so strangely. Chansak asked the lady in surprise what exactly does she mean. Gamwa said in an angry voice that her complaint concerned not only money but also his behavior, and he interrupted the teacher when the teacher had not even finished speaking, and she was not ready to tolerate such an attitude from the owner of this house. Chan was very surprised when he saw how fiercely she protected him and decided not to stop the lady because it would only be better. Chansak said that he doesn't understand why such a small thing upset the young lady. Gamwa said that she was very sorry that for the young master his insulting words were a small thing. She said that they came here unannounced early in the morning and behaved very impudently. Gamwa said that the request to provide them with money outraged her, and this is also the neglect of the senior members of the academy within the walls of this very academy, which is not under their subordination. She said that now it became clear to her that in the Limitless Mansion people are not taught normal manners. Khan got up from the table and said that he couldn't listen to this anymore, and he tried to stay calm but he couldn't. Han said that the young lady was behaving indecently, and she did not dare to offend the Boundless Mansion. Jinpyo could not stand it and shouted very loudly and ordered everyone to be silent. He ordered the head of the Han Hall to watch his words and respect other people's rules when on their territory. They were very surprised when they saw that their master was very angry with them. Jinpyo said that he did not underestimate the authority of the Boundless Mansion, but nevertheless they should know the limits in their behavior in their words. He said that one should not show such frivolity in dealing with something whose situation has been underestimated. Jinpyo said that Chief Patrolman Gamwa was also behaving in an unworthy manner, and there was no point in aggravating the situation if everything could have been resolved from the very beginning. She replied that she thought she was doing a good job. They were shocked when they heard that in front of them was Chief Patrolman Gamwa Morong and did not understand how to react. Gamwa said that be that as it may, it was the young master who interrupted the teacher. When the teacher introduced her and in response he brushed off my remark, accepting all non-tactical behavior. She said that she acted honorably in this situation. They immediately realized their mistakes and apologized to the senior patrolman. They said that they behaved ignorantly and did not recognize her the first time. Gamwa said that the young master ignored all her words and did not draw any conclusions. She said that it became clear to her that if she had not been the senior patrolman in this case, the young gentleman would have continued to behave tactlessly. The young master continued to apologize and said that he would not behave this way. Gamwa said that there is no point in apologizing to her because she has already made her conclusions. But in this room there is a person to whom the young master is forced to apologize. She slammed her fist on the table and said that the young master should immediately apologize to the teacher. Chan thought that he was older than him, and the student brought a very extraordinary and lovely lady to their academy. Chan continued to listen to the conflict between the young mistress and the young master, and he felt very awkward being in the room at that moment. When their negotiations ended, the young master was very angry and wanted to vent his anger out. He hit the tree trunk with his fist with all his might, but the blow was very weak. Chansak said that he was so afraid of running into the senior patrolman that he couldn't even hit a tree normally, and today he experienced very great humiliation and disgraced the limitless mansion with his behavior. He did not understand why such a great girl like her, who owns a lot of money and incredible abilities, decided to take the side of the decrepit old man with a grain and skill and protect him as if the emperor. He was very angry about this whole situation and constantly replayed these moments in his head. He was forced to apologize to the teacher on his knees. And for him it was humiliating, and he can calm down because of this. Gamwa said that for now she will look after the young master, and if the Boundless Mansion wants to maintain a good relationship with her, he better behave appropriately. Master Jinpyo was also on her side and said that this situation was entirely the young master's fault, because she scarred the heavenly sword goddess. Even Han said that the young master screwed up and he needs to somehow make amends to the senior patrolman. If the chief finds out about this, then they will be in big trouble. Changsak couldn't calm down and was filled with anger. He wanted to somehow restore his reputation, but I don't know how to do it. Suddenly a guy walked near him and stepped on a green leaf. He saw this guy who had been greeting them since the morning and thought that this was the same arrogant idiot. He remembered how the senior student smiled at the first meeting. I did not want to obey his order. He thought that now is the time to teach this idiot a lesson. Changsik ordered the student to immediately come to him in an arrogant, vile voice. Muzang turned his voice towards him. You asked in a surprised voice who he was just talking to. Chansak said that there is no one else here except this idiot, and that's why he will end today. The young master pointed his finger at the older student and said that he was now communicating specifically with him. Hyuk turned his head to the side and looked at the people who were now walking along the street. At this moment, the young master continued to shout at him. Hyuk used his blue internal energy to show this idiot his abilities and scare him. Chanseok jumped back and got scared when he saw such incredible power. Chanseok said that this guy has no right to approach him and show his strength and scare him. He thought that this guy was unusual and he was too strong a warrior for a rural martial arts school. Hyuk said that he just came closer to him at his request. If he is dressed, therefore, he must protect his own space. He said that it would not be easy for the young master to live in Murim. Hyuk said that if the young master is an ordinary inexperienced youth and brat who only boasts of belonging to the limitless mansion, then he can understand it, but he will also treat him as a weakling. Chanseok got angry and said that this guy was an ordinary student from a rural academy. If he could appease the senior patrolman, he would forgive this guy for his rudeness. Hyuk was surprised when this arrogant idiot started talking about the senior patrolman. Changsok made a quick dash and jumped forward. Changsok approached the older student and shouted that now he would destroy him and tear him apart. Gamwa asked the senior master why he came here. After all, they did not report anything to the alliance. Jinpyo said that he was ordered to report this information to the senior patrolman personally. He said that, to be honest, the appointment happened very suddenly and therefore he had to leave in a hurry, and they said that if he first settled in this place they would send people to help. He said that he himself doesn't know the details and why everything happened so suddenly. He doesn't even know, and all that is known is that the new senior patrol officer of the central region insisted on it. Gamwa said that she did not understand why the chief patrol officer of the central region ordered them to move here because the place was always vacant. He apparently didn't know about the young lady, and he thought that senior patrolman Gamwa should have been notified about everything. Jinpyo said that young Master Tae Hyung-woon has now been appointed as the senior patrolman of the central region. She thought about it and didn't understand why people suddenly decided to work as a central patrolman. She knew that before he would have refused responsibility even under the threat of death. They suddenly heard screams coming from the street. Chansok screamed very loudly in pain and asked the older student to stop and not hurt him so much. Hyuk Muzang twisted his arm and watched this vile young master suffer. Hyuk said that he wants to find out why this vile guy needed a senior patrol woman. Young master, if he doesn't let go of his hand now, he will have very serious problems. Hyuk said that this guy doesn't understand his situation at all. Hyuk said that if the young master wants to never use his hand again, he can continue to behave insolently. People heard screams and ran to this place to see what was happening. They saw that the young master's senior disciples were holding the hand and causing them pain. Khan immediately made a dash towards the older student in order to hit him and push him away from the young master. Hyuk calmly continued to stand still and watch this weakling approaching him. He used two of his fingers to push this guy's hand aside. Hyuk was very easily able to block the enemy's blow and continued to stand in the place of the businessman. You are absolutely not interested in this whole situation. He asked this gentleman to answer as far away from him as possible and calm down, and only then would he talk to them. Hyuk put his hand to his chest, and at that moment his hand began to glow. He used his strength to throw the man back, and Khan flew back. Pak couldn't believe his eyes because this opponent easily parried his blow and then pushed his chest away. Hyuk said in an arrogant voice that it happened by accident and he didn't want to throw this gentleman aside. He said that the head of Lohan rushed to attack so sharply that he went too far with the force with which he squeezed his hand, and said that it is unlikely that anyone would want to be responsible for breaking the young master's hand. Han said that this disciple should immediately let go of the young master's hand. Muzang replied that he couldn't do that. Hyuk said that he was just walking by and this young master called him, and after that he started and then attacked with the intentions of killing, and in such a situation he had no other choice, and now if he let go of this young master's hand he will want to attack him again. Khan called the teacher and asked him to immediately do something with his student and force him to release the young master. The teacher ordered his senior disciple to immediately let go of this young master's hand. Muzang then immediately let go of his hand. Khan ran up to his young master and asked how he was feeling now. He said that this guy just insulted the young master. At this moment the rest of the students ran up and said that the second young master was the first to use his fists and was punished for this. Hyuk said that if such a situation has already developed he can apologize. The students were very surprised when they saw that the senior student wanted to apologize for a situation in which he was not to blame. Hyuk folded his hands and bowed. He said that he didn't know that he offended them with this. He said that earlier he had no cases when he did not kill those who wanted to kill him, but only immobilized him, and in addition even with him the young master's palm strike would not have hurt him, and asked for forgiveness for this because he was short-sighted. The young master was furious at this sarcastic apology and wanted to start a conflict with this guy. He said that he wouldn't dare to be talked to in such a sarcastic tone. Did Khan ask the teacher to say something to his senior student, or does the teacher think that this is how it should be? The teacher scratched his beard and said that it shouldn't be like this. He said that there was no reason why his student should apologize to this impudent young gentleman. Hyuk was very surprised that the teacher in this situation took his side and decided to protect him. The teacher said that no martial arts academy would ever force an apology from a student who honestly won a fight, and especially when the opponent attacked first with the intention of killing. He asked these guests to apologize to the senior student for his inability to willingly shower them with flattery and fawning. Khan said that now everything is clear to him and the boundless mansion has lost some of its influence, and now they are not considered at all, and even the big boys from such an academy can be insolent to them. He shouted that after such an act their academy would not be able to survive in this city, and he personally would in every possible way put a spoke in the wheels and their existence. Han said that he knew that Dragon and Tiger Martial Academy wanted to open their own chamber of commerce, but now they can forget about it, and they can say goodbye to any form of trade in Gansu County. He heard the voice of the young lady who said that she could not ignore such a statement. He turned his head back and shouted that he didn't want anyone to interfere in their conflict. But suddenly he saw that very important people were standing in front of him. The senior patrolman was dissatisfied with the behavior of this man and did not want to hear an explanation. Han said that this is a personal dispute between the Limitless Mansion and the Dragon Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and she is older than the patrol and has no right to interfere in the affairs between the two organizations. Manhwa ordered this vile man to immediately shut his mouth and be silent. He looked at her in surprise and did not understand how to react to these words. Manhwa said that the Chamber of Commerce was promised to the Dragon Tiger Academy by the general manager's son in exchange for her delivering the Limitless Mansion's letter to the Alliance in Rome, and the Limitless Mansion has not yet fulfilled its part of the agreement, and now she wants to know if Han is actually ready to break the terms of the agreement. She jumped up and took off. She flew in the air and said that the Boundless Mansion was prohibited from building a Chamber of Commerce and was violating its agreement. This means that the senior patrolman is an empty place for them. They were very scared when they saw her angry and said that everything was completely wrong and the support of the senior patrol officer was very important for them. Manhwa ordered these people to leave here immediately, and she said that she no longer wants to have anything to do with the two of them. If they show their face to her again, she will show them real contempt. The two of them slowly began to walk out into the distance and leave this place. Hyuk felt very awkward and said that she shouldn't have interfered and protected him. Manhwa said that she would not have interfered if she knew for sure that Master Hyuk would be able to resolve this situation correctly. She said that the disappearance of the Limitless Mansion would be a problem for this district and their academy. Hyuk asked her does she see him so reckless. She said that's exactly how she sees him. Hyuk told her that she could choose an expression less offensive to him, and a verbal altercation began between them. Jinpyo watched this guy and it was very interesting for him because outwardly he didn't even look like a cultivator and looked like an ordinary disciple, but at the same time he easily immobilized the young master who had the first rank of martial arts and pushed away the head of the Hall Han who had overcome the peak. He said that, in addition to all this, everyone has a strange interest in this place from the senior patrol officer in the first place. He scratched his beard and thought that next to their academy there was a base of beggars. And this is all very suspicious. He decided that his new headquarters would be located in this very place because it was impossible to think of a better place. A beggar tapped on the window with his finger. He said through telepathy that he had a message for the elder. Hyuk heard a message that he needs to prepare for a trip to the underworld and they meet at 3:00 a.m. in Hyuk. Hyuk clenched his fist and said that this moment has finally come. Hyuk asked the young lady where is Papa's dragon staff now. She replied that Papak remained in the city and leaving would be too noticeable, and she had not yet told the alliance anything. Hyuk asked will they have any problems with this. She said that they would simply grab some artifact from the limit and thereby appease them. She asked is it really that disgusting for him to be alone with her. He said that's not the point. He thought that Papaka's presence nearby would be safe for her and her chances of protection would increase. He couldn't say that, so he jumped forward and said that they need to hurry up because the path to this place is very long. She thought that she didn't want to shout at him because after a long time and us number 100 is traveling together around the world again. She caught up with him and said that she would not allow him to just run ahead. Gamwa was very tired when she ran after him and spent almost all her stamina and breath on this chase. She said that running 400 kilometers in 12 hours without a break is very difficult and she considers him a real monster. And he said that she herself decided to go with him and then she should have time to run after him. Gamwa didn't understand what was happening to number 100 and why he still looked so energetic because she had spent almost all her energy and he didn't even break a sweat. Hyuk said that they are almost there and he already sees the place he needs to get to. He said that they need to get to this small city of Shangxi as quickly as possible. When the man saw the new tourists, he smiled joyfully and said that he was glad to see new people. Hyuk said that he is looking for a place where the sun shines brightest on a rainy day. The lady asked for a glass of water. Man heard the request of this gentleman and said that they need to follow him and he will lead them to the right place. Hyuk threw a yellow handkerchief from the second floor out the window. He said that he did everything the old man asked him to do in his letter. Gamwa said that while they are sitting idle, she wants to find out what happened to number 100 while she was not around. She said that albeit with difficulty, the level of his development even then allowed him to carry out seemingly impossible missions thanks to his innate instinct and unbending will. He constantly survived being on the verge of death, and 2 years ago, he suddenly disappeared, and after that when he returned he became a completely different person. Hyuk said that in fact he is my number. He said it was all a joke, but actually that day he stumbled upon a divine revelation. She asked what exactly he means when he talks about divine revelation. Hyuk said that he was talking about the voice that he heard. This voice said to accept the fate that chose him and accept everything that fate sends him. He hit the table with his fist and said that after that an incomprehensible sight opened up that he did not expect to see. He said that it was a brave new world that he had never seen before. Gamwa looked at him in surprise and did not understand what exactly he wanted to say. Hyuk said that it was a world destroyed and consumed by the devil and the flames engulfed everything around. He jumped in different directions, waved his arms, said that a giant snake 100 meters long had appeared in the heavens, and in the underworld there was a transfer where she was. It was all real hell. He said that in the end there was nothing left and everything turned to ashes. He said that in the end he had to spend ages there until he became a suitable vessel. Gamwa asked him was it all serious, did she actually go through all of this? Hyuk looked at her in surprise and said that he didn't expect her to believe this story. She asks him about this absolutely seriously and he continues to make his jokes. Hyuk replied that this is not a joke. She said that if he decided to continue to joke about her, she would not believe in his words. She was already sick of his tomfoolery, and she did not want to listen to this nonsense. Hyuk thought that he didn't even hope that she would actually believe all this. He thought and remembered the absurd sight that he had to see. The giant demons scattered red lightning in different directions. He stood on the top of a cliff and there was nothing around him. At that moment he thought, why was all this necessary and why create such chaos? He didn't know what he could do with all this horror that was happening here and didn't understand how one ordinary intelligent being could control the entire universe. Hyuk stood in the center of a large white space and felt this creature but could not explain it or see it. Hyuk said that everything she saw and everything that appeared was at the right time in the right place. He hoped that this horror would come as late as possible and none of his loved ones would see it. Suddenly a man appeared near them, holding a wooden cane in his hand, and asked for forgiveness for distracting them. This man looked like a blind man, but nevertheless he said that they had good silk on the table and he asked to touch the silk with his fingers. Hyuk Muzang picked up this silk and handed it to this man. Hyuk thought that this man is a revered expert and this kid from the Limitless Mansion is not even a match for this stranger. The man smiled and said that he wanted these people to follow him and pointed his hand in the direction in which they needed to go. They walked along a long corridor behind this man. Gamwa, using telepathy, told Hyuk that this man led them in circles for 2 hours and then went into the estate which was right next to the eatery, and now he was again walking through some kind of labyrinth. He answered her with the help of telepathy that he needed to be on the alert, but he hoped that they had already arrived. The man stopped near the door and turned to the senior leader. He said that he had brought people who owned the yellow order cloth. The gentleman replied that these people can come in. The doors to this room suddenly opened on their own as if they were mechanical. Hyuk and Gamwa looked at these doors in surprise and could not understand what had just happened. The gentleman sat in his place and said that he was asking these guests to enter his room. He had no legs and was crippled. The gentleman asked for forgiveness for the fact that he did not have the opportunity to personally meet his guests. Muzang replied that there is no need to apologize and he thanks for the hospitality. Gamwa, using telepathy, told Muzang that she did not sense a single drop of internal energy in this person. He replied that this was all due to the fact that he was a cultivator, but his guards had a very serious level of combat training. The gentleman said that he had not seen anyone who possessed the original yellow cloth of the order for a long time and asked what business brought them here. Hyuk replied that he was interested in a place called the Limit and he came here to learn as much as possible about it. The gentleman was shocked when he heard their excuse for coming here. Hyuk said that he asks the master to send them to the Limit as soon as possible. The gentleman began to laugh when he heard their request and said that they hoped that their words were an ordinary joke. Hyuk said that he is not the kind of person who is used to joking about such serious topics as this. There was a pause between them in the room and they looked at each other for several seconds. The gentleman said that the request of the owner of the yellow cloth of the order is absolute and is not subject to any refusal, so he will fulfill their request. The gentleman said that he wanted to ask for something, and at that moment they looked at him in surprise. Sir, please, 4 kilometers south of this building they can find a bamboo forest. Gamwa said that this gentleman is most likely forcing everyone to come to this bamboo forest. Gamwa and Hyuk searched for a long time for the specific place this gentleman ordered them to come to, and at some point they were still able to find this place. The gentleman asked to find a large boulder which is located in the middle of a bamboo forest. This hair is 3 meters in size, and if you lift it under it and they don't find a package, and they should bring this package to the gentleman. Gamwa rolled up her sleeves and said it was time to lift the big stone. At that moment some sharp spear flew towards them. Hyuk managed to notice the spear in time and fought it off with his sword. He swung his leg to hit this spear and send it back. He kicked the spear into the hilt and pointed it in the direction from which I had come. After that he hit the spear. It flew in the opposite direction at an incredibly fast speed. Hyuk looked in surprise at the man he saw in front of him and did not understand how this man did not die after such an explosive flight of the spear. The man caught him drinking with his hand, then he smiled and said that he was very surprised to see such abilities in an unfamiliar guy. He started laughing and said that their opponents were ordinary thieves and children who got lost in the forest. Hyuk didn't want to waste time and therefore immediately cut off the bandit's head. Hyuk said that he accidentally cut off his head and did not allow him to finish his line, so they apologized for this. The girl in the red dress thought that this guy killed her friend so quickly that she didn't even have time to see or feel anything. She said that these guys are not ordinary thieves and in fact are not experienced fighters and asked why they would come here. Gamwa said that she did not intend to talk to the stupid girl and kicked her as hard as she could in the chest. The girl blocked this blow and did not receive very much damage, but nevertheless flew back and could barely stay on her feet. Gamwa said that they would not have killed her friend if he had not thrown a spear at them first, and now they are forced to kill them. The girl in the red dress thought that she barely had time to react to her attack and something was clearly wrong with this couple. She said that there was some kind of misunderstanding and she asked the two to forgive her and think that she needs to leave here immediately. She couldn't get out of here quickly and unnoticed because Muzang was already standing behind her. She turned her head and saw him from behind. She couldn't believe her eyes and didn't understand how he moved so quickly in space. Hyuk said that he wants to know what is under this rock and asked the girl who owns this thing. She replied that all that was happening was a misunderstanding and she made a mistake and could not tell them anything. Hyuk said that if she doesn't want to tell them the information in an amicable way, he will have to resort to other measures, and he asked her why is she being persecuted by Ami's organization. She was shocked when she heard from this guy that he knew information about her being stalked. Hyuk repeated his question again and said that it would be better for her to answer the questions right away and not delay it. She didn't want to answer these questions because she didn't know who they were, and so she thought that the best option for her would be to just run away from here now. Gamwa blocked her way and said that she couldn't just run away from them. She didn't understand where these two of you came from and why they move so quickly in space because it's very hard to escape from them. She used a martial arts technique called iron fan shooting and thought that with the help of these iron fans it would be able to block the field of view and not lose sight of her. She said that in order to wound with daggers with poison, she needs to switch to the second guy. But before she even had time to make a jerk to the side, her body was cut into two halves with a sharp blue sword. Gamwa was shocked when she saw that this girl had just been cut up like a piece of meat. Her body turned into bloody pieces of meat that fell to the ground and bled. Gamwa said that she did not need help and could deal with this bandit alone. Gamwa did not want to kill this girl right away and first wanted to interrogate her. Hyuk said that it was all useless because she had already made the decision to kill them and messing around further would be just a waste of time. Hyuk said that the leader who sent them here into this trap will give them an answer to the remaining questions and he will be responsible for what happened here. The gentleman said that he did not expect his guest to return so quickly and complete this task. He saw that the young guy presented him with a ball to his throat. Hyuk saw that they also put a sharp blade of swords to his throat and could kill him at any moment, but he was still confident in his actions and asked his master why he sent them into an ambush. Hyuk said that he was very curious why the master sent them into a trap and wanted to kill them. The gentleman said that he did not send them into the trap and there was some kind of misunderstanding, but nevertheless he wants to see the possessed bags and find out if they managed to bring what he asked for. Hyuk took his bag and poured out all the contents. This bag contained green balls that he found under a large boulder. Gamwa said that these green spheres are top-class pearls, and she was surprised that they were in her friend's bag all this time. The gentleman said that in order to get to a place called the limit, it is not enough for them to know its location and they must satisfy their demands. He said that young pearls in the underworld are valued higher than any other jewelry, and those who want to enter the limit must necessarily pay at least 5 pieces of the highest quality. Hyuk said that he still wants to find out who were the two guys who attacked them in the bamboo forest near the big boulder. The gentleman said that the limit receives visitors once every 3 months and no more than 10 people at a time, and it so happened that this morning all 10 applicants were elected, including the Bloody Shadow Witch and the Slutty Spear Ghost. The gentleman said that he had to do natural gatherings. He sent 4 participants to one place at once, and it so happened that they died and now 2 places are free. Gamwa said that she couldn't believe that those 2 in the bamboo forest were Ghost Me and the Blood Shadow, which after all they were involved in the incident with the Ami sect. Muzang asked her does she really know these names. Gamwa said that last year 1 first-rank student and 7 second-rank students were found dead in sectors after you went to explore the world, and the victims of the attack were completely homeless. In addition, they were brutally mutilated. It was a terrible sight. Gamwa said that eyewitness evidence came out with melons on the bodies indicating that the criminals were slutty. The Ghost of the Spear and the Witch of Bloody Shadows and the Sector Ami immediately rushed to search for them, but there were no results. And she cannot believe that those 2 were the same people. Gamwa said that if she had immediately known who these people were, she would not have just killed them and would have made them suffer before they died. The gentleman assumed that these 2 were from the Orthodox sect. Muzang asked, is there any problem with this? He replied that there were no problems with it. The gentleman said that be that as it may, the questions have now been exhausted, and all this was done for the sake of preparation and passage to the limit as they asked. Hyuk said that there is still something left that he wants to do. He swung his sword very quickly and cut everything around him. Hyuk hid his sword in a knife and did not say that if they try to use it again or make a fool out of him, he will show them all his strength, and it is unlikely that they will remain alive after this. The guards, when they saw that this guy was able to cut all their swords with one blow and break them, Hyuk said that next time instead of these swords there will be guards and the head of the master. The blade of the sword fell to the floor and stuck into the ground. The gentleman said that he would definitely remember the words of this young martial artist, and next time he would be more careful in his plans for him. At that moment he stood unshakably in his place and was conditionally a titan and was preparing for battle, and at that moment he made a countdown. The driver informed his clients that they had already arrived at this location. Gamwa and Hyuk changed into these guys, and she said that her whole body was numb because she hadn't been riding in this carriage for 2 hours, and she liked that there were no windows at all in this carriage and she couldn't see anything. Hyuk said that she snored all the way and slept well. Near the shore a man met them and asked if the witch, the bloody shadows, and the dissolute ghost like me were a question mark. They answered that everything was correct. They tried to make the face as similar as possible to the people they were not copying, and the man looked at the portrait and then at them for a long time and tried to understand what was the difference. The man asked why the slutty ghost had a spear instead of a ball. Yoke replied that because. The man said that now he understands and the question is settled. Mr. said you need to get on the boat if they want to make it before the gate closes, and they are the last participants who have not yet been transported to the gate. They swam towards the gate and approached it. Gamwa raised her head up and said in a surprised voice that she couldn't even believe that there was such a place here. She looked around and saw large rocks and a cave into which they swam. Their boat stopped near the shore of stones. The carrier returned to them and said that they had arrived at the place and now they could get off the boat and go further. They fell asleep and shook each other during this time while they were sailing here and said that they wanted to sleep for another 5 minutes. The driver shouted very loudly that they needed to get up immediately and move on because this is not a game and everything is serious here. Hyuk immediately got up and realized that they really needed to go and not anger this guy, but at that moment his mustache came unglued. The driver showed with his hand which direction they needed to move and said that they should walk along the cave until he saw the guard and then pay him with night pearls and he would let them through. Gamwa was very sleepy and constantly yawning. She told Hyuk to walk slower because she had not woken up yet. The man looked at them and thought that they were very strange and that even many decent experts were nervous upon arrival here. But it's absolutely all the same that they didn't just sleep and drool and they were not very susceptible or just brave. He looked at them and thought that these qualities would soon destroy them in this area. Gamwa was very surprised when she came to this place and her emotions were overwhelming at that moment. She said that they actually ended up in the underworld and she was shocked that there was no sky here and she couldn't even see the ceiling because it was dark there. Hyuk said that the smoke from the other lanterns in the cave must have been stingy, but for some reason it's not here and it turns out that they somehow ventilate the room. Gamwa said that they should have a ventilation system here. Suddenly you have to feel that someone crashed into them. She grabbed the guy who crashed into her by the hand and didn't let him go. She wanted to understand who he was and why he approached her. Most likely he was an ordinary thief. She squeezed his hand and he felt incredibly strong pain. She used her powers and began to set fire to his palm. He started screaming very loudly in pain and begged her to let go of his hand. Gamwa asked who he was and how dare he steal her money. If he doesn't answer now, I will initially break his wrist. He asked not to break his wrist and said that he was just curious and had not seen this lady here before. She said that if he tried to rob her again, she would break his neck and make him die in agony. Gamwa threw this guy aside and dropped him to the ground. She ordered him to immediately disappear from here. He said that they had offended an important person and in the future they would regret their action. Gamwa said that she was counting to 3 seconds if he didn't disappear from here immediately. She would kill him. Hyuk said that he hasn't seen such things on naked and weak opponents for a long time and this thief is as vile as Chonseok. Gamwa said that she had to hit him even harder and show him her strength so that the other flies would not bother him. Hyuk said that first they need to find a place to rent a room and he was already tired of walking around in this makeup. Gamwa said he looks really cute in this look. The stranger was watching them all the time from around the corner emitting purple energy. He said that these two are not such simple opponents as the others. He licked his lips and said that such legendary opponents are ideal victims for Lord Yenyuji, and now he wants to take everything from these two, even their soul. Hyuk said that without these stupid ones, he doesn't feel particularly young and fresh. Gamwa said that they need to understand what they will begin their search for. He replied that these people will find them themselves, they just need to wait. Gamwa, using telepathy, told Hyuk that some guy was watching them all the time and he was following them from the street after she beat that thief. This man smiled and greeted them. He said that they had never met before. Hyuk and Gamwa looked at this man in surprise and thought that he was actually behaving very strangely. Hyuk asked this man who he is, what is he doing here? The man replied that these people had no need to worry, and he was by no means a suspicious person. He said that his name was Yen Yuji, and he saw unfamiliar faces in the limit and came up with good intentions to help. Yen Yuji said that he knows absolutely everyone in the limit and therefore immediately notices strangers. Gamwa thought that this guy is an ordinary swindler who is now trying to deceive them. Hyuk said that he clearly understands that the help this person wants to offer is not free. Yen Yuji smiled and said in a sly voice that these two were in this place for the first time and did not know anything about the order in this valley. They looked at this man in surprise and carefully tried to listen to him. Yen Yuji said that this place is called the Limit. I can't read that it's a gathering of all kinds of real scum and the very bottom in the abyss of life and actually existing from with all the dangers, and wherever you go there are thieves and bandits and you only have to blink like someone's safely hidden gold will already steal. He waved his hand and put his palm to his chest. He said that his guests don't have to worry about it and put aside their worries because now they have him. Yen Yuji said that he would be a walking conversational guide to the limit for them, and with him you can safely get to any place here, and if they give him 1 silver ingot he will do everything possible so that they do not have any problems. Hyuk started screaming in surprise when he heard all these words from Mr. Hyuk said that thank heavens because they had this man who almost just didn't get into a serious mess, and he thanked this man for the fact that now they can breathe easy and thanked them very much for the fact that he is ready to help you. He said that he could help them with absolutely any questions from purchasing goods to buying a house in this place. They looked at each other and realized that this person was trying to deceive them, but they could use him for their own purposes. Gamwa said that she heard that there are many special unique drugs and elixirs in the limit and perhaps this person will help them get them. Yen Yuji was very surprised when they didn't start talking about the forbidden drugs of the elixir. Gamwa said that if he can't get it then I need his help. He replied that he could easily help them because often warlike women are always interested in such things. He said that in this place scary people own medicines and elixirs, but he can still help them find what they are looking for. She said that if he can actually help them then it suits them. Hyuk said that there is someone outside who he wants to kill, and he wants to know if this person has any opportunity to help them. Yen Yuji said that there are a lot of mercenaries in the limit and the price may differ depending on their goals. Hyuk said that he must find and destroy a Murim person with the highest rank and asked this person if he could handle it. Yen Yuji replied that these guys are real experts since they decided to destroy a person with the highest rank. He said that hiring such a person and also buying drugs and elixirs is a very big expense and it will all cost a lot of money. Gamwa said that they have more than 100 gold bars and I won't be able to pay for these services. Yen Yuji at that moment thought that he had caught a golden fish that would enrich him. He said that he would immediately take his dear clients and show them everything. He ran away very joyful and satisfied, thinking that I myself was fooling these guys and taking all their money from them. Hyuk and Gamwa smiled and thought that they managed to deceive this idiot and now he will do all the work for them for free. He brought his clients to a place where there are a lot of warriors and bandits. The mercenaries looked incredulously at the strangers who came here. They looked at strangers as prey that they had led into a trap. Yen Yuji asked his clients to wait for him here because he needed to talk to these people about something. He went up to Mr. Yai and greeted him. He said that they had not seen each other for a very long time. He hoped that Mr. Yai was doing well. Yen Yuji said that the people he brought wanted to make a very important order. He said that these are idiots who arrived here recently and today they are here for the first time. Therefore, if you shake more than 100 gold of them, then he takes 20% for himself. Yai smiled and started laughing because this sentence sounded very interesting. Yai said that if these strangers have 100 ingots, it is very good news, and he did not expect that the legendary newcomer Yen Yuji would be so useful to him. Yai approached these strangers and asked who they want to kill. Hyuk said that he is not going to share this information. He took a few more steps towards them. He asked them who exactly is the person who is not going to be destroyed, and at that moment he emitted very strong red energy. Hyuk looked at this man carefully and thought that it would be better to answer him. Hyuk smiled and said that he would suddenly move on and now he doesn't want to kill anyone. Yai was unhappy with this answer and he didn't understand why this guy changed his mind so quickly. Yen Yuji looked in surprise at the clients he brought here and didn't understand why I didn't change my mind. Yai said that he doesn't like it when other people bully him and he won't believe that they came such a long way just to leave. Hyuk said that he saw that the skills of this gentleman who is standing in front of him are not strong enough and he will not be able to kill this person, so Hyuk would rather kill him himself. Yai was very excited at that moment. His eyes began to glow red. He took out his ball from behind his back and said that he would not allow some stranger to communicate like that when he was on his territory, and he said that there was not a single mercenary who would be stronger than. Yai raised his sword up and said that initially he was going to take all the money from them and let them go, but now he changed his mind. Yai hit him with his sword and said that now he will simply destroy them. They themselves will regret coming here. Hyuk easily blocked the man's blow and broke his large sword into many small pieces. "Yea, I'll leave it's you." The stranger pulls his palm towards him, which emits a very strong yellow glow. Hyuk placed his palm on his chest and made this thug feel incredibly intense pain. Bandits mercenaries looked at this battle in surprise and did not understand what was happening here now. Hyuk used his punch to push this goon back and show everyone else his strength. Hyuk said that this thug was very sorry when he said that he was going to steal money from them and then let him go. He asked Mr. Yen Yuji to immediately explain this situation. This little cowardly beetle did not understand what to do now and how to get out of this situation. He was very scared and realized that he had gotten involved with the wrong people and now they could be in a lot of trouble. Yen Yuji said that he himself did not know that this gentleman would be so vile, and in his entire life, he had never seen a worse scumbag than this. Hyuk reminded this cowardly man that he told them that he knows everyone and he himself is not able to recognize a person who is such a vile bastard. Hyuk said that it doesn't matter anymore and this guy is the only one who tried to attack him anyway. Yai said that this little cowardly bug was in cahoots with him and he constantly brings him clients whom they then rob. Hyuk punched the idiot in the face as hard as he could. Hyuk said that unfortunately he was unable to correct the brains of this because he stubbornly continues to slander Mr. Yen Yuji. He said that, in order to straighten your brain you need to use a strong active remedy. Hyuk looked at this cowardly idiot and asked if he was saying the right thing. Yen Yuji replied that everything was correct. Muzang said that we need to give this thug a good thrashing. Hyuk said that mercy is not a luxury for scammers and hit him in the face with all his might. Yen Yuji watched as the stranger knocked down the thug and inflicted incredibly heavy damage on him. Yen Yuji was shocked when he saw the mutilated body of this thug and could not believe that there was practically nothing left of his head. Hyuk asked Mr. Yen Yuji to find someone more appropriate next time who could help them find a cure. Yen Yuji said that he will undoubtedly fulfill his duties and help this gentleman find what he is looking for. Hyuk watched this cowardly man run away and try this time in a normal way to find medicine and poison for them. Gamwa said that she even feels a little sorry for this man. The area of red tiles located in a remote part of the border. Robbers, bandits, and thieves gather in this place to drink alcohol. Many men are looking for courtesans here to while away their evening. Gamwa asked what is this strange place. Yen Yuji replied that this place is called the red tile area. In this place of the limit senior criminals gather and form their centers of influence, and these formations are similar to the external sects of the Murim Alliance. He said that this is where the real heart of the limit is. Gamwa said that if he brought them to this dangerous place with bad intentions, then he was very unlucky, and she would personally torture him for this act. Yen Yuji replied that in no case did he intend to do anything bad, and he simply had no choice because besides this place it is impossible to find drugs anywhere else, and all the first-rank assassins gather here. Gamwa said that this time she would believe him and act as if she didn't suspect anything. Yen Yuji thought that this girl was starting to piss him off and she understood his plans too often. Gamwa ordered this man to make a face like that of a cat so that she would believe him. He made a face like a cat, and at that moment he thought that she was mocking him. Hyuk looked to the side and saw a lot of suspicious people here. Hyuk, with the help of the turtle, informed his friend that the strongest adepts were gathering here and what powerful people could cut the throat of a martial arts expert at any moment. He raised his head up and saw the tallest building. He said that this high castle in the very center should be a hellish fortress, and in this place it would be easier to find traces of dark blood than on the outskirts of the city. Gamwa turned her head to the side and saw many suspicious men constantly looking at her. These men were very drunk and constantly craved new women. When they saw her, the desire to get her lit up in their eyes. Hyuk, using telepathy, told her that if she had a desire to be rowdy, she must endure and restrain herself. Gamwa, using telepathy, told him that she wants to kill them all, and she is annoyed by these impudent glances that constantly strip her naked. The man pointed at her and said that you want this beauty to stop and come up to him. He licked his lips with his tongue and asked her if she wanted to brighten up her languid loneliness and play with him. He said that she would fly into space after this night. Gamwa walked past him and pretended as if she didn't hear what he said, and didn't pay attention to him. He got angry when he saw that she was ignoring him and said that no one can ignore him. He extended his hand forward and wanted to grab her braid. Gamwa thought that she couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to hit this idiot hard. Hyuk Musang grabbed the man's hand and squeezed his fingers very tightly. The man began to feel very strong pain and screamed in pain. Gamwa was very surprised when she saw that he stood up for her, and she did not expect that he would defend her honor. Gamwa smiled and thought that she was very pleased to see how he protected her. Gamwa said that Hyuk himself just told her that she needs to endure and restrain herself. He replied that his hand itself twitched and he did not control it. The men who were sitting at the next table and sorting bags of drugs saw that a man appeared in this place and started a fight. They slowly began to approach him and surround him from all sides. They didn't want this guy to run away. Yen Yuji hid behind them, sat on the floor and began to shake. Yen Yuji thought that his plan would finally work, and it didn't matter how strong these two were because there was no way to defeat such a large crowd of opponents. Gamwa turned her head back and saw this man who was sitting behind them gloating at this moment. Hyuk Musang said that it will be a little difficult to solve this problem now. Hyuk used his internal energy to make his eyes glow blue and said that after all he would have to kill all these people. Yen Yuji was shocked when he heard these words from the guy. He didn't believe that this guy would actually be willing to fight these bandits and kill them. But suddenly a man in green clothes appeared and ordered all the bandits to stop immediately. The gentleman scratched his beard and said that the bandits should immediately retreat from these people, and he assumed that these two were his clients. The bandits smiled and began to slowly move aside and did not look at the girl and guy and understood that now they would have a lot of problems. Gamwa looked at the gentleman who had just approached them and thought that this old man was a very important person in these places. Yen Yuji immediately approached this gentleman and began to talk to him. His face was very frightened. Yen Yuji said that he wanted to introduce everyone. He said that this gentleman is an influential investor from the business world of the Red Tile district of Kaikongda. Kaikongda said that he had not had clients from Yen Yuji for a very long time, and after that he asked for what need did these people come here. Gamwa replied that she would like to purchase elixirs and aphrodisiacs. Sai said that such a product does not suit the young lady he sees in front of him. She replied that it was none of his business and she just had to buy it. He replied that he doesn't care what to sell, the main thing is that they can pay for it. He asked what quantity of goods is needed. Gamwa said that they need a whole cart of each product and preferably the fastest possible time. Sai looked at her in surprise because he was shocked when he heard such a large amount of goods. He turned around and said that he would pretend as if he had not heard anything and asked this girl to leave here. She asked what happened. She asked, is the gentleman afraid that she won't have enough money? Kaikongda said that he has a rule not to trade such large quantities of goods with individuals. Gamwa said that in this case she should change the conditions. She said that there are rumors that the amount and effectiveness of the drug is different from the outside world, and she is sure that there is a special ingredient available only here. Gamwa said that she wanted to buy 600 G of each from him and would pay for a whole cart of aphrodisiacs. He turned his head at her and looked in surprise. This information shocked him. He said that she is still very suspicious and it worries him. Saikanda said that large quantities of drugs are bought mainly by members of large groups and there is no point in working alone with such large quantities. He looked at them and said that this is all very strange because these two suddenly show up and ask for whole carts with goods. He asked who they were and where they came from. He said that local people don't behave like that. Gamwa said that all this infuriates her and she has heard a lot of rude things addressed to her today. Gamwa emitted a very large amount of purple energy from her body and said that she should feel better if she beat this gentleman now. He started laughing and said that if she hoped that she could beat him in the red light district, she was mistaken. He used his internal energy to create a large ball of energy in his palm within a few seconds. She asked Hyuk Musang not to interfere in this conflict and said that she wanted to completely sort it out herself. Kaikongda started screaming very loudly and approaching this girl in order to hit her. He flew towards her and although with all his strength put his energy into the blow and destroy her. His energy was incredibly powerful and the damage he radiated was phenomenal. When he approached her, he saw that she had disappeared and did not understand how she could move so quickly. He turned his head back and realized that she was behind him. He understood that it was too late to dodge and he had to try to block her blow. She extended her hand forward and wanted to hit him with her palm, which emitted purple energy. But suddenly she moved from the gentleman to another guy who was not far from him and hit this guy in the face. Sai looked at this girl in surprise and did not understand what exactly she was going to do now and why she attacked another person. Yen Yuji asked why she hit him in the face because he didn't do anything and just stood aside. She said that she did not expect such impressive movements from such an old man, and he returned. That's her splash of flame, because of which in return it went to the innocent Mr. Comrade Yen. Sai got angry and said that he hates being bullied, and even more so by some strange girl in his area. Manhwa ordered him to immediately close his mouth and stop annoying her. She said that this time she would definitely not miss and would hit him. Sai was very scared, and he saw that her palm was already near his face, and he was unlikely to be able to dodge. But at the very last moment, instead of the gentleman, Yen Yuji hit him in the face. She said that again it was the insidious old man who redirected her blow and asked Mr. Yen if he was okay. Sai at that moment realized that he didn't even have time to follow her movements, and she had very good martial arts skills, and such a brilliant martial artist was definitely too tough for him. Manhwa said that the heartless old man forced her to hit that innocent person again, and that she will never forgive Mr. Tsai. Kai Kongda thought that in addition to amazing martial arts, this woman is very strange and crazy. What did she say that this time he will definitely pay for his bullying? Manhwa was in front of his face and said that this time she will no longer play with him and will hit him for real. She actually punched him in the stomach and threw him aside. He felt a very strong explosive damage in his chest and understood that this girl had incredible power. Bandits and mercenaries carefully watched this battle and were shocked when they saw that this girl was able to beat the master. Suddenly the guy who was standing in the second line turned his head and began to walk away in an unknown direction. Hyuk immediately noticed this guy and thought that something was wrong here. Hyuk Muzang felt the energy of this guy, and his energy was similar to that used by members of the Dark Blood group. Hyuk took out a package from the inside pocket of his shirt. He broke this capsule and there was a small explosion. A visible smell appeared in the air and began to fly forward. This smell got onto the back of the suspicious guy and was fixed there. Hyuk Muzang turned his head back and continued to watch the fight. Mr. Kai Kongda and Yen Yuji looked very upset and crippled. Their faces looked like a big tomato. Manhwa said that she needs to understand whether this person knows where to get the ingredients or not. He replied that he knew. The mistress told her that if she was ready, then they needed to go to the elder mother and inform her about it. At that moment she was very angry and said that he should have thought carefully before giving her such an answer. After all, if he did not show her the ingredients, she would be forced to kill him right away. Kai Kongda thought that Yen Yuji brought these strangers here, and because of him there are a lot of problems, and then he will definitely take revenge on this little idiot. Hyuk, using telepathy, told her that there was a person with a unique aura of thirst and murder, and it seemed that it was a person from the Dark Blood group. Hyuk said that he marked this person with smell and sweat, and they won't be able to find him easily, and for now she can deal with these guys. He said that first they need to deal with aphrodisiacs and it will be safer for them. Manhwa said that she can deal with aphrodisiacs alone. She said that now she will be very angry if he does not trust her, and he hardly wants to see her angry. Hyuk replied that he has no doubts and he absolutely trusts her in this matter. Hyuk Muzang understood that with the current level of martial arts that she had mastered, nothing threatened her here. He asked her to be careful and not create unnecessary problems because there are a lot of different martial arts masters here and it is not clear what their level is. She said it was very sweet and nice that he was worried about her. But immediately after these words he made a jerk and disappeared into the air, and she thought that she was angry at his arrogance and cold behavior. The building houses the Iron Blood Battalion. Yangji told the lady that he found out there were guys named Hyuk Muzang and fulfilled her request. He said that this guy is a student of the Dragon and Tiger Academy due to the exception of his service in the Alliance Army during the war. He apparently did not leave this district of Yangzhou, and every person in this vicinity knows him because he lived there from a very young age. The lady said that this is all very interesting. She asked her guard, could an ordinary student at a rural martial arts academy have such incredible skills? He replied that everything is possible. Yenji said that this guy could be the very traceless warrior about whom they talk so often. The lady said what you want to hear or what you don't like about the traceless warrior. Yenji said that this was a legendary killer who left no trace, and then he got rid of the 20 greatest masters of the Demon Union during the Great War of traditional and apostate sects. She asked what grounds suggested that it was he. The guard said that he relies solely on his intuition, but no less the period of activity of the traceless warrior coincides with the time when Hyuk Muzang entered service in the alliance. Moreover, a brilliant master capable of easily dealing with the supreme head of a mysterious school and the third elder and their battalions, but at the same time no one knew about his existence until now, and if he was hidden by the alliance of Rome all this time, then this theory seems logical to him. He said that even without a trace he is considered the main suspect in the murder of the invincible Bloody Emperor. When, like most participants in the war, they returned home immediately after its return, and Hyuk Musang did not show up anywhere for 2 years, and in the process of killing the invincible Bloody Emperor, the criminal of course would not have remained without serious injuries. He said that he might well need those 2 years to recover. She replied that if he is a warrior without a trace, he will undoubtedly be considered the best killer. The mistress said that however from this guy she felt a different aura, and he is a killer, but at the same time he has serious and unknown power. She remembered the battle against the third elder and remembered his incredibly powerful and fast strikes. The lady said that there may be more than one killer without a trace. There are legends that there are several of them. If it is in reality, then all reasoning is meaningless. The lady said that one way or another saying something is probably very difficult now. Yenji replied that he was to blame for daring to speak without complete information. She said that you can't rule out your theories. The lady thought that she was very interested to know what this Master Hyuk Musang is doing now. Hyuk followed the man on whom the smell remained and saw what place this man led him to. He looked at the wall and saw many traps and defensive devices. He looked at the people who were on top of the wall and realized that their security was very serious. He realized that even the guards at the gate are first-class warriors, and even a mouse cannot slip past such soldiers unnoticed. He put a mask on his face and said that it was very good that he came here alone. He pushed off from the edge of the roof and made a rapid jump up. Hyuk landed not far from the guards and moved very quietly and unnoticed. The man screamed very loudly in pain, and you could hear in his voice that he was scared. The senior commander asked the junior soldier, "Is he really sleepy and so tired?" The soldier replied that everything was fine and he was not tired. The commander said that he could yawn when he wanted to sleep because yawning cools the brain. The soldier replied that he was asking for forgiveness and did not notice how it happened. The commander said that if this sweet boy is tired, he can arrange a place for him to sleep and he can sleep there like a baby. The commander said that if he doesn't want to be bullied, then he should stop yawning and go around the castle walls. The commander said that he was very tired of the constant slackers and lazy people who were sent here. Hyuk heard that a man was now approaching him and immediately turned his attention to him. The soldier went to the corner and looked at what was happening behind the wall. He was a little scared and thought that there must be some person here. He didn't see any person here. This calmed him down, but then he saw a large wall that was several hundred meters and looked at it in surprise. He threw an empty flask containing water on the ground, and at that moment the coach told him that in a minute he had to train again. He said that he would calm himself down and think that it was just a normal walk before bed. Hyuk uses his bag-moving power to pass through the wall and end up inside the castle. He felt the scent that left on that man in the crowd and realized that he was going in the right direction. Thanks to this smell, he could sense where the person he was interested in was located. He heard a conversation between two guards who were approaching him and thought that he urgently needed to do something so that they would not notice him. He used energy to become invisible. The guards came around the corner and continued to talk to each other about how they spent Friday evening, but they no longer saw the guys in front of them. Hyuk managed to stand up invisible in time and thereby saved himself. He stood right in front of them and they did not suspect anything and continued to walk on. When Hyuk came near them, one of the guards felt something suspicious and stopped. The guard said that he felt some kind of suffering gap, as if a light wind suddenly flew near his face, and he clearly felt the wind. Hyuk climbed into the castle and no one noticed him on the way here. Hyuk said that the smell he left on that person brought him here. Hyuk took a leap forward and decided to get into the far room as quickly as possible. A gentleman was sitting in the room surrounded by his guards, and in front of him a man was sitting on his knees and talking about something. Musang at that moment appeared on the closet in this room. The head of the Dark Blood group, the Phantom God of Murder, asked his subordinate how it could happen. So the new arrival with Mahatalel Kai Kongda. Hyuk thought that they didn't bring too much attention because of their fight in the city. The servant said that the girl started a fight and she was having fun with Mr. Kai Kongda, as if she was playing with him like a child, and he was not even able to defend himself or follow her movements. The God of Murder said that as far as he knows, they don't have many skilled newcomers this time. He asked his servant if he found out who this girl was. The servant said that it was very difficult to immediately find out who she was. The master ordered his services to follow this girl and keep an eye on her. He said that they needed to recruit such a strong warrior as early as possible. Hyuk realized that they had problems with an organization called Hell's Fortress. The gentleman felt some very strange energy, as if there was the presence of a person unfamiliar to him in this room. He took out his hidden kunai that were hidden in his clothes and threw them away. Kunai flew towards the wall where Hyuk Musang was located a few seconds ago. The servants asked the master what happened and why did he throw out the kunai so abruptly. The gentleman saw that there was no one upstairs and thought that this could not be because he clearly felt the presence of some person. He left the room and thought that for one moment he felt the presence of a stranger, and he almost never makes a mistake. He looked down the long corridor and realized that there was no one here either. He thought that this was all very strange and there were no traces here and suggested that he could have been mistaken. But this was unlikely. The servant asked the master what happened. The gentleman replied that nothing special had happened. His imagination had just run wild lately. Hyuk overheard the conversations of the gentleman, who said that his servants should order just in case that the guards at the posts be more attentive. Hyuk was very surprised because he spent a lot of energy. But in order to completely hide his presence, this gentleman was still able to notice him, and this meant that the head of this clan was the leader of the old school. In addition, he apparently is not yet the supreme master in hellish fortresses. Hyuk understood what in such a place. In fact, you can't relax for a second because there are very strong warriors here. Gamwa took a few steps forward. She was shocked when they brought her here. She couldn't believe that all that was here were ingredients for an aphrodisiac because there were a large number of them here. Gamwa asked why they came to some cave again and how much longer do they need to go. Tsai replied that the ingredients are not found anywhere and they will soon be in place. Tsai said that there was a herb plantation directly ahead. There they grow the ingredients for their medicines. Gamwa said that there is nothing ahead and it infuriates her that this man is deceiving her. He asked her to be patient for a few seconds and it was necessary for the doors to open. He said that medical ingredients are under serious protection and therefore it will take some time to get there. He took the torch from the wall. He then moved the torch to another torch holder. At that moment, a very strong draft and wind appeared from the cave and the doors opened. Tsai said that I needed just a little patience and now I can't go to this place. Gamwa went forward first to see what was happening there. She squinted her eyes and saw very bright lights ahead. Gamwa was shocked because in front of her there was a large beautiful field in which the ingredients of various rare plants grew. She said that she did not expect to see these plants in such a place and in such large quantities. Gamwa thought that the scale of this production is huge. If everything is processed and brought to the surface, it will be very expensive. Suddenly the doors closed and the stone wall fell. Gamwa turned her head back and I pointed out to her that the doors were closed. I don't understand what's happening now. Tsai said that this stupid fool herself came into a trap and the doors are now closed to her. Tsai said that he has whole crowds of special guards here whose duty is to protect the plantation. At that moment all the torches suddenly went out and the cave became dark. Gamwa for her sword and tried to understand how many opponents there are now. She didn't see anything but felt the presence of enemies. Tsai said that now she is here like a rat in a mousetrap, and at that moment he ordered his guards to kill her. Yen Yuji at that moment regretted 1,000 times that he had contacted these people and now understood that he too could die because of them. The infernal fortress was very well defended, and on this day the guards near the fortress were doubled. The god of murder said that he had to go to a very important meeting and asked his servant to keep a close eye on his surroundings. He walked along the corridor and the rumors bowed to him when they saw him. The barbarian flew back and spun several times in the air. The blow was so strong that it was able to throw this heavy man into the air. He used his unique technique of moving through walls and ended up in this gentleman's office. He stood inside the office and looked at everything carefully. Hyuk thought that at first glance there was nothing useful here that could attract his attention. He continued to look at the objects that were in the room and tried to find something interesting. Hyuk used his red vision to search for unique scents and traces and managed to discover something. He saw a red smell that flew in this space and accumulated in one place. He saw that there was a small table near the wall on which there was a white jug. Hyuk Musang realized at that moment that he had found the very place he needed. He pushed the small table aside. A secret door opened in front of him and he thought that thanks to this unique vision, he was able to just find the secret room, and he was very glad that when you learned this vision. He entered the room and began to carefully examine everything. He went to the closet and thought that everything here was folded very correctly and in order, and this made his search much easier. He saw a book called Practically a Manual for the Dark Blood Group and took this book. He opened the book and began to carefully read everything that was written. Hyuk Muzang quickly flipped through the pages of the book to find the most valuable information. Suddenly he noticed that it was very important. When he saw this information, his hands involuntarily began to tremble. Song Yu looked at the fisherman in surprise and realized that there is at least one person in this village who is able to repel these scoundrels. He saw another white book on the closet shelf and thought that it might be useful to him. Hyuk Muzang read the title of this book. It was called The New Secret Book of Curses, and thought that this title was some kind of joke. He flipped through the pages of this book, trying to understand what was the point of leaving such a book in this place. He lowered his head down, otherwise he could very quickly read everything that was written here. He learned that the greatest war between the traditional and apostate sections was not yet over. The main hidden meeting room of the Millennium Killer's palace. The lady said that the most likely killer of the invincible Bloody Emperor is still without a trace, and however there was very little information about him. Madame, that judging by the actions of the Traceless One during the war, or it is most logical to assume that the person from the Alliance is Murim. She said that, in this case, the palace head should request inside information about the Alliance from the Heavenly Demon Clan. The God of Murder was very surprised when he heard that this lady was offering to contact the Heavenly Demon Clan. He thought that it was believed that this clan had disappeared from the central region. But in fact their web of influence spread throughout the world, and this allowed them to penetrate into the very heart of the Murim Alliance. He thought that their spies, as the deicide ghost said, could easily obtain information. Chapter SECU answered that you do not agree with this proposal and reject it. He said that the trust in their palace of the 1,000-year-old killer is already at an all-time low due to problems with the mysterious school. He said that if they go to them and this time the head of the Hell Fortress or the Heavenly Demon Clan demands too much from them, it will cause a lot of problems. The Absolute God Killer said that they must decide everything themselves and they have no other choice. Suddenly he heard screams on the other side of the door, and the guard was shouting that they needed help and were requesting backup. He clenched his teeth and was very dissatisfied with the fact that the guards on the other side were shouting very loudly. He opened the doors and asked in a loud voice why these idiots were shouting so loudly. They didn't know how to immediately answer Mr. because he was very angry, so they stood and trembled for several seconds. The security guard said someone broke into the closed herb plantation. The gentleman was shocked when he heard this information and did not understand who would invade his territory. Hyuk Muzang heard the guards on the other side of the door shouting loudly that a master had appeared who was fighting with the guards at the herb plantation. Hyuk Muzang immediately realized that these guards were talking about Gamwa and assumed that she was in some kind of trouble. Gamwa was breathing very heavily, as if she had run several kilometers in one breath. Dead warriors lay on the ground with their limbs cut off and bleeding. Gamwa thought that the development of these warriors significantly exceeded her expectations. But she didn't even think that they would be so strong. She understood that their most important problem was the number. And when it first came in, there were much fewer of them. But she didn't understand where new enemies were coming from. Sai laughed very slyly and understood that he would definitely not be able to cope with all his opponents. Sai said that it is not for nothing that people say that a crowd of people will destroy even the strongest enemy, and he said that he is even interested in seeing how long it will last. Gamwa said that she couldn't answer for sure about the other opponents, but she would definitely destroy this vile old man. Sai at that moment could not even think that she would want to kill him, and he became scared because he knew that he could not play games with her. He put his hand forward and pointed his finger at this girl. He told the guards to destroy her as quickly as possible. Gamwa fought off the blows of these guys and did not allow them to attack with them. Suddenly she felt that another enemy was approaching her and wanted to attack her from behind. Gamwa made a U-turn and cut off the head of the enemy who wanted to attack her from behind. Gamwa was very serious and was ready to continue the battle. She saw that in front of her there was a large number of opponents who were approaching her and wanted to kill her. She fought off the blows of these people with her sword. She constantly inflicted gifts and massive attacks on him, which could destroy several opponents at once with the help of one energy wave. But as soon as she destroyed some enemies and cut up their bodies, new opponents came to take their place. Gamwa did not understand when she would become the moment when all opponents would end. Every time she raised her head and looked forward and saw that there were only more opponents, if she fought with them all she would run out of her internal energy. Gamwa cut their bodies with her blade. She used the triple blade technique to kill multiple enemies at once. Gamwa did not understand why they do not hesitate even when they see that their comrades are dying, and fighting against this kind of assassins is very difficult, and one can assume that they are using their own lives as material. She understood that she had very serious problems and would not last long like this. Sai did not understand what was happening to this woman, why she had not died yet, and was killing his mercenaries. Sai watched as she killed his mercenaries and thought that she was clearly exhausted but still did not lose any of her strength, and it was very strange the way she moved because she was not inferior to experienced fighters who are considered the best in the hellish fortress. He wanted to know who this crazy woman is who is capable of single-handedly destroying entire crowds of opponents. Gamwa said again in a quiet voice that she would kill him anyway and he wouldn't run away from it. Sai was very surprised when he heard. He was scared because he didn't know what else this woman was capable of. Gamwa used a large amount of her energy, and thanks to this she was able to activate Dragon Breath. She felt a sharp dagger flying towards her. She was very quickly able to repel this dagger with her blade. After that she jumped back and tried to stay on her feet. Suddenly the head of He Palace appeared and ordered everyone to immediately stop and retreat back. Hijiji said that it seemed strange to him that the showdown with one single girl dragged on and decided to come here just in case. But now he saw that this was an unusual girl. Gamwa looked at this man and realized that his energy was different from all the others who had attacked her earlier, and she was not sure that she could defeat him even in her best form. Hijiji said that he hopes he doesn't have to fight to defeat this girl. He ordered his 3 hellhounds to immediately attack her and kill her. One of them stuck his claws into the ground and used his long-range fighting technique. Gamwa saw energy waves approaching her and tried to somehow protect herself from them. Gamwa thought that these fighting hellhounds are not as simple as they might seem and they have a lot of energy in their claws. She felt that one of these hellish dogs wanted to attack her from behind and realized that they were moving like animals. Most of all, I couldn't understand how they managed a flawless joint attack. After all, they moved as a single organism. She clenched her teeth and thought that now there was no time to think about the consequences. Gamwa used the secret technique of the lightning sword breaking the earth and heaven. Her movements were incredibly fast. She was able to fly like lightning near all these opponents and cut their bodies and inflict critical damage on them. He was shocked when he saw her abilities and realized that he was facing an incredibly strong opponent. He at that moment realized that in front of him was a lady from the Murong clan. Her sword was like thunderbolt. She passed through him and stopped behind him. He didn't even have time to understand how it all happened. The sword that he held in his hand to defend himself could not withstand such stress and was broken. He said that her nickname fully deserves the name of the goddess of heaven. The sword, and at that moment blood was flowing down his cheek. He said that if she had been at her peak, he would have lost his head. He said that, unfortunately for the lady, her internal energy is now running out. Sai shouted that she must be killed immediately while she is very weak because this girl is very dangerous. He said that it is impossible to do this and she is a very important person in the Murim Alliance. This girl can be useful to them because she is the daughter of the Holy Emperor. There was a fire in the village. The whole building was burning with a large fire, and this fire spread to neighboring houses, and the fire increased every second along the river. A large puddle flowed downstream except. He said that first we need to capture her alive. He wanted to touch her head with his fingers and thereby send her into a temporary coma, so that she would be unconscious. But as soon as his fingers approached her head, suddenly someone cut them off and blood sprayed in different directions. He was shocked when he saw that his fingers had just been cut off. Hyuk Muzang appeared here very quickly and unexpectedly. He was wearing a mask and no one understood what kind of person he was, and he was able to throw this gentleman away with one blow. Gamwa said she was very happy to see number 100 here, and he came on time. Sai started shouting very loudly that some person had just killed Mr. He. Hyuk asked her how she was feeling. And did these people hurt her? She replied that everything was fine, but her energy was now at 0. Hyuk took her by the waist and said that they need to get out of here as quickly as possible because a large number of warriors are approaching here. Hyuk Muzang took her and disappeared very quickly. The warrior turned his finger forward and shouted that now they would have very big problems. They saw a large flame approaching them. This one appeared out of nowhere. Sai said that these monsters burned all the aphrodisiacs and now the plantation will be destroyed. Sai felt how this little coward and traitor is trying to get out of here unnoticed. Sai turned his head towards him and ordered this little insect to stop immediately. He said that only one person, Yen Yuji, is to blame for all this because he brought all these people here. Yen Yuji replied that he only brought them here because they were looking for aphrodisiacs, but he didn't think that's all we would turn into such chaos. He grabbed this guy's face with his palm and lifted the air. Sai said that he hates traitors and for this he will punish this petty idiot. Sai understood that he had very serious problems and now he was unlikely to ever be able to clear his name after such a failure. Afterwards she said that their conversation was over for today and the girl could go upstairs. The gentleman hit the wall with all his strength. God of Murder said that he was very angry that someone dared to enter his room. The servants said that no one had the opportunity to get here and they were guarding outside and did not take their eyes off for a second. The master understood that the order in his secret room had changed a little and the books were standing differently, which meant that someone had entered here completely unnoticed by the dark blood type. This weak energy that he felt before the meeting was not an illusion. He thought that there were very few masters of this level even in the unsurpassed thousand-year killer palace, and the skills of these people rose above the peak of Murim. He couldn't even imagine who was capable of making such an unnoticed penetration. He thought that the main suspects were the killers of the invincible Bloody Emperor, and only a man nicknamed the Traceless could do this. The gentleman asked himself the question, could it be that the unknown person found out that they were targeting him and decided to take his first step in order to make himself known? The servant came to the master, bowed, and said that he must urgently report the incident. The gentleman asked what happened and why does it need to be reported so suddenly. Servant, that some people started a fire on the herb plantation and dealt with almost all the troops of the hellish fortress and then fled without a trace. The gentleman thought that it was the same person who did it and only someone passing through this room could have done this. He ordered to immediately close all the entrance channels that lead to the surface and gather everyone from the Dark Blood group who could immediately rush after him in pursuit. He said that they should check the entire area from the aphrodisiac field and find traces of this guy. The gentleman didn't know if it was the Traceless Wars or some other person, but he knew that he needed to be caught. He understood that he had to pay for many years for underestimating the Dark Blood type. The shopping area in the limit was not particularly crowded with people that day. Soldiers ran through the streets of the city in search of escaped people. Hyuk said that this clan here has a lot of influence and a lot of security, and he understands why. Because considering how many problems they gave them, and including the fire on the field, they were very angry. Hyuk said that it would be difficult to get out of here because the waterways through which they sailed here were probably already controlled by security, and he thought that there must be some other way out here. Hyuk looked at the ceiling and said that if this place was completely closed with such a fire, everything here would be filled with smoke, but he is sure that there is a ventilation shaft somewhere here. Gamwa said that number 100 is a real hell and deserves recognition. Hyuk said that they have a problem, and it is that they need to find a place that is the entrance to the ventilation shaft and pass by the patrolman unnoticed. At that moment a man was approaching them holding a wooden stick in his hand. They immediately turned their attention to this man and tried to understand who he was. Yen Yuji slowly approached them and said that he could hardly get out of there and one day he would take revenge on Kai Kongda. They looked at their friend and realized that, with such a broken face, they didn't even recognize him at first. He threw away his stick when he saw these two monsters and froze in place. Hyuk and Gagwa looked at each other, and at that moment they came up with a plan. They smiled and looked friendly because they needed this guy's help. Yen understood that these two would not get away from him just like that, and he would be forced to help him until they disappeared from here. Yen said that he wants to first voice one of his requests. He said that it so happened that they are now underground and clean air is critically important and ventilation facilities are protected extremely strictly. He said that he doesn't know what these objects look like from the inside, but he has no doubts about one of the objects because there will be a huge number of guards there. He said that he was telling them all this in order to find out if they could leave here quietly. He asked them not to fight openly anymore because it caused him a lot of problems. Gamwa said that she was not interested in his problems and ordered him to immediately lead them to this ventilation. He started crying and said that if they make a fuss again, then only Yen Yuji will be beaten, and he is already tired of this. Hyuk said that this time he himself is going to leave here quietly, and they are already in a bad enough situation they can't cause even more problems. He thought that there was no need to expose himself to another danger because Gamwa was already very exhausted and was unlikely to be able to fight for long. Yen Yuji thanked the gentleman for leaving here unnoticed and asked them to leave here as soon as possible. Gamwa said that she was annoyed by his happy face and would gladly hit him several times. He said that in those high caves there must be a place that connects them with the respiratory tract of the limit, but he does not know the details of this place, and he knows that this part is reinforced and controlled by people from the limit. Yen Yuji said that he couldn't go further and he had to leave them here. He said that he was forbidden to even be where they were now. Hyuk, using telepathy, told this gentleman that they would no longer need him and he could leave here. At that moment a snake was crawling under his foot and he did not notice it. He stepped on this snake, and because of this he could not stay on his feet, slipped and fell. The guards heard loud screams that were not far from them and immediately turned their attention. The guards ordered the people behind the stone to immediately come out and show their faces. Manhwa said that this little parasite set them up again and set another trap. Yen Yuji said that it was not his fault and that he slipped because of the snake. Hyuk said that their plan to enter this place quietly failed and now he will have to deal with all these guards. He asked Manhwa to stay behind him and not get involved in this fight. She replied that she has the strength to fight. The guards or that two people came out from behind a stone and stopped in front of them. The guards shouted that if they dress together, I think that they will only be able to defeat their opponents. They are mistaken. Hyuk did not intend to listen to all these guards and immediately made a dash forward to attack them. They shouted that the enemy was approaching and now they were in danger. Hyuk saw that the opponents were defending themselves with swords and trying to pierce his body. The guy said that they just managed to pierce his body with their swords. But suddenly he realized that he was mistaken and had just not killed the illusion that slowly began to disappear. Hyuk teleported behind this enemy and realized that from that moment on he would destroy them. He made a wide swing with his sword and immediately destroyed 10 opponents and cut off their heads. A guard with a large mace stood behind everyone else and saw that this stranger had just been able to destroy all the other guards with one blow. He turned his head and saw that a girl was approaching him and was ready to hit him from behind. He tried to block her blow with his mace. Manhwa was very angry and therefore was able to bypass his defenses and punch Yen Yuji on the cheek with all her might. Yen Yuji asked why she hit him again. He said that he didn't believe that that guy also had a cool technique for lightweight movements. Manhwa said that this time it was all out of habit. The sex guard did not stand still and realized that he needed to attack this girl while she was distracted. Manhwa dodged this blow and his head hit Yen Yuji's cheek. He felt very strong pain and asked why he was subjected to such torture and torment. Manhwa said that she was very angry because only she could beat this gentleman here, and she would not allow others to beat him. She decided that she wanted to beat this guy with her fists. A few minutes later, all the guards who were guarding this ventilation exit were dead or unconscious. Manhwa said that they would have to spend several hours to figure out where these ventilation shafts are and how to get out of here. Hyuk closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. He used his internal energy to look at the space around him. Manhwa said that they have no more time because other opponents are approaching them and they managed to find them. Hyuk said that he knew where to go and a few seconds were enough for him to understand it. Hyuk said that in this place there are only a few paths from which there are weak currents of fresh air. He said that in this tunnel there is the largest airflow and most likely this is the entrance they need. The head of security said that these strangers got here and destroyed all the guards and now they are trying to get out using breathing shafts and tunnels. He shouted very loudly and said that he was sure that these were the same people who burned the herb plantation and ordered the first and second group to carefully check every hole and every tunnel, and the third group should return and report everything to the Dark Blood group. Hyuk, Muzang and Manhwa stood in front of a hole in the wall from which there was a large stream of air. Manhwa said that the hole in the wall is too small and even the hidden shadow technique will not help them to get there. She stuck her hand into this hole and said that she didn't understand why they made such a narrow hole. Suddenly they heard the voices of guards passing by them. Manhwa said that they will be found soon. These people, I am not forced to break the wall. Hyuk stopped her and said that they shouldn't break this wall because it's thicker than steel and breaking through it just won't work even with all her strength and they'll just attract attention to themselves. He said that you can get through such a wall using the absolute penetration technique. Manhwa said that the technique of absolute video penetration is only in books and I don't think that this technique exists. Hyuk said that he will teach her this technique now. She said that it all sounds like a joke because such a great technique cannot be learned in 1 minute and then immediately used. Hyuk said she should just trust him. Manhwa couldn't believe that he was so confident that they would be able to do this and looked at him with admiring eyes at that moment. Hyuk said that my internal energy is already at the level of the 10 strongest experts and there is no equal in this and he will help her learn this technique and she will definitely succeed. He placed her hand on the wall and said that she should begin by fully feeling the object through which she intended to pass and place her palm on the wall with concentration on this palm. She closed her eyes and tried to do everything he asked her to do. She concentrated and saw that a very strong flow had appeared that gave her an understanding of space, and the ancient scripture of the absolute penetration technique of which she knew nothing at all now lends itself to her perception. Hyuk placed his hand on top of hers. Hyuk said that she should not be distracted and focus on the feeling of this wall. He used his inner energy to share with her and allow me to give you the same thing as he does when he touches the wall. She felt that internal channels number 100 were showing her the path and understanding of how to get through this wall. The guards noticed suspicious people near the wall and shouted loudly that they had managed to find the escapees. Hyuk said that they would be forced to reach a 3-meter wall using this ability. He said that it is not now that we should concentrate and fully concentrate only on this. The guards were approaching them and wanted to catch them. Hyuk said that there is very little left and they need not to be distracted and send all their concentration to understand the space of this wall. A blue energy portal appeared in the wall which was already open enough to enter. But they still had to expand this portal for a few seconds. Hyuk said that the portal is open and now they just have to go through it. They entered this portal and after their body completely penetrated there, they disappeared. The soldiers hit the wall with their swords and at that moment the portal closed and their weapons broke. They were shocked when they saw that these two were able to pass through the wall. From the portal on the other side, a woman's hand appeared and slowly moved its fingers. Gamwa said that she couldn't believe that they were able to open this portal and get through it. Gamwa thought that she suspected that number 100 had changed in the 2 years that they had not seen each other, but she did not imagine how much he had changed, and this guy carried out advanced mastery of the absolute penetration technique through internal channels. Hyuk looked at his hand and said that he thought that this technique would not work. Gamwa asked him, was he completely crazy and used a technique that he had never tested before? She said that the most important thing is to get out of here safely and now they need to go back. But Hyuk Muzang suddenly grabbed her waist with his hand and pulled her close to him. She didn't understand what was happening and why he wanted to grab her so quickly. She looked at him and couldn't understand what was going on with this guy and why he suddenly